My name is Xing Lu, an ordinary male high school student. One Saturday morning, I intended to spend the day leisurely at home, indulging in anime and video games as usual. However, an unexpected event transpired. He actually traversed through time. Moreover, he found himself in the era preceding the birth of Naruto, specifically during the time when the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, sacrificed his life to seal the Nine Tails. Land of fire-hidden leaf village residents of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze Kushina. Our child should be arriving soon, don't you think? The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, was gently supporting his wife, Uzumaki Kushina, as they strolled around the house. I have a feeling our baby will be born in the next few days, but at that moment, the nine tails within me, Uzumaki Kushina, caressed her round belly with concern. Auntie Kushina, it's just the nine tails, right? I believe Lord Minato will find a way. A young man seated in a chair responded with a smile. Xing Lu is correct. Kushina, you need only focus on your pregnancy. I will handle everything else. Minato's resolute demeanor was evident, and he added, even if it costs me my life, I will ensure both of you remain safe. Xing Lu observed this determination and vowed not to allow the golden flash of Konoha to perish alongside his wife. But in the blink of an eye, the day of Naruto Uzumaki's birth arrived the very day the fourth Hokage and his wife would ultimately meet their demise. In the forest outside Konoha, aside from a few guards at the perimeter, only the Namikaze couple and Xing Lu were present at the ceremonial platform. Isn't it outrageous that they've sent Annie Kushina to such a desolate place to give birth? And with merely a handful of guards surrounding us, are they not concerned about an attack while the seal on the Nine Tails is weakened? Xing Lu remarked, his expression one of disdain. Xing Lu, do not be too harsh on the third Hokage for his seemingly callous decision to have Kushina wait here. He has a responsibility to the villagers, Minato replied. Moreover, if, as you suggest, my incompetent disciple Obito Uchiha were to cause trouble, then having more villagers would only complicate matters. Thus, this number of guards is sufficient. However, I recall that you possess no ninjutsu skills, do you? Why would you come to such a perilous location? If you wish, I can use the Flying Thunder God to send you home before anything happens, Minato inquired, casting a glance at Xing Lu. There's no need to trouble you, Lord Minato. Although I lack ninjutsu, I can take care of Annie Kushina. Should an emergency arise, you won't have to divide your attention worrying about her, Xing Lu replied with a smile. Minato, what Hashiryu said seems quite reasonable. If a special situation arises later, having one more person to care for me means you won't have to divert your attention to worry about me. Kushina, too, urged the hesitant Minato. She did not wish for her husband to be distracted by her needs due to her own concerns. Very well, I understand. However, should danger truly arise, I hope you will prioritize your own safety. If not, I would prefer that you return home right now. Can you agree to this condition? Minato gazed earnestly at Hashiryu, his expression suggesting that he would resort to forcibly sending him away with the Flying Thunder God technique if he disagreed. I understand I will prioritize my own safety. Then it's settled. I agree to let Hashiryu stay with Kushina, but I sincerely hope that the contingency plans I have prepared will never need to be employed. As he spoke, Minato glanced at Kushina, who lay on the ceremonial platform. If an unfortunate event were to occur, he could only Hashiryu. I am entrusting everything to you. Minato regarded him with a complex expression. Should anything happen to him, this man, whom he had known for merely a few weeks, was his only option for entrustment. Though this man had appeared before him clad in unfamiliar attire, and his sudden emergence could be described as startling, Minato did not feel threatened. Instead, he felt an unexpected sense of familiarity. Lord Minato, you still have me, do you not? I will ensure that you do not have to resort to that trump card. Hashiryu perceived Minato's unspoken desire for assurance. Had this been just a few days after his arrival, he would have reluctantly accepted the burden. However, last night, he had finally received the essential set of tools every traveler must possess. 2 nights prior, in Hashiryu's room. Where am I? Initially, Hashiryu lay in bed, contemplating how to avoid the fate of the fourth Hokage and his spouse meeting a tragic end. But in the next instant, the scenery before him transformed into a vast expanse of white, devoid of anything but himself. Are you the traveler of this time? Suddenly, an elderly man with a bushy beard emerged, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Though your physical condition may be somewhat lacking, you should still be able to accomplish certain tasks. The old man stroked his beard, mumbling to himself. Ahem, excuse me, elder, but where is this place? And who might you be? Hashiryu coughed to interrupt the elder and inquired. This is merely your consciousness space, and I am just an ordinary old man. Of course, you may also refer to me as a deity. As for why you find yourself here, the answer has become evident, has it not? I summoned you here, Dada. Of course, I'm aware that you summoned me. However, my inquiry pertains to the reason for my presence here. As Xing Lu silently critiqued the elderly figure before him, he suddenly recalled the self-introduction the man had just delivered. You are a deity? Xing Lu gazed in astonishment at the venerable figure, utterly taken aback by the revelation. Indeed, did I not already elucidate that? And are you truly oblivious to the reason for your arrival here? The self-proclaimed deity regarded Xing Lu with a bemused expression. If my assumptions are correct, you are here to bestow upon me some sort of extraordinary boon, are you not? Pray tell, will it be a system or perhaps a grand package for traversing realms? Ah, one must commend your wit. A system, you say? Why not simply grant you invincibility instead? While a system is not within my purview, I can certainly offer you a unique, innate skill. With that, the elder raised his hand slightly, and a radiant light emanated from it, enveloping Xing Lu. The gift has been conferred, you may now depart. Without waiting for Xing Lu's response, his consciousness was abruptly transported back to his own chamber. You have yet to reveal to me what this innate skill entails. At that moment, a panel materialized before Xing Lu, displaying the words, Innate skill copy. What in the world is this? Chapter 2. The arrival of Uchiha Obito. The timeline returns to the present. Although Xingliu still does not comprehend the true purpose of the extraordinary gift bestowed upon him by the elderly man who claims to be a god, he cannot shake the feeling that this talent possesses a certain potency. What does it mean to be able to replicate everything one has seen? He sighed, pondering aloud. The sudden sound of his sigh disturbed Uzumaki Kushina, who lay upon the ritual platform. With a gentle smile, she inquired, Xingliu, have you encountered some trouble? Would you care to share it with me? Aunt Kushina, I merely find myself grappling with a perplexing question. If someone were to suddenly present you with an exceptionally powerful item, yet failed to provide its instruction manual, only offering a vague explanation, would you still choose to utilize it? Xingliu replied, his head hung low. Is that truly the reason for your despondent demeanor? Kushina chuckled softly, covering her mouth. Isn't the purpose of creating something to enable its use? If one lacks the courage to engage with even the most formidable of items, it merely becomes a commonplace object. After reflecting on Kushina's words, Xingliu resolved within himself. Indeed, even the mightiest of gifts would remain ordinary if one did not dare to employ them. Aunt Kushina, I now grasp the essence of your message. Allow me to take on the responsibility of protecting you this time, he declared earnestly. What are you two discussing? Why has Xingliu's expression suddenly turned so serious? At that moment, the patrolling Minato appeared before them, a smile gracing his features. Minato, you must listen to me. Xingliu has declared his intention to protect me. How should I respond to him? Kushina feigned shyness, cupping her cheeks as she spoke to Minato. Ah, young man. Quite audacious of you. I didn't expect that after my brief absence, you would engage in such bold pursuits, Minato remarked, his tone slightly reproachful. The woman lying before you is my wife. If anyone should safeguard her, it ought to be me. What do you mean by this declaration? Wait. I merely intended to express my willingness to protect Aunt Kushina while the fourth is away. How did this suddenly turn into a confession? Xingliu stammered, panic rising within him. He understood that securing the fourth Hokage's favor was essential for his continued presence in this world. Alas, Kushina, why must you frighten the poor boy so? Let us see how you resolve this, Minato sighed. Ha ha ha. I never anticipated this child would prove so amusing. A moment's inattention led to a slight mischief. Kushina turned her head with a smile and apologized to Xingliu. I'm sorry, little Xingliu. You looked far too serious just now, so I couldn't resist teasing you suddenly. You won't blame me, will you? Upon hearing Kushina's words, Xingliu quickly waved his hands and replied, No, how could I blame you? You only meant well for me. All right, enough idle chatter. But Xingliu, we deeply appreciate your kindness. If anything unexpected happens from now on, proceed as we originally agreed. Prioritize your own life first. I will protect Kushina. I understand. Time passed slowly, and the labor pains in Kushina's belly, lying on the ritual platform, grew increasingly intense. Minato, I think the baby is coming soon. Kushina gritted her teeth, enduring the pain as she lay on the platform. It's all right. I'm here with you. Just try to relax. Minato watched solemnly as the glow emanating from Kushina's abdomen intensified, though he had anticipated some weakening of the nine-tailed seal within her. He hadn't expected it to unravel to this extent. Lord Minato. Xingliu pointed toward a masked stranger standing not far away, observing them. The man had appeared suddenly at some point, unnoticed until now. Don't worry, leave it to me. With that, Minato released Kushina's hand and approached the masked man. Obito. Is that you? Minato asked softly. The masked man stiffened momentarily at the name before shaking his head. No, my name is Tobi. I am not the Obito you speak of, fourth Hokage. Is that so? Then let's assume that's the case. Tell me, Mr. Tobi, what brings you here today? Surely you didn't come all this way just to watch another man's wife give birth? Minato chuckled lightly. Who knows? Perhaps I did. After all, I have quite an interest in the fox sealed within your wife, Tobi retorted with equal amusement. So his target is the nine tails inside Kushina. Minato thought grimly. What a shame. This fox has been with my wife for many years now, and unfortunately, we have no intention of handing it over. Why don't you just walk away? That's not for you to decide. As he spoke, the single eye visible behind Tobi's mask transformed, and Kushina writhed in greater agony on the platform. The light within her swollen belly flaring brighter. Sharingan. Minato exclaimed in shock. To my knowledge, the only ones who still possess the Sharingan are members of the Uchiha clan. Who are you? Haven't you already figured it out, my beloved teacher? Tobi, no? Uchiha Obito revealed his eye. The ordinary Sharingan now morphed into the Mangekyou Sharingan. In the fleeting moment when the kaleidoscopic Sharingan transformed, the surroundings morphed into a monochrome landscape. The radiant light emanating from Kushina's womb had detached itself. This is bad. It's Tsukuyami. Moreover, the seal of the nine tails has been broken. Minato observed the beam of light that separated from Kushina, gradually moving towards Obito. Is this the nine tails? Obito Uchiha remarked, gazing at the light in his hand. It appears rather unimpressive. However, it suffices to obliterate an entire village. In the blink of an eye, Obito vanished. Minato, you must pursue him. Staryu is sufficient here. Kushina, lying on the ritual platform, spoke in a voice tinged with weakness. But, oh, Minato, please refrain from hesitating. Have you forgotten why I remained here? Go quickly. I fear that fool Obito may commit an irreversible act. Staryu, I entrust this to you. No sooner had she finished speaking than Minato disappeared. Wow, one must say he truly lives up to the title of Konoha's Yellow Flash. Chapter 3. Staryu takes action. Obito Uchiha, who had departed earlier, arrived above the Hidden Leaf Village. Lin, I will make this world mourn you. Let us commence from here. With that, Obito produced the recently extracted nine tails from his sleeve. Come forth, nine tails, let me see if you are truly as formidable as the legends suggest. Before long, the originally palm-sized nine tails expanded instantaneously into a creature towering higher than buildings, its eyes adorned with the Sharingan, resembling the fabled fox as described in tales. Suddenly, a sphere of energy enveloped in black light emerged from the nine tails' maw, gradually condensing into a solid form. Let the foolish ninjas of Konoha experience your might. Thus, under Obito's control, the nine tails unleashed the tailed beast bomb, erasing everything in its direct path. Have I arrived too late? Minato lamented as he beheld the remnants of the village before him, casting a regretful glance at the masked Obito. Cease this madness, Obito. Do not engage in such foolishness. Obito, recalling the various missions completed alongside Lin under Minato's guidance, remembered the ambush by ninjas from other villages that led to Lin's death and his own near demise. Teacher, do you believe this shinobi world is still worth protecting? Obito did not respond to Minato's question, but instead surveyed the rescue efforts in Konoha. Is the conflict between villages truly so significant? Even if one were to continue fighting indefinitely, would it not merely result in lingering resentment? Thus, Uchiha Obito gazed back at Minato, declaring his intention to first obliterate this foolish ninja world and subsequently create a beautiful new one. Brother Obito, you must realize that your current state would be labeled as shinibu in my world. At that moment, a figure suddenly flashed past Minato. Initially, Minato, startled by the unexpected sound, prepared to be on guard, but upon recognizing the familiar silhouette, he was first taken aback and then donned an expression of resigned understanding. Even if you were to destroy and rebuild this world, your beloved Rin will never return. Starry Lu observed the increasingly grim expression of Uchiha Obito. realizing she had struck a chord with his innermost thoughts. Shut up, you know nothing about me. If it weren't for those damned villages waging war, Rin would not have been captured, nor would she have perished at Kakashi's hands. Obito's voice dwindled, gradually transforming into a sob. Oh, it seems you have been thoroughly deceived by that old coot, Uchiha Madara, Starry Lu murmured to herself, as the one holding the script. She was well aware that everything was merely a ruse orchestrated by Madara, and the pitiful soul before her was but one of his pawns. Teacher, and that nameless man. You have indeed decided to stand in my way, Haven Tiyu? The rejuvenated Uchiha Obito regarded the two figures before him. If it were only his teacher, he could ally with the Nine Tails to devastate Konoha. However, the presence of an inscrutable man complicated matters. Although he bore no trace of chakra, Obito sensed a terrifying aura emanating from him, surpassing that of his own teacher. We are standing right in front of you so plainly. Why do you still utter such nonsense? Are you not prepared for a fight? If not, you might as well return to your own homes. Don't you know your teacher's wife just gave birth? Starry Lu remarked, casually cleaning her ears as she addressed Obito. Since you were so eager to meet your end, allow me to grant your wish. With that, the Nine Tails' eyes suddenly morphed into Sharingan, and in an instant, it appeared before Starry Lu, ready to strike her down. However, Starry Lu sighed helplessly and said, Do you have any new tricks up your sleeve? The Nine Tails, having brought its fist down, found no target, realizing Starry Lu had somehow positioned herself behind it. This Nine Tails should be sent off stage. Otherwise, any further destruction could easily lead to soil erosion. After uttering this thought, Starry Lu confined the Nine Tails within a hastily crafted wooden box. It appears much cuter this way, she thought, peering through a specially created hole at the now palm-sized Nine Tails. Who exactly are you? Why was it possible for the Nine Tails to escape my Sharingan's control? Even if Uchiha Obito is foolish, he understands that the person before him is no less formidable than his own teacher, and perhaps even more so. As for me, Xingliu, slightly taken aback, pointed at himself and, with a smile, addressed the masked man before him. I am merely a passing masked rider. Therefore, now that you have lost the Nine Tails, do you still wish to engage in a battle with us? Originally, dealing with just my teacher was already a formidable challenge. Now I must contend with an unknown adversary as well. Even when the Nine Tails was still under my control, I could not defeat them, much less now. Perhaps it would be best to let this go. I have no confidence in facing you while simultaneously dealing with my own teacher. Let this confrontation wait for another occasion. After Uchiha Obito finished speaking, his body slowly began to be absorbed by the mask. Phew, that man who was merely a pawn has finally departed. After glancing around at the now empty surroundings, Xingliu finally sighed in relief. If this battle had continued, he had no assurance he could overcome that seemingly invincible man. Xingliu, how did you get here? Wasn't I supposed to ask you to watch over Kushina? Perhaps sensing that the crisis had been averted, Minato approached and patted Xingliu on the shoulder. Kushina is unharmed. Mother and child are safe, Xingliu replied with a smile. I have already assisted her in recovering from the injuries caused by the loss of the Nine Tails through other means. Initially, Minato was somewhat skeptical when he heard Xingliu claim to have helped Kushina recover, but later, when they instantaneously arrived at the altar and found Kushina soothing the little boy in her arms to sleep, his doubts began to dissipate. Chapter 4. The Third Hokage. Hiruzen Sarutobi Kushina was not at all surprised by the sudden appearance of the two, for her husband's jutsu, the Flying Thunder God, was well known to all. Thus, whether he appeared or vanished before her, it was no cause for astonishment. However, what truly surprised her was that Xingliu could also employ her husband's technique. Of course, it was possible that she was mistaken. After all, how could such a high-level jutsu be so easily mastered by a boy with no background in ninjutsu? Minato, Xingliu, you've returned. What is the extent of the damage to the village? Kushina smiled as she gazed at the two approaching figures. Their swift return indicated that the calamity had passed. Although we only took a cursory glance, aside from the homes destroyed by the tailed beast bomb at the onset, there appear to be no casualties. So we have managed to weather this storm, Minato replied. Had it not been for Xingliu's intervention, we could have faced severe losses in our village. With this, Minato turned to regard Xingliu, who was beaming at them. This time, we truly owe you our gratitude. Lord Minato, you need not be so courteous. I merely acted in what I believe to be the right course of action. Faced with such earnest gratitude from Minato, Hashiryu felt a sudden wave of anxiety and waved his hands dismissively. After all, he had merely replicated the other's ninjutsu and intimidated the opponent slightly. Surely, anyone could accomplish such a feat, yet, upon reflecting on receiving thanks from the illustrious ninjutsu genius, Minato Namikaze, a sense of joy blossomed within Hashiryu. No, Hashiryu, you are indeed deserving of this gratitude. In a public sense, you not only reclaimed the Nine Tails but also frightened off Obito, thereby saving countless villagers of our woodlands. On a personal note, Minato continued, casting his gaze towards Kushina, radiant with maternal grace upon the ceremonial platform, and their newborn son. You have saved the two most important people in my life. Therefore, you are unequivocally worthy of our families, and indeed the village's, heartfelt appreciation. What the fourth just said resonates closely with my thoughts. At that moment, an elderly man approached, wielding a staff. Those behind him first bowed to Minato before standing vigilantly, motionless in his shadow. Upon recognizing the elderly figure, Minato hurriedly bowed with Kushina and inquired, "Third Hokage, what brings you here? Doesn't the village require your guidance?" Haha, it would be quite improper for me to be absent when the enemy attacks. If I were to wait until their departure to make my appearance, it would surely invite scorn. The man, known as Sarutobi Hiruzen, laughed heartily, revealing a disposition far more amiable than the rumors suggested. Indeed, this man, who had just approached, was Sarutobi Hiruzen. According to the original narrative, he should have appeared during the sealing of the Nine Tails alongside Minato and Kushina. However, due to the impenetrable barriers set by Minato, he could only watch helplessly as the designated heir I had chosen perished in the attempt to seal the Nine Tails. Although he later extended some assistance to Naruto after the tragic loss of his parents, the hardships of Naruto's childhood could not be absolved from the third's responsibility. Is this the boy you mentioned before? The third's gaze suddenly fell upon Hashiryu. Indeed, he is the youth I spoke of, Minato affirmed with a nod. His name is Hashiryu. Thanks to his significant efforts, our village endured this calamity with remarkably minimal losses. Subsequently, Minato recounted to the third some of Hashiryu's recent words and the incident where he thwarted the enemy's advance. Initially skeptical of how a mere boy could foresee events, the third's doubts were dispelled upon observing the Nine Tails within the box Hashiryu held. Releasing the Nine Tails without inflicting harm upon the host, Kushina Uzumaki, is an extraordinary feat beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals. As long as the opposing party refrains from actions detrimental to the village, he would merely turn a blind eye. Indeed, heroes often emerge from the youth. Minato, in his teenage years, possessed strength nearing that of a Hokage. I trust that it will not be long before I can retire and enjoy a life of ease. The third Hokage chuckled heartily. Throughout his life, he had encountered numerous battles, even collaborating with Danzo to forge the formidable Hidden Leaf village of today. Yet, he felt the weight of age. Although he was still capable of making significant decisions, who could predict that he would not fall victim to unforeseen circumstances? From the moment he appointed Jiraiya's disciple, Minato, as the next Hokage, he had been yearning to pass on this burden to the next generation. Third Hokage, your health may not permit you to speak such words, Minato remarked, clearly feeling unworthy of the position at this stage, especially with his newborn child. Surely, I should spend more time with my son before assuming such responsibilities. Thus, this position will require your guidance for a few more years. Minato's words left the third Hokage speechless, for he had just expressed grand ambitions, only to have Minato nonchalantly deflect them. Ah well, since you insist, I suppose this old body must contribute to the village for a few more years. The third Hokage said with a resigned shake of his head. Hee, your wisdom shines, third Hokage. Minato and Kushina exchanged knowing smiles. They were still so young, not wishing to be ensnared by the village's burdens, especially with their newborn son needing their attention. Why should the vibrant years of youth be spent among the elderly? Now, let us set aside the matter of succession for the moment, as we have a more pressing issue to discuss, the third Hokage said, glancing at the box held by Hashiryu. Should we not deliberate on the matter that has troubled us for many years? Chapter 5, Aftermath of War. The following day, Hashiryu and Minato prepared to bring the Nine Tails to the legendary Hokage Tower. Due to the late hour and the third Hokage's consideration of their recent victory over the enemy, they were instructed to wait until the next day. Hashiryu, if any peculiar older gentleman pose strange questions, feel free to answer if you wish, but do not feel obligated. I will be right behind you to support you, Minato advised as they walked down the bustling streets of the village, imparting essential guidance to Hashiryu, who had yet to close his eyes since the previous night. However, observing Xing Lu's peculiar gait, which seemed to mimic a synchronized march, one could only wonder how much he truly absorbed from his surroundings. Moments later, The duo arrived before the iconic Hokage building of Konoha. Gazing at the stone carvings depicting the faces of the successive Hokages, Xing Lu felt an overwhelming sense of reverence. Yet, the question of whether he could join their ranks seemed trivial. For a traveler from another realm, was it not merely a matter of having the right skills? Unlike others, he had no desire to assume the role of a foolish leader. Even the youngest Hokage, Minato Namikaze, hesitated to inherit the position from the third Hokage so soon. Did this not indicate that the role of Hokage was far less alluring than one might presume? We have arrived. Nevertheless, are you certain you wish to enter in this state? Minato glanced at Xing Lu, whose eyes had taken on a lifeless quality, and spoke while cradling his head. Ah, my apologies. I was lost in some trivial thoughts. Only after Minato's reminder did Xing Lu realize that his expression had faltered. Under Minato's curious gaze, he reverted to his previous weary demeanor. Had Minato not previously witnessed Xing Lu's vacant stare, he might have been convinced by the emotions concealed behind it. All right. To be frank, if anyone attempts to make things difficult for you, feel free to leave without hesitation. I will shield you from any trouble, Minato said earnestly. Ah, just hearing that from you puts my mind at ease. I truly fear these antiquated elders. However, should they provoke me, I assure you I am not easily intimidated. Though Xing Lu spoke with a smile, a hint of concealed confidence and disdain resonated in his tone. Let us hope those old-timers do not become overly aggressive. While it remains a mystery why Xing Lu initially concealed his abilities to approach them, his deeds in saving my wife and child, as well as rescuing Konoha, speak volumes. Should those elders wish to test their luck, I might just assist them in resolving their troubles prematurely. After all, Xing Lu is resolute, even if it means putting his title as fourth Hokage on the line. At last, you have arrived. Upon entering the conference room, Xing Lu and Minato found not only the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, but several unfamiliar faces, including Danzo, the leader of Root. Yes, Lord Third, we have come. Xing Lu and Minato first bowed respectfully to the third Hokage, with Minato responding to the inquiry. As for Xing Lu, apart from a moment of solemnity when greeting the third Hokage, he maintained an expression that suggested he was merely there to observe. In any case, I am merely here to pass through, perhaps as anticipated by the Watergate. The antiquated figures surrounding me began to exhibit a tone of condescension upon witnessing Xing Lu's seemingly carefree demeanor. Could it be that this yellow-haired youth is the so-called savior of Konoha, as mentioned by the third and fourth Hokage? Surely, the notion that this child has deceived two esteemed Hokage is preposterous. At that moment, an individual of apparent standing commenced his performance. Following his lead, others, who appeared to be the aristocracy of the village, joined in. It could be surmised that this yellow-haired lad took advantage of the fourth's naivete, leading to a collective deception of the third, who has always held the fourth in high regard. Such individuals, who cannot bear to witness another success, are ever present. Despite my silence since my initial greeting to the third Hokage, they have concocted an elaborate drama. If such talent were to be transposed to the modern era, they would surely be a best-selling author of sensational web novels, perhaps even penning melodramatic tales of corporate intrigue. Have you spoken enough? At that moment, Watergate cast a cold gaze upon the gossips among the so-called aristocrats. When Xing Lu intervened to save Konoha, I was present and witnessed it firsthand. If you doubt my words, where were you during the enemy's invasion of the village? Upon hearing Watergate's remarks, the previously chattering aristocrats broke into a cold sweat. Surely, they could not claim fear as an excuse for their absence. If they dared utter such a thing, the two Hokage might initially be taken aback, but the aftermath would lead them to become mere commoners, or worse, be expelled from the village. Their inability to act, combined with their audacious tone towards a hero who saved the village, is nothing short of an affront to the dignity of the Hokage. Had it been someone with a fiery temperament, they might have dispatched him without a second thought. Enough, enough. I did not invite you here for petty squabbles. Observing the discord among his successors and their entourage, the third Hokage could no longer tolerate it. He swiftly halted the confrontation and turned his attention back to his ineffectual subordinates. I do not wish to witness such behavior again. Should it occur once more, you need not present yourselves before me. The so-called noble families, initially eager to continue their debate, fell silent upon encountering the weight of the third's gaze. Upon witnessing the trepidation of those around him, the third Hokage once again turned his gaze toward the nonchalant figure of Hashiryu, who stood idly beside Minato. Hashiryu, do you comprehend the reason I summoned you here? Chapter 6. Punishment. Hashiryu, upon hearing his name called by the third, ceased his languid demeanor and placed the box containing the nine tails before him. You summoned me for this little trinket, did you not? It just so happens that I intended to entrust this item to your care. Had you not asked me to safeguard it last night? I would not be compelled to return here today to endure the snide remarks of others. As he spoke, Hashiryu cast a knowing glance at those who dared not meet his eyes. He was not so magnanimous as to forgive those who had spoken ill of him simply because of a few admonishing words from the third. In the early days of his arrival in this world, he might have acquiesced to avoid unnecessary conflict, but now he was a man endowed with extraordinary abilities. Even if he could not intimidate them with sheer presence, he would ensure that he could assert his dominance through strength. It seems this matter cannot be easily dismissed. The third sighed. Initially, he had sought to suppress the noble families, believing that Hashiryu's youth would allow for a swift resolution with mere words. However, hearing Hashiryu bring the issue to light once more thwarted his plans. So, how do you intend to punish them? If your conditions are not too excessive, I may be inclined to acquiesce, the third inquired. Really? I had no idea that the nine tails I sealed within this box was so effective, Hashiryu mused inwardly. Before arriving, he had already conferred with Minato, agreeing that should any provocations arise, he would stand resolutely against them, even if that meant confronting the third himself. Yet, witnessing the third's conciliatory demeanor made him acutely aware of the elder's profound influence over the village, prioritizing the welfare of its people. While it is easy to utter such sentiments, the true challenge lies in actualizing and adhering to them. Third, I have but one request regarding them. Hashiryu remarked with a smile. No need to elaborate. I believe I grasp your request, the third stated, shifting his gaze to the noble families. Those among you who have spoken ill of young Hashiryu, step forward. Third, do not compel me to repeat myself. I insist that those who have spoken out come forth. He admonished, casting a cold stare at one individual who still attempted to argue. After a tense moment, a few individuals with downcast eyes reluctantly stepped forward, standing before the third. Very well. The third glanced at the individuals surrounding him before continuing. Those who have stepped forward can simply apologize to Xingliu, and I shall promise not to pursue further actions against you. A collective sigh of relief escaped the lips of those who had initially come forth. It seemed they had placed their bets wisely. Conversely, for those obstinately unrepentant, I regret to inform you that not only will you be dismissed from your current positions, but you must also vacate the village within 3 days. Rest assured, your family shall remain unscathed. You will leave alone. Upon hearing the third's words, those who had remained silent were engulfed in regret, yet they were forcibly escorted out by the guards stationed outside. The third did not spare a glance for those being removed. In fact, he found this course of action quite satisfactory. Not only had he provided Xingliu with the justice he deserved, but he had also seized the opportunity to eradicate those who had long harbored duplicity towards him. Thus, rather than reproaching Xingliu for his sudden insistence on addressing this matter, he felt a profound gratitude instead. Xingliu, my young friend, are you satisfied with the way I have handled this situation? The third inquired kindly. Indeed, I am satisfied, but do you not think the punishment is rather severe? Lord Third, Xingliu replied awkwardly. Initially, he had merely sought to retaliate against those who had maliciously slandered him, intending only to have them languish in their homes for a fortnight. However, with the third's intervention, it escalated into an expulsion from the village, a fate that, in the ninja world of that era, would render the exiled individuals unable to join another village. Thus, they would be condemned to survive in desolate wilderness or deep forests. Upon hearing Xingliu's words, the third merely shook his head slightly. Rather than wasting time worrying about the miscreants within the village, you would do well to consider how to handle the nine tails in your possession. The tailed beasts, being sealed within the bodies of their Jinchuriki, were significant entities, and the nine tails, being the most formidable among them, could not be entrusted to an inconsequential individual. Just as the third was about to speak further, he was interrupted by Watergate, who wished to defend Xingliu. I understand your concerns. I firmly believe in young Xingliu's capabilities. However, as the third Hokage, it would be grossly irresponsible to dictate the village's course solely based on personal beliefs. Watergate sighed as the third shook his head helplessly. Have you forgotten your responsibilities as the fourth Hokage? I have not forgotten, Watergate replied, though I wish to express my thoughts. I had assured Xingliu that I would support him unwaveringly from the beginning. Thus, even if the third Hokage implores me not to forget the responsibilities of the fourth Hokage, I must stand by the side of Hashiryu today. As I spoke, both Minato and Hashiryu exchanged a knowing glance. Before I assumed the mantle of the fourth Hokage, I was merely a husband to a woman. I could never abandon the benefactor who saved my wife and child by standing against him. The third Hokage gazed at the two individuals before him, who shared an unspoken understanding, and let out a deep sigh before addressing them. Very well. Since this Ninetales was extracted from your wife, you may arrange matters as you see fit. However, the ownership of this Ninetales must belong to Konoha. As for which of you holds it, that is no concern of mine. Now, let us leave this matter here. You both may return for now. Chapter 7. Sealing the Ninetales. After bidding farewell to the third Hokage, Hashiryu and Minato once again found themselves walking along the bustling streets of Konoha. However, the atmosphere between them was markedly different from when they first arrived. While it appeared harmonious on the surface, both harbored unspoken tensions within. Eventually, Minato, sensing the peculiar ambience between them, resolved to disclose the matter weighing on his heart to Hashiryu. Hashiryu, I have something to discuss with you. Unlike his demeanor at the third Hokage's, Minato suddenly wore a serious expression as he regarded Hashiryu. Ah, what a coincidence. I too have something to share with you. However, conversing amidst the crowded streets is rather inconvenient. Shall we retreat to my home for a more private discussion? Hashiryu understood the conflicting emotions within Minato. On one hand, he bore the responsibilities of the fourth Hokage, while on the other, he felt indebted to the one who saved his wife and child. Minato's support of the third Hokage in front of others already demonstrated his loyalty, especially considering that, according to the original narrative, the Ninetales rightfully belonged to his son, Naruto. Thus, this was merely a matter of extending a favor to the future hero of the ninja world. Of course, whether Naruto would be the one to save this ninja realm after Hashiryu's arrival in this world remained uncertain. After a brief moment, the two returned to Minato's residence. They first informed Kushina about the events that transpired at the Hokage building, then playfully interacted with the young boy who had recently been named Naruto. Finally, they settled into the study for their conversation. Just as Hashiryu took his seat, Minato inquired about how he intended to handle the Ninetales in his possession. Hashiryu, while I have utmost trust in you, I hope you can understand my duties as the fourth Hokage from the village's perspective. I understand, Lord Minato. As Xingliu observed the forthrightness with which Minato broached the subject, he proceeded to share the solution he had conceived. Are you suggesting that we re-implant the Ninetales into my son Naruto? Minato inquired. Indeed, I initially contemplated sealing the entire Ninetales within Naruto, Xingliu affirmed with a nod. However, for the sake of caution, I ultimately decided to divide this power into two parts. Upon hearing Xingliu's proposed solution, Minato instinctively felt inclined to reject it. Yet, as he absorbed the subsequent elaborations, his initial resistance began to waver. After a moment of contemplation, Minato resolved within himself. What is the success rate of this bifurcation method you mentioned? Will it affect Naruto's daily life? At this juncture, Xingliu discerned that Minato had made his choice, and with a beaming smile brimming with confidence, he replied, 100%. Not only will there be no adverse effects, but it will also enable him to harness the power of the Ninetales at any given moment in the future. Very well. I shall inform Kushina about the sealing of the Ninetales. I will relay the time for this ritual shortly. After scrutinizing Xingliu for a moment to ensure he was not jesting, Minato finally exhaled in relief. It seemed the worry that had plagued him throughout the night was resolvable. He had pondered extensively on how to convey his thoughts in a manner that would preserve harmony between two individuals while persuading Xingliu to entrust the Ninetales to him. Nevertheless, after contemplating numerous approaches, Minato resolved to express his genuine feelings to Xingliu, and he was fortunate that Xingliu was the sort of person who understood profound principles, even assisting him in devising a solution. The efficacy of this method now hinged upon whether his wife, Kushina, would permit Naruto to undertake such a risk. If there is nothing further, I shall return to my quarters, Minato declared. Observing the look of relief on Minato's face, Xingliu recognized that the latter had reached clarity, prompting him to suggest departing the study to allow Minato to deliberate on his forthcoming words. I understand. Thank you sincerely for your assistance this time, Minato expressed. Oh, no need for thanks. I am merely restoring to Naruto the power that rightfully belongs to him, Xingliu replied, waving goodbye to Minato as he exited the study. 5 days later, before the ceremonial platform in the Konoha forest stood 3 men and 1 woman, the latter cradling an infant boy still swaddled in blankets. Xingliu, I must rely on you for this ceremony. I have already alerted the guards stationed hundreds of miles away. Not a single insect shall be allowed to intrude. The third Hokage explained to those present. I understand, Xingliu responded. After Xingliu nodded, he turned his gaze towards the anxious couple, Minato and Kushina, who were watching him intently. You need not be so nervous. There is truly no danger in this matter. However, Minato reassured Kushina. All right, Kushina, since we have decided to trust Xingliu, we must do so wholeheartedly. Yet, despite his words, the hand that embraced Kushina trembled uncontrollably. After all, Xingliu was also Naruto's uncle, wasn't he? Hearing her husband express such confidence, Kushina suppressed her lingering worries. Once everyone had voiced their agreement, Xingliu placed the box containing the nine tails on the ground. Let us begin. I will first release the nine tails and then seal it within both Minato and Naruto. A rare serious expression adorned Xingliu's face, even if the ritual was guaranteed to succeed. It was only fitting to display a demeanor worthy of those who placed their faith in him. Kamui. Suddenly, Xingliu's unremarkable eyes transformed into a pair of kaleidoscopic Sharingan, and in the midst of an empty forest, a distorted space emerged. Moments later, a familiar figure appeared within that warped dimension. Roar. The liberated nine tails. Upon seeing Xingliu, the one who had sealed it within the box, immediately began to gather energy for a tailed beast bomb. Wow. Is such hatred truly necessary? Coming at me with a tailed beast bomb at first sight? Nevertheless, whether it could be unleashed was another matter. Tsukuyami. Ultimately, after regaining its freedom for a fleeting moment, the nine tails was once again subdued by Xingliu. Chapter 8. 8 trigram sealing. Although they had previously witnessed Xingliu employing these techniques, seeing them again was still somewhat astonishing. They had already investigated the Uchiha family within the village, yet there was no mention of anyone named Xingliu. Furthermore, his sudden appearance in their midst piqued their curiosity regarding his origins. Now that I have subdued the nine tails, we only need to prepare the vessel for sealing it. With that, Xingliu directed his gaze towards Naruto, cradled in Kushina's arms. After hearing Xingliu's words, Minato nodded seriously, gently placing the infant Naruto on the ritual platform before lying down beside him. Now, the ritual officially begins. Xingliu approached the two, biting his fingertip to draw blood, and inscribed a peculiar symbol upon their bodies. Phew, all preparations are complete. With the necessary steps finalized, it was time to execute the technique. Though originally performed by Minato in the original story, let me temporarily replicate it. 8 trigram sealing. Xing feigned a few seals with exaggerated gestures. And then a magical array resembling a mystical circle emerged beneath Minato, Naruto, and the nine tails. After a brief moment, the nine tails split into 2 distinct orbs of light, which then entered the bodies of Minato and Naruto. Phew, it seems we have succeeded. Observing the 2 individuals lying on the ceremonial platform, it appeared they were merely in a fleeting state of unconsciousness, with no significant issues at hand. Xing, have we truly succeeded? Kushina, standing a short distance away, anxiously inquired as she gazed at the 2 most important men in her life. Of course, it was not a difficult sealing technique. Lord Minato will awaken shortly. Xing replied, feigning mystery as he stroked his chin. What about Naruto? Is he all right? Has something gone wrong? Seeing the serious expression on Xing face, Kushina became flustered. That precious little boy, barely out of the cradle, was her recently born treasure. If anything were to happen to him, how could she and Minato endure such a loss? Hey, I didn't mean it like that. I merely suggested that little Naruto might sleep a tad longer. Xing said, suddenly alarmed by Kushina's tears. He had only intended to lighten the mood, but his jest had spiraled into a troubling situation. What did you say? Realizing she had been teased, a crimson aura of spiritual pressure enveloped Kushina, who advanced menacingly toward Xing. With each step she took, the ground beneath her cracked slightly. Sigh, why provoke anyone else when it had to be this madwoman? The third Hokage observed the furious Kushina and wisely stepped aside, opting not to involve himself in this unfolding drama. Kushina, Sister Kushina, Mom, please, calm down. I only meant to liven the atmosphere. I never intended to toy with you, Xing pleaded, retreating 2 steps for every one Kushina took towards him. Confronted by the woman known as Little Pepper, he was thoroughly intimidated by her formidable presence. Words were futile. Despite Xing apparent surrender, Kushina showed no mercy. Instead, she quickened her pace towards him with a smile. Little Xing, just surrender to your sister. I only wish to teach a small lesson to the naughty child who played a prank on me. My punches won't hurt at all. Kushina approached like a whimsical aunt enticing children with candy, her smile both charming and unsettling. Had it not been for the eerie grin on her face, many a child might have fallen under her spell. The path behind Hashiryu was abruptly obstructed by a stone wall. This meant that, faced with the relentless advance of Kushina, if Hashiryu could not devise a solution, he would soon be met with a rather affectionate greeting from her. At this moment, the young Naruto, lying upon the ritual platform, suddenly burst into tears. The sound of Naruto's awakening cries was more melodious to Hashiryu than any celestial symphony, for as long as Naruto was awake, Kushina's attention would no longer be fixated upon him. Indeed, upon hearing Naruto's wails, the previously imposing Kushina transformed back into the familiar, gentle mother. As for the slight mischief Hashiryu had played upon her, it was swiftly forgotten. Once Kushina had calmed Naruto, Minato, lying nearby, also regained consciousness. Have we succeeded? Minato asked, rubbing his bleary eyes and noticing the collective focus of those around him. It indeed appeared they had triumphed. The sudden surge of an unfamiliar power within his core confirmed that Hashiryu's sealing had been successful. Observing the somewhat familiar pattern on his body, Minato felt an unsettling sensation, akin to something that should rightfully belong to him being abruptly usurped by another. Seeing Minato awake, Hashiryu felt an instant wave of relief, as if the weariness in his body had vanished, and the previously daunting presence of the petite, yet fierce Kushina seemed less intimidating. Thus, he approached the trio, inspecting the patterns on Minato and Naruto before offering a teasing remark. Lord Minato, you're awake. For reasons unknown, Minato felt a sudden urge to strike Hashiryu, despite the latter being their savior. Why would such thoughts arise? Lord Minato? Observing the couple's suddenly inscrutable expressions, Hashiryu felt a flicker of concern. Had he truly done anything to warrant disdain? It's nothing, Minato quickly reassured, having realized his gaze might have been a touch too fierce. He donned a smile and continued, we owe you a great debt. Without you, we would not have such a promising solution. Perhaps it was merely his imagination. But Hashiryu sensed a hint of something more in Minato's words. Chapter 9. 5 years later, time flowed inexorably, bringing with it a myriad of events, both significant and trivial. The massacre of the Uchiha clan, Orochimaru's sudden assault on the Hidden Leaf Village, and the sacrifice of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, were but a few of the many occurrences that had transpired over the years. Although Xing Lu, as a time traveler, could effortlessly avert such occurrences, he had previously received a warning from an old man who claimed to be a deity after altering a person's fate. Consequently, he approached each subsequent intervention with utmost caution, striving not to induce excessive upheaval in the ninja world. 5 years later, at the Ninja Academy of Konoha, a man clad in a specially designed J-nin jacket stood before a gathering of students, imparting knowledge. Chakra, a unique substance that enables us ninjas to perform jutsu, is intrinsically linked to the potency of the techniques one can master. The man illustrated the principles of chakra on the blackboard, engaging the eager students at first. However, as time passed, a number of them succumbed to fatigue, resting their heads upon their desks. The man then turned his gaze toward a boy in an orange jacket, raising his hand to launch a small water balloon at him. With a splash, the boy was abruptly awakened. Who disturbed my slumber? The boy in the orange jacket stood up, scanning his classmates, only to find them regarding him with playful, mocking expressions. Yet, his questions went unanswered. Not from a lack of desire to respond, but due to the stern gaze of the man at the podium. Perhaps sensing something amiss, the boy gradually raised his head to meet the smiling countenance of the instructor. Xing Lu. No, I meant Teacher Xing Lu. I apologize, he corrected himself, initially intending to address the man as uncle, but the fierce glint in his eyes prompted him to swiftly amend his address and bow his head in contrition. Upon hearing the boy's apology, the man at the podium shook his head in resignation and remarked, Naruto, I believe this marks the 3rd time this week you have assured me of your understanding, correct? While I acknowledge that you have successfully gathered chakra, are you not aware that, for certain advancement exams, theory is often more crucial than practice? Observing Naruto scratching his head below, who would have imagined that this boy, dozing through class, would one day emerge as the hero destined to save the ninja world? He would even become the first individual of the rank of Genin to ascend to the position of Hokage. Of course, before assuming the role from Kakashi, he would need to solidify the foundational knowledge he had previously neglected. I truly understand my mistake, so please don't report me to my mother again. Otherwise, I shall be forced to endure her lamentations tonight, Naruto pouted. Naruto's mother, naturally, is Kushina. However, since Minato did not perish during that fierce battle, Naruto is not the familiar Uzumaki Naruto, but rather has become Namake's Naruto. Although this name seems rather incongruous to Xingliu, it only serves to further illustrate Naruto's princely status within Konoha. Indeed, ever since the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, perished in a mutual demise with Orochimaru, Minato succeeded him as the next Hokage. According to the original storyline, it should have been Tsunade who assumed the mantle of the fifth Hokage. But the unexpected variable of Xingliu has caused her tenure to fade from the annals of history. As the school bell chimed, a throng of students rushed out of the classroom, leaving only a few familiar faces lingering behind, concerned for Naruto. Heh, that fool Naruto is about to face the teacher's wrath again. A boy with a small dog perched on his head chuckled. Please don't say that about Naruto-kun. A shy girl beside him timidly defended. He might just be tired from class and fell asleep on his desk. Don't be foolish, Hinata. With Naruto's personality, do you really think he is just tired? Shino, seated in front of Hinata, chimed in, echoing Kiba's sentiment. Yet, Shino himself was quite the enigma. Despite the sweltering heat outside, he donned a heavy trench coat, and one could not fathom why he wore sunglasses indoors. By the way, Sakura, doesn't it bother you that someone as peculiar as him has feelings for you? A girl with silver-white hair, tied in a ponytail, suddenly inquired. Huh? Did someone just say something? Sakura, sitting in the back and admiring the cool boy, glanced curiously at the others. Idiot Ino, were you saying something just now? I was just asking how it feels to have such an admirer, you violent maniac, Ino reiterated, her voice slightly louder, perhaps spurred on by Sakura's earlier comment. Ugh. Here we go again, a boy with a pineapple hairstyle sighed, watching the impending clash between the two girls. Shikamaru, I remember you have the least patience for these matters. Right? His chubby friend queried. Shikamaru glanced helplessly at the boy beside him, who was voraciously munching on chips. Was he more interested in eating than conversing? Dino, could you please not talk with your mouth full? It's quite rude, Shikamaru remarked. Oh, my apologies. I'll find you once I finish these, Dino replied, returning his focus to his snack with fervor. Faced with the gradually deteriorating atmosphere created by the students below, Hashirita found himself devoid of the inclination to continue admonishing Naruto. After a few more gentle reminders, he departed from the classroom. Matters pertaining to child rearing ought to be entrusted to those with expertise. Indeed, Hashiryu resolved to inform Kushina about this situation. Since he, as an uncle, could not impart the necessary guidance, he would have to leave it to Naruto's natural adversary. Moreover, this would afford him the opportunity to enjoy a meal at the Minato residence, which was an additional incentive. Chapter 10. A sense of belonging as night fell. Minato had just opened the door to his home when he heard his wife administering a light spanking to their son. The instigator of this scene sat comfortably in a chair, savoring the familial drama unfolding before him. Minato was not at all surprised to witness Kushina chastising Naruto. In fact, he felt a tinge of ennui from the repetitiveness of it all. Such scenes had become a regular occurrence, appearing roughly every 3 days. Often prompted either by Hashiryu's complaints or Naruto's reckless challenges to Kushina's authority. Thus, Minato merely advised Kushina to not let Naruto's antics affect her health, before allowing the mother and son to continue their affectionate exchange. As for any minor injuries, with Hashiryu present, such trivialities were hardly worth concern. Hashirita had come over for another meal, it seemed. Amidst Naruto's lamentations, Minato took a seat beside Hashiryu and initiated a conversation. Indeed, being alone at home was rather dull. It was far more enjoyable to visit his older brother's household for a meal. As he spoke, Hashiryu's gaze involuntarily drifted towards the loving interaction between Kushina and Naruto. Your home is so lively. It makes me, a solitary soul, envious, he remarked sincerely. Hashiryu's words were no jest. When he had traversed into this world, he was merely around 16 years old. In modern times, he would still be a first-year high school student. Furthermore, 5 years had elapsed since his arrival, and it would be disingenuous to claim he did not miss his family. Anyone who had been away from their homeland for such an extended period would inevitably yearn for their loved ones. That's why I've been wanting to introduce some girls to you, Hashirita continued. Upon hearing this, Minato recognized the longing for home reflected in Hashirya's words. Although he had previously attempted to subtly inquire about Hashiryu's origins, each time the subject arose, Hashiryu would merely smile and shake his head, gesturing towards the boundless sky, indicating that his home lay in a distant place, one he could never return to. Perhaps it was Hashirya's feigned nonchalance that caught Kushina's attention while she was nursing Naruto. Seeing his expression, she set aside her infant and hurried over to embrace Hashiryu. From now on, you are part of our family. If you do not mind, you may consider us as your older siblings. As long as we are here, there will always be a place for you in this home. Kushina's words instantly shattered the defenses of the 16-year-old Hashiryu, who vividly recalled the expressions on the faces of those two individuals, gazing at him as if he were family. It was precisely because of their presence that he found a semblance of belonging in this unfamiliar world. Dear brother, please spare me the introductions to potential partners. I can barely take care of myself, and you expect me to look after someone else? You hold me in too high regard. For 5 years. Minato had concocted various reasons to arrange a marriage for Hashiryu, yet each time, Hashiryu had declined, citing incompatibility. Are you two discussing little Hashiryu's marriage again? After concluding a heartfelt exchange with her son, Kushina approached Hashiryu and his companion, radiating a sense of refreshment. Indeed, our dear brother is once again rejecting my proposal with the same reasoning he used in his 29th refusal. Minato stood up and guided Kushina to a seat beside him. Upon hearing her husband complain about Hashiryu yet again, Kushina merely covered her mouth and smiled, understanding that this matter pertained to her son's lifelong happiness. As outsiders, they could only offer suggestions. Ultimately, the decision lay with Hashiryu. What? Uncle Hashiryu is getting married? Naturally, Naruto, who harbored both affection and exasperation for Hashiryu, wished for him to marry soon. This would not only provide him with someone to cherish him, but also divert attention away from himself. Otherwise, he would be left enduring his mother's affection for an indeterminate period. Talkative. It seems you haven't suffered enough this evening, have you? Hashiryu cast a cold glance at Naruto, who promptly retreated behind his parents for safety. Mom, Dad, look, Uncle is scaring the little ones again. The sight of the duo, one big and one small, brought a resigned glance of understanding between Minato and Kushina. While the antics of Hashiryu and Naruto were lively, they could also be quite bothersome. Nevertheless, witnessing their friendly interactions brought joy to their elders. Well, you two are certainly not the most reassuring of souls. It seems that in our past lives, we must have committed some grave misdeed to deserve this torment. Ah, that phrase again. Seeing Kushina ramp up her theatrics, Hashiryu and Naruto exchanged resigned glances. Each time their playful banter began, Kushina employed this method to compel them into appeasing her. Otherwise, she would relentlessly chatter in their ears, or, in more severe cases, resort to her iron fist to bring them into submission. Under the amiable exchange of glances between Xingliu and Naruto, one ventured to pour tea while the other offered a comforting back rub, all in an effort to delight Kushina. At long last, after considerable exertion, the group finally gathered around the dining table to commence their evening meal. However, during the dinner, Minato and Kushina once again broached the subject of Xingliu's marriage, as if each day without a wedding would subject him to their relentless matchmaking. Having satisfied his appetite, I suddenly recalled that I had yet to prepare for the lecture I was to deliver the following day, prompting my early departure with a farewell. Unable to bear the couple's incessant pressure regarding marriage, Xingliu took his leave from Minato and returned to his own home, though it was merely the house next door. As Naruto matured, Xingliu had moved into the vacant residence adjacent to his own. Minato even graciously waived the rent under the auspices of his title as the fourth Hokage, allowing Xingliu to reside there as if he were a public servant. I truly wonder why conversations invariably shift to the topic of marriage at my current age. In a modern context, I would not yet even be of legal marrying age. Yet, in this world, could I truly forge a lasting mark? Gazing out at the boundless sky beyond the window, Xingliu pondered his place within it. Chapter 11. The Assault of the Akatsuki. Typically, the summer sun rises early. But today a thick haze enveloped the entirety of Konohagakure. We should be nearing our destination, yes? Inquired a figure burdened with a large bundle of wrapped weapons, addressing the man ahead. Not far from here. You are aware of our objective, I trust? In pursuing this goal, we must not create undue commotion. After all, that particular shining one is still alive, replied the man clad in a black trench coat. The creature laughed heartily at the man's words. Ha! You are merely a shining one. With our combined strength, we are more than capable of dealing with him, are we not? You cannot possibly be afraid, can you? With a smirk, the creature regarded the man before him. Rest assured, if you truly fear that shining one, I shall handle him. The other minions are yours to command. However, do not underestimate the situation, cautioned the man, casting a glance at the creature, who wore a playful expression. Beyond the shining one, Konoha harbors another formidable warrior of equal caliber. Upon hearing this, the creature's demeanor shifted to one of rare solemnity. Are you referring to the man who single-handedly repelled the masked adversary 5 years ago? Indeed, I speak of him. The one who, despite not belonging to the Uchiha clan, possesses the Sharingan, the man affirmed with a nod before continuing. Although the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, had once investigated the origins of that man, his past was devoid of any traces, as if he had materialized out of thin air. Furthermore, upon my joining the Akatsuki, I was queried by the masked man regarding this individual. After divulging all that I knew, he merely uttered a single phrase to me. What did he say? The shark man gazed at the man before him with a mixture of curiosity and bewilderment. The masked man was a figure of considerable standing within their organization. What manner of man could possibly stand against him alone? Under no circumstances should one engage that man as an adversary. The cloaked man reiterated the masked man's words to the shark man, enunciating each syllable with gravity. Is he truly that formidable? The shark man gasped, recoiling slightly. I mean, Itachi. Could it be that the masked man is deceiving you? The shark man found it difficult to trust the words of the masked man, given his history of being misled on numerous occasions. Do not underestimate your opponent, Kisame, Itachi Uchiha warned, casting a serious glance at the shark-man, who seemed unconvinced by the statement. All right. Even if we cannot defeat him, we can still escape using your illusions, can't we? Kisame waved his hand dismissively. Sighing, Itachi replied, I truly do not know how to address you, Kisame. He continued to lead the shark man in the direction of Konoha. In the apartment where the higher-ups of Konoha resided, the feared Xing Lu lay sprawled across his large bed, oblivious to the world. Knock, knock. Xing Lu, are you awake? A woman's voice called from outside the door. Who is it, disturbing my slumber at this early hour? Xing Lu mumbled, glancing at the lightning sky outside. Creaking open the door while stifling a yawn, he found Kushina standing there, looking exasperated. Good morning, Kushina. What brings you here so early? I had a feeling you would forget what transpired last night, Kushina replied, her expression one of knowing. She then slowly recounted the events of the previous evening when Minato had addressed both of them. Didn't Team Minato mention that an old acquaintance would be visiting in the coming days? He specifically asked us and a few others to prepare to welcome them. It does seem that way, Xing Lu scratched his head, finally recalling Minato's words after a prolonged period of clarity and Kushina's reminders. Minato had said, Konoha has just endured an attack from Orochimaru. There will undoubtedly be other ninja villages eager to seize this opportunity to strike. Therefore, I need you, along with Kushina and several other ninjas, to remain vigilant against any outsiders in the vicinity of the village. It seems you are now completely awake. As Xian'ai gazed at Xing Lu, her expression had shifted from the drowsy demeanor she wore when she first opened the door. With a mixture of exasperation and amusement, she remarked, You seem to be nearly awake, about 80 so, that should suffice. Nodding in acknowledgement. Xing Lu then retrieved a towel from the distorted space and, without a backward glance, made his way into the bathroom to freshen up. Watching his retreating figure, Xian'ai decided to return to her home to fetch a few buns, ensuring that Xing Lu could set off immediately after his grooming. In front of the Hokage building, several jonin stood, each stationed in different positions, yet all shared a common focus on the distant high-rise apartments, as if awaiting someone. Hey Kakashi, do you have any idea what our mission entails? At that moment, a man with a cigar approached, draping an arm around a book-holding individual. How would I know? The only reason I'm here today is that I was unexpectedly summoned to the office by the teacher yesterday. And as for the specifics of the mission, he mentioned someone would come to brief us later. Although Kakashi was answering the question, his gaze remained fixated on the book in his hands. It's rather perplexing. If you, as the disciple of the fourth Hokage, are unaware of this matter, then who else could possibly know? Murmured the man with the cigar. Asuma, have you forgotten? Besides Kakashi, there is another individual who shares a significant relationship with the fourth Hokage, interrupted a woman with a graceful figure. Yuhi Kurenai, are you referring to him? Asuma finally recalled another figure in Konoha aside from the fourth Hokage. Though this person was somewhat low-key, their prowess was indeed formidable. If it is that individual, then they could certainly be entrusted with this responsibility. Kakashi nodded in agreement upon overhearing their conversation. Chapter 12. Patrol deployment. By the time Xing Lu and Xian'ai arrived at the Hokage building, 10 minutes had already elapsed. Although Xing Lu had contemplated utilizing Minato's Flying Thunder God technique or Obito's Kimui to transport them directly to their destination, Xian'ai had declined the idea, citing motion sickness as her reason. Thus, when they finally reached the Hokage building, Kakashi and the others displayed expressions of relief after their prolonged wait. Hey there. How is everyone doing? Have you eaten? As Xing Lu raised his right hand and waved at the group, he noticed their attention shifting entirely to him. Kakashi and the others found it hard to reconcile the cheerful demeanor of this seemingly harmless young man with the legendary hero who had saved the fourth Hokage's family. Did I say something wrong? Why do all the esteemed figures look at me with such puzzled expressions? As Xingliu indulged in his errant thoughts, Kushina, with a sigh, stepped forward to address the gathering. The leader of this mission is my rather foolish companion beside me, and I shall serve as his deputy. Is there any dissent? Upon seeing Kushina take the floor, the crowd shifted their focus to her, as respect was due to the wife of the fourth Hokage. I shall not linger on pleasantries. Our primary objective is to patrol the village and its surroundings. Should we encounter any unusual circumstances, remember to signal with flares. With that, Kushina cast a meaningful glance at Xingliu, prompting him to retrieve several flares from his person and hand them to Kakashi and the others. The hidden leaf had recently endured an assault from Orochimaru, leaving its defenses particularly vulnerable. To preempt any intelligence-gathering incursions from rival villages, this team had been assembled. The fourth Hokage placed great importance on this matter, hence my presence here alongside this imbecile to assist in your investigation. As she spoke, Kushina once again signaled to Xingliu, urging him to elaborate on her statement. Surprised by her cue, Xingliu hesitated before finally voicing his thoughts under the scrutiny of his peers. If my memory serves me correctly, a familiar face may indeed visit our village today. Indeed, according to the original storyline that Xingliu had perused, Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hashigaki were set to arrive in Konoha on this very day in search of something significant, which indirectly related to the foolish antics of Naruto that would unfold later. Thus, to avoid interference from that self-proclaimed god of an elder, Xingliu resolved to allow events to unfold naturally. Although Kakashi and the others were eager to comply with the fourth Hokage's directive and follow Xingliu, they couldn't shake the feeling of skepticism. After all, why was he so certain that a familiar face would come visiting today? Was there intelligence they were unaware of? Consequently, Asuma, the elder statesman of the group, raised his hand to inquire, Lord Xingliu, why are you so convinced that an acquaintance will choose today to visit our village? Have you received information from elsewhere that we are not privy to? If so, could you share this information with us? At last, he had anticipated someone would question this matter. Although the information in Xingliu's mind was indeed acquired from another source, he couldn't very well disclose that what he held was merely a script, for that would surely paint him as a madman. Therefore, he decided to intimidate the elder brother a bit, dissuading him from probing further. Ahem, Asuma-sensei, if I recall correctly, you have a particularly astute student, do you not? Xingliu cleared her throat and uttered words entirely unrelated to Asuma's inquiry. Indeed, my student belongs to the Nara clan. Renowned as the brains of Konoha, not only does he possess intellect rivaling his father's, but his mastery of ninjutsu also places him among the elite of his peers. However, whether my student is brilliant or not should bear no relevance to the question I posed to you earlier, should it? He was indeed pleased when someone praised his student Asuma, but one matter should not be conflated with another. Surely, just because someone compliments your student doesn't mean you should refrain from pressing for the answers you seek. Why do you believe that your student's intelligence is unrelated to this matter? Xingliu feigned surprise as she addressed Asuma. This matter is intricately connected to what we were just discussing. If you don't believe me, you may consult teacher Kakashi or teacher Yuhi. They would undoubtedly concur with my statement. Just as Asuma was about to respond, Yuhi, standing beside him, gently restrained him. Fool. Yuhi whispered into Asuma's ear, Lord Xingliu is merely presenting this from a different perspective. A wise man knows better than to pry unnecessarily. Why can't you grasp that? Moreover, she continued, since the fourth Hokage chose not to disclose the details to us, our duty is simply to fulfill our roles without question. Have you forgotten, after all these years as a shinobi, that some things are better left unasked? Indeed, had it not been for Hinata's timely intervention, Asuma might have nearly committed a grave error unbecoming of a ninja. After expressing his gratitude to Hinata, he turned to Lord Xingliu to offer his apologies. Lord Xingliu, you may direct our actions as you see fit. Since the fourth Hokage has chosen to place his trust in you, we shall adhere to your commands without question. With this, Asuma, accompanied by Kakashi and Hinata, knelt on the ground, awaiting Xingliu's orders. Very well, since you have chosen to trust me, I shall begin to assign the areas for each of you to patrol. With a sigh of relief in his heart, Xingliu commenced outlining the specific locations for their patrols, all of which he recalled from the anime concerning Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hashigaki's anticipated routes. Moments later, upon receiving their directives, the group dispersed to the designated locations. Before their departure, Xingliu reiterated the importance of caution, urging them not to act recklessly and to signal for assistance if they encountered an adversary beyond their capabilities. Chapter 13. Itachi Uchiha. According to Xingliu's carefully crafted patrol route, the trio was positioned such that they could reach one another within mere minutes on foot. One might argue that Xingliu was overly cautious. However, it is essential to recognize that both Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hoshigaki possessed combat prowess that far exceeded that of any individual among them by unfathomable margins. Needless to say, they always operated as a team. Essentially, any single one of them facing those two would be instantly defeated. This was precisely why Xingliu had arranged their patrol routes to maintain relatively close proximity. While it's understandable that any individual among you would be swiftly overwhelmed upon encountering them, what if instead of one person, three were to confront them simultaneously? One cannot claim that, in the face of insurmountable odds, one is unable to even flee. If that were truly the case, perhaps it would be better to resign oneself to fate and surrender to inertia. Very well, since they've already begun to take action, I should resolve that matter post-haste. Xingliu lifted her gaze toward the distant rooftops, murmuring to herself. According to the original manga's plotline, that lecherous immortal ought to be perched atop one of these buildings, absorbing literary inspiration. No? Indeed. What Xingliu must prioritize at present is not to confront the familiar faces from the past who have arrived in Konoha, but rather to seek out a mentor for young Naruto's future endeavors. In a world where the fourth Hokage has yet to sacrifice himself, it appears that Naruto has been living in an excessively comfortable manner. Adorned in his signature attire, he commands respect from all within the village. Consequently, he has only recently begun to grasp the intricacies of his signature technique, the Rasengan. However, there is a silver lining. He demonstrates commendable proficiency in controlling tailed beasts, managing to maintain clarity even while harnessing the power of the One Tail. While Xingliu searches for Jiraiya, Kakashi and the others have already spotted Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame wandering the streets of the village. Asuma remarks, "They must be our targets for this operation, correct?" The Crimson Sunset gazed upon the figures clad in distinctive uniforms not far away. It must be them, without a doubt. Yet, it's unexpected that they remain undeterred in their pursuits. Asuma didn't need to ponder deeply to discern the purpose behind this visit from the Akatsuki members. It was undoubtedly another attempt to capture their young lord, Naruto. So, what course of action should we take now? Should we wait for Kakashi to arrive before making a decision? No need for that, Asuma remarked while lighting his cigar. Turning to the sunset-hued figure beside him. In a 2-on-2 match, the victor remains uncertain. Are you so assured that you can triumph over us? At that moment, Kisame's figure abruptly materialized behind Asuma and his companions. Though Asuma's team reacted swiftly upon detecting Kisame's presence, their movements were still a fraction too late. Did you truly believe we remained oblivious to you two little rats spying on us? Kisame poked the two individuals who had already been immobilized by Itachi's Tsukuyomi. Perhaps even the sight of us before your eyes is but an illusion, is it not? Asuma and Kurenai stood not far away, watching them with amused smiles. Though Asuma's expression appeared relaxed, his back was already drenched in cold sweat. Who knows what would have transpired if Yuhi Kurenai had not, in a moment of distraction, ensnared the two individuals with her Jinjutsu. They would have surely fallen prey to their adversaries. Remarkably, she managed to deceive Itachi, who possesses the Sharingan, in such a brief span of time. After whistling to Asuma and the others, Kisame brushed aside the illusion conjured by Kurenai and turned his gaze toward the bewildered Uchiha Itachi. Did you not proclaim yourself a master of illusions? How could you fail to see through such a trivial Jinjutsu? Itachi, unfazed by Kisame's mockery, chose not to engage, instead casting his gaze elsewhere. In truth, he had already discerned that the spectacle they witnessed was merely an illusion. As for why he refrained from alerting Kisame to the use of Jinjutsu, he had no desire for their mission to conclude too swiftly. After all, how could the ensuing narrative unfold? Moreover, as a covert operative for Konoha, he intended to merely go through the motions during this operation. TCH. How dull. Noticing Itachi's disinterest in his remarks, Kisame redirected his focus to Asuma and Kurenai. Though they had narrowly escaped his previous cunning, their luck would not hold out for the next encounter. As he spoke, Kisame swiftly formed a hand seal, causing the tranquil water's surface to roil violently. Water release, water shark bullet technique. As soon as the words left his mouth, a massive shark composed of water soared from the sky, hurtling toward Asuma and the others. Simultaneously, another colossal water shark surged forth from a different direction, countering Kisame's technique. Could it be Kakashi employing the same jutsu? Itachi observed the silver-haired man hastening toward them, his previously concealed left eye now revealed, though it appeared starkly different from his other eye. Are you all right? Kakashi, rushing to their side, addressed his two companions. Upon Kakashi's arrival, Asuma and the others exhaled in relief. Thank goodness you made it. Otherwise, we would have had to withstand that technique. Let us save the chatter for later. We must unite to withstand this wave of assault. Kakashi had intended to offer a warning to Asuma and the others, but suddenly his body felt unresponsive. It seems that Konoha's ninjas are not as formidable as they claim, as if they have again fallen under your Jinjutsu. Observing Kakashi's immobile form, Kisame realized that Itachi was behind this predicament. I must ask, Kisame, why are you so loquacious today? Itachi cast an annoyed glance at the shark man beside him, suggesting that with such idle time, he might as well deal with the other two. Indeed, leave Kakashi to me. With a resigned shrug, Kisame shifted his attention to confront Asuma and Kurenai. The kaleidoscope Sharingan. Kakashi gazed upon Uchiha Itachi's Sharingan, which had transformed from its three-tomo form into the mesmerizing kaleidoscopic pattern of the Manjiki Sharingan. It appeared that the rumors were indeed true. Whispers had circulated in Konoha that Uchiha Itachi, in his quest to join the Akatsuki, conspired with outsiders to annihilate his own clan, leaving only his younger brother, Sasuke, alive. Who can say the veracity of such rumors? Chapter 14. The arrival of reinforcements in response to Kakashi's inquiry. Uchiha Itachi neither confirmed nor denied the allegations. Instead, he offered a rather ambiguous answer, leaving Kakashi to ponder the implications. However, rather than addressing your unfruitful question, I have a profoundly significant inquiry I wish to pose to you. As he spoke, under the influence of Itachi's Jinjutsu, the scene before Kakashi shifted dramatically. He suddenly found himself bound to a cross, and before him, multiple images of Itachi materialized. Where is the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails? Several Itachi stood before Kakashi, each wielding a kunai, and as they spoke, they did so in unison. Indeed, your objective is him, isn't it? Upon hearing Uchiha Itachi inquire about Naruto's whereabouts, Kakashi felt no surprise. Rather, he considered it a matter of course. However, I must beg your pardon, for I cannot divulge that information, as he is one of my team members, much like your brother, Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke, as a devoted brother. Itachi Uchiha felt a tremor in his hand gripping the kunai upon hearing Kakashi utter his younger sibling's name. If it were not for that damn Danzo, how could I have possibly been compelled to forsake my homeland and leave my brother behind, only to join a cadre of formidable individuals within the Akatsuki? In this rather peculiar scenario, Itachi Uchiha softly uttered a poignant question that deeply moved Kakashi. Has he been well over the years? Does your brother's well-being have any bearing on you? A scourge to your clan? Kakashi scoffed, casting a derisive smile at Itachi Uchiha. Yet, I find myself intrigued by your decision to annihilate the entirety of the Uchiha clan, sparing only your brother. Itachi returned Kakashi's gaze with a wry smile. You cannot comprehend. I too bear my burdens. Are you certain you will not disclose the whereabouts of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? Absolutely not. Upon hearing Kakashi's resolute refusal, Uchiha Itachi found himself compelled to relinquish his pursuit. This did not imply that he had chosen to abandon the mission entirely. Rather, it signified that his objective for this encounter had been achieved. Thus, I can only leave you with an affliction that cannot be remedied by conventional medical means. As the saying goes, one must perform a complete act, after all, with so many esteemed figures within the village. Such a degree of Jinjutsu should pose no challenge for them. Please, relish the torment that the illusion bestows upon you. Tsukuyami. As soon as the words fell, those Uchiha Itachi who had previously stood obediently before Kakashi raised their hands, brandishing kunai, and lunged directly at him. Although Kakashi was acutely aware that the injuries he sustained were merely illusions, he could not resist the overwhelming power of the Jinjutsu. Even he, possessing the Sharingan, found it impossible to pierce through this deceptive realm of reality and illusion. Indeed, was the extent of the Sharingan's potential when wielded by someone without a bloodline limit. Confined to such limitations, Itachi regarded Kakashi's left eye and pondered. How much time had elapsed? This was a question that had lingered in Kakashi's mind while ensnared within the confines of Tsukuyami. Surely, it must have been 2 or 3 days by now. Otherwise, the blood that had dried upon his body could not have ceased so abruptly. What is the matter? Are you now inclined to divulge the whereabouts of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? Itachi queried, observing the gradual unraveling of Kakashi's mental state. Not a chance. Even if you were to torture me to death, I would never reveal his location. Kakashi replied slowly, lifting his head devoid of any spark of interest. Since you have stated it so, I shall grant you release, Itachi declared, and in that instant, a kunai materialized in his hand, aimed directly at the entrapped Kakashi. Leaf Village Gale. At that moment, a fervent man clad in a green jacket surged forth with astonishing speed and strength, propelling the engaged Kisame towards Itachi. Your comrade, the spirited and passionate Might Guy, has arrived. Approaching from the side was a robust figure with a distinctive kappa hairstyle, exuding an aura of enthusiasm. He struck his signature pose, with one hand on his hip and the other giving a thumbs up, revealing his dazzling smile. Who on earth is this person? How did he suddenly appear? Kisame wondered, rising from the ground to face the exuberant figure before him. The azure beast of the Leaf Village. I never expected you to show up, Itachi mused. Having once heard of this name during his time in Konoha, a man who had perfected the art of taijutsu. Could this individual also be one of Konoha's trump cards? Upon hearing Itachi's words, Kisame displayed not fear, but an excited expression. If he was regarded as a trump card, he must possess formidable strength. As Kisame fidgeted with anticipation, Itachi extended his hand to stop him. Hold on, Kisame. Given that this individual, typically only interested in training, has appeared, the next to arrive will undoubtedly be even more formidable. TCH, I thought we might witness a spectacular ninja battle. At that moment, a distorted space materialized in an otherwise empty void, revealing Hashiryu accompanied by a man clad in traditional wooden sandals. Whoosh. I never anticipated that even one of the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha would show up. It seems it was indeed prudent for you to intervene, Kisame remarked, casting a whistle towards the newly arrived duo. Although he maintained a facade of composure, beads of cold sweat began to form on his back. The sage of Konoha, coupled with a man capable of effortlessly intercepting the flight, indicated that our mission had culminated in utter failure. Uchiha Itachi cast a cold gaze upon the Konoha ninjas encircling them. Yet, it cannot be deemed a complete failure. The fact that we could assemble such a formation to besiege you speaks to your considerable fortune. Xinglu, confronted by the living embodiment of Uchiha Itachi, suppressed the urge to request an autograph and smiled at the 2 individuals. Indeed, it is rather fortuitous, though the term besiege may not quite apply. As he spoke, the figures of Uchiha Itachi and Kisame gradually transformed into crows, leaving us to anticipate our next encounter. Truly, those adept in illusionary arts possess an air of grandeur even when making their escape, Xinglu remarked, observing the 2 who had morphed into crows and taken flight. Chapter 15. The sage of Konoha watching Xinglu mutter to himself, Jiraiya pondered whether accompanying him at that moment was a wise decision. A few minutes earlier, Jiraiya had been atop a building, peering through binoculars at a figure changing clothes across the way. Ah, indeed, this is the life that a normal person ought to savor, he mused, wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth while fixated on the view. Just as Jiraiya became engrossed in the sight, he suddenly felt 2 taps on his shoulder. Quit fooling around. I'm in the midst of something serious. If you need something, please wait until I've finished reviewing this material. He called over his shoulder without turning. Is this the representation of the yellow from the legendary Sannin of Konoha? Xinglu gazed at Jiraiya, who was eagerly holding a telescope. Truly, he was a man deserving of such a title. The origin of the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha dates back to their confrontation with Hanzo of the Salamander during the Second Shinobi World War, a title bestowed upon them by their formidable adversary. Moreover, during that fierce battle, this trio formed a team that uniquely persevered until the very end. Even after Hanzo summoned the Salamander to unleash a massive toxic spray. As Xinglu reflected on the information regarding Jiraiya, a sudden voice filled with exasperation broke through his thoughts. These young ladies are utterly ungrateful, pulling the curtains shut at the crucial moment, Jiraiya remarked with a smirk. It was then that he turned around and discovered the unexpected presence of another individual behind him. Who are you? He exclaimed in surprise. Why did you suddenly appear behind me? Upon encountering the sudden appearance of Hashiryu, Jiraiya was taken aback and promptly patted his chest to calm his startled heart. As for why Jiraiya did not perceive Hashiryu as a foe, it was simply because the latter exuded no malevolent intent whatsoever. In fact, upon seeing him, Hashiryu merely displayed a smile of resignation. I must inquire, lecherous sage, have you perhaps forgotten that someone just tapped your shoulder a few moments ago? What? Although I just felt someone tapping on my shoulder, it hardly seems a valid reason for you to label me as a lecherous immortal, does it? Moreover, I am neither the celestial being you speak of, nor some lecherous individual who gazes upon others with vulgar intentions, Jiraiya declared with righteous indignation, crossing his arms solemnly. Of course. You're the very picture of virtue, aren't you? Came the sarcastic reply. It seems the legendary Sannin of Konoha are nothing more than hypocrites, preaching one thing while indulging in another. I wonder who it was just now, staring slack-jawed at that pretty girl across the street like some lovesick fool. Humph. Observing the nonchalant demeanor of Xing Lu, Jiraiya merely regarded him with a disapproving expression. Young man, in light of the fact that you once rescued my disciple, I can overlook your dismissive attitude towards an elder such as myself. However, it is now time for you to elucidate the purpose of your visit. Well, I have come to seek you for no particular reason, merely to inquire if you would be interested in accepting another disciple. Xing Lu remarked while playfully poking with 2 fingers. What? Upon hearing Xingqian's words, Jiraiya was utterly astonished and couldn't help but directly voice his triple-layered confusion to Xingliu. Take on another disciple? Who exactly are you referring to? Yourself? Even though Xingliu wished to tease Pita, upon seeing Jiraiya's unmistakable expression of disdain, she could only earnestly utter Naruto's name. Naruto? At first, Jiraiya could not recall who this person was, but after glancing at the novel in his hand, he remembered that it was, in fact, the son of his disciple. So, you were referring to that little rascal from the Namikaze family? Jiraiya suddenly came to a realization and then regarded Xing Lu with a peculiar gaze. Why do you wish to help that little rascal find a mentor? Even if you share a sworn brotherhood with the Watergate, it's unfathomable that you would go to such lengths to find a mentor for his son. Facing Jiraiya's peculiar gaze, Xingliu merely shrugged slightly before uttering words that left the Toad Sage utterly astonished. Master Jiraiya, if I recall correctly, didn't the great Toad Sages of Mount Maiboku prophesy that your future disciple would become the savior of the world? In the blink of an eye. As Xingliu finished speaking, Jiraiya had already materialized behind him with a kunai pressed against his throat. How did you come to know of this? Jiraiya's voice was icy, his tone laced with suspicion. Aside from myself and the Toad Sage, no one else should be aware of this matter. His grip tightened slightly as he demanded once more, his words sharp and unyielding. Speak. Where on earth did you learn of this matter? Gazing at the kunai pressed against his throat by Jiraiya, Xingliu felt no fear whatsoever. Instead, he smiled pleasantly at Jiraiya behind him and remarked, I believe, Master Jiraiya, that you are not typically one to act so recklessly, are you? Why not first listen to what arguments I might articulate? As soon as the words left his lips, the natural chakra surrounding Xingliu gradually coalesced around him. In the next moment, a hue of orange shadow graced his gaze. Sage mode. Moreover, there is an utter absence of any transformation into a frog. Originally, Jiraiya intended to confine Xingliu and inquire how he came to know the prophecies of the Sage of Frogs. However, upon witnessing Xingliu suddenly entering Sage mode, Jiraiya promptly released him. Had he known of your Sage mode capabilities, this scene would never have unfolded. After liberating Xingliu, Jiraiya cast an exasperated glance in his direction. Yet, how is it that you can enter Sage mode? I recall that aside from myself, no one has ventured into Maiboku Mountain. Heh. Now you're finally inclined to listen to me, aren't you? After adjusting his posture, Xingliu grinned mischievously at him. Yes. Am I not permitted to heed your words? However, why must you have me take Naruto as a disciple? If you possess Sage mode, wouldn't you also be able to instruct him in ninjutsu? Jiraiya inquired, a look of confusion etched on his face. This brings us to the prophecy spoken by the great Sage of Frogs. With that, Xingliu succinctly recounted the segment of the script he had previously read regarding Jiraiya and Naruto, along with the tale of pain, Yahiko. Are you suggesting that the prophesied child of the great Sage of Frogs is actually 2 individuals? Initially, Jiraiya believed Xingliu was merely recounting a story, but as he absorbed more of the narrative, his astonishment grew. To think he would be slain by a disciple he himself had taught. Chapter 16. I know someone who can save us. Observing Jiraiya's contemplative demeanor, Xingliu realized he had successfully ensnared him in his ruse. Thus, Xingliu resolved to stoke the flames further. Do you not wish to avert such a tragic betrayal by a disciple? Xingliu continued to entice him. If you were to take Naruto as your disciple in advance, would you not successfully avoid losing your life? To claim that Jiraiya felt no fear upon hearing Xingliu's words would be a blatant falsehood. After all, who would not cherish their own life? Yet, subconsciously, he was averse to selecting a disciple in such a manner. This resulted in Jiraiya remaining frozen in place, immobilized by the weight of his thoughts. Is this old man truly rendered foolish upon hearing of his impending demise? Xingliu prodded the still Jiraiya, then began to jest. I may be foolish, but I want to be outdone by you. Perhaps spurred by the taunt, Jiraiya shot a glare at the grinning Xingliu, who was scratching his head in embarrassment. I agree to what you just proposed. What? Jiraiya's sudden declaration caught Xingliu off guard, nearly leaving him speechless. You mean to say you wish to take little Naruto as your disciple? Jiraiya retorted disdainfully, observing the silly expression on Xingliu's face. Just a moment ago, you were the one insisting I take him as a disciple, and now here you are, looking utterly befuddled. So tell me, will you allow me to take on a disciple or not? Jiraiya's words rendered Xingliu unable to act recklessly any longer, if he were to provoke him. The ninja world would indeed require his own salvation. You must take this young Naruto under your wing. Furthermore, he is one of the foretold children of prophecy spoken of by the great sage Toad. Do you not aspire to fulfill the mission entrusted to you by the great sage? Upon realizing that Xingliu was employing reverse psychology against him, Jiraiya could only smirk in reluctant agreement. Kid, did I not just give you my word? Why the extraneous chatter? However, he continued, there is a matter I require your assistance with, concerning another one of my disciples. Upon hearing Jiraiya's words, Xingliu immediately grasped his intent and nodded in swift accord. Is it merely a matter of accompanying you back to the Rain Ninja village? I shall handle this. Yet, it must be noted that Nagato and the others are no longer in their original location. To find them, one must venture to the Akatsuki's main base. Especially since Yahiko has perished. What? You mean Yahiko is dead? After the conclusion of the Second Great Ninja War, Jiraiya had spent 3 years teaching ninjutsu to several youngsters in the Rain Ninja village, and he vaguely recalled 2 boys named Nagato and Yahiko among them. Indeed, due to the machinations of Hanzo of the Salamander and Danzo, the 3 were ensnared in a trap, and Yahiko sacrificed himself to save Konan. Xingliu recounted a portion of the narrative he had observed in the manga to inform Jiraiya. Hanzo and Danzo, you say? I shall ensure they experience the consequences of their actions. Upon hearing the names of those who had driven his disciples to despair, Jiraiya unleashed his latent energy as one of the legendary Sannin, causing the ground beneath him to crack under the intensity of his presence. I say, perverted sage, could you not wait quietly for me to finish speaking? Xingliu, exasperated, patted Jiraiya's shoulder and gradually assimilated his energy with his own, calming him down. As far as I know, those 2 will meet a grim fate. Not to mention, Hanzo has already been slain by Nagato, and in a few years, Danzo will also meet his end at the hands of a certain fool. What? Who is this fool the boy speaks of? How could he possibly have the ability to eliminate Danzo? What enmity exists between them? Observing the myriad expressions that flitted across Jiraiya's face in mere minutes, Xingliu feigned an air of profundity, crossing his arms. These matters are irrelevant. Ultimately, everyone's fate is already sealed. Your foremost task now is to ensure young Naruto's proper training. Let us speak no more of it. Though Jiraiya harbored a desire to confront the enigmatic figure, the sight of his own furious self being effortlessly subdued extinguished any inclination for resistance. It seems we should make our departure soon, otherwise the situation there may spiral beyond control, he remarked, as Xingliu draped an arm over Jiraiya's shoulder, guiding him into the suddenly materializing warped space. Before Jiraiya had the chance to react, he was drawn into the unknown. The scene shifted back to the moment when Itachi Uchiha had just escorted the formidable Kisame away. The remaining individuals were gathered around Kakashi, who had fallen under a genjutsu, deliberating on how to rescue him. Lord Jiraiya and Lord Xingliu, could you lend a hand to save Kakashi? Mike Guy, Kakashi's close friend, implored with a furrowed brow directed at the 2 newly arrived figures. Don't look to me for assistance. I am utterly unfamiliar with the intricacies of genjutsu, Jiraiya declared decisively, as the others turned their hopes towards Xingliu. Recalling that he had once successfully subdued the Nine Tails at a tender age. Yes, I can indeed assist, but I can only free him from the moon reading technique. I cannot mend the psychological scars he bears. Initially, the crowd felt a flicker of hope at Xingliu's assertion of having a means to save Kakashi. But the gravity of his concluding statement plunged the atmosphere into an even deeper silence. Truly, you possess a remarkable talent for shifting emotions within mere moments, Jiraiya remarked, pointing at the source of the heavy ambience. Enough of your noise, you who knows nothing of genjutsu, Xingliu retorted, stepping forward to address the assembly. While I may not be able to save Kakashi, I am aware of someone who can. Chapter 17. The woman in the casino. How absurd. Even Asuma, a man, feels the urge to chastise Xingliu. not to mention Tsunade, who, despite being a woman, feels the same inclination to reprimand him, who speaks in such half measures, especially in matters of life and death. Consequently, Jiraiya, who held a status not inferior to that of Xingliu, emphatically tapped Xingliu on the head before voicing his critique. "You rascal, I've longed to give you a good thrashing. Setting aside your earlier half-hearted conversation atop the rooftop, how dare you jest in such dire circumstances? Ouch! What was that for, you lecherous sage?" Xingliu rubbed his head where Jiraiya had struck, casting an indignant glance at him. "I was about to reveal that person. You interrupted me." Only then did Jiraiya realize that he had indeed interrupted Xingliu, marking this occasion as an instance where it was not Xingliu who spoke in half measures. "Apologies. Please continue your discourse. This time, I shall not interrupt you." Upon hearing Jiraiya's words, Xingliu cast him another sidelong glance before gradually articulating the unfinished thought he had previously harbored. "In truth, the individual I was about to mention is someone you are also acquainted with, the one who, alongside you and Orochimaru, persevered until the end during the Second Ninja World War." With a mischievous grin, Xingliu directed his gaze at Jiraiya. Is it possible? Could this impudent lad be referring to that woman? Just as Jiraiya pondered the identity of the person in question, Xingliu promptly revealed the answer. The only one capable of rescuing Kakashi at this juncture is Tsunade Senju, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha. Indeed, it is her. Upon hearing Xingliu's revelation, Jiraiya began to suspect whether it was indeed that woman. Yet he was astonished to discover it was truly her. Tsunade Senju. The crowd momentarily froze at the mention of her name, gradually recalling who she was. Among the legendary Sannin, apart from Jiraiya and Orochimaru, who had just attacked the village, Tsunade's notoriety seemed to exist solely within the gambling establishments. After all, following the conclusion of the Fourth Great Ninja War, she had been mockingly dubbed the Great Fish by shinobi from various villages, a testament to her abysmal gambling skills. Indeed, Xingliu affirmed, smiling as he acknowledged the puzzled gazes of those around him. The one who had managed to stand alongside Jiraiya and Orochimaru until the very end of the Second Ninja World War, solely through her remarkable medical prowess. Even Jiraiya believed that beyond Tsunade, no one else could cure Kakashi's ailment. However, that woman was a notorious gambler, frequently frequenting various gambling houses. Who knows where she might be now? Jiraiya-sensei, you must know where Tsunade-sensei is currently, correct? No, I do not. Jiraiya longed to exclaim this with fervor, but under the hopeful gazes of his companions, he could only grit his teeth and mention a few gambling establishments that Tsunade often visited. Xingliu noted these places in his notebook with a smile, casting Jiraiya an ambiguous glance. "Truly, the bond among the three of you is remarkable. I never imagined you would know each other's whereabouts so well. Get lost. I refuse to believe this impudent brat does not know where Tsunade is." Jiraiya realized, after being teased by Xingliu, that he had perhaps been outwitted by the young lad. After all, how could one who uttered Tsunade's name not know her current location? Well then, let us cease this idle chatter. I shall escort you back to the hospital now. Later, if Sasuke inquires about Kakashi's condition, simply relay the matter to him. As he spoke, before anyone could react, they had already returned to the hospital within the Hidden Leaf Village. Now, you all should remain here obediently. After the earlier battle, everyone must be quite fatigued, no? Xingliu smiled as he helped Kakashi onto the bed and addressed his companions. Lord Xingliu, did you just mention informing Sasuke about Itachi's arrival in the village? Asuma inquired. Indeed. If my memory serves me correctly, Sasuke should soon be bursting through the door, replied Xingliu. Sure enough, shortly after Xingliu finished speaking, a cold, dark-clad boy entered the room. Where is Kakashi? Where is Kakashi? The boy demanded, his gaze scanning the room until it landed on Kakashi lying on the bed. Why is Kakashi in bed? What on earth happened? Sasuke, please remain calm and listen to me, Xingliu began. But before he could continue, a ninja burst into the room, shouting, Hey, I just heard that Uchiha Itachi has returned, and he is after Naruto. With that, Sasuke immediately dashed out of the room at an astonishing speed. Sasuke. The others sighed as they watched his retreating figure. It seems Uchiha Itachi still has a significant impact on Sasuke, one remarked. All right, you all stay here and recuperate. Jiraiya and I will head to Ichiraku Ramen to find Naruto and, hopefully, bring Sasuke back, Xingliu declared. Before Jiraiya could respond, Xingliu teleported to Ichiraku Ramen, several hundred meters away. Boss, one bowl of ramen, please. As he emerged from the distorted space, Naruto's voice echoed from within the ramen shop. It was clear that if one were to seek Naruto, this was undoubtedly the place to go. Pushing aside the shop's curtain, he found Naruto savoring his ramen. Upon noticing Xingliu sit beside him, Naruto's appetite waned. Why has Uncle Xingliu suddenly come here? Surely doesn't he expect me to treat him? As Naruto protectively cradled his bowl of ramen, Xingliu realized how he was perceived by the young ninja. Relax, I have no intention of stealing your ramen. I'll treat you to this meal, all right? Yay. Boss, please pack another bowl for me. Upon hearing that Xingliu would treat him, Naruto was more than willing to share the meal. He then noticed a silver-haired elder standing beside Xingliu and quickly greeted him. Hey, kid, don't forget our agreement. Jiraiya said, pulling Naruto along as they departed with the freshly packed ramen. Chapter 18. The second pillar. Watching Naruto being dragged away by Jiraiya, Xingliu felt no emotional turmoil. Instead, he ordered another bowl of ramen and began to indulge. Just as he finished his second bowl, Uchiha Sasuke finally arrived at the ramen shop. He forcefully lifted the covering cloth that concealed the storefront, only to find not the Naruto he had originally sought, but rather the recently encountered Xing from the hospital. What the? Were you not just in the hospital? How did you arrive here so quickly? And those two large bowls on your table, are you serious? We've only been apart for about 10 minutes. How did you consume so many bowls of ramen? In contrast to the sporadically changing expressions of the brash Naruto Sook, Xing gracefully finished the last drop of soup before turning slowly to regard the pitiable individual who had been so thoroughly deceived. This Naruto Sook had, from his debut until the conclusion of the Fourth Shinobi World War, consistently found himself either duped or on the verge of being deceived. Especially during that age of adolescent delusions, he even dared to launch an attack on the Five Kage Summit, after enduring various defeats and still remaining undeterred. He even joined the Akatsuki to partake in the capture of tailed beasts. Recalling these scenarios, Xing approached and gently patted Sasuke's shoulder, then, as if addressing a wayward younger brother, uttered words that left Sasuke bewildered. Could you not be a tad more astute and avoid being a pawn for others? If it weren't for the multitude of troubles you caused midway, the story of Naruto's journey would have concluded in Shippuden, and there would be no further involvement of Uchiha Madara. What are you talking about, Xing-Lu-sensei? Sasuke forcefully shrugged off Xing-Lu's hand from his shoulder and coolly inquired, do you know where that Naruto guy is? The objective of Uchiha Itachi was him, and so, being well-versed in the script, Xing-Lu was aware that Uchiha Itachi's target was indeed Naruto, and he had already secured an unbeatable bodyguard to protect him throughout. Is your purpose to assist little Naruto, or to seek revenge on your brother? Xing-Lu asked, observing Sasuke's increasingly troubled countenance. In truth, the overarching narrative of Naruto primarily revolved around Naruto's pursuit of the foolhardy, while other plotlines were merely ancillary. Thus, it was inconceivable that Sasuke would ever be utterly heartless towards little Naruto. Indeed, after taking a deep breath, Sasuke managed to momentarily shed his previous grim expression. My current objective is to save Naruto. With a resolute demeanor, he fixed his gaze upon Xing-Lu. I admit that until you posed that question, I harbored thoughts of revenge against my brother, Uchiha Itachi. However, I also realized that defeating him is beyond my current capabilities. Thus, the once proud youth bowed his head before Xing-Lu, his voice trembling slightly as he implored, please lend me your strength. I wish to save my comrades. This lesson would conclude here, as Xing-Lu observed the Sasuke before him, who had cast aside all arrogance, wholly focused on rescuing his companions. Classmate Sasuke, please lift your head. I may have to say something in the next few moments that might provoke you to want to strike me, so for the next few minutes, please manage your fists carefully. What could the teacher have done to elicit such a violent thought? However, with my self-control, I should be able to restrain myself. Thus, in a state of confusion, Sasuke acquiesced to Xinglu's request, reasoning that he could always vent his frustration on Naruto later when the opportunity arose. You need not worry about Naruto's safety. I have arranged for a prominent figure from a nearby village to protect him. Someone who even Itachi Uchiha and Kasame Hashigaki together would not be able to defeat. After seeing Sasuke nod, Xinglu slowly revealed his plans for Naruto, indicating that the next opportunity to see him would not arise for another 2 years. Xinglu-sensei, at that moment, Sasuke unexpectedly called out, what is it, my little Sasuke? Perhaps Xinglu sensed the ominous aura emanating from Sasuke, as he began to retreat step by step towards the forest behind him. Sasuke, with a smile, approached Xinglu. May I ask you to do me a favor? Absolutely not. Xinglu replied, crossing his arms defiantly while continuing to back away. With the hint of a smile in Sasuke's eyes, he knew what Sasuke was contemplating. Is it really impossible? As he spoke, Sasuke's Sharingan began to manifest. It truly is impossible. I have other matters to attend to. Let us discuss your request another time. With that, Xingliu stepped into a distorted space and vanished, leaving Sasuke alone to vent his frustration at the empty air before him. Well, I never expected Xingliu-sensei to be so cunning. After unleashing his irritation in the direction where Xingliu had disappeared, Sasuke gradually calmed himself. Once my Sharingan evolves into the Meijiki, I shall make sure to give that crafty teacher a proper lesson. At that moment, the young Uchiha Sasuke's ambitions had shifted from merely seeking vengeance against his brother Itachi to teaching a lesson to his wily teacher, Xingliu, who had nearly been bested by that brat. Having escaped a few hundred meters away, Xingliu patted his chest, lamenting. In terms of combatability, even 10 Sasukes would struggle to inflict any harm on him. But on a moral level, should Xingliu dare to lay a hand on Sasuke, he would be utterly defeated. Thus, rather than face inevitable defeat, it was better to eliminate the potential conflict from the outset. This place is indeed one of the locales frequented by the lecherous sage, where Tsunade often visits. Xingliu gazed upon the gambling house before him. Though it was far more rudimentary compared to the grand establishments of antiquity, it boasted an array of offerings. He chuckled, pondering who might truly be the unrivaled gambling deity of the shinobi realm. As he stepped into the establishment, it became apparent that aside from a select few possessing chakra, the majority were merely ordinary individuals devoid of any such abilities. It seemed that the esteemed ninjas looked down upon such trivial sums of money. Xingliu couldn't help but comment on the betting limits imposed by the house. Unlike his previous world, where one could wager freely based on their means and potentially reap substantial rewards, this establishment operated more like a game. Upon reaching a certain threshold, staff would promptly intervene to escort one out. This wasn't to say that the gambling house lacked profit. Rather, in this ninja world, undertaking missions proved a more lucrative endeavor. Thus, the patrons here were predominantly those without chakra, mere commoners. Ah, esteemed guest, this must be your first visit to our gambling house, yes? Would you allow me to introduce you to the various games we offer? A youthful attendant, akin to a lackey, approached Xingliu shortly after he lingered at the entrance. Very well. Wealth is inconsequential. What matters most is finding a game that piques my interest, Xingliu replied, producing several gold coins from his attire and handing them to the attendant. Thank you, esteemed patron. Thank you. I shall ensure you receive the finest service. The attendant received the coins with both hands, well aware that such a sum represented a month's hard-earned wages. He was astonished by the generous tip, not out of modesty, but because the amount was indeed excessive. As long as your forthcoming service meets my expectations, consider this tip a mere trifle, Xingliu remarked. For him, possessing the ability to replicate objects rendered such gleaming gold coins little more than a matter of copy and paste. After years of study, he had mastered this skill to apply it to a myriad of items. Beyond certain ninjutsu he had observed, he could also replicate everyday necessities to a certain extent. Of course, the copies he produced could never truly compare to the originals. As the adage goes, what is true cannot be false, and what is false cannot be true. Thus, the items Xingliu replicated bore certain flaws, albeit imperceptible to the naked eye. Yes. Please, esteemed guest, this way. Here lies one of our most popular games. The attendant guided Xingliu toward the bustling area of the establishment. The game at this table was known as high or low, where typically the banker held a 1-1 ratio. As long as the dice rolled a higher number than the banker, the player would emerge victorious. The humble attendant slowly introduced various games to the affluent figure known as Xingliu, yet it was evident that Xingliu exhibited little interest in these diversions. Suddenly, an intriguing presence materialized, capturing Xingliu's attention. A woman clad in a green trench coat and wooden clogs entered the casino. The very individual Xingliu had been seeking on this gambling expedition, Tsunade Senju. Might our esteemed guest have an interest in this woman? The attendant, noticing the transformation in Xingliu's demeanor upon the woman's entrance, playfully inquired. In response to the attendant's teasing, Xingliu, intrigued, asked, "Oh, are you quite familiar with her?" "Ah, who among us in this gambling den does not recognize the woman standing at the door?" The attendant replied. "She frequents various casinos in our vicinity. It is not her gambling skills that have garnered her fame, but rather the sheer volume of her losses. I've personally witnessed her lose no less than several hundred times." The attendant leaned in closer, whispering to Xingliu, "While her gambling prowess leaves much to be desired, her physical allure is undeniably exceptional. However, any suitor attempting to engage her has swiftly found themselves bested by her formidable strength. Thus, I would advise against setting your sights on her. After all, beauty alone cannot guarantee enjoyment. Wouldn't you agree? Indeed, I shall heed your counsel, Xing Lu replied with a chuckle, though the attendant could tell that his words had scarcely registered with the captivated guest. As the two conversed, Tsunade approached her usual table and settled in. Playing high or low, is it? A game notorious for the dealer's propensity to cheat, Xing Lu mused, casting a glance at the dealer at the table. When it comes to rolling dice, some individuals, once familiar with the game, can manipulate outcomes at will. He recalled videos and films from his previous life where certain players, having mastered the techniques, could achieve any desired score, even executing tricks like the Tower of Heaven, before long. Xing Lu observed the dealer collecting the wager Tsunade had placed on the table. Typically, dealers would instinctively allow newcomers to win a few rounds to draw them in. Yet unexpectedly, the dealer had rolled a 5 while Tsunade managed only a 4. Reluctantly, the dealer accepted the money she had wagered. Goodness! How unfortunate must one's luck be to roll a lesser number even when the dealer is intentionally favorable. With a Sharingan, Xing Lu discerned the dealer's attempts to assist. Yet Tsunade's luck had diminished to the point where even such leniency could not secure her a victory. I find it perplexing what compels an individual to persist in gambling despite consecutive losses. As Xing Lu vented her frustrations, Tsunade continued to lose hand after hand. In one instance, even when both players held 3 points, the dealer emerged victorious. If there existed individuals in their world akin to Tsunade, unfortunate yet fond of games, one could easily bet against them to secure a favorable outcome. Observing that Tsunade's stakes had nearly reached the gambling house's limit, Xing Lu resolved to allow her a taste of victory, hoping it would lead to her acquiescence regarding a certain request. Thus, under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Xing Lu approached Tsunade, first restraining her hand poised to wager her final silver coin, then inquiring, "Would you like to experience the thrill of winning?" This question held far greater significance for Tsunade, who had yet to secure a win, than any material possession. Her obsession with gambling stemmed from a mere desire to triumph. Yet the outcomes consistently fell short of her hopes, contributing to her persistent presence in various gaming establishments. "Oh, you believe you can truly grant me the sensation of victory?" Tsunade, known as one of the legendary Sannin, had a rather dim view of her gambling luck. How could she not perceive that the dealer was favoring her? Despite the dealer's apparent leniency, her own luck remained dismally poor, often resulting in disastrous outcomes even with promising hands. Yet, how could one know without trying? Though your luck may not shine, mine might just be remarkably fortuitous, Xing Lu suggested with a smile. Given your confidence, it would be excessive for me to continue voicing my doubts. With that, Tsunade retrieved her last silver coin from her impressive stack. This shall be the final round for today. Whether I can savor the thrill of victory depends on your performance in this game. Rest assured, I shall not disappoint you. Xing Lu picked up the now warm silver coin from the table and placed it before the dealer. This time, I will unveil various methods to win. As the dealer called out the bets, Xing Lu's gambling adventure commenced. Roll. 233. 8 points. When the dealer opened the container holding the dice, many players who had bet lower plummeted from the heights of hope to the depths of despair. Momentarily stunned, they dug into their pockets for more silver coins to continue the game. One wonders, did the previously boastful Xing Lu achieve victory? Please, let's not even mention the fact that he possesses the Sharingan, a rather dubious advantage. Even without that, his sheer luck should not have allowed him to lose in the very first round, not to mention the extraordinary aura of a protagonist that surrounds him. 342. 9 points. With the final score revealed by the dealer, Xing Lu once again pushed a substantial amount of chips, silver coins, towards Tsunade. How does it feel to experience the thrill of winning? Xing Lu inquired, gesturing towards the impressive pile of silver coins before Tsunade. How should I put it? Although the money on the table appears substantial, it seems to bear no relation to me whatsoever. Watching others win, how is that any different from my own ability to do so? Samada trouble if the only thing she did was watch him win. It was indeed as Tsunade said. She could just as easily do it herself, for her losses inherently meant others were winning. Furthermore, since the onset of this gambling session, she had witnessed countless victories by others. If the winnings did not stem from her own efforts, what distinction was there between winning and losing? I apologize, but from here on, I shall let you take complete control. With that, Xing Lu surveyed the various games around them, pondering that nothing seemed to rely solely on individual prowess. Just as he was about to give up, he suddenly noticed a rather inconspicuous game tucked away in a corner of the gambling hall. Perhaps it was due to the bizarre assortment of items laid out on the table, After all, that game required 4 players to commence, and the time taken to begin a round was exceedingly long. Hence, the game known as Mahjong was unlikely to be found in a gambling establishment. At last, I have discovered something that can be played without relying on luck. Indeed, Xing Lu resolved to introduce Tsunade to an exhilarating game of Japanese Mahjong. Unlike those trivial games that depended solely on fortune for victory, Mahjong introduced an element of cooperation. Didn't you just say that my winnings had nothing to do with you? This game should at least provide you with a sense of involvement, don't you think? And even if your luck is abysmal, it can't be worse than someone assisting you with a card, right? Tsunade, I have an idea that will not only give you a sense of participation but also allow you to earn for yourself. Would you be willing to trust me once more? After all, having already placed her faith in him once, what harm could there be in doing so again? Thus, after placing all the silver coins from the table into her bag, Tsunade stood up and said to Xing Lu, I hope your words hold true this time. And consider this money alone. One day, I will repay you through my own efforts. There is no need to wait indefinitely. Even if you do not return the money, as long as you agree to lend a hand in rescuing someone, we can consider this matter settled. I already feel quite guilty for having taken Kakashi's title of copy ninja. If he were to discover that I was idly seeking help for him, he might very well turn to the Akatsuki without a second thought. I jest, but regardless of my own mischief, I would never gamble with my brother's disciple's life. Otherwise, I'd find myself facing a formidable warning akin to the Ninetales mode. Surely, you wouldn't suggest that this is your proposal, would you? After Xing Lu led her to a secluded corner, Tsunade gazed incredulously at the layer of dust accumulating on the mahjong table. Indeed, while this game does involve an element of luck, it fundamentally relies on one's own skill to acquire points. Most importantly, you are no longer merely an observer watching me win. Once you take a seat, opportunities to win will surely arise, Xing Lu explained. What Xing Lu articulated did indeed stir something within Tsunade, yet the crux of the matter remained. Was there truly no one willing to participate? If this game were a popular endeavor, how could the utensils for dining be left to gather dust? As Tsunade pondered the issue of numbers, she noticed that Xing Lu had mysteriously gathered a couple of seemingly extraordinary individuals. Young lady, how dreadfully dull it is to just stand by the table. Do you not wish to engage in a thrilling game? Chapter 21. Saki and Tara. Xing Lu had brought over 2 girls who resembled sisters. The elder exuded a cool demeanor, while the slightly shorter younger sister remained hidden behind her, clearly a girl plagued by extreme social anxiety. Though her gaze remained fixated on Tsunade's impressive attributes. After the elder sister observed that Tsunade did not respond, she inquired again, Young lady, how dreadfully dull it is to just stand by the table. Do you not wish to engage in a thrilling game? Is she calling me? Tsunade wondered, glancing at the cool girl, questioning whether she could still be considered a young lady at her age. Stop looking around. I am indeed addressing you. The cool girl directly approached Tsunade with her sister in tow. It is rare for us to meet at a mahjong table. If we do not play around, it would be a disservice to the deity of mahjong. Though the socially anxious girl remained silent, her eyes eagerly fixated on Tsunade, as if anticipating her agreement. I get it. If you two were boys, I would have left already, but indeed, before me stand 2 vibrant young ladies, which compels even this elder to acquiesce. Yay! Finally, someone is willing to play mahjong with us. Upon hearing Tsunade's affirmative response, the 2 young girls leaped with joy, their previous cool and timid demeanor forgotten. However, this charming display was merely an exterior. Once seated at the mahjong table, their adorable expressions faded away. Ron, 200, 400, Ron, 400, 800, Ron, 12,000. After the stoic girl achieved a series of consecutive winning hands, she successfully eliminated Tsunade, who had just scored a significant win in the 6th round. Goodness! I never anticipated that within a mere 10 minutes, we would conclude a 4-round mahjong game, and even end it with such a dramatic elimination. Again! To her surprise. Apart from the imposing older brother, both Saki and the older sister displayed rather lackluster mahjong skills. Clearly, she had only just begun to find her rhythm. The cool sister's right hand had inexplicably begun to emanate a spiral-like energy, yet Hashiryu, having observed her with the Sharingan, discerned no trace of chakra. This indicated that it was indeed a unique talent of hers. But wait, what name had the sister called her earlier? After some recollection, Hashiryu successfully recalled the name of the younger sister, Saki. Upon hearing this name, Hashiryu was reminded of a notorious character from a certain anime known for her infamous song, Flowers on the Ridge. However, As the ensuing rounds progressed, Hashiryu had come to a clear understanding of the true identities of these two individuals. Pong. Self-draw. Flowers on the ridge. 4,000. 8,000. With Saki's final hand, she successfully reduced her score to 0. Well done, Saki. I never expected you could achieve a score of 0. As the Demon King's sister, Tara had unleashed her full potential from the very beginning, but had been thwarted several times by Hashiryu and Tsunade's strategic plays, resulting in the completion of 2 rounds in the southeast. Hee, my prowess is all thanks to my sister. Upon receiving such praise, Saki shyly smiled. The case is cracked. Who would have thought that the 2 girls I randomly found at the gambling house would turn out to be Saki and Teru from Tenno? But was I transported to a world unrelated to Naruto? How did I end up with 2 completely different characters? While Hashiryu pondered these thoughts, Saki, unable to contain her eagerness for the next round, timidly tugged at his sleeve. Big brother, shall we play mahjong together again? Her soft, endearing tone combined with her bashful demeanor made it impossible for Hashiryu to resist. Consequently, he pushed his tiles forward and began to hasten his shuffling of the cards on the table. Wow, I never expected that you, dear brother, are fond of my sister's type. Observing Xingliu, who appeared as if invigorated by a surge of energy, I couldn't resist teasing him. Haha. In stark contrast to Xingliu's now darkened expression, Tsunade, seated across from him, erupted into laughter, as if she had stumbled upon some new jest, her hands pounding on the table in mirth. Fortunately, Tsunade managed to restrain her extraordinary strength. Otherwise, how could the petite mahjong table withstand the might capable of sending legendary ninjas flying? All right, let us finish this round before we head back to rescue someone. Otherwise, my elder brother will surely scold me thoroughly. However, before Xingliu could complete his thought, a voice from behind him elicited both laughter and tears. Thank heavens. I never imagined that you, Lord Xingliu, would remember that a patient requires your assistance. The 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, appeared unexpectedly behind Xingliu, a benevolent smile gracing his face as he placed a hand upon his shoulder. I recall reminding you last night to conduct yourself properly, did I not? Setting aside the fact that you abandoned your comrades to assist Naruto in finding his teacher amidst the battle against Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame. Leaving everyone in the hospital while you indulged in mahjong with a few girls seems somewhat indefensible, does it not? Faced with Minato's probing remarks, Xingliu found himself at a loss for a retort. However, upon noticing Tsunade before him, an idea sparked in his mind. Wait, I believe I possess a counterargument. Who says I am merely idling? Am I not engaged in a mission? Seizing upon this newfound confidence, Xingliu's demeanor hardened, and his tone grew slightly more assertive. Did you not see who sits before me? She is none other than the legendary Tsunade Senju, one of the famed Sannin, whose medical ninjutsu is renowned for its miraculous efficacy. I trust you have heard the tale of how she single-handedly sustained her team to the end? With such a legendary figure present, is Kakashi's ailment not easily remedied? Chapter 22. A temporary farewell to the 2 ladies upon hearing Xingliu's extravagant praise. Even Minato was taken aback, and Tsunade, the subject of his admiration, stared at him in bewilderment. She had never claimed to be capable of healing any ailment, let alone having not yet encountered the patient in question. What gave this fool the audacity to assert that he could cure the person they spoke of? Furthermore, the title of Sannin was merely a nominal distinction. She lacked the prowess of the other 2. Despite her internal critiques of Xingliu over the brief time, Tsunade resolved to attend this endeavor merely because he had persisted in her company at the gambling hall. Regardless of whether she could heal that patient, she felt compelled to go. Needless to say, Xingliu had previously assisted her in winning a considerable amount of silver coins. Indeed, the reason Xingliu ventured to the gambling house was to invite me back to attend to a patient. As for why we were gathered here playing mahjong, it all traces back to a humble wish of mine. Thus, Tsunade recounted to Minato the words exchanged between her and Xingliu during their initial encounter, including how Xingliu went to the lengths of bringing 2 young ladies to join us in our game, solely to allow her to experience the thrill of winning. Initially, Minato had believed that Xingliu's visit to the gambling house was in search of her, but after Tsunade's explanation, the fist he had relaxed began to clench once more, albeit subtly. If divine intervention was intended to help fulfill her wish, why not disclose the matter from the very beginning? Surely, assisting her in realizing her desire could have awaited the conclusion of the patient's treatment. With a comprehensive understanding of the situation, Minato felt an unexplainable tension welling within him. After all, this predicament could not be entirely attributed to Xingliu. It was merely a case of encountering the right person through misguided means. So, placing his hand once again on Xingliu's shoulder, Minato sighed and said, "In the future, before undertaking any significant matters, remember to consult with me regarding the methods. Otherwise, I genuinely fear you may end up complicating things." Minato was quite at a loss. Knowing that the only aspect in which Xingliu excelled was his raw strength, he lacked any semblance of strategic planning or situational command. Oh, I see. Though unsure of what his older brother meant by those words, Xingliu found solace in the notion that he would not have to follow his lead henceforth. Upon hearing Xingliu's agreement, Minato shifted his gaze to the two charming ladies seated beside him. "Where did you find these delightful girls?" However, whether it was due to Xingliu's peculiar thought process or the unclear manner in which Minato posed the question, it was filtered in Xingliu's mind too. "Where did you abduct these lovely girls?" Consequently, when Xingliu heard Minato's inquiry, he merely looked at him with a puzzled expression and coldly replied, "Why do you ask that? Don't you already have a 5-year-old child?" Goodness! Even with his typically amiable temperament, Minato found it exceedingly challenging to suppress the urge to tie him up for a thorough reprimanding upon hearing Xingliu's response. He merely wished to inquire about the origins of the two young ladies, not to entertain any sordid implications as Xingliu seemed to suggest. Moreover, had he not sought to bring Xingliu closer to these two girls, he would have had no interest in their backgrounds at all. "All right, fine. Let us let this matter pass. But it is high time we set off for the hospital. I assentí it. The swift restoration of Kakashi's combat prowess is undoubtedly a boon for Konoha. I understand, even if Minato had not appeared before him. My original plan was to complete this round and then accompany Tsunade to the hospital to attend to Kakashi. However, Minato's unexpected arrival merely expedited this process. This sudden turn of events left the two young ladies somewhat flustered. What a pity. I had hoped to indulge a bit longer, but it seems that you, dear elder brother, must leave now," the cool sister remarked with a slight pout. Upon hearing her sister's words, the timid Sakura, who had been hiding behind her, nodded in agreement. "Apologies. We can only blame someone who mistakenly believes that their imitation Sharingan could rival the original. If it weren't for him, dear brother, we could have enjoyed more time together." The deluded individual, ahem. "So, dear brother, will you return here?" Seemingly having reconciled with Hashiryu's group, Sakura peeked out from behind her sister to inquire. "I promise, once everything is settled, I will bring this big sister over to play mahjong with you. I assure you, if any further complications arise, I shall leave them to that mischievous uncle beside me, and you can simply come and enjoy mahjong with me, all right?" Hashiryu crouched down to look at the adorable little one before her. "Then it's settled. Tomorrow, my sister and I will wait here for you, dear brother." With that, Sakura timidly extended her small hand, her delicate fingers curling around a final pinky finger. "Haha, I promise you, dear brother." Hashiryu chuckled as she gently hooked her pinky with Sakura's. Although Minato felt reluctant to disrupt this tender moment, he understood that if he didn't intervene soon, his visit would be in vain. Thus, he could not resist interrupting their conversation. "All right, it's not a matter of life and death. We are merely escorting someone to see a patient. If all goes smoothly, it will only take about 10 minutes. Alternatively, little sister, you could accompany us. And once your elder brother finishes his tasks, we can all play mahjong together, right?" Minato's suggestion was indeed enticing, and the two young ladies nearly voiced their desire to join. However, being an attentive sister, Hikari sensed the potential trouble. If they were to insist on accompanying them, it was likely that the men would not react kindly. "We shall go and return shortly." With that, Hashiryu opened a distorted space behind her and led Minato and Tsunade back to the hospital. Chapter 23 Side Effects. The elder brother and his companions have departed, leaving Saki and her sister standing in place, gazing at the spot where Xinglu and the others have vanished completely. Yet, since the elder brother has made a promise to return, I am certain he will come back to find us. As for Xinglu, he remains oblivious to the events that transpired after leaving the gambling den, and even if he were aware, he would merely smile faintly and remark on their cuteness. Meanwhile, Xinglu and his group, having returned to the hospital through spatial movement, are fervently trying to soothe the increasingly impatient Mike Guy and the others. It is entirely understandable for them to feel restless. Who wouldn't be anxious upon seeing a friend lying unconscious in a hospital bed while being confined to this place? Not to mention Mike Guy, even the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, would likely become eager to seek a remedy for his studentess plight. In reality, Minato is indeed growing impatient. Otherwise, he would not have personally ventured out to apprehend Xing Lu, who is idly wasting time in the gambling den. How could you leave us here for so long while you're off playing cards? Despite Mike Guy's usual amiable demeanor, upon hearing of Xing Lu's outrageous behavior, he is on the verge of taking matters into his own hands. I apologize, but I have brought a top-tier medical ninja capable of saving Kakashi, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha. Is that not enough to warrant a few hours of your patience? Moreover, Kakashi is not in any immediate danger, is he? Of course, Xing Lu would never dare to voice the latter statement in front of everyone. He knows that uttering such words would invite a harsh reminder of the world's harsh realities from those present. Would Minato, as the elder brother, refrain from rescuing his own? Please, his choosing to remain passive is already quite generous. If not for his pride, I am confident he would have no qualms about reprimanding Xing Lu. After all, Kakashi is his disciple, while the others engage in playful banter. Tsunade has seized the opportunity to thoroughly assess Kakashi's condition. Aside from the minor skin wound inflicted by Uchiha Itachi, he bears no significant external injuries. Upon a cursory examination of Kakashi's state, it is indeed as Xing Lu initially assessed. The damage is primarily psychological, with minimal physical harm. Tsunade removed her mask and addressed the others. If the damage is merely psychological, I possess an 80% chance of bringing him back to consciousness. However, as Tsunade hesitated, Mike Guy, already impatient, urged her to continue. If only we could awaken my good brother, he would undoubtedly comply with any request. Lady Tsunade, please refrain from speaking partially. As long as we can revive Kakashi, the potential side effects are of no concern. Upon hearing Mike Guy's words, everyone nodded in agreement. The prospect of restoring Kakashi's consciousness outweighed any minor repercussions. Alas, Kakashi's mental trauma is more severe than I had anticipated. While I am confident in my ability to awaken him, there exists a possibility of transient memory confusion, commonly referred to as amnesia. Upon learning of this side effect, the crowd was momentarily taken aback, followed by collective gasps. Would Kakashi become a mere babbler devoid of intellect? If so, perhaps it would be better for him to regain consciousness on his own. Observing their puzzled expressions, Tsunade understood their misconceptions. Rest assured, this amnesia is merely a temporary disarray of memory that will gradually mend over time. Thus, the likelihood of him becoming mentally impaired is but a mere fraction. Upon hearing the mention of potential mental impairment, true to the narrative's requirements, a rebuttal was inevitable. Indeed, as Kakashi's close comrade, Mike Guy could no longer contain himself. Isn't there still a 1% chance of him becoming mentally impaired? Why is there not a foolproof method to ensure his awakening? The others were already accustomed to Guy's tendency to argue and thus disregarded his interjection, redirecting their focus to the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, Kakashi's mentor. Fourth, what is your stance on this matter? If you concur, I shall commence preparations immediately. If not, I shall retreat with Xing Lu to the gambling den for a game of mahjong. Minato initially refrained from responding to Tsunade's inquiry, instead casting his gaze towards Xing Lu, who lounged nonchalantly on another bed. Xing Lu, do you possess a method to negate this side effect? Minato had merely intended to inquire casually. Yet the subsequent response from the laid-back man pleasantly surprised him. Is it merely transient amnesia? Do you forget that I can accomplish what Uchiha Itachi can? I am not some fool languishing on a bed. Without hesitation, Xing Lu addressed Minato's question, considering that his intervention would only occur after Kakashi's treatment, thus avoiding any disruption of the narrative. Very well, once Lady Tsunade has treated Kakashi, you shall then take over to eliminate the side effects. Upon learning that Kakashi would soon awaken and that the stone suppressing Minato had been removed, only the mountain of official duties remained. With Kakashi's matter reaching a conclusion, it was time for me to return and address my own responsibilities. As soon as Minato's words fell, he utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to return to his office in the Hokage building. The sudden disappearance of Minato had become a common occurrence for everyone. Within Konoha, only the Hokage Minato and the ever-lackadaisical Sarayu could materialize before others in such a manner. Yet, despite both being ninjas capable of spatial ninjutsu, the aura they exuded was entirely different. Chapter 24. The surgery was a success. You have awakened with Minato's consent for Tsunade to treat Kakashi. Preparations for the necessary medical tools commenced. However, Sarayu, another ace of Konoha, merely reclined on the now-vacated hospital bed, observing the flurry of activity around him. This was tacitly accepted by the others. After all, this gentleman had the audacity to offend even the Hokage, Who could predict whether he might suddenly disengage altogether? Thus, they preferred to exert themselves a little more to maintain his good spirits. After approximately 10 minutes of preparation, the requisite tools were finally assembled, while Sarayu, having lain on the bed for an extended period, had drifted into a deep slumber. "Let us commence the treatment," Tsunade declared, reasoning that awakening the patient and alleviating side effects did not necessarily have to occur simultaneously. Initially, Tsunade contemplated rousing Sarayu from his slumber, but reconsidered, deciding to first awaken Kakashi, as her method of treatment was both time-consuming and labor-intensive. If she were to awaken Sarayu only to discover that Kakashi remained unresponsive, he might, in a fit of anger, return to the gambling den to amuse himself with the younger women. However, Tsunade's concerns were somewhat excessive. Had it not been for the narrative's exigencies, Sarayu could have easily healed Kakashi with a mere flick of his wrist. As a man endowed with extraordinary abilities, such minor ailments could be resolved effortlessly. "Lady Tsunade, please feel free to direct us. We shall comply with any task necessary to rouse Kakashi," the assembled group implored. Hearing their earnest appeal, Tsunade was not moved. Instead, she bestowed upon them a piercing glare. "Isn't that to be expected? You didn't think I would be polite, did you? You there, with the thick brows and large eyes, yes, I'm referring to you. Secure Kakashi to the bed. My method for awakening him may be somewhat forceful. Thus, for the sake of this delicate woman's safety, we must inconvenience the patient a little. Are you serious?" This sentence echoed in the hearts of all present. As one of the legendary three ninjas, it was utterly absurd for you to utter such ridiculous words. Had it not been for witnessing your extraordinary ability to send that lecherous sage flying with a single punch, I might have almost believed your nonsensical claims. Hurry up. It's merely a matter of securing a bedridden patient who lacks any capacity for action. Is it really necessary to fuss about for so long? Upon observing those who had previously offered assistance standing motionless, Tsunade nearly lost her composure, contemplating how the hospital could possibly achieve better performance. It was you who had just pledged to help, yet now, when called upon, you hesitate to act. If you are truly unwilling to save a life, then let her return at once. She was dragged here by that impudent fourth Hokage while she was engrossed in a game of mahjong. Now, she claims she can revive the patient, yet you refuse to cooperate. Is this some sort of farce? Fine, fine. We understand. After Tsunade's admonition, the crowd finally snapped back to reality and began to attend to the motionless Kakashi on the bed. Would it not have been better to do this sooner? Must I resort to scolding you for you to obediently follow instructions? Tsunade grimaced as she observed Kakashi, now resembling a mummy due to her assistant's efforts, and her previously restrained ire reignited at the sight. Are you all truly that foolish? I believe I merely asked you to secure the patient to the bed. With that, Tsunade pointed at Kakashi, now completely enveloped in bandages. Just how much do you despise this man to bind him in such a manner? After receiving Tsunade's scathing rebuke, the group began to regain their senses. Did they truly create this wrapped figure on the bed? Tsunade could no longer tolerate their incompetence. She expelled them all from the ward and took matters into her own hands to attend to the Zongzi. The procedure lasted over an hour, and the patient, Xingliu, had finally risen from the bed. Your timing is impeccable. I am nearly done here, so it's time for you to showcase your skills. Indeed. The moment Tsunade ceased her work, Kakashi, who had been lying with his eyes closed, began to stir. As Kakashi slowly opened his eyes, he raised his hand to support his head. Where am I? And who are you all? Why are you standing by my bedside, staring at me? Hee. How could we resist teasing a patient who has just regained consciousness? Thus, Xingliu, donned in a white coat seemingly procured from nowhere, pretended to examine a resume in hand. Congratulations, Mr. Kakashi. Oh no, Ms. Kakashi. Congratulations on successfully completing your surgery. You have transformed into an outstanding young lady. Xingliu adjusted her glasses and declared with a smirk. What? A girl? Are you referring to me? Xingliu's sudden outburst nearly caused Kakashi to faint once more. After tentatively touching his longtime companion below, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, his younger brother remained unfolded. Seeing Kakashi not deceived by him, Xingliu felt no surprise. After all, he could not genuinely harm him. However, the momentary astonishment on Kakashi's face made the prank worthwhile. Tsunade initially thought that Xingliu donned the white coat for a serious purpose, only to discover it was merely a playful jest. Before he embarked on his next mischief, it was essential for her to remind him. Ahem, Xingliu, is there something you've forgotten? Tsunade coughed, addressing him. No, There's nothing I could possibly forget. Really? Think a little harder, she urged, subtly indicating Kakashi before her. Oh, so that's what you meant. Upon realization, Xingliu activated his Sharingan. Should I truly transform his consciousness into that of a girl? He mused, glancing at the self-doubting Kakashi. Stop. Unless you wish to face the fourth Hokage's wrath, you might want to reconsider. Then perhaps it's best to refrain. Trying might lead to dire consequences. Chapter 25. Is it Kakashi or Kai? Having set aside his mischievous antics, Xingliu proved to be quite efficient. With the assistance of his Sharingan, he helped Kakashi navigate through a period of memory clarification, leading him back to slumber. Once he awakens, he should revert to his original self, Xingliu remarked, wiping non-existent sweat from his forehead. Well done. I never anticipated you possessed such skill. Initially, I thought you were merely a slacker, Tsunade commented. As she seldom paid attention to village affairs outside of gambling, today marked her first true encounter with Xingliu's prowess. Admittedly, she had observed his abilities in the gambling den, where his fortune was purely novice luck, devoid of any real skill. Indeed, my power might surpass your expectations. There's nothing I cannot achieve if you can only imagine it, Xingliu boasted, hands on his hips, nearly declaring his invincibility for all to see. Wow. Seeing such arrogance from you has reignited my previously subdued temper. Do you realize the impact of such a gesture when performed by an adult male, rather than a mere adolescent girl? Oh, since you're so formidable, could you perhaps alter my luck in gambling? I don't expect to win every time, but winning 7 or 8 out of 10 would suffice. To be regarded as a big fish by the denizens of those gambling establishments. Tsunade possesses an unexpectedly dreadful gambling fortune, which, to put it simply, is synonymous with perpetual loss. Thus, if Xingliu were to alter Tsunade's luck at the tables, he would indeed be a figure capable of defying fate itself. Ahem, Lady Tsunade, might I suggest an alternative condition? Upon hearing Tsunade's words, Xingliu's earlier smug demeanor vanished, replaced by a mask of anguish. Her request was akin to expecting his native country's football team to triumph in the World Cup, an endeavor far beyond human intervention. Setting aside whether this man, endowed with extraordinary abilities, could indeed improve Tsunade's gambling luck. Even the so-called deity who transported him to this realm could only shake his head in disbelief. Humph, I thought you were formidable. Yet you cannot even satisfy such a simple request. After delivering her scornful remark, Tsunade cast a disdainful eye at Xingliu, making him acutely aware of his impotence. Faced with Tsunade's derision, Xingliu could only manage an awkward smile. Had his abilities truly reached the level of altering destiny, he would have long since returned home. Was it that the anime of his world no longer held allure, or that the authentic cuisine lacked flavor? In this realm, aside from the gambling houses and a modicum of entertainment, life resembled a primitive society devoid of electricity. Each day, apart from eating, drinking, and sleeping, one could only engage in the play of sand and mud. Indeed, sometimes, while indulging in such play, one could create a castle or even a towering Mecca. Knock, knock. The sound of knocking at the door jolted Xingliu from his reverie. Lady Tsunade, Lord Xingliu, have you completed your tasks? Who was the voice outside the door? Did they not realize that certain words combined could convey more than one meaning? The implication that he and Tsunade were merely in the infirmary attending to Kakashi's ailment seemed to suggest something altogether different. Unable to suppress his curiosity, Xingliu glanced at Tsunade, only to find her expression as serene as ever, leading him to conclude he was overthinking. On the other hand, Tsunade, not contemplating as deeply as Xingliu, instinctively assumed his glance was an invitation for her to call the person outside to enter. Consequently, she did just that. The door is unlocked. You may enter. Tsunade's sudden declaration yanked Xingliu's thoughts back to reality. It was only when he noticed the broad-shouldered figure entering the room that he realized it must have been this person who had called out moments ago. As the newcomer stepped into the infirmary, they were immediately struck by an odd sensation, as if being scrutinized, and upon following that instinct, they merely observed Xingliu conversing with Tsunade. Am I mistaken? Might Guy pondered, scratching his head in confusion. In stark contrast to his bewildered expression, Xingliu was artfully engaged in a seemingly trivial conversation with Tsunade, skillfully diverting attention away from the reality at hand. How astute was this perceptive individual, whose keen instincts nearly uncovered his secret with just a fleeting glance. Lord Tsunade, Lord Xingliu, how is Kakashi faring? Casting aside his previous unease, Might Guy redirected his focus to his comrade, who lay upon the hospital bed. The original narrative made no mention of any romantic entanglements for either of them, suggesting that even the instinctual drive for procreation pales in the face of true love. Having spun countless fantasies about the bond between these two, Xing Lu now regarded Kakashi and Might Guy with an inquisitive gaze. How should their relationship be classified? Was it Kakashi and Guy, or Guy and Kakashi? This posed a philosophical dilemma. Perhaps sensing the peculiar scrutiny directed at him, Might Guy finally recognized that the unusual gaze originated from Xing Lu. Ahem, Lord Xing Lu. Why do you regard me so? I trust one have not acted inappropriately, he inquired, perplexed. Oh, it's nothing at all. I am merely curious about the depth of your friendship with Kakashi, Xing Lu replied, unable to divulge the peculiar thoughts swirling in his mind upon witnessing the purity in Might Guy's eyes. Surely, he could not articulate the question of which of them took the lead in their relationship. Thus, Xing Lu resorted to the legendary art of changing the subject to navigate the blank slate that was Might Guy. As soon as the inquiry regarding the nature of his friendship with Kakashi arose, Might Guy's attention was deftly diverted. Heh, my bond with Kakashi was forged through combat, and he shall always be my eternal rival. Chapter 26. Does he know how dogged you are? As if reminiscing about a cherished memory, Might Guy's expression softened at the mention of his eternal rival. Observing the almost smitten look on Might Guy's face, Xing Lu silently wished them well. Coughing lightly, Asuma and Kurenai, positioned behind Might Guy, sought to steer him back from the reverie he had nearly succumbed to. I almost forgot to inquire about Kakashi's current condition. Regaining his composure, Might Guy awkwardly scratched his head before turning to the two attending physicians to inquire about his dear friend's health. You speak of Kakashi. Through the collaborative efforts of the two of us, he has successfully transformed into a female. Just as Hashiryu was about to share this delightful news with Might Guy, he was unexpectedly interrupted by a swift punch from Tsunade, who stood beside him, leaving him doubled over in anguish. However, having previously witnessed Hashiryu's propensity for uttering nonsensical remarks, Tsunade seized the opportunity to explain Kakashi's condition to his circle of friends after taking over the narrative. The after-effects that plagued Kakashi had largely been alleviated by that foolish individual over there, and I had also attended to the injuries he sustained during Tsukuyami. Consequently, Kakashi had returned to the state he was in prior to his confrontation with Uchiha Itachi. Upon hearing Tsunade's explanation, the group of friends initially paused in surprise before erupting into exuberant cheers. Kakashi has finally returned to normal. We can spar together once more, exclaimed one of them. This prodigious individual had certainly slumbered for quite some time. If he were to sleep for just a couple more days, those pressing missions would inevitably fall to me. Although each person had their own reasons for wanting Kakashi to awaken, their collective intentions were rather positive. By the way, why was Kakashi still lying motionless in bed even after his treatment was complete? It was indeed Might Guy who harbored the greatest concern for Kakashi, as he posed a question that had not been previously addressed. Are you foolish? Have you never been ill before? Who can immediately rise and move about after recovering from a serious illness? Hashiryu, having regained her composure, could no longer restrain herself from mocking him upon hearing such a naive inquiry from Might Guy. Is that so? Might Guy scratched his head, realizing after Hashiryu's explanation that he had never been ill, hence his ignorance regarding the nature of recovery. Wow, so the rumors were true. It turns out that fools really do not catch colds. Hashiryu silently ridiculed him in her mind. Very well, if there are no further matters, you should all return to rest. It is unnecessary to assign someone to watch over Kakashi at this time. He is merely in a state of ordinary slumber, and once he recharges tonight, he will awaken tomorrow. After all, with so many individuals still present, even if Hashiryu wished to slip away for a moment of leisure, she would have to wait until they departed to make her escape. Otherwise, she would be promptly returned by Minato before she could even warm her seat. Thus, to facilitate her departure for a brief respite, she needed to see the crowd before her dispersed. You are right, it is indeed time for us to return home, Asuma remarked, glancing out the window at the gradually darkening sky. Unbeknownst to them, they had already spent the better part of the day in the hospital. Moreover, all those present, with the exception of Tsunade who arrived in the afternoon, had not ventured out for lunch, remaining steadfastly by Kakashi's bedside. After lingering a while longer in Kakashi's hospital room, the group gradually departed the hospital together. Observing that the others had left, Xing Lu initially contemplated using space manipulation to return home, but was captivated by the falling leaves outside the window. How much longer do you intend to remain perched in that tree? If I don't call you down, Will you wait until Kakashi is discharged before you decide to come down? Xing called out to the boy seated atop the tree after opening the window. Didn't he expect you to notice me? The aloof boy replied, swiftly leaping into the hospital room. Upon entering, he first glanced at Kakashi, still reclining on the bed, before turning to Xing with a question. Xing-Lu-sensei, how is Kakashi doing? Were you not eavesdropping from the tree? Tsunade just mentioned that Kakashi is out of danger. He merely needs to rest, and he will recover by tomorrow. As she spoke, Xing gently ruffled the cool boy's hair. Sasuke, this is truly not your fault. Moreover, this is something your brother orchestrated. How could we possibly place the blame on you? However, he is still a member of the Uchiha clan and my own elder brother. He replied somberly. Well, if your brother genuinely intended to harm Kakashi, he would have done so already. There would be no need for Might Guy to play the hero. Xing reassured the 5-year-old boy before her. Had he intervened in Danzo's schemes back then, perhaps Sasuke would not have become the person he is today. He would simply be a beloved son of a prominent family, doted on by his elder brother. When it comes to the extent of Sasuke's misfortune, only Naruto, untainted by the alterations to his own narrative, could be compared. This is why the original Naruto relentlessly pursued Sasuke, even when Sasuke stumbled repeatedly. Naruto's sense of belonging always included a place for him. After receiving Xing comforting words, Sasuke's demeanor gradually began to stabilize, transforming from a typically affectionate child back into his usual cool, stoic self. Promise me you won't tell Naruto about this. Otherwise, I will certainly show you my strength. Sasuke threatened, raising his adorable little fist. Haha, that remains uncertain. As long as you behave, I assure you, I will keep this matter to myself. Xing teased with a smile. Xing-Lu-sensei, may I ask you a question? What is it? If I know the answer, I will certainly share it with you. Does Lord Minato have any inkling of your past mischief? Chapter 27. The Shameless Man. Thus, the individual referred to as the Dog Man by Sasuke, Xing after delivering a thorough beating to the young boy, took him along to the home of Minato to partake in a meal. After all, in a landlord's household, there is always an abundance of provisions. Whether 1 or 2 individuals dine, it remains the same. These 2 solitary souls could only seek the benevolence of the generous Minato for sustenance. Upon returning home from work, Minato was taken aback to discover 2 unexpected guests lounging on his sofa. While he could easily recognize the older one, the presence of the younger boy was indeed perplexing. So, you thought it sufficient to come over for a meal alone, and yet you brought along a tag-along? Minato had originally hoped for a rare moment of intimacy with his wife while Naruto was away training with his teacher. But this delightful aspiration was abruptly interrupted by the grinning rogue before him. Oh, dear brother, I was merely concerned that the sudden stillness might be too jarring for you. Hence, I brought along little Naruto's good friend to join us for dinner. Besides, wouldn't you like to experience a different type of sun? Compared to the vivacious Naruto, I highly recommend this more stoic version. Xing resembling a scheming matchmaker, draped his arm over Minato's shoulder, extolling the distinctions between Sasuke and Naruto. Minato, finding no desire to engage further with Xing Lu's nonsensical prattle, forcefully shrugged off the offending hand resting on his shoulder and retreated to the kitchen to accompany his wife. Spending time in frivolous banter with this scoundrel seemed a far less worthy endeavor than preparing a meal with his beloved, at least, in the kitchen. He could share tender moments with her, unlike the waste of life that was engaging with this rogue. As he departed, Sasuke suddenly spoke up. I didn't expect you to appear so foolish in front of the 4th. Hearing Sasuke's jibe, Xing nearly succumbed to the urge to impart a lesson on the harsh realities of life. However, it was curious how this brat appeared quite well behaved before Minato, yet revealed his true self in the presence of Xing. Was his charisma truly so compelling? Who would have thought that, in addition to your outrageous personality, you could also display such a repulsive expression? Though Sasuke remained oblivious to Xing thoughts, the sight of that expression sent shivers down his spine. Oh, let us not dwell on such trivialities. Just remember that I will always be superior to you. Xing awkwardly coughed, attempting to regain his lost dignity in front of Sasuke through a display of prowess. Yet, how could the esteemed Uchiha second heir concern himself with such minor issues? Upon realizing that Xing remarks were an attempt to mask his previous embarrassing demeanor, he merely scoffed dismissively before obediently taking a seat on the sofa, awaiting the meal. No matter how much provocation he faced, he resolutely ignored it. Eventually, when the call for dinner echoed from the kitchen, the meditative Sasuke finally rose to assist in setting the table. Consider this. Despite being significantly younger and less experienced than Sasuke, why was this person, who should have been more aware, not only helping out, but also waiting to serve the dishes? As Minato emerged, he found Xingliu reclining at the dining table, legs crossed, awaiting his meal, showing not the slightest inclination to lend a hand. This sight stirred a sense of imbalance within him. How is it that I, as the Hokage, must return home to assist my wife with various tasks, while this scoundrel does nothing yet sits at the table, ready to feast? Minato's sentiments were echoed by Sasuke, who had just entered with dishes from the kitchen. Clearly, Xingliu, this old scoundrel, was merely mooching off their hospitality. As it appeared that he was about to face the ire of the two penny pinchers, Xingliu swiftly unleashed his skills as a master thespian. Ah, what you may not realize is that my inaction is quite intentional, he declared, covering his mouth with a hand and feigning a cough, casting a feeble glance at the two before him. Earlier this afternoon, while assisting Kakashi with his treatment, I inadvertently fell victim to a hidden technique left by Itachi Uchiha. Though you see my rosy complexion now, it is merely a fleeting moment of vitality. Minato and Sasuke placed the dishes they had just retrieved from the kitchen onto the table before promptly returning to continue their task. They could not afford to relent. Some individuals had become so shameless as to feign illness to avoid work, while they, who still held a sense of dignity, could never stoop to such levels. With the collective efforts of those present, excluding Xingliu, this simple yet far from warm dinner was completed. However, at that modest table, a battle centered around Xingliu unfolded, instigated by none other than the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Kushina, dear, you must hear this. Something utterly outrageous occurred today. Minato began, serving a slice of meat to his wife beside him, launching into his tale. What transpired? Upon catching wind of some gossip, Kushina felt her meal lose its appeal, hastily inquiring about the events that unfolded. This incident is quite related to Xingliu. With a glance at the industrious Xingliu, Minato resumed recounting the day's happenings. Were we not just invaded by members of the Akatsuki today? Kakashi, that fellow, was ensnared by the genjutsu of Uchiha Itachi. Is he all right? I recall that he possesses the Sharingan as well. How could he have succumbed to such illusions? Alas, how can the authentic contend with the counterfeit? Kakashi brought this upon himself by insisting on a one-on-one confrontation, leading to this unfortunate outcome. Oh, but that is not the matter at hand. After realizing the situation, Minato informed Kushina about the two young girls whom Hashiryu had fortuitously encountered at the gambling den. Upon hearing this, Kushina's expression towards Hashiryu began to shift. Chapter 28. I do not want it. Hey, Hashiryu, is what your brother said truly factual? Initially, Kushina was anxious about Hashiryu's romantic prospects, but upon learning from Minato, she understood that love is not something one can simply seek and find. Sometimes, the more desperate one is, the less likely one is to discover it. While at other times, it may unexpectedly present itself. Perhaps it is this element of the unknown that draws so many towards such feelings. What are you saying is true? Hearing someone call his name, Hashiryu momentarily paused from his meal to respond. Kushina assumed Hashiryu was merely feigning shyness, so she playfully patted his shoulder and teased. Oh, come now. Don't be bashful. I just asked if what Minato said is true. Did you really encounter your true love at the gambling den? Suddenly confronted with his sister-in-law's playful jibe, Hashiryu found himself momentarily at a loss. Having intended to continue his meal, he vaguely recalled Kushina mentioning someone encountering true love at the gambling den, and it seemed she was referring to him. Was this merely a figment of his imagination? Clinging to a thread of hope, Hashiryu looked towards Kushina, only to find her gazing intently at him, filled with curiosity. It appears she is indeed speaking of me. The last remnants of Hashiryu's hope were swiftly extinguished by the inquisitive glimmer in her eyes. If I were to claim that I had no connection with those two young girls, would you believe me? What do you think? Kushina did not answer his question, but instead countered, asking if he believed she believed in him. Very well, since you all think this way, I shall acquiesce to your perception. Rather than allow you to concoct some melodramatic narrative, it is far better to graciously acknowledge the truth. Though, in reality, I do not share any intimate relationship with them. Upon hearing Hashiryu's willingness to accept this matter, Kushina playfully patted him several times. Haha, indeed. A boy must boldly confess his feelings to the girl he likes. You must not be like that certain blockhead who waits for the girl to take the initiative to such an extent before realizing her affections. Hee. Surely it cannot be so. If such a dull-witted man truly exists, he is utterly unworthy of love, wouldn't you agree? The two statements above were made by Xing Lu and Zhou Xinai, both gazing at Minato's expression. Essentially, apart from the individuals involved, all the other ninjas from Minato's era are well aware of this matter. Moreover, in any realm, a woman's pursuit of a man is merely separated by a thin veil, as long as one takes the initiative in moral matters. Even a block of wood could be easily won over, wouldn't it? This meal ignited a war instigated by Minato, concluding with Xing Lu and Zhou Xinai teasing him about his past. Meanwhile, Sasuke, the sole onlooker, leisurely cleared the dishes from the table, as after this meal, it was uncertain when he would next indulge in such homely cuisine. As Xing Lu escorted Sasuke home, she suddenly inquired, "Have you eaten your fill tonight?" Huh. Although aware that this person sometimes possessed a rather whimsical mindset, he did not anticipate her abrupt question. "If you are inquiring about my hunger, the food I consumed tonight was the finest I have savored in years." Hee, you know I am not asking you about that. What do you think of Minato and his wife? Does it lessen your animosity towards Konoha even a fraction? Xing Lu remarked, observing Sasuke's sudden silence with a smile. You already know? Sasuke brushed his hand against the cursed mark left by Orochimaru. It's merely the curse mark of heaven, not some extraordinary technique. Xing Lu disdainfully glanced at the three-tomo-shaped mark on Sasuke's neck. Rather than relying on that research-obsessed fool Orochimaru for power, why not expand and extend the techniques you already possess, such as fusion techniques between fire and lightning attributes, or delve into ocular techniques? There are countless ways to grow stronger without relying on others' power, yet you chose to let that snake inscribe a curse on you. How foolish can you be? Upon hearing Xing Lu's disdainful remarks, Sasuke, for the first time, refrained from retorting, even bowing his head in remorse. Indeed, why should he depend on the power bestowed by others? Even if he sought vengeance against Itachi Uchiha using borrowed strength, it no longer aligned with his original intention to avenge his family. Xing Lu-sensei, can you help me remove the mark Orochimaru has placed upon me? Sasuke looked at the man beside him with hopeful eyes, having come to a realization. This man, who often appeared rather disheveled, nonetheless ranked highly in strength within the ninja world. Surely, such an impressive individual would possess a means to help him rid himself of the curse on his neck? No, I must have misheard. Could you please repeat that? I have already stated that I will not assist you in resolving this matter. After casually scratching her ear, Xingliu reiterated her earlier refusal to Sasuke. Why should I help you rectify a problem of your own making? I merely imparted a few words of guidance out of respect for your teacher's principles. Therefore, it is your responsibility to find a solution to the predicament you have created. With those words, Xingliu turned away and ambled towards her apartment, leaving Sasuke feeling abandoned, as though he had been cast aside by someone else. As she made her way back to her residence, a figure suddenly leapt down from a tree. Is this truly a wise course of action? After calming her startled heart, Xingliu remarked, My goodness, Lady Tsunade, why did you suddenly descend from the tree? It is already quite late. Enough. You have long known that I was following you. Otherwise, you would not have chosen this secluded corner near your dormitory to wait for my arrival. So, are you here to invite me to the gambling house? Glancing around the now dimly lit surroundings, she mused, It seems the gambling house is not open at this hour. My life does not revolve solely around gambling. I sought you out for an entirely different matter. Chapter 29. The Weakness of Orochimaru. Observing the seriousness on Tsunade's face, Xingliu decided to abandon her previous playful demeanor and awaited an explanation for why one of the legendary Sannin would require her assistance. Speak, and I shall listen to the nature of your request before deciding whether to help. This decision is not unreasonable, is it? Tsunade recognized the significance of her request and appreciated Xingliu's earnest disposition. I inadvertently overheard your conversation with Sasuke. How do you intend to address the situation concerning Orochimaru? Ah, yet another villain seeking to enlist my aid. Initially, Xingliu had no intention of involving herself in such matters. Her earlier reprimand of Sasuke had been a spontaneous outburst. If tasked with dealing with Orochimaru, she could only conceive of one solution, eliminating him entirely. However, given the troublesome nature of his cloning techniques, even if she succeeded in dispatching him, a new Orochimaru would inevitably arise after some time. With a resigned gesture, she spread her hands. I find myself utterly incapable of taming this serpent, unless there exists a means to eradicate him completely. Otherwise, any discussion we have here would merely amount to a futile expenditure of energy. Though her words may have lacked refinement, they articulated the very dilemma that had long plagued them. Previously, the third Hokage believed that he could completely seal Orochimaru using the dead demon-consuming seal. Yet who would have imagined that only a short time later, a nearly brand new Orochimaru would re-emerge before everyone's eyes? If such an occurrence were to happen in the world of Xingliu prior to this, one would surely be prepared to report it as a deliberate act of delivering oneself to death. How then shall we address the matter of Orochimaru? While a small portion of individuals may think it inconsequential to let him roam freely, he has begun to take action against the people of his own village. We cannot simply allow this to continue. What if I were to tell you that aside from Sasuke, another individual has also fallen victim to the curse mark of heaven? Xingliu suddenly recalled that it was his disciple, Mitarashi Anko, who had first been marked by Orochimaru, albeit she had later been sealed by the third Hokage. Nevertheless, even as Orochimaru's disciple, Anko did not show any mercy during their fierce battle. In fact, she even harbored thoughts of perishing alongside him. I know precisely who you are referring to. I was the one who treated this female ninja back then. As she spoke, Tsunade regarded Xingliu with a curious expression. Are you suggesting that Orochimaru harbors feelings for his female disciple? Although rumors abound that he is a ruthless individual, during their one-on-one confrontation, he seemingly allowed her to fight freely, or rather, he released her. Otherwise, how could he have merely incapacitated her when he was fully aware that she wished to go down with him? If he had no interest in Anko, why would he repeatedly spare her? Tsunade, with an air of having unraveled Orochimaru's essence, placed her hands on her hips and boasted to Xingliu. So, what relevance does this have to our discussion on how to deal with Orochimaru? You do not intend to lure him out using his disciple, do you? In contrast to Tsunade's triumphant demeanor, Xingliu regarded her as if she were a rare creature. If Orochimaru were so easily manipulated through his weaknesses, he would not be able to act so brazenly within the confines of his own village. Is this method truly unfeasible? Xingliu, exhausted from critiquing Tsunade's plan, sighed deeply before turning to leave for his apartment. Hey, you haven't clarified whether this method is viable or not. Realizing that her strategist was departing without a word, Tsunade hurriedly approached and seized his collar, causing Xingliu to unexpectedly collide with the ground. With a resounding thud, the sound of his body hitting the ground made Tsunade acutely aware that his posterior was indeed quite remarkable, as even the impact echoed. Ouch! Xingliu exclaimed in pain, casting a resentful look at the culprit behind his predicament. Sister, I seem to recall that I have not wronged you in any way, have I? Even I recall having once assisted you. Yet why must you treat me in such a manner? Even if you wish to halt my actions, there was no need to exert such force to restrain me. Xingliu subtly indicated the slight tear in his collar that resulted from the excessive force. Had the quality of the garment not been satisfactory, he was certain that the strength Tsunade employed to grasp him could have easily torn the fabric, thereby giving rise to yet another midnight legend of a rogue wandering unclad in the long, dark night. Oh, I do apologize. It seems my brain failed to react in the moment of confrontation. Otherwise, I would not have been unable to control even this minimal exertion. Tsunade offered a sheepish smile to Xingliu, then proceeded to share another reason for seeking him out that evening. Do you remember the two young girls we encountered at the gambling house today? Of course, how could I forget? After all, these two little demons were among the reasons I became enamored with Nichima. If I were to encounter Xiaohe again, that would complete the picture. For her prowess is surprisingly formidable. However, when comparing her to Tsunade before me, who truly possesses greater skill? With this thought in mind, Xingliu stroked his chin as he pondered the disparity between the two. Yet, merely comparing them in his mind proved to be somewhat challenging. Tsunade, perhaps sensing the unwelcome gaze directed at her, promptly flicked Xingliu's forehead with a fraction of her strength. What the hell? Who dares to attack me? This sudden flick brought Xingliu back to his senses, but upon noticing Tsunade's bemused expression, he could only manage an awkward yet polite smile. Shall we return to the gambling house tomorrow? After all, we did make plans with the two young sisters. Chapter 30. Sasuke's departure. Thus, after Xingliu forcibly diverted the conversation, Tsunade had completely forgotten the earlier matter. Once both parties had agreed upon a time, they returned to their respective homes. A dreamless night ensued, aside from being unexpectedly summoned and berated by the old man who claimed to be a deity. Still, Xingliu felt he had slept quite well. Indeed, I did sleep remarkably well. Now, I must find out which household's rooster has begun its incessant crowing before dawn, as if demanding to mate. Despite spring having long since passed, after a period of raucous noise, the rooster, perhaps suffering retribution from some compassionate soul, concluded its cacophony with a final, prolonged crow before succumbing to eternal slumber. Alas, I never anticipated that this noisy creature, which had deprived me of restful sleep for 2.5 years, would depart so quietly. With a sigh of resignation, Xing Lu slipped back into profound sleep once more. Surely, no one shall disturb this humble fish's slumber any longer. Yet, who could be so audacious as to pound upon my door at such an early hour, just as I hoped to indulge in a rare return to my dreams? The incessant knocking shattered my peaceful reverie. The resounding thud of the door echoed a reluctant surrender, revealing that its long-held defenses had been breached. Alas, is it my fault for merely being a tad slow? How could it be that even my door lies in tatters at my feet? As I hastily donned my attire, I beheld the sorry state of my door, now ruinously sprawled on the ground, with the culprit awkwardly maintaining their knocking. I deemed it time for you to replace your door, hence my visit to test its sturdiness, they proclaimed. Regrettably, due to prolonged decay, this door had become woefully feeble. Rather than accept the words of this miscreant, I would sooner believe them to be a defenseless lady. Dear Tsunade, our appointed time seems rather premature, does it not? Furthermore, even should we venture forth, I doubt the gambling house is yet open. I gazed at the flustered Tsunade before me, even amidst her urgency to reach the gaming house. Entry remained contingent upon the door being opened. Moreover, should we arrive at such an early hour, the venue would likely be devoid of patrons. If the gambling house lacks customers, it would be more prudent to summon a few acquaintances for a game of cards. After all, those individuals would rather squander their money at the gambling house than enjoy a modest gathering with friends, drawn instead by the allure of a bustling crowd. After my interjection, Tsunade finally recalled her purpose for visiting. Enough of this nonsense. I have come to inform you that Sasuke has gone missing. She recounted how, out of concern for Sasuke, she had dispatched someone for his protection the previous night. However, upon their shift change today, they discovered that the one they were to safeguard had vanished. Oh, I did not anticipate that this little rascal would truly venture over there. Upon hearing of Sasuke's sudden disappearance, rather than express surprise, I found it a natural occurrence. Having witnessed my own inadequacies, it was only fitting that he would seek power desperately. The cursed seal implanted by Orochimaru was indeed one of the crucial avenues for him to acquire immense strength in a short span. Thus, rather than diligently developing his own abilities, he prefers to accept strength bestowed upon him. I mused softly. What do you mean by developing or accepting? Are you not surprised by Sasuke's sudden disappearance? Surprised? Had I genuinely felt astonished, I would not have sought to warn that little rascal in my capacity as a teacher last night. However, it came as a surprise that this young lad could not resist the allure of such power. Orochimaru's decision to implant the cursed seal of heaven upon Sasuke was merely a reflection of his admiration for the youth's physique and the coveted Sharingan, a treasure of the Uchiha clan. Back when Orochimaru joined the Akatsuki, he had long coveted Itachi Uchiha's body, which not only possessed remarkable youth but also boasted a fully evolved Meijiki Sharingan. Yet, due to Itachi's overwhelming strength, Orochimaru could only watch enviously as that coveted form moved about before him. This time, however, he shifted his attention to the even younger and weaker Sasuke Uchiha. Seizing the opportunity presented by Sasuke's desperate thirst for power, Orochimaru effortlessly implanted a technique that would allow him to seize the boy's body. Are we to merely observe as Sasuke plunges into Orochimaru's ranks? Fear not. The unfolding of events is entirely within my foresight. Xing Lu, brandishing a fan procured from some unknown source, adopted the demeanor of a sage, as if to proclaim that the secrets of fate were beyond revelation. Well, since you, as his teacher, remain so composed, I suppose my own anxiety as an outsider would be futile. With that, Tsunade donned a mischievous grin directed at Xing Lu. Since you are already awake, shall we not engage in a bit of physical activity? Do you mean? 10 minutes later, Tsunade lay breathless on the ground, while Xing Lu appeared to yearn for more, licking his lips. I had not anticipated that you were merely formidable in words. I had yet to warm up before you collapsed on the ground. How absurd. We had agreed to merely spar using our own strength. Yet you shamelessly resorted to sage mode. Tsunade, rising from the ground, seemed to have lost all dignity as one of the legendary three ninjas. Her extraordinary strength was utterly suppressed by her opponent's sage mode, and even with all her might, she found herself unable to breach the defenses. Alas, I do not believe I utilized any chakra. Moreover, in this state, without employing any techniques, no one would engage in a fair fight with you. At this moment, Xing Lu was reminded of a certain woman known as Little Pepper. Perhaps this woman could contend with Tsunade on equal footing without resorting to chakra. Chapter 31. The imaginative Minato as Xing Lu escorted Tsunade. Their arrival was neither too early nor too late, coinciding perfectly with the time when the average office worker was preparing to depart. At that moment, the door to their home swung open, revealing Minato Namikaze, who had yet to commence his journey to work. So, what brings you and Lady Tsunade here so early in the morning? Originally, Watergate intended to prepare for his departure when he was startled by the vigorous knocking on his door early in the morning. Upon opening the door, he was astonished to find not only Xingliu but also Tsunade, who one would never expect to see at his doorstep. This is not to say that Tsunade could not be at Watergate's home, but rather that the intersection between these two individuals was limited solely to the connection of being friends of his teacher and disciples of friends. Therefore, under normal circumstances, it was improbable for Tsunade to appear here, let alone to come to his home so early in the morning seeking him. However, considering the presence of the man before him, who wore a cheeky grin, one could hardly predict his actions through the lens of ordinary reasoning. With this thought in mind, Tsunade's sudden appearance at his home no longer seemed abrupt. In fact, it could be deemed quite natural. "Hey, I see you haven't gone to work yet, brother." Xing Lu had anticipated that Shui Min might still be at home during this time. However, he did not foresee that it would be Shui Min himself who would come to open the door. "Well, what do you care if I went to work or not? You idle fish? It is indeed you, arriving early in the morning to knock fervently on my front door. Surely, you do not merely wish to inquire whether I have gone to work." As he spoke, Shui Min cast a casual glance at Tsunade, who stood beside Xingliu. "Moreover, at this moment, are you not lying in your own room? How is it that you suddenly arrived here with Lady Tsunade?" It remains uncertain whether the sound insulation of the Konoha luxury apartments is particularly effective, as Mingxing Liu and Minato reside merely next door. Yet they remain oblivious to the fact that Tsunade had dismantled the front door of Xingliu's home early that morning. Otherwise, given the resounding crash of the door collapsing, it would be implausible for Minato to inquire why Tsunade had unexpectedly appeared in their vicinity. The esteemed Tsunade's early arrival was not without purpose, prompting Xingliu to resolve to disclose to Minato everything, except for his desire to witness a duel between Kushina and Tsunade. This included the grave matter of Uchiha Sasuke bearing the cursed seal of heaven implanted by Orochimaru and his subsequent departure from the Hidden Leaf Village. Naturally, in addition to these serious matters, Xingliu did not hesitate to embellish the tale of his front door's noble sacrifice in the line of duty. "Can't you repair your own front door?" he inquired. "Moreover, you are certainly capable of utilizing wood release. Rather than waiting for me to summon someone to assist you in making the necessary repairs, it would be far more expedient for you to take matters into your own hands." The sudden departure of Uchiha Sasuke from the village has undoubtedly been reported and placed on someone's desk. If he has returned to his office, he ought to have acquired certain intelligence that Xingliu is unaware of. What strikes him as absurd, however, is that this individual, who seemingly only last night hosted others for dinner, is now departing the village on the very next day, or rather, that same evening. Could it be that this person possesses knowledge of certain insider information unknown to him? Is that why you specifically brought Sasuke to your home to share a meal? If that were truly the case, would it not imply that I had unjustly misjudged Xingliu? Although Xingliu had already warned him, he failed to perceive this matter in advance. Reflecting on this, Mizumo's gaze towards Xingliu no longer carried the previous disdain. "I am now aware of this situation. Leave the rest to us," Mizumo stated. After concluding official matters, his eyes softened slightly as he regarded Xingliu and the others with uncharacteristic gentleness. "If you haven't had breakfast yet, would you care to join me at my home?" he offered, his tone laced with quiet surprise. Why is this damned brother suddenly gazing at me with such tenderness? Could he be plotting some mischief again? Upon noticing that Minato's tone had become inexplicably gentler than usual, Xingliu instinctively suspected the man must be plotting something nefarious. After careful deliberation, he ultimately decided to take Tsunade to Ichiraka Ramen for breakfast instead. "We have pressing matters to attend to shortly," Xingliu declared. "So we won't disturb your long-awaited reunion, brother." With that, he hastily ushered Tsunade away, as though fearing the slightest delay might prompt Minato to stop them. Watching Xingliu flee as if evading some monstrous calamity, Minato felt, for the first time, that his prestige as the fourth Hokage held remarkably little sway. Yet, given the boy's usual lethargic and lackadaisical demeanor, what pressing matters could he possibly have? Is not the so-called important matter merely accompanying Lady Tsunade to the gambling den for a round of cards? Some people actually claim that gambling in a casino is some grand and important affair. What nonsense. At first, Shui Min was tempted to grumble at Xing Lu. But then he recalled the two young women he had seen at the gambling den yesterday and suddenly found himself less opposed to Xing Lu's card games. And here I thought this brat was so upright and proper. Turns out, the moment he spots someone who catches his eye, he can't resist the urge to see them again. However, could that young lad truly handle such a pair of sisters, one older and one younger? What on earth does a pair of sisters, one older and one younger, even mean? At this moment, after waiting for so long without seeing Minato return, Kushina stepped out of the house. However, the moment she emerged, she overheard Minato mentioning something about one big and one little sister. Don't tell me you're planning to bring in a pair of sisters to serve you? Were you not utterly drained last night? Kushina gazed at her husband with a smile that was both enigmatic and playful. Just last night, he had expressed a longing to relish the rare moments of their life as a couple, yet their time together had scarcely lasted a few fleeting hours. Had it not been for Minato's excuse of needing to rise early for work the next day, he might still be lying motionless in bed at this very moment. Kushina bringing up this matter was like pouring salt on Minato's wounds, causing a dull ache to resurface in a place he thought had been drained dry. Under his wife's knowing smirk, Minato reluctantly decided to divulge Saryu's intention of visiting the gambling den to pick up girls. Chapter 32. Kushina, the overactive imagination enthusiast at first. Kushina wore an exasperated expression upon hearing from her husband that Saryu had returned to the gambling den. To them, Saryu was practically family, like a younger brother. What elder would be pleased to hear their junior frequenting such disreputable establishments? If such an elder existed, they must have fortunes to spare. Otherwise, how could they tolerate their kin wasting time in such places? Of course, if Saryu were a legendary gambler, that would be a different story entirely. Back to Saryu, who was neither wealthy nor a gambling prodigy. Initially, Kushina was frustrated with Minato for not stopping him. But as Minato explained further, her expression shifted dramatically. Who would have thought that little Saryu was such a romantic, taking Lady Tsunade to the gambling den early in the morning to flirt with girls? Overjoyed, Kushina playfully smacked Minato's back, nearly making him cough up his breakfast. Then, in her excitement, she glanced at the collapsed door of Saryu's apartment next door. Did you really expect Saryu to fix his own door? If left to him, that door wouldn't be repaired anytime soon. With that, Kushina stepped inside Saryu's apartment. Aside from the brand new oversized bed, all the furniture had been carefully selected by her and Minato as a housewarming gift when he first moved in. If we hadn't insisted on furnishing his place, the only piece of furniture in here would probably be that massive 2-meter bed he made himself. When Saryu first moved in, the village only offered traditional wooden beds. Accustomed to plush Western-style mattresses, he immediately recreated the bed from his previous world that very night. The first time Minato and Kushina saw such a bed, they were astonished. They promptly asked Saryu to replicate one for them the next day, along with desks and other furniture. But the prolonged use of his replication ability left Saryu utterly exhausted. He slept for an entire day afterward, barely recovering his energy. Perhaps it was because on that day, Xingliu no longer dared to casually replicate items from his original world, lest he become a mere tool once again. Under Kushina's subtle reminders, Minato recalled all the furniture Xingliu had crafted for their home and the repairs he'd done to their apartment door. Fixing a minor issue like Xingliu's broken gate was the least he could do in return. I'll arrange for someone to repair Xingliu's gate. As his elder brother and sister-in-law, it's only right we help him with such small matters, Minato said, casting an odd glance at Kushina. Kushina, since we're his elder brother and sister-in-law, don't you think we should check on his future partner? At first, Kushina didn't grasp his meaning, but after catching Minato's suggestive eyebrow raise, realization dawned. Of course. It's only natural for an elder brother and sister-in-law to assess whether a potential match is suitable for their younger sibling. I'll sneak over to the gambling den later and see if those two girls are a good fit for our little Xingliu. If they are, we'll quietly arrange things with their family. But if they're not, Kushina's playful expression faded, replaced by solemnity. If they're truly unsuitable for Xingliu, then we'll have to separate them. Minato agreed with her decision. Rather than letting a doomed entanglement linger, it was better for elders to intervene decisively, to sever the ties cleanly before irreversible damage was done. Unbeknownst to them, Xingliu remained oblivious to the melodramatic family drama unfolding in Minato and Kushina's minds. Even if he later learned of it, he could only sigh helplessly. He had no idea which of his actions had convinced them he fancied the sisters. If such a moment existed, it was purely their overactive imaginations at work. After breakfast at Ichiraka Ramen, Xingliu and Tsunade resumed their aimless wandering through the village. However, with the morning rush hour in full swing, their meandering only added to the congestion. Opting for a quieter spot, they leaped onto a rooftop and idly chatted to pass the time. Xingliu, aren't you a teacher at the Ninja Academy? Tsunade asked. I am. Why? Today's a school day, isn't it? Shouldn't you be on duty? Xingliu had later inquired about this matter with Shizen. He appeared in the public 5 years ago without any apparent reason. Initially, it was only due to the strong endorsement of Namikaze Minato, the current 4th Hokage, that this unidentified outsider was allowed to reside within the village. However, when the Ninetales later attacked the village, he single-handedly shielded it from devastation, effortlessly convincing everyone that he was a friend rather than a foe. Just another day at the academy. What does that have to do with a slacker like me? Xingliu sprawled lazily across the rooftop tiles, utterly indifferent. Had it not been for Minato forcibly assigning him to teach at the Ninja Academy, why would he have stayed in this wretched place for so long? He didn't even understand this world's chakra or any of its techniques. Teaching others would only lead them astray. So, once Naruto and Sasuke graduated, Xingliu promptly resigned. Why waste time instructing brats when he could simply laze around? Among the remaining youngsters, only Konohamaru stood out as somewhat capable. What made him special, you ask? The fact that he single-handedly defeated one of the 6 paths of pain, a feat even most adults couldn't match. Chapter 33. Can he really do it? Xingliu and the others lingered on the rooftops until the gambling den was nearly opened before finally descending. Yet, when they settled at their usual mahjong table, they realized that aside from themselves, there were no other patrons around. Did we arrive a tad too early? Xingliu glanced around, noticing the dealers had only just begun their preparations, leaving their table bare. Indeed, quite early. I usually come after lunch, Tsunade remarked, eyeing Xingliu's exasperated expression. Well, shall we wander around and return after lunch? Though her suggestion might have sounded appealing to those restless souls, for a sloth like Xingliu, idleness was idleness. No matter the location. Moving elsewhere would merely mean shifting the same lethargy to a different spot. He'd much rather remain sprawled right here. The mere thought of the round trip exhausted him. The distance he'd walked these past 2 days already doubled his monthly physical exertion. Any further strain, and he'd need days of rest to recover. As Xingliu flopped onto the mahjong table once more, Tsunade could only sigh and shake her head before rising to explore the other gaming tables. If only I had a phone or a handheld console right now. This way, I wouldn't be merely lying here wasting time. Xingliu reminisced about how before his transmigration, he would lounge at home with a phone in one hand and a tablet in the other. When boredom struck, he could always settle at his computer desk to watch the latest anime. Why must I be transported to such a godforsaken place? Never mind whether a modern person like me could survive in this world devoid of smartphones and internet. What's even more frustrating is that no one bothered to explain why I suddenly found myself in this realm in the first place. As Xingliu lay sprawled across the mahjong table, seething with helpless fury, a melodious feminine voice suddenly chimed in from behind him. What exactly is a modern person? And what are these smartphones and internet you mentioned just now, big brother? Turning his head toward the sound, Xingliu realized that little Teru and Saki had somehow appeared behind him without his notice. Initially, the sisters had intended to startle him upon seeing him lying on the mahjong table. However, as they crept closer, they overheard him muttering unfamiliar terms that piqued their curiosity. Well, smartphones and the internet are remarkable things you wouldn't be familiar with. Faced with the sisters' inquisitive gazes, Xingliu could only offer a vague excuse in an attempt to deflect their questions. Unsurprisingly, the ambiguous response left both girls unsatisfied. Under Xingliu's bewildered stare, they promptly flanked him, each clinging to one of his arms. If Big Brother doesn't explain those things properly, we'll just have to keep holding on to your arms and never let go. Such shameless words could only come from Teru, the elder sister. Had it been the timid Saki, who blushed at the mere thought of speaking to strangers, Xingliu might have spilled every secret without hesitation. After all, who could resist the charms of an adorable little sister acting spoiled? Though, he had to admit, there was a certain appeal to the elder sister's coquettish behavior as well. Ahem. All right. Since you're both so curious about what I mentioned earlier, I suppose I can be generous and enlighten you. After indulging in the sisters' playful antics, Xingliu finally relented and shared details about the entertainment devices from his original world. He described not just commonplace items like smartphones and computers, but also handheld gaming consoles and even the once iconic Little Tyrant gaming system. Upon hearing of these unheard-of gadgets, both girls immediately clamored to try them. It took considerable coaxing from Xing Lu before they reluctantly abandoned their eager demands. My, has it only been one night since we last met? And you're already enjoying the company of two lovely ladies? After experiencing the exhilarating sensation of giving away money, Tsunade returned to Xing Lu's side. However, upon her arrival, she was greeted by the sight of him with both hands firmly embraced by two different types of beautiful women. Would you believe me if I said I allowed them to hold my hands to prevent them from falling? He joked. The soft embrace of the adorable girls made it nearly impossible for Xing Lu to relinquish the delightful sensation, which was subsequently noted by Tsunade. Having aged significantly more than Xing Lu, Tsunade was well aware of what these young girls were up to. They were merely indulging in playful affection toward him. Well, since our mahjong quartet is finally assembled, what could possibly be more important than this? She mused. After teasing the girls for some time, Tsunade lifted the mahjong set she had just acquired from the boss, prompting the two girls to instantly release their hold on Xing Lu and scurry to their designated seats obediently. To his surprise, the delightful touch vanished quicker than he anticipated. Xing Lu yearned for that moment to linger a bit longer. If you enjoy it, then bravely bid farewell, Tsunade whispered in his ear. Although it may seem frivolous to develop feelings for two sisters, isn't it half the battle won if they do not repel you? The remaining half now rested upon him. With that, she patted his shoulder and returned to her seat to shuffle the tiles. Was the remaining half truly dependent on him? Xing Lu pondered Tsunade's words. Could he genuinely develop feelings for someone else, even as a person whose existence was as fleeting as a whisper? Could he indeed leave a mark in this world? Chapter 34. I am the chosen one. Outside the window, a woman with dark red hair gazed anxiously at him from her seat in the gambling hall. Does this fool still not see us as family? Even if you cannot return, do we not still have each other here? The woman secretly observing Xing Lu from outside the gambling establishment was Kushina Uzumaki, who had come to see her future sister-in-law after receiving the address from her husband. Initially surprised by the sight of the two sisters, Xiao Zhao and Xiao Xia, her attention quickly shifted to the despondent expression on Xing Lu's face. After all, what could be more important than her brother? The expression Xing Lu wore now was reminiscent of the one he had shown shortly after Naruto's birth. A fade of forced cheerfulness that led her and Minato to accept him as their brother. Oh, little Xing Lu, why have you yet to untangle the knots within your heart? At that time, she and Mizumoto had inquired about the source of Xing Lu's expression. Yet after he smiled at them, he returned to gazing at the sky, so close, yet so elusive, with a countenance marked by solitude. I simply do not know how much longer I can linger in this world, nor am I certain if I can harmoniously coexist within it, were the words that Xing Lu once shared with Mizumoto and Kushina. At that moment, the couple could not comprehend the depth of his sentiments. But as time passed and he began to engage in various erratic behaviors, they ultimately realized that Xing Lu was not of their world. Despite their understanding, it did not alter the fact that he remained their younger brother. The trio in the gambling den, though not as perceptive as Kushina in discerning Xing Lu's inner turmoil, eventually recognized that today's Xing Lu was fundamentally different from the one they once knew after witnessing his repeated misfortunes. Big brother, are you feeling unwell? Would you like Saki-chan to help you feel better? The first to speak was the adorably innocent Saki-chan, who approached Xing Lu and earnestly pressed her small hand against his forehead, comparing it with her own. You're not feverish, are you? Perhaps it's a stomachache? Would you like me to rub it for you? Lost in his own world, Xing Lu found it impossible to think of anything else upon seeing the cute girl before him. He immediately lifted both hands and enveloped her in a tight embrace, as though wishing to meld her into his very being, only releasing her once she exclaimed in discomfort. Haha, Saki-chan, big brother is perfectly fine now. After thoroughly expelling the negativity within, Xing Lu once again revealed his signature languorous smile, prompting the shy Saki-chan to retreat behind her sister, peeking out with half her face visible as she regarded him. I'm so glad you're okay. If you weren't happy, Saki-chan would be unhappy too. Accompanying Saki-chan's bashfulness was a sweet voice, yet it was this tender-hearted girl who ultimately helped Xing Lu unravel the knots within his heart. In the otherworldly realm, he was the chosen one by the gods. His current state of timorous hesitation was a disservice to those mighty beings who had traversed to other worlds. Indeed, at that moment, Xing Lu felt unburdened. How rare it was to traverse an alternate dimension only to remain ensnared by fear, rendering him no different from the self he was before embarking on this journey. In order to devise a plan to become the unmatched champion, Xing decided to leave after playing several rounds of mahjong with the three girls. However, he was met with unanimous opposition from the other two, aside from Tsunade. No, big brother. We haven't even played half as many rounds as we did yesterday. Why do you want to leave so soon? Xiao Zhao exclaimed. Even if you can bear to leave me, can you truly abandon Saki-chan? Shortly after Xiao Zhao's words, Saki-chan, disregarding her shyness, approached and tightly embraced Xing arm, making it impossible for him to extricate himself from the tender grasp of this adorable girl. Please stay a little longer, big brother. It took us so long to escape from home. If we return too soon, we might face punishment from those at home. Saki-chan's soft, endearing voice combined with her frail, pitiful expression made it difficult for Xing to deny her request. Although the girls in this world were not confined to their homes in the traditional sense, their freedom was still quite limited. Particularly at Saki-chan's age, they were often preoccupied with household chores, leading to days that slipped away unnoticed. All right, I will play a few more rounds with you, but you must return home before dark or your families will worry. With this agreement, they shuffled the tiles for the next game. Aside from a brief excursion for a meal at Ichiraku Ramen, Xing had spent the entire day in the gambling house, playing cards with the three girls. However, the final game dragged on for too long, causing Saki-chan and her friends to miss their promise to return home before nightfall. Goodbye, big brother. At a nondescript apartment building, Xiao Zhao and Saki-chan stood at their doorstep, waving to Xing as he saw them home. Goodbye. If your parents scold you, remember to seek my help. Xing couldn't resist calling out to the two behind the door, hoping they would refrain from punishing the sisters out of respect for him. Now, aside from needing to repair the door to his apartment, he must also contemplate his future. Although he had spent the entire day playing mahjong with Xiao Zhao and Saki-chan, Xing had already outlined his aspirations for what he wished to pursue. Chapter 35. The plans of a slacker. According to the upcoming plot of the original story, it seems that Jiraiya would soon journey to the Rain Village to investigate Pain. However, when discussing the investigation of Pain, one cannot overlook Jiraiya's fierce battle against Pain in the Rain Village. Facing the 6 paths of Pain without any preparation is truly the mark of a genuine man. After all, Naruto only confronted them after meticulous preparation. However, the incident of Pain's assault on the Hidden Leaf Village may very well be averted this time, as Hashiryu is set to accompany Jiraiya in investigating the Rain Village. He had previously promised to join Jiraiya in meeting another of his disciples, the Savior, thus ensuring Jiraiya's survival this time. What would happen if the Akatsuki organization lost its leader first? How would Uchiha Obito respond? Although the Akatsuki was initially established by Yahiko and Nagato to bring peace to their homeland, after Yahiko's demise, Nagato shifted the organization's purpose to collecting tailed beasts. Even after Nagato's death, the organization remained under the control of Uchiha Obito, whose objective continued to revolve around the collection of tailed beasts. Yet, his ambitions lacked the grandeur of others. From the outset, his sole desire was to create a world where Rin existed. Ultimately, it is unclear who he truly manipulated. As the organization's ultimate aim evolved into the so-called Moon Eye Plan, or the resurrection of Kagaya Otsutsuki. What is Uchiha Madara, after all? If I were to obliterate the Akatsuki first, could you still orchestrate such grand schemes? Hashiryu, possessing average abilities, is no longer inclined to remain passive. His singular goal now is to eliminate all potential threats within the ninja world before returning to the gambling den to continue playing cards with that delightful girl. With this thought, Hashiryu felt an overwhelming urge to teleport and eliminate all members of the Akatsuki. However, taking on an entire group of rogue ninjas alone seemed rather absurd. So he decided to wait for his allies to return. I'm back. Initially, Hashiryu had hoped to share a meal with the Minato couple. But upon opening the door to their room, he found it completely empty. Hey, even if little Naruto isn't home, surely these foolish parents wouldn't abandon their house entirely? Hashiryu remarked, voicing his disappointment at the vacant abode. Yes, upon seeing the empty room. Hashiryu instinctively thought that Minato and Kushina had seized the opportunity to enjoy some time alone while Naruto was away. Indeed, parents embody true love, children are merely an afterthought. As he gazed at the photograph of Naruto hanging on the wall, he pondered, oh, little Naruto, would you succumb to darkness if you knew of this? What are you rambling about the moment you return, you little rascal? Suddenly, a resigned voice came from behind Hashiryu. Turning around, he was startled to find Minato had appeared behind him without a sound. Whoa, I must ask, how do you manage to walk so silently? Xing took a small step back in fright, then, still shaken, patted his chest. The flying thunder god can be used like this. And while it's fine if I'm scared, if it frightens my sister-in-law, it wouldn't be just a beating that would settle things. As Xing Lu continued to dig himself deeper, Minato could no longer hold back and flicked his forehead. The crisp sound that resonated from Xing Lu's forehead made Minato realize that this was indeed a significant reprimand. In stark contrast to Minato's satisfied expression, Xing Lu, who had just been flicked on the forehead by his elder brother, grimaced in pain, covering the spot that had been struck. Just because your sister-in-law isn't here. You think you can bully me? If you keep this up, I will fight back. Oh, and how do you intend to retaliate? Just as Xing Lu uttered his fierce words, he sensed a familiar spiritual pressure approaching from outside. When the owner of that voice finally appeared, he discovered Kushina wearing an enigmatic smile, observing the bullied Xing Lu. Little Xing Lu, do tell, whom do you intend to fight back against? To his dismay, Xing Lu realized that his rare display of bravado had been overheard by his opponent's wife. Typically, someone like Xing Lu, known for his sharp tongue, would never dare to raise a hand against those who treated him well. However, now that he sought to be tough, he found himself facing someone of a different caliber. Seeing no chance to turn the situation around, Xing Lu simply closed his eyes and resigned himself to fate. What nonsense are you concocting in that head of yours? You little rascal? Kushina found it both amusing and infuriating to see Xing Lu displaying such a do-or-die attitude. Had she ever mentioned punishing him? Whom was he trying to impress with that expression? It seems the situation has taken an unexpected turn. Does that mean he'll receive another beating? Why did you flick my forehead again? Just as Xing Lu believed he had dodged a beating, he was flicked on the same spot once more. Take a look in the mirror at that strange expression before you speak to me, Kushina remarked, rolling her eyes before returning to the neighboring apartment with Minato to supervise the ninja repairing the door. Is my expression really that strange? Speaking. Xing Lu raised his right hand slightly, and a compact mirror appeared in his grasp. What the heck? Who is this man with such a disgusting smile? Upon seeing the reflection in the mirror, Xing Lu nearly flung it away in horror. It seemed his ability to manage his expressions was woefully inadequate. This bad habit of wearing his heart on his sleeve had been pointed out by many in his previous world. He had even practiced in front of his bathroom mirror on how to conceal his emotions, but the results had been utterly disheartening. At times, I find myself envious of those who express joy and sorrow with the same countenance. If I possessed such a skill, would it not enable me to master the legendary art of speaking nonsense with my eyes wide open? However, just as Xing Lu was immersed in these unrealistic musings, a voice from outside shattered his reverie. Chapter 36. The pressure of marriage. Just as Xing Lu was lost in thought, he was interrupted by a voice from beyond the door. Hey, Xing Lu, how long do you intend to linger in your room? Hurry out and take a look at your new door. What? Wasn't the door to my room just broken by Tsunade today? When did a new one appear? Puzzled, Xing Lu stepped out of the neighboring Minato's home and swiftly returned to his own abode, which was merely a 2 or 3 minute walk away. What on earth is this? On his way back, Xing Lu had already contemplated how to redecorate his entryway, yet upon returning home, he discovered that the door that had previously fallen was now restored to its original position. Furthermore, the layout of the room bore no resemblance to what he once remembered. If the new arrangement could be likened to that of a proper dwelling, then the previous state of Xing Lu's room could only be described as akin to a doghouse. The current layout not only featured the essential furniture, but also included numerous shelves and tables for storing miscellaneous items. In contrast, the prior setup had merely a bed and a few sofas in the living room as its sole adornments. Well, this new layout was crafted over an entire day by me and Minato. It's certainly far more appealing than your previous living situation, isn't it? Kushina, who had been directing the placement of furniture, hurried over upon seeing the astonished Xing Lu to introduce him to the new home that she and Minato had arranged for him. It is indeed attractive, but isn't it rather inappropriate for a grown man to reside in such a meticulously prepared apartment? Moreover, these furnishings and labor do not seem to come cheap. Regardless of the realm, bespoke furniture and hired help are notoriously costly. Thus, before Xing Lu returned home, he had merely considered hastily crafting a new door from wood, never imagining the extensive purchase of furniture as Kushina and Minato had done. Besides, they had only just gifted him a complete set of new furniture upon moving in. Would it not be somewhat inconsiderate to ask for further renovations now? Oh, come on. Isn't money meant to be spent? You should consider that your elder brother is none other than the illustrious 4th Hokage. Business people are eager to curry favor with him, and they wouldn't dream of charging him. Kushina understood Xing Lu's concerns, which stemmed from the substantial amount they had spent to renovate his room. In truth, neither of them spent a single penny this time. Setting aside the fact that Minato, as the fourth Hokage, is quite beyond such trivialities. It is indeed as Kushina remarked, these merchants belong to that peculiar category that wishes to offer money, yet it would be impossible for the recipient to accept it. After all, if a mere sum could secure the Hokage's support for their future endeavors, such a transaction would undoubtedly be immensely profitable. Moreover, they have aided in refurbishing Sinyu's residence, which is among the most formidable forces in the village. Gaining the favor of these two would yield far greater long-term benefits than any fleeting gain. Truly, merchants remain steadfastly driven by self-interest. In Sinyu's previous world, many merchants employed such trivial favors to curry favor with those in power. Rather than merely engaging in a transient commercial relationship, it is far more advantageous to seize the opportunity to form acquaintances through small gestures. The most adept merchants do not overtly reveal their intentions, but instead adopt a subtle approach that compels acceptance, even when one is aware of their ulterior motives. For instance, they might say, "As you are our 10th customer, I shall not accept payment. These goods can be gifted to others, and you may simply purchase anew." This represents the most extreme tactics of merchants, while some more skillful ones may even sell you something while leaving you cheerfully praising their salesmanship. Though such instances are exceedingly rare. If everyone could reach such levels of cunning, the world would surely descend into chaos. Ahem, the previous passage is merely for amusement. Such scenarios are improbable in reality. As Sinyu mentally berated the unscrupulous merchants, the workers hired to transport the furniture had already placed the items in their designated spots. After presenting the delivery receipt for Minato's signature, the workers gradually departed. Once all the workers had left, Sinyu and Kushina eagerly entered Sinyu's new home to admire the latest furniture styles. How generous of your brother and sister-in-law, wouldn't you agree? While we continue to use furniture that's been around for years, you've just received an entirely new set for your 5-year-old home. With that, Minato wore a thoughtful smile and walked over, affectionately draping his arm around Sinyu's shoulder. I've heard from your sister-in-law that you seem quite taken with one of the girls from the gambling den, haven't you? Are you too shy to express your feelings? No wonder he felt as though he had been under scrutiny all day. Initially, he believed it was merely his imagination and paid it no mind. However, now that Minato, a key figure from that time, had hinted at it, the truth of his being followed was undeniable. Hey, why have you suddenly fallen silent? If there are words that are difficult to express, perhaps you could enlist the help of your elder brother and sister-in-law. In this hidden leaf village, our reputation holds considerable weight. I must say, if you genuinely harbor affections for those two sisters, I hold no objections. After a day of keen observation, I have discerned that these sisters seem to harbor feelings for you as well. Otherwise, they would not cling to you so persistently. Kushina added her thoughts on the matter. Xingliu was quite taken aback by the couple's words. He merely held a fondness for Sakura and her companions. Yet their insinuations made it seem as though a marriage was already assured. Dear brother and sister-in-law, could you perhaps temper your enthusiasm? Even if I do have feelings for them, there is a need for gradual understanding before anything can materialize. Thus, this matter cannot be rushed. Chapter 37. Negotiations. Fearing that the couple might push him towards marriage, Xingliu decided to share the thoughts he had considered earlier. He merely conveyed information regarding the Akatsuki's objectives and his intentions to eradicate the organization, deliberately omitting any critical plot points. He was wary that if Watergate were to learn of his plans and react with a 5 Kage summit, it could lead to the Akatsuki capturing them all at once. After all, that was the complete Akatsuki. Although the second Hokage had once recklessly charged in alone and faced severe consequences from the representatives of the 5 villages, an assault by the entire Akatsuki would be on an entirely different scale. Even a pawn like the second Hokage would struggle against even the weakest members of the Akatsuki, such as Haiden. So, do you intend to continue feigning ignorance? Upon hearing Xingliu's plan, Watergate was astonished that he wasn't proposing a 5 Kage summit or something similar. This lazy fellow actually contemplated making a move, and if anyone were to be pleased by Xingliu's decision to cease his lethargy, it would undoubtedly be Watergate. With one less ninja of his caliber slacking off in the village, it implied that he could afford to relax himself. As Watergate regarded Xingliu, his expression shifted. Were it not for this brat's reluctance to inherit his position, he might have considered stepping down as Hokage and embarking on a journey around the world with Kushina. However, it was not to say that he would no longer remain idle. this matter would wait until Naruto returned. Therefore, Xingliu, for now, would continue in his state of repose. If others were to discover that this seemingly gifted individual before them was merely a slacker, would they not find it unbearable? After all, the fact that others devote their entire lives only to find that this carefree slacker stands at the starting line would be intolerable for anyone. Enough of this banter. Rather than dwell on our trivialities, we should summon all the Jinchuriki to the village for concentrated protection. The Jinchuriki of Shikaku is destined to become the future Kazekage of the Sand Village. Moreover, during the Chunin exam, Xiaoming had previously encountered him. Subsequently, Xingliu conveyed to Mizunoto the matters concerning Gaara, allowing him to organize an appropriate course of action. I shall contemplate the issue you have raised. However, if this matter is to be executed, it will undoubtedly require your involvement. The transfer of a Jinchuriki is a substantial undertaking, and relying solely on Kakashi and his team would prove exceedingly arduous. Rest assured, this endeavor was initiated by me, and I shall take full responsibility. As it pertains to his potential early retirement, naturally, I must see it through to the end. Otherwise, should a few-tailed beasts escape, the burden of resolution would inevitably fall upon us. As the hour grew late, Xingliu and his companions decided to order takeout from Ichiraku Ramen. However, after having indulged in several bowls of ramen that day, Xingliu had no desire to see ramen again for quite some time. Time passed inexorably, and when Xingliu finally opened his eyes in his apartment, it marked the completion of 6 full years since he had traversed into this ninja world. Has it truly been 6 years? He glanced at Saki, who lay beside him. Ever since that day when he resolved to change his ways, Xingliu had fervently pursued Saki, whom he fortuitously encountered at a gambling den. Just yesterday, under a splendidly sunny sky, they officially became husband and wife. Big brother, how did you wake up so quickly? Even after their marriage, Saki continued to call him big brother rather than husband or master. From the moment she met him, he had always been her big brother. And now he belonged solely to her. I apologize, did I awaken you? Xingliu gently stroked Saki's fluffy head, smiling. Not at all, Saki replied. I merely find this all rather surreal. I never imagined I would become the wife of my big brother. As she spoke, she affectionately nuzzled her small head against Xingliu's large hand. This is no dream. You truly are my only big brother now, Xingliu remarked. Though it appeared directed at Saki, it was equally a declaration to himself. Had he not come to this realization that day, he would still be hiding in some corner, aimlessly drifting, and would never have married such a delightful girl in this world. Knock, knock. Little Xingliu, are you awake? Watergate has important matters to discuss with you. Initially wishing to prolong their tender moment, the two reluctantly set aside their intimacy upon hearing the knocking at the door. Nevertheless, while dressing, they took their time, indulging in playful delays. As the door creaked open and Xingliu and his companion stepped outside, nearly 30 minutes had elapsed. Apart from Xingliu, who appeared invigorated and refreshed, his companion, Xiaojun, blushed adorably, her cheeks a delightful shade of rose. My dear brother, I began, that you were wet only yesterday. I now have a most pressing task to entrust to you. Upon witnessing the young couple emerge from the living room, Watergate discerned that they had engaged in some rather inappropriate activities within the confines of their room. Having experienced such things himself, he could read the expressions on their faces with clarity. However, gazing at the inseparable pair before him, Watergate recalled the reason for his visit. Thus, despite knowing it was somewhat unkind to approach Xingliu under such circumstances, he had no choice but to muster the courage to request his assistance. Setting aside the fact that Kakashi, a former copy ninja, and others like Might Guy and Asuma had just returned from Xingliu's wedding only to be dispatched on missions by Watergate, he couldn't help but think that had it not been for Xingliu's wedding night, he would have sent him off on a task long ago. Speak. What is it you require of me? The sooner you clarify your needs, the sooner I can return before dinner, Xingliu declared, his tone exuding a certain audacity. When he could afford due to his mastery of space-time ninjutsu. Chapter 38. Deployment. It was fortunate that Xingliu had not broached the subject. For the moment it was mentioned, Watergate, in a fit of anger, slammed his hand on the innocent table, causing Xiaojun to cower behind Xingliu in fright. It's those members of the Akatsuki organization. They have already commenced their operations, and their timeline is significantly earlier than you anticipated. As he spoke, Watergate relayed the intelligence received from other villages to Xingliu. While comforting the frightened Xiaojun, Xingliu listened intently to Watergate's revelations. My brother, did I not make it clear that my initial estimation was merely a preliminary one? There was no need for such vexation. Xing Lu remarked, his expression revealing a hint of intrigue as he gazed at Watergate. After all, have we not made prior arrangements? Initially, Watergate was puzzled by the nature of Xing Lu's arrangements, but upon observing the peculiar look on his face, he recalled one of the many strategies Xing Lu had devised. Are you referring to that young Uchiha boy? But why choose him to infiltrate the Akatsuki? You even sought members from various teams around the globe. That decision left my son ignoring me for days, Watergate retorted, a hint of exasperation in his voice. Oh, do not dwell on it too much. Just ensure that you coordinate those individuals from the rear. I shall address any unforeseen complications alongside the perverted sage. Starry Lu could only chuckle awkwardly in response to Mizuki's inquiry. After all, one cannot simply declare that members of the Uchiha clan are destined to be villains. Without delving into the machinations of Uchiha Ibido and Uchiha Madara, who orchestrated the Fourth Great Ninja War, one could ponder Uchiha Sasuke's predicament. Had he not inadvertently divulged a hint of the storyline, Sasuke would still be contemplating how to assault Konohagakure. Very well, I shall refrain from pursuing this matter further. However, you must diligently safeguard the life of that young Uchiha, for he serves as our invaluable mole within the Akatsuki organization. Had it been a year ago, the indolent Starry Lu would have dismissed any counsel from Mizuki without a second thought. Yet, since revealing future plans on that fateful day, Mizuki has come to regard the current Starry Lu as his strategic advisor. Important decisions are now routinely discussed with him before final resolution. Though ultimate authority remains firmly in Mizuki's grasp, should Starry Lu's advice sway him too significantly, the position of Hokage would be better relinquished to the former. Rest assured, the Akatsuki's infiltration is not solely reliant on the likes of Uchiha Itachi. To gain Itachi's trust, Starry Lu personally subdued the old fox, Danzo, allowing him to act as he pleased. However, this led to some backlash against Starry Lu from the upper echelons of Konoha, which Mizuki single-handedly quashed. If anyone possessed Starry Lu's strength and talent, not only would they refrain from attempting to impeach him, but they would also readily relinquish their claim to the Hokage seat. These words served as Mizuki's rationale to silence the higher-ups, and they provided him an opportunity to eradicate some of the village's entrenched parasites. Are you referring to Uchiha Itachi, who was manipulated by the old coot, Danzo, to infiltrate the Akatsuki? Mizuki only became aware of this through documents left by the third Hokage. Danzo, in his ruthless ambition for the Uchiha clan's Sharingan, was willing to jeopardize an entire family to coerce a mere 10-year-old Itachi. Were it not for Starry Lu's subsequent mention of this incident, he would have remained oblivious to Danzo's true nature as a callous individual, a peer of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Indeed, the individual I speak of is none other than Uchiha Itachi. Within the village of Konoha, there exists no one who cherishes it more than he does. Starry Lu's assertions are not mere rhetoric. If we set aside Itachi's brotherly obsession, one would find no greater love for Konoha than his. Very well. You may attend to those finer details as you see fit. We agreed upon this arrangement from the outset. Upon witnessing the nonchalant demeanor of Watergate, Xing Lu was reminded of the client from his previous world, who, much like the individual before him, merely uttered something trivial, leaving the subordinates to toil endlessly. It seems you have yet to articulate the purpose of your early visit. Surely, you did not come solely to reconfirm matters that are already in line with our plans, did you? If that is indeed the case, I would not mind allowing you to linger in Tsukuyami for a few days. As he spoke, Xing Lu's eyes transformed into a kaleidoscopic Sharingan, and should Watergate acquiesce, he guaranteed that the next instant, the man would be reduced to a babbling fool. Wait. Watergate was genuinely taken aback by this version of Xing Lu. Indeed, a man's temper can greatly intensify when interrupted, especially one who has recently tasted such experiences. His volatility would undoubtedly be magnified. Once Watergate sensed that Xing Lu did not genuinely intend to render him a fool, he finally exhaled in relief and gradually revealed the reason for his visit. I have come to prepare you for your journey to Sunagakure. What? You mean that Deidara and Sasori have already arrived in Sunagakure? If we adhere to the original storyline, it should be these two members of the Akatsuki tasked with capturing Gaara. Both the puppet master, Sasori, and the explosive artist, Deidara, are formidable opponents for Gaara, who has only recently ascended to the position of Kazekage. One pursues eternal art through puppetry, while the other seeks fleeting beauty in clay explosions. I truly hope they engage in combat. Although I have yet to receive any reports from the Akatsuki, based on the timeline you provided, it appears this event is imminent. Likely within the next couple of days. Watergate, unusually serious, placed a hand on Xing Lu's shoulder and reiterated, I must emphasize, although you have just celebrated your wedding night, for the sake of peace in the ninja world, we must enlist your strength. Chapter 39. The Chatterbox. Upon hearing Watergate's declaration, Xing Lu shrugged nonchalantly and resignedly replied, All right, it's not that you don't want me to slack off, is it? I'll get to work then. Perhaps it was the comical nature of his demeanor that prompted a reaction from Saki, who, upon witnessing Xing Lu's resigned expression, erupted into laughter. Uffed, big brother, do you realize how hilarious you look right now? Saki giggled, clutching her aching stomach. Your expression conveys both a reluctance to work and the resignation that you must do so. How is it possible for someone to express two entirely different sentiments simultaneously on their face? Hilarious? Xing Lu gazed at Saki, who was now doubled over with laughter on the ground. Is she referring to me as the comical one? Unbeknownst to Xing Liu, his puzzled expression once again struck a chord with Sakuchin's sense of humor, causing her laughter, which had nearly subsided, to erupt anew. Ha ha, I can't take it anymore. Big brother, I must retreat to my room. If I see you make such an amusing face again, I fear I shall collapse in laughter. With that, Sakuchin gradually leaned against the wall as she made her way back to the room she shared with Xing Liu, yet her melodious laughter lingered in the air. It remains uncertain whether Xing Liu was intrigued by his own expression, but he retrieved a mirror from his pocket and began to absurdly tug at his own reflection. Originally, Watergate believed that after years of close companionship with Xing Liu, he had become immune to his spontaneous antics. However, witnessing Xing Liu's whimsical behavior with the mirror revealed that his composure was far from steadfast. Did I just hear your laughter, big brother? Is my expression truly that amusing? With that, Xing Liu elongated his face while simultaneously pulling a comical grimace. I can't take this anymore. If you keep this up, I shall truly be undone. Despite having held the position of Hokage for several years, Watergate could never maintain his stoic demeanor in front of Xing Liu. I merely thought I would lighten your load a bit, given how busy you've been lately. As he spoke, Xing Liu switched to yet another silly face, finally managing to break through the stoic facade of the fourth Hokage. Ha ha ha, if this continues, I won't be able to maintain a serious expression for the rest of the day. Turning his back to avoid further amusement, Watergate found himself replaying Xing Liu's comical expressions in his mind. Remember to check if that group from the Akatsuki has made their way to the Sand Village. If they have indeed arrived, it would be ideal to repel them, but only provided you return to me safely. Thus, even if you cannot defeat them, it matters not. After all, they are not from our village. Why risk your life for them, right? Watergate chuckled as he patted Xing Liu on the shoulder. Not bad, big brother. It seems you have absorbed a significant portion of my skills. If the person before him had been the old Watergate, he would never have considered placing his life above all else. The village's interests had always been paramount, a mantra that once defined him. After all, he was the fool who would rather seal the nine tails within himself and Naruto than abandon Konoha. Enough of this. I've said my piece. Now go and have a proper conversation with Sakuchin. As an elder brother, the only recompense I can offer will have to wait until this matter is resolved. At which point I shall sincerely apologize to you all. To be frank, had it not been for the urgency of the situation, he would never have intruded upon this newlywed couple. However, all the formidable forces representing the pinnacle of our village have been dispatched. Sending the remaining inept individuals into the fray would be tantamount to offering them as sacrifices. Thus, after much contemplation, Watergate decided to send Xing Liu on this errand. Enough of this dialogue. If we continue, night will fall, and if it does, what purpose would my presence serve? Xing Liu flashed his signature languid smile. I shall not see you off. Simply ensure that the door is closed behind you before you depart. He then turned to retreat to his room, offering comfort to the newlywed Saki, who would soon be left alone in their shared abode. With that, he strode away, leaving Watergate to finish his final sip of tea in the now empty hall before taking his leave. No matter how many times I visit, I can never quite acclimate to this ghastly weather, mused Xing Liu, who had just shared a brief moment of warmth with Saki. The journey from Konoha to Sunagakure had taken merely a few minutes, rendering his arrival here unnoticed by anyone. Are you not Lord Xing Liu? A girl with two playful pigtails, wielding a large fan, suddenly emerged from a nearby building. Initially, she gazed at the unlikely presence of Xing Liu with disbelief. But after several confirmations, she recognized him as indeed the Xing Liu of Konoha. Ah, handy. I had not anticipated you to have grown even more beautiful in these few months. Xing Liu, ever the charmer, could not resist teasing the lovely young lady. despite having wed just the previous day. Haha, it has been a few months, Lord Xinglu, and you remain as amusing as ever, Handy replied, a smile dancing on her lips. I recall that you wed just yesterday. What brings you to our humble village so soon? Have you forgotten my visage, Handy? He quipped. Well, if I said I had not, what would you do? Xinglu retorted playfully, unperturbed by the banter. After all, jesting cost him nothing. He would indulge in his whims as he pleased. Should you truly miss me, Handy would be more than willing to oblige, she responded with playful intent. All right, Handy, let us cease the jesting here. At that moment, a man bearing the kanji for love upon his forehead emerged from within. I love you, Gaara. Greetings, Gaara, interjected Xinglu, who had come to Sunagakure with the very purpose of meeting him. He felt a sense of familiarity with the man before him, one he could indeed call a friend. During the previous examination supervision and a few months ago, when accompanying Minato to participate in the high-level meeting held in the village, Xingliu had spoken to the man before him no fewer than several hundred times. Upon seeing Xingliu greet him, Gaara nodded in acknowledgement and then turned to the expressionless Shoju, remarking, did I not mention that we would have guests over these days? It appears you are utterly unprepared. Well, there exists a notion that I have everything ready, albeit invisible to your eyes, Shoju replied, gesturing towards their already arranged accommodations. After a moment of silence, Gaara abruptly shifted the topic. Having initially intended to display his authority as the Kazekage before the people of another village. However, at that moment, he wished to dig a 3-bedroom apartment with his toes to mask his embarrassment. All right, you two siblings, spare me your antics. After knowing you for so long, if I still cannot see through your clumsy performance, then I have wasted many years of my life. With a shared glance, Gaara and Shoju decided to drop the pretense and directly invited Xingliu to join them in thwarting the Akatsuki organization. Teacher Xingliu, I am certain you have sensed that the Akatsuki intends to launch a surprise attack on our Sunagakure within these few days. Otherwise, you would not have traveled such a distance to assist us. Thus, as the 5th Kazekage of Sunagakure, I formally invite our ally from Konohagakure to aid us in repelling the Akatsuki. Did my elder brother not extend a formal invitation to you earlier? Xingliu had initially thought Minato summoned him upon receiving Gaara's official invitation, only to find that Minato had come before any formal invitation had been sent from the other village. If such a blunder had occurred during the 2nd or 3rd Ninja Wars, he would surely have been apprehended as a spy by the guards. We have indeed sent an invitation to the 4th Hokage. However, the other party has yet to find a suitable candidate to come, Gaara explained, slightly awkward. After all, dealing with the Akatsuki, a top-tier rogue ninja organization, cannot be measured by numbers alone. If the individuals sent are unsuitable, it would merely be a waste of lives. Very well, I shall accept it as such. However, do you have any information on when those Akatsuki members will arrive? You must understand. I left my newly wedded wife just yesterday to come here to assist, so it is imperative that we resolve this matter swiftly. Upon seeing that Xingliu's expression was genuinely serious, Gaara and Shoju hurriedly retrieved the intelligence they had received for Xingliu to examine. Otherwise, if the inhabitants of other villages were to learn that the long-awaited reinforcements were merely returning home to accompany their wives out of fear of their loneliness, they would be at a loss to decide whether to laugh or cry. Teacher Xinglu, this intelligence was relayed to us by our village's ninjas at the border before your arrival. According to the information provided by those ninjas, the Akatsuki organization has dispatched 2 individuals, namely Deidara, codenamed Sarayu, and Sasori, codenamed Yun. As he spoke, Gaara handed the confidential document to Xinglu. Indeed, it appears to be this duo of artistic talents. Upon seeing the familiar names in the return document, Xinglu returned it to Gaara. I recall that this Sasori originated from your village, did he not? How does it feel to have a former comrade return as an enemy to capture you? Xinglu teased Gaara with a smile, then chuckled to himself. Such sentiments hardly evoke the joy you describe. Rather, I find them profoundly disheartening. Had those individuals extended a modicum of warmth back in the day, our village could have boasted an additional elite ninja. If we had an extra elite ninja in our village, we wouldn't require the assistance of this salted fish before us. Upon hearing Gaara's melancholic tone, Xinglu's earlier irritation at being sent by Minato dissipated entirely. Indeed, nothing alleviates one's own discontent quite like hearing of another's misfortunes. Thus, apart from the brief moments spent each day sharing a meal with Sakura, Xinglu devoted the remainder of his time to aiding Gaara in fortifying their village's defenses. One fateful evening, a large bird made of clay soared over the village of Sunagakure, upon which stood a young man with a yellow ponytail and a stout scorpion puppet. Is this the village where the One-Tail resides? Why is it surrounded by sand? My skin has become unbearably dry over these past few days, the ponytailed youth lamented. Is the area around Sunagakure not sand but gold? Came the hoarse voice from the scorpion puppet. Haven't you been on that large bird for days? How could the wind and sand possibly reach you? Yes, a puppet-clad individual dares to mock me. I kindly ask that you step out of that cumbersome puppet before you speak. The ponytailed youth glanced at the village below, shimmering with light. It seems this place isn't as devoid of warmth as you suggested. The glow emanating from the buildings appears rather inviting. Perhaps it is merely my heart that is too cold? Just as the heavy puppet finished speaking, it leaped from the great bird above. Chapter 41. The Dawn of the Azure Dragon and the Azure Maiden Alas. Scorpion, wait for me. The young man with a ponytail had not anticipated that his adversary would suddenly leap from the giant bird while he was momentarily distracted. He swiftly maneuvered the very bird he was riding to the spot where Scorpion had just descended. These two members of the Akatsuki organization presumed their abrupt appearance would go unnoticed. However, within the edifice symbolizing the wind shadow among the five Kage, several individuals had already discerned their presence from the moment they arrived. Goodness, why do I suddenly feel as if the one controlling the puppet is rather daft? How could he dare to launch a surprise attack without any knowledge of the enemy's defenses? Xingliu was taken aback by the seemingly foolish actions of his opponent. If all members of the Akatsuki were of such ineptitude, he mused, he should have simply gone forth and obliterated them. Otherwise, where would there be opportunities for these simpletons to make their entrance? Perhaps their strength was sufficient to disregard the defenses, he pondered. In fact, Era and his companions also found Scorpion's behavior rather absurd. If their enemies were indeed of such caliber, there would be no need to seek reinforcements. The three siblings alone would suffice to send them packing. Of course, their inquiries were soon answered by the inferno consuming the buildings around them. It is true that those engaged in artistry cannot be comprehended through the logic of ordinary mortals. Upon receiving reports from their subordinates, Xingliu and his comrades hastened to the site where Scorpion and Deidara had recently landed, only to be met with a conflagration of epic proportions. Wait a moment. This fire seems more than just a simple blaze, Xingliu noted, gesturing towards a faint, purplish mist that lingered above the flames. Those who had narrowly escaped the inferno had not yet had time to celebrate their survival before they collapsed onto the ground once more. I anticipated that this duo of artists would not merely resort to the destruction of buildings, clay bombs, and poisonous gas. This squad proves to be rather intriguing. Lord Xingliu, you do not intend to remain idle any longer, do you? Tamari, observing Xingliu's continued admiration for the enemy's methods without taking any action, could no longer contain her frustration. Our village specifically invited you not to witness a performance of arson but to assist us. Instead of lamenting the enemy's arson, we should be taking action to drive them away. After all, if we allow them to continue their rampage, our village will suffer significant losses. Oh, I nearly forgot that I am here to lend assistance, not merely to spectate. Xingliu slapped his forehead, finally recalling his purpose for being there. Lord Xingliu, please, do not indulge in idle distractions. In our village, the finances are already in the hands of a few individuals, the weakest among us. If we allow those two to continue their reckless destruction, we may soon find ourselves living in tents. However, just as Shumaru implored Xingliu to take the matter seriously, a nearby building was once again engulfed by a tremendous roar and flames. Ah, Xingliu, you scoundrel. Can you please be serious for once? Shumaru, witnessing another structure consumed by fire, abandoned all decorum and grasped Xingliu's collar, shaking him vigorously. Do you have any idea how much it costs to erect such a towering edifice? And it's an entire block. I can already envision the scene tomorrow when those left homeless will storm our office. Though Shumaru chastised Xingliu for his nonchalance, she had no doubt of his ability to drive off those members of the Akatsuki. Xingliu realized that if he continued to dawdle, Shumaru would lose her composure before he could evict the two arsonists. Thus, with a casual wave of his hand towards the still-burning buildings, the flames were instantly extinguished, restoring the structures to their original state. Wasn't it merely a matter of a few burning houses? Reverting them back to their former condition was hardly a daunting task. So why the dramatic reaction? After adjusting his clothes, which Shumaru had disheveled, Xingliu vanished before her astonished gaze. Truly, one must be at death's door to play like this. Is it amusing to watch others crumble? Shumaru vented her frustration at the spot where Xingliu had just disappeared before making her way to the makeshift hospital to offer her assistance. Why wouldn't she dare pursue the elusive Xingliu? Please, if she truly chased after him, what would distinguish her from those who recklessly throw themselves into danger? One could suffice to confront the Akatsuki members. That scoundrel was more than enough on his own. Both Deidara and Sasori were equally astonished by the sudden extinguishing of the flames. According to their initial assessments, even if the Jinchuriki had harnessed the power of the tailed beast, extinguishing the fire so swiftly seemed impossible. Moreover, how could the previously destroyed buildings suddenly revert to their original forms? Was everything they had witnessed merely an illusion? Sasori, what are your thoughts on this matter? Initially, Deidara, like Sasori, suspected they had fallen into the enemy's genjutsu. However, as a man who spent his days alongside masters of illusion, Deidara quickly dismissed this notion. If we were not ensnared in an illusion, it could only imply that a formidable ally, far surpassing our capabilities, had come to their rescue. As a ninja from the Sunagakure, Sasori naturally possessed ample knowledge regarding the combat prowess of their village. Unless several geniuses of equal strength to his emerged in the village during the years he left, it is impossible to explain these events. Do you have any thoughts? That expert protecting that little brat might be able to defeat us all combined. Should we retreat after obliterating the village? After all, Deidara is not the type to sacrifice himself for a mission, nor would he willingly throw himself into a losing battle. Thus, upon realizing the situation, Deidara contemplated not how to defeat the opponent, but rather how to escape from this place. As the two of them were engaged in their discussion of whether to fight or flee, a voice suddenly emerged from behind them. I say, you're not just here to set a fire and leave, are you? Chapter 42. The unyielding duo. It is unclear whether they were too engrossed in their discussion or if the opponent was simply too elusive. But they failed to notice the large, living figure that had appeared behind them. Hey, weren't you just talking about me? Now that I'm right in front of you, will you choose to fight or run? Please make a decision quickly. I've been waiting here in this desolate desert for days just for your appearance. Xinglu felt a twinge of annoyance at their lack of reaction. He had traveled a great distance to await their arrival, yet they showed no acknowledgement of him, making him feel rather foolish. Therefore, Xinglu decided to demonstrate what a fist the size of a cauldron could do, intending to deliver a powerful blow to each of them, which he thought would be quite satisfying. Heh, I haven't tried this move before. I hope your heads don't explode with just a single hit. As he spoke, Xinglu's right hand began to swell gradually. Although the expansion appeared slow, its size quickly surpassed the mere description of a cauldron. In just a brief moment, his hand had grown sufficiently large to floor the two before him with a single punch. Initially, Deidara, still in a state of confusion, thought it was merely a darkening sky. However, as Xinglu's fist approached them, he finally sensed something was amiss. Whoa! Why did the sky suddenly darken after just a brief moment? No, Scorpion, get out of the way. Once Deidara regained his senses, he pushed the nearby Chisuna Scorpion aside just in time to narrowly evade Xinglu's colossal fist. What are you doing? Chisuna Scorpion, initially unaware of the situation, only grasped the gravity of it when he saw the enormous fist covering the spot they had just occupied. He then realized that Deidara had saved him. I won't express gratitude or anything of that sort. At most, I will let go of the fact that you just pushed me down. Oh, yet another quintessential Tsundere character, albeit a male one whose pride finds little market appeal. Indeed, just as the Scorpion of the Red Sand finished articulating his declaration of arrogance, Deidara, in a rather disheveled state, rose from the ground, ready to critique him. Divine being, I shall no longer be your savior. Had it not been for the foolish endeavor to rescue that imbecile, I would not have found myself in such a predicament. And now, that very fool dares to question my actions. Should I ever consider rescuing that nincompoop again, I might as well be a dog. Cough. While it may be rather impolite to interrupt at this juncture, I must urgently remind you, he continued, will you choose to engage in combat with me? Or will you opt to vacate this place? As a mature man, it is only fitting that I allow you to select your preferred course of action, is it not? Of course, whether or not to acquiesce to their request is an entirely different matter. Scorpion, what are your thoughts? Deidara's foremost inclination was to escape. His inquiry to the Scorpion of the Red Sand was merely a means to justify his desire to flee. Returning to the Akatsuki would undoubtedly invite ridicule. The Scorpion found himself at a loss for words at Deidara's continued inquiry of such a foolish question, for heaven's sake. Even a fool knows that one should flee upon encountering an unbeatable foe. Are you truly asking me this? Who is the fool here, you or I? Yet, of course, the Scorpion would never voice such thoughts in Deidara's presence, as it might invite disdain. Thus, He made one of the most foolish decisions of his brief existence. Humph. Must this even be articulated? We are, after all, esteemed members of the notorious rogue ninja organization, Akatsuki, and certainly cannot scurry away like frightened animals. Moreover, is our adversary merely a child? Is there truly reason to be so afraid? After delivering this bravado, the scorpion turned, leaving Deidara with an indomitable silhouette. Regardless, should the topic of departure arise, I shall possess a ready excuse. I have already attempted to persuade my partner, but he chose to leave. Thus I had no choice but to follow. Indeed, if questioned by the organization later, he would assert his version of events. However, fate took an unexpected turn. Just when the scorpion assumed Deidara would propose their retreat, he was astounded to hear Deidara declare, "Since you have stated as such, we might as well attempt to defeat the opponent." What? The Deidara, who is so fearful of death, dares to suggest overcoming such a formidable adversary? Was this truly the same Deidara he knew, the one so averse to peril? So, you have made your choice, have you? Though Xing Lu was already aware of their decision, he still felt compelled to ask once more, for formality's sake, of Deidara and the scorpion. "Pray, enlighten us," they said. As Deidara and Sasori exchanged a glance, each recognizing in the other's eyes a fierce resolve cloaked in despair. Slowly, they articulated their decision, "Our choice is." In that very moment, they swiftly distanced themselves from Xingliu, unleashing a barrage of desperate assaults upon him. Is this truly how it shall unfold? I had hoped for a more peaceful resolution to this conflict. As Xingliu observed the myriad of clay bombs and toxic gas hurtling towards him, he merely waved his hand gently, causing the onslaught to rebound. "You must have witnessed your leader employ this technique before, have you not?" he remarked with a smile. "By the heavens, the Rinnegan." Both Deidara and Sasori were taken aback upon realizing that Xingliu's eyes were no longer the innocent orbs they had previously perceived. They understood that the Rinnegan was a rarity, seen only in their leader, yet now they beheld a pair of such eyes in another. "I must confess, Qinglong, I acknowledge that I may have spoken a tad too loudly. Perhaps it would be prudent for us to depart," Deidara remarked. "Curiously enough, I share your sentiment. Yet it remains to be seen if they would permit our escape." Chapter 43. The Shadow Emperor. Xingliu upon glimpsing the Rinnegan within Xingliu's gaze. Deidara and Sasori ceased their petty quarrels over honor, recognizing that further insistence on pride could cost them their very lives. "Sasori, do you believe that if we express our desire to depart, they would allow us to leave unscathed?" Deidara pondered, seeing that Xingliu had halted their assault without further action, his despair momentarily lifting. "While I consider this unlikely, it may be worth a try," Sasori replied, now devoid of any objections. Had he not been so fixated on pride moments before, they might have already vacated the accursed desert. Had they departed earlier, they would not be entangled in such predicaments now. "Then I shall make the attempt," Deidara resolved, recognizing that their current trajectory led only to death. It was better to gamble on the chance that their adversaries might spare them. A successful wager would yield joy for all, while failure merely resulted in death. With a deep breath, Deidara raised his hands, advancing toward Xingliu and pleading, "Might we engage in a more civil discourse?" "Oh, what has prompted this sudden cessation of hostilities?" Upon witnessing Deidara approaching step by step, Xingliu retracted his earlier intention to draw the two closer. After all, it had been stated that they should engage in a serious conversation. As a mature man, it was only fitting for him to grant the other party an opportunity to persuade him. After all, it was not often that he, a humble individual, sought to make an effort. If after such a lengthy wait, the outcome were merely a crushing defeat, it would have been wiser to have dealt with them before they crossed the village's boundary. Nevertheless, experiencing a scenario akin to that of an overpowered protagonist was rather delightful. In his original world, such a situation would be a coveted spectacle, as who wouldn't wish to become a figure capable of determining the fates of others with ease. Had they known that Shikaku possessed such formidable guardianship, they surely would have refrained from venturing into this territory. Although the mission assigned by the organization was indeed significant, it was predicated on the absence of life-threatening risks, a sentiment that resided solely within Deidara's thoughts. Setting aside whether he could voice these musings aloud, the fact that his life was in another's hands compelled him to exercise caution in his words. Should he inadvertently provoke displeasure, his existence could be extinguished in an instant. "Esteemed one, might you allow us to depart? We assure you, we shall not set foot in the territories of Konoha or Sunagate here again. For you would not wish to make an enemy of the Akatsuki, would you?" In a moment of bewilderment, he regretted his previous utterance. Had he truly adopted a tone of supplication? If those unaware of the current circumstances were to hear his plea, they might mistakenly believe that the advantage lay with them. Thus, when Xingliu heard Deidara utter this phrase, he instinctively cupped his ear, confirming he had not misheard. He swiftly employed a technique to ensnare the fleeing Sasori. So, may I conclude that you wish to engage in a proper duel with me? No, you misunderstand. I meant to clarify. Deidara exhaled dramatically, regaining his composure. Would you believe me if I said those words were not mine? Observing Deidara's earlier display of anxiety, Xingliu felt a degree of sympathy. However, sympathy aside, a confrontation was inevitable, though it could be infused with a touch of amusement. Thus, Xingliu glanced at the furious Sasori glaring at Deidara, pondering a question he had once entertained. If two artists from different schools of thought were to clash, who would emerge victorious? Hee. Is this not the perfect moment to unveil the answer? After all, both parties are currently harboring mutual disdain towards each other. If I were to stoke the flames just a little, surely they would end up in a conflict, wouldn't they? Thus, the unparalleled actor Xing Lu reemerged, glancing back and forth between Dida La and Qi Shaxia, before releasing a deep sigh. Ah, how I wish I could spare you both. However, this time it is our leader's express command to eradicate you completely. Otherwise, I would have certainly orchestrated a scenario where you could discreetly depart. Initially, upon hearing Xing Lu's words, Dida La and Qi Shaxia were inclined towards a desperate, all-or-nothing mindset. Yet, upon noticing a sudden pause from the other, they sensed a glimmer of hope. A classic case of being sold out while still counting the money for the seller. Thus, Qi Shaxia, the first of the naive duo, could not help but inquire of Xing Lu, esteemed one, is there any possibility for a turnaround in this matter? We are willing to comply with any terms that allow our escape. Naive one, Dida La interjected. Indeed. If you would only disclose the conditions for our departure, we would acquiesce to whatever demands you might impose. Observing the sincerity radiating from the two, Xing Lu's countenance shifted to one of dilemma. Sensing this, Dida La and Qi Shaxia exchanged glances, believing their earnestness had struck a chord with Xing Lu, and resolved to intensify their efforts to secure a concession. Naive one, esteemed one, should you grant us our freedom, I will bestow upon you the 100 puppets I carry. Seeing Qi Shaxia willing to part with his ace, Dida La sought to ensure he did not fall behind. He racked his brain for something valuable to offer, realizing he had little beyond his clay. Chapter 44. Is this truly a fine offering? As Dida La wrestled with what he could possibly gift to surpass Qi Shaxia's puppets, he suddenly remembered the map he had surreptitiously sketched before departing. Surely, presenting this meticulously crafted map would far outweigh the worth of Qi Shaxia's mundane puppets. What a delightful surprise that a mere whim to draw a map would manifest its value in such an unexpected manner. Thus, Dida La, embodying the second naive one, decisively chose his life over the organization. Esteemed one, in comparison to Qi Shaxia's inconsequential puppets, I possess something that will undoubtedly satisfy you. With that, he subtly raised an eyebrow at Xing Lu. Oh, could it be that sort of offering? Initially, Xing Lu had no intention of accepting the scroll of puppets from Qi Shaxia. However, hearing Dida La's proclamation of possessing something remarkable, he pondered the necessity of the mundane puppets. Is it that my dear Saki feels uncomfortable when embraced, or is she simply not charming enough? Thus, these broken puppets are better left to the lonely Akatsuki member. However, what Xingliu intends to convey is not that she desires to employ these puppets for nefarious purposes, but rather to mock Akatsuki for creating so many puppets to ward off his solitude. Yet, based on what Xingliu has previously learned about Akatsuki's character in the original world, it becomes evident that he is merely a child yearning for affection. Otherwise, he would not have deliberately exposed his vulnerabilities during the confrontation with Chiyo and Sakura, leading to his defeat at their hands. Indeed, it is undoubtedly something that would satisfy you. As Deidara spoke, he handed the scroll depicting the Akatsuki's base map to Xingliu, while snatching the scroll containing the sealed puppets from Akatsuki and tossing it to the ground. It would be best not to burden the adults with these scraps. Rather, they should be reserved for your own use. Deidara first turned to mock Akatsuki before shifting his gaze back to Xingliu, donning a sycophantic smile. My lady, this is the distribution map of our organization's current base. It not only illustrates the combat capabilities at various locations within the base, but also provides the mechanisms necessary for entry. I have marked everything clearly for you. So, this so-called good thing you mentioned is merely this worthless trinket? Xingliu stared blankly at the crudely drawn distribution map of the Akatsuki in her hands. Initially, she had thought that he was presenting her with a forbidden tome akin to Paradise of Affection, only to be disappointed by this shabby item. Ahem, I must say, Deidara, you should keep this distribution map for yourself. What a jest. The Akatsuki's worthless distribution maps must have cluttered several warehouses in Minato's office. If such a basic resource is lacking, then the two undercover brothers Xingliu invested in would be merely idling away. If this shoddy distribution map is what Deidara deems a treasure, it would be far less practical than the scroll containing a heap of worthless puppets that Akatsuki had just offered her. However, upon glancing at the now considerably angrier Akatsuki, Xingliu realized that if he had merely wanted to give Deidara a thrashing before, he now harbored thoughts of wanting to utterly annihilate him. To others, these puppets might seem like mere scraps, but for him, a child starved for love, they represent cherished companions from years past. What would you do if someone belittled your loved ones to worthlessness? To refrain from reducing that person to ashes would already be an act of mercy. Observing the escalating tension between these two, Xingliu recognized that the moment had come for her to ignite the final spark. With the skills of a master actor, Xingliu once again showcased his ability to captivate, determined to ignite the flames burning within the hearts of these two individuals. Alas, although I have come to understand that what you have offered me are mere trinkets you mistakenly believe to be treasures, these baubles are woefully inadequate to compensate for the price I must pay for defying our leader's orders, Xingliu lamented, shaking his head in disappointment. As he spoke, he discreetly observed the expressions of Deidara and Sasori, and indeed, upon hearing that these offerings were insufficient, their heads drooped once more in dejection. However, given that the atmosphere had been sufficiently cultivated, it was time to broach the matter at hand. If I could bring back one of you as a report to our leader, perhaps I might avoid punishment, he mused, his expression resembling that of someone grappling with a reluctant decision. His once handsome face was now slightly furrowed in distress, and his pearly teeth clenched tightly upon his lower lip due to this choice. Seeing Xingliu's expression, Deidara and Sasori could hardly doubt his genuine concern for them. Nor could they entertain the notion that this was merely a ruse to incite conflict between them. Thus, after a brief pretense of reluctance, they commenced their battle, a clash of art defined by eternity against that defined by the ephemeral. Scarlet Flow, 8 Waves of Needle, Play Spider. Just as the two engaged in their intricate dance of attack and defense, Gaara arrived late, accompanied by Temari and Kankuro. What is happening? Why are these two members of the Akatsuki suddenly at odds? Temari, having just concluded her previous tasks, was taken aback to witness the once unified Akatsuki members embroiled in conflict. While Xingliu, responsible for managing them, sat leisurely in a chair, munching on sunflower seeds as he observed their fierce struggle. This left her already not-so-bright mind nearly short-circuiting. If I am not mistaken, they must have fallen victim to Master Xingliu's genjutsu, she thought. Though Gaara had never witnessed Xingliu in action, he had diligently studied his abilities since assuming the role of Kazekage. It was revealed that Xingliu, not of the Uchiha clan, possessed the Sharingan, a bloodline limit that he had uncovered during his research. For someone of Xingliu's caliber, whose power far surpassed theirs, and who wielded the Sharingan, ensnaring them in an illusion and inciting them to fight was surely a trivial matter. Chapter 45, Eternal Art, Instant Art. Hey? When did I ever say this required ninjutsu to accomplish? Upon hearing Gaara and the others engage in their self-explanatory musings, Xingliu, sitting comfortably and snacking, suddenly found his seeds unappetizing. It seems that to rise to the upper echelons of the village, one must possess an imagination capable of grand speculation. My elder brother and sister-in-law often indulge in fanciful imaginings, which is quite sufficient, yet I am perplexed as to why Gaara and his siblings, who have only recently assumed the mantle of Kazekage, also seem to revel in such flights of fancy. Upon noticing Xingliu's bemused expression directed at them, Gaara and his siblings presumed they had misspoken and thus swallowed their forthcoming praise for one another. After all, the well-being of their entire village rests upon this individual. Should their words cause even a hint of displeasure, they would be deemed the eternal pariahs of their community. While calmness returned to Xingliu's side, the skirmish between Deidara and Sasori raged on with fervor, to the extent that they unveiled hidden techniques previously kept in reserve. Magnet Release, Iron Sand World Technique. For Garuda, once again, a titanic clash of techniques ensued, with neither party managing to land even a single hair on the other, merely exhausting their chakra in the process. However, An ant-shaped puppet suddenly emerged from behind Deidara. Azure Dragon, you've taken the bait. Puppet secret technique. Black Ant. The puppet shot towards Deidara at an astonishing speed. Heh. Did you think our years of partnership were in vain? Just as Sasori believed victory was assured, Deidara erupted into laughter. Huh. The puppet that had just ensnared Deidara was instantly obliterated into countless fragments by the subsequent explosion. Clay clone, is it? Quite the clever escape technique. Deidara was already accustomed to the sudden disappearances of his adversary. If not for such trivial tricks, he would have perished countless times over. So now that you have no Black Ant, how do you intend to capture me? Perhaps due to the expiration of the cloaking technique, Deidara reappeared within sight. Not far from the explosion's epicenter. You didn't think I had only the Black Ant, did you? As he spoke, two additional puppets, resembling a man and a woman, materialized around Sasori. It was said that these were crafted in his youth, modeled after his own parents. But releasing them now, won't that draw accusations of seeking parental intervention because you can't win a fight? Indeed, upon seeing those two familiar puppets, Deidara could not resist teasing Sasori. I merely destroyed one of your puppets. There's no need to summon your parents, is there? Are you planning to report my misdeeds to them? Or would you prefer they teach me a lesson? Once again, Deidara's sharp tongue proved relentless, mocking Sasori, who had originally created those puppets out of a longing for affection in his formative years, yet now found himself ridiculed as if he were seeking parental aid. Qinglong, your verbal prowess alone seems to be your only strength. Now, let me observe whether you possess the leisure and grace to utter such trifles. As Chiyo's assistant spoke, several scrolls appeared before him, from which a plume of smoke erupted, revealing a number of exquisitely crafted puppets. So, the third Kazekage was indeed slain by Chiyo? Gaara remarked, gazing at one of the puppets that had suddenly manifested on the battlefield. Well, since the deed is done, pursuing this matter further would only seem frivolous. Upon hearing Gaara's sudden proclamation, Xingliu quickly offered him some words of comfort. Should this artistic duel between craftsmen be interrupted by outsiders, all his painstaking efforts to stoke the flames of conflict might be rendered futile. Thus, to prevent any external interference in this clash, Xingliu deftly erected a barrier around them, ensuring they remained confined to observe the battle in silence. Gaara had never intended to meddle in the conflict between Deidara and Chiyo. After all, seizing an opportunity for both parties to suffer would be sheer folly. Regarding the puppets summoned by Chiyo, aside from one that belonged to the third Kazekage, the others appeared to be formidable in their own right. Puppet Crow, Puppet Salamander, and now, my very own puppet, Hiryu, let us witness the splendid performance of these puppets. At some point, a young man with vibrant crimson hair appeared on the scene, skillfully manipulating the puppets with chakra-infused threads. Are you prepared for the second round of combat? Oh my, does Scorpion truly wish to eliminate me? Deidara observed that, aside from the final 100 puppets, Chiyo had even deployed his usual disguise, Hiryu. Given your actions, it would be remiss of me to hold back. Initially, Deidara had only utilized one hand to craft his clay bombs, but now he engaged both hands in the endeavor. This meant that from the moment he began employing both hands, the speed at which he created his bombs had effectively doubled. 2 dragons. Free number 18. With the increase in Deidara's bomb-making speed, employing 2 distinct techniques had become a trivial matter. Magnetic release, iron sandwall. In the face of Deidara's relentless assault, Chiyo effortlessly countered with one of the third Kazekage's techniques, easily deflecting the bombs. If this is all you are capable of, then you may find it difficult to withstand my next move. As the words were spoken, the third Kazekage, standing before the red sand scorpion, suddenly summoned thousands of arms from the talisman in his left hand, encircling Deidara with a heavy grip. Within those constricting limbs, a hidden poison was unleashed. Ninjutsu, Thousand Hands Manipulation. Chapter 46, The Hearts of Tactical Players Are in Pure Awe. Surrounded by the intricate mechanisms of the red sand scorpion's puppetry, Deidara found himself facing his greatest crisis of the day. Yet, if he could not extricate himself from this predicament, he would surely perish at the hands of the scorpion. Should that indeed come to pass, we could preemptively congratulate the scorpion on his victory in this battle. Xingliu narrated this climactic confrontation to Gaara and his siblings as if it were a live broadcast, though his commentary suggested otherwise. Xingliu did not believe that Deidara would be so easily ensnared by the scorpion's tactics. It is essential to remember that Deidara had yet to employ his ultimate technique of mutual destruction. If he were truly forced to resort to such a drastic measure, that would signify the real peril. The scene shifted back to Deidara, who was undeniably encircled by the third Kazakage's concealed mechanisms. However, he remained unfazed, even attempting to hide the slight upward curl of his lips. "Oh, Scorpion, do you really think these trifles can contain me? Furthermore, how can you be certain that what you have ensnared is indeed my true form? Indeed, those who play with tactics often harbor impure intentions." Deidara's bravado had already been deciphered by the observant Xingliu. In battles of their caliber, the conventional confrontations between ordinary individuals no longer sufficed. Some had even introduced psychological warfare into the fray. Presently, Deidara was employing this very stratagem to test the fortitude of their minds. However, truth be told, this tactic could only be effective against those with vivid imaginations. Against the dim-witted or the brutish, it would hold no weight. The added sheer strength can overcome all techniques undoubtedly rings true. Returning to the Red Sand Scorpion. While he may not belong to the realm of those who indulge in fanciful thinking, he nonetheless felt a sense of wariness towards Deidara's words. It is well known that when it comes to scheming, Deidara's cunning development style ranks among the most formidable within the Akatsuki. After all, it is no coincidence that he consistently manages to escape unscathed even when on the brink of defeat. Thus, the question arose, did Deidara truly possess an undisclosed trump card? If he indeed had such a legendary ace up his sleeve and successfully unleashed it, would the Scorpion be able to withstand the onslaught? What is wrong, Scorpion? Why have you suddenly fallen silent? Moreover, a look of utmost caution crossed his face. Could it be that my words have instilled fear within him? If one were to consider who is most delighted by this development, it would undoubtedly be Deidara. Seizing the moment while the Scorpion of the Red Sand hesitates, he has already conceived a plan to extricate himself from this entanglement, and he can exploit Scorpion's current reluctance to inflict some damage. Since you have relinquished the initiative to attack me, it is now my turn to strike. With that, Deidara continuously molded the clay from his hands, which cascaded downward, gradually transforming into numerous diminutive spiders. Clay spiders. Although the potency of these tiny arachnids is insufficient to obliterate the surrounding tendrils. What if there were hundreds, or even thousands of them? With a sufficient quantity, they could undoubtedly compensate for their individual weaknesses. As Deidara spoke, the clay that had fallen to the ground had already morphed into a formidable army of clay spiders, now gradually dispersing along the tendrils that draped to the earth. Encircling Deidara. If this is truly your final gambit, allow me to dismantle it first. With a commanding shout, the small spiders nestled along the branches erupted in unison. And as a result of their explosion, the tendrils encircling Deidara were annihilated. What say you, Scorpion? You find yourself devoid of any means to vanquish me now, do you not? Freed at last, Deidara could not resist taunting the Scorpion before him. After all, had he not devised a strategy to escape his predicament, he would surely be the one facing defeat. Upon witnessing Deidara's escape, even the most foolish of individuals would realize that the previous claims of reinforcements were merely a ruse. Thus, seeing his last vestige of advantage slip away, Scorpion had no choice but to resort to his ultimate technique. Indeed, it is unwise to overthink during battle, he mused, as he withdrew the scrolls containing his puppets from his robe. From this moment forth, I no longer wish to engage in conversation. Secret technique, 100 machine manipulation. As Scorpion spoke, he unleashed all the puppets contained within his scrolls in one swift motion, each now tethered by fine strands of chakra. Though my current limit is 100 puppets, I doubt this alone will suffice to secure victory over you. Scorpion forcefully divided several strands of chakra from those connected to the 100 puppets to control the previously summoned figures. Now, let us commence our final battle. Is it eternity or a fleeting moment? We ought to have an answer. After uttering these words, the Red Sand Scorpion commanded over 100 puppets to assault Deidara. Ha ha. You have finally summoned them. As a longtime partner of the Red Sand Scorpion, Deidara had long since realized that his ultimate trump card was no longer a secret. For him, those 100 puppets were merely materials to showcase his artistry. Dragon of the Giants. Number 18. Deidara, riding a colossal dragon made of clay, hurled a doll-like explosive downwards. Moreover, as the clay doll descended, it continuously expanded, transforming from an initial radius of 10 centimeters to a formidable 30 centimeters. Chapter 47. The Peculiar Revenge of Xingliu. How splendid it would be if I could obliterate that wretched pervert in the process. Indeed, Deidara's primary objective for deploying such a large-scale explosive was not aimed at the Red Sand Scorpion. Ultimately, his true target had always been Xingliu, who sat nearby, observing them like mere monkeys. This magnitude of bomb should at least injure you. even if it does not kill. As he watched the humanoid bomb slowly plummet, he concentrated his highest level of chakra to create this explosive. If this attack failed to inflict any harm, he might as well expend his remaining chakra for a self-detonation to bring some excitement to the occasion. Of course, Xingliu could not possibly fathom what Deidara was contemplating. However, upon witnessing the gigantic humanoid bomb hurtling from the sky, he instinctively used his Kemyui to eliminate it effortlessly. Why create such a perilous toy in the midst of a battle? If Deidara were to realize that his supposed lethal attack, which he believed could inflict some damage on Xingliu, had been so easily nullified, he would undoubtedly resort to a final self-detonation in a desperate bid to take his opponent down with him. Yet, such a scenario would only arise if Xingliu deliberately allowed him to self-destruct. Otherwise, with Xingliu wielding the Rinnegan in his left hand and the Sharingan in his right, it would be a far-fetched notion for Deidara to even consider detonating himself. Having had his last resort eliminated in an instant meant that the final glimmer of hope for a comeback had vanished. What kind of pervert have I provoked? He even sensed that his last shred of dignity, the self-detonation, would be thwarted by his opponent. Otherwise, he would have detonated the moment number 18 disappeared. Yet reality proved that Deidara's decision to refrain from self-detonation was wise, for he soon felt himself ensnared by a distorted space, and in the next moment, he found himself standing before Xingliu on the ground. Little Deidara, why do you resort to such perilous things? If someone were to be harmed by them, how would you compensate? Upon seeing Deidara, Xingliu imparted a stern lecture, though its impact was indeed negligible. Is this person mentally unstable? Why should I care if his bomb affects anyone? I do not know them. Despite Xingliu's earnest attempts at education, they bore no fruit with Deidara. Yet Xingliu remained unfazed. Well, I have discerned your strengths in this skirmish. It is time to bring it to a close. Xingliu glanced at the slowly approaching Chisuna scorpion before addressing Deidara. However, the words spoken were interpreted quite differently by Deidara. Let this fleeting amusement conclude here. I am growing weary of watching a bunch of novices peck at each other. With this thought, Deidara's desire for mutual destruction with Xingliu resurfaced. Yet his companions, Gaara and the others, had already bound him with ropes. I advise you to refrain from any rash actions, lest you provoke him. It is no jest. Kankuro whispered as he approached. If anyone were to suffer the most from Xingliu's vengeance, it would undoubtedly be him. Previously, during the Chunin exams in the Land of Wood, Kankuro had faced significant trouble due to this perpetually smiling man. He had merely purchased the last bowl of ramen, yet what followed was extraordinary. Gaara and Temari, hearing this for the first time, perked up in curiosity. Kankuro, sensing the atmosphere was ripe for revelation, cleared his throat and began to narrate the tale of Xingliu's retribution. After I bought that last bowl of ramen, he had someone deliver ramen to our temporary residence in the Hidden Leaf every single day. Initially, the group thought they would understand the nature of Kankuro's fear of Xingliu, but they were taken aback by the simplicity of the revenge. If someone were willing to send food to them daily, they would be delighted, not resentful. Hold on, I have yet to finish my tale, Kankuro interjected, fully aware that they would regard him with scorn after the first part of his story. However, if they could maintain that expression after hearing the conclusion, it would be quite impressive. In truth, there is more to this narrative that I have not yet disclosed. And surely, you do not believe I am intimidated by such trivial matters? Kankuro remarked, adopting a curious expression before continuing with his unfinished story. At first, I shared the same delight as you all regarding the ramen delivered daily by that individual. However, it was not long before I began to perceive the subtleties of that person's methods. The surrounding crowd, upon hearing Kanjuro's words, instinctively swallowed hard. What could have transpired to instill such profound dread in someone towards another who brings them food each day? As I, Gaara, and the others conjured vivid scenarios in our minds, we finally heard Kanjuro articulate the reason behind his fear of that individual. Have you ever experienced the monotony of consuming the same meal for breakfast, lunch, and dinner? Is it not a rather commonplace occurrence? Especially during times of financial hardship, when merely having a single meal feels like a boon from fate? Observing your expressions, it is evident that many of you have encountered such a predicament. Kanjuro then shifted his explanation to another perspective. Have you ever found yourself dining with someone nearby vigilantly observing you, insisting that you finish your meal within a specific time frame? Such an odd predicament was indeed unfamiliar to them. Might it be that this individual sought to exact revenge on Kanjuro in such a peculiar manner? In truth, being watched while eating is bearable. The real issue lies in the ever-increasing quantity of food provided, with each day's offerings never repeating. Surely, that would cause considerable discomfort. Would it not? Chapter 48. Aspiring to transform the Akatsuki into a brewery after absorbing Kenjiro's words, the group fell into contemplative silence. Could there truly be someone so trivial as to resort to such childish methods of revenge? Yet, they could not help but glance at the person vigorously patting the shoulders of Sasori. If it were indeed that person, it would not be surprising if they engaged in such frivolous antics. Perhaps Hashiryu sensed the discussion revolving around him, as he turned to find several individuals, including Deidara, regarding him with peculiar gazes. Unable to withstand the weight of their scrutiny, Hashiryu approached them and exclaimed, "Hey, why are you looking at me like that? I haven't done anything to you, have I?" The very fact that he had not yet acted against them made it all the more alarming. If he were to take action, would they not find themselves in dire straits? Of course, such sentiments remained unspoken, for offending the leader could lead to their own downfall. Thus, in an effort to prevent Hashiryu from spiraling further into such wild thoughts, Gaara felt compelled to interject. "Teacher Hashiryu, let us not dwell on trivial matters. Instead, let us focus on how we might address the situation concerning these two members of the Akatsuki." Upon witnessing Gaara's proclamation, Temari and Kankuro echoed his sentiments, remarking, "Indeed, our relentless efforts were aimed at capturing them. While we have succeeded in apprehending them, we have yet to deliberate on an appropriate course of action." With a sigh, one of them lamented, "Oh dear, had you not mentioned it, I would have nearly forgotten this matter." In truth, Hashiryu had long conceived a notion regarding the handling of these two members of the Akatsuki. However, due to the sheer audacity of this idea, he had refrained from sharing it with others, including the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Should they become aware of his intentions, they would simply exhale a resigned sigh and acquiesce. Has Hashiryu-sensei already determined how to address them? Although the villagers suffered no significant losses due to Hashiryu's intervention and the medical ninjas managed to heal those poisoned by Sasori, Gaara's animosity towards the Akatsuki members was somewhat tempered. Yet, he still believed that punishment was warranted. After a period of contemplation, Hashiryu resolved to disclose his previously devised plan to Gaara and the others. "If I were to propose releasing them, what would your thoughts be?" "What? Hashiryu-sensei, you must be jesting. Surely, you cannot be serious about letting them go." Upon hearing Hashiryu's proposed course of action, Gaara and his companions were incredulous. After all, who in their right mind would so readily permit the release of captives they had worked so hard to secure? Yet, the cunning Hashiryu was indeed the one prepared to set those captives free. "I assure you, I am not joking. I genuinely intend to let them depart unscathed," Hashiryu stated with a smile as he elaborated on his plan. This scheme had recently been inspired by a character from a certain series about a Grim Reaper and a young student, wherein all but one character were undercover agents. Such an intriguing premise was too captivating for Hashiryu to overlook. He pondered the potential outcomes if a similar model were applied to the Akatsuki, envisioning a scenario where all but Obito Uchiha were undercover agents. The mere thought sent shivers of excitement down his spine. Gaara remained uncertain if Hashiryu's plan would resonate with him, yet upon hearing the proposal, they exchanged bewildered glances, each reflecting the other's confusion. A plan for all to be undercover? A rational person would scarcely conceive such a strategy. However, could this plan truly come to fruition? Gaara and his siblings exchanged glances, perceiving the doubt mirrored in each other's eyes. Perhaps, just perhaps, Hashiryu had the potential to bring this audacious scheme to life. "Hashiryu-sensei, does the Hokage know of your plan?" In truth, within the depths of Gaara's heart, he has already begun to subtly acquiesce to Xingliu's plan. However, for the sake of caution, he must inquire whether this scheme has received the endorsement of the fourth Hokage. "You ask me, my elder brother? I have yet to disclose this plan to him. I conceived this idea not long ago, but by that time, he had already dispatched me to this location. In reality, Xingliu is not being entirely truthful. This plan was not conceived recently. On a certain day 3 months prior, Xingliu was engaged in negotiations with Uchiha Itachi, accompanied by the old man Danzo. Little did I expect that I would have the opportunity to see you once more." From the shadows emerged a flurry of crows, which gradually coalesced into a human form. "Hello, hello. It has been quite some time, Uchiha Itachi. Our last encounter was during that incident in Konoha, was it not?" Xingliu placed the unconscious Danzo on the ground and smiled at the young man before him. "Let us dispense with the pleasantries. Your purpose in summoning me must surely extend beyond mere greetings." Uchiha Itachi's gaze fell upon the fallen Danzo, accompanied by something that piqued his interest. "Indeed. My reason for seeking you out is far from simple salutations. With that, Xingliu tossed the old man Danzo at Uchiha Itachi's feet. My intent in coming here is to propose a transaction. The expression on Xingliu's face had transformed entirely from one of joviality to one of grave seriousness. A mere shift in demeanor for him. Surely, you do not believe that simply bringing Danzo before me will compel my agreement? Uchiha Itachi questioned. Moreover, I have yet to settle the matter regarding Sasuke. Why did you include him in the Akatsuki? Is one infiltrator not sufficient? Indeed. At the moment Uchiha Itachi beheld Xingliu presenting Danzo, he realized that the latter was aware of the events from years past. This indicated that Xingliu was among the select few privy to the knowledge that he had been sent by Konoha to infiltrate the Akatsuki. Chapter 49. The Rise of All Infiltrators. Is it fair to say that Uchiha Itachi truly embodies the essence of a devoted brother? Unexpectedly, when confronted with the very foe who compelled him to annihilate his clan, his initial thought was not how to deal with this adversary, but rather to chide Xingliu for involving his younger brother, Sasuke, in the Akatsuki. What would you do if I were to assert that having only you as an infiltrator is insufficient? Xingliu did not directly respond to Uchiha Itachi's inquiry, but instead countered with a question of his own. How am I to know what I would do? If Sasuke were also to join the Akatsuki, I would certainly prioritize his safety. Uchiha Itachi did not respond to Xingliu's inquiry directly. Instead, he subtly indicated that his brother's safety was his paramount concern. Even if this priority conflicted with the mission assigned to him by Konoha, he would prioritize his brother. Xingliu had anticipated that Itachi would propose an unconventional method for their transaction, but he was taken aback to discover that this peculiar approach involved his brother, Uchiha Sasuke. If there were to be an award for the world's most devoted brother, and Itachi was not nominated, it would undoubtedly be a travesty. Well then, let us lay this matter bare. Xingliu was tired of playing riddles with Uchiha Itachi. Surely, it would be more enjoyable to spend this time playing a few rounds of mahjong at the gambling house. The purpose of my visit today is to discuss another plan with you. With that, Xingliu revealed his comprehensive undercover scheme to Uchiha Itachi. The notion that Itachi would divulge his plans to the Akatsuki organization was utterly preposterous. Setting aside the fact that his brother, Uchiha Sasuke, had become somewhat of a disciple to him, Uchiha Itachi, as the epitome of brotherly devotion, would never engage in actions that could harm his brother's teacher. Moreover, when it comes to loyalty to the village in this ninja world, Itachi's allegiance to Konoha is indeed noteworthy, making it inconceivable that he would betray the village or leak information to the Akatsuki. Additionally, it is crucial to consider that no one could genuinely contend with someone who possesses extraordinary abilities. If Uchiha Itachi were to act recklessly, he would likely meet his end before any classified information could be leaked, leaving no trace behind. Returning to the undercover plan, Itachi was initially bewildered upon hearing Xingliu's proposal. The idea that everyone, except for the leader, would be an undercover agent was hardly one that anyone would conceive. In this ninja world, those who join organizations or villages typically possess a certain degree of loyalty, rendering Xingliu's suggestion of infiltrating other organizations or bribing someone within them nearly impossible. Furthermore, the individuals responsible for intelligence gathering within these organizations are entrusted with such critical roles because the leader has absolute faith in them. Consequently, persuading such individuals would be an exceedingly unlikely endeavor. Little Itachi, since I am able to disclose this plan, I am confident that I can arrange these matters effectively. Now, all I require from you is to tell me whether you are willing to assist me in this endeavor. To ensure the successful execution of this plan, not only must one possess sufficient strength, but the arrangement of internal personnel is also a vital factor. Initially, Xingliu intended to assign this task to Sasuke, however. Considering that he had only recently joined the Akatsuki organization, it was clear that he would not be afforded such an opportunity to undertake a mission. Thus, he turned his thoughts to Itachi Uchiha, who had been a member of the Akatsuki for over a decade. This elder brother, despite his somewhat obsessive affection for his younger sibling, possessed a wealth of experience and influence far exceeding that of the newly inducted Sasuke. Furthermore, it was crucial to note that Itachi's intellect far surpassed that of his brother Sasuke. Otherwise, he would not have been able to remain undercover within the organization for so many years without detection. Do you believe I have any room for negotiation? Itachi remarked with a wry smile, observing Xingliu, who had transformed into a kaleidoscope of Sharingan. It was not that he desired a fatal confrontation with Xingliu. Rather, he was unable to relinquish thoughts of Sasuke, who had been sent to the Akatsuki by Xingliu. If he were to be eliminated here or subjected to brainwashing, how could he ensure his brother's safety? If Sasuke were to be discovered by Obito Uchiha, Itachi doubted that Xing-Lu, far away in Konoha, would be able to ascertain that Sasuke was under attack in a timely manner. Even with his time-space ninjutsu, it was improbable he could predictably appear at Sasuke's side. Thus, in the interest of his brother's life, Itachi reluctantly acquiesced to Xing-Lu's plan. Hey, little Itachi, do not be so morose. The Akatsuki will soon become nothing but a hollow shell, Xing-Lu said as he approached and draped an arm around Itachi's shoulders with a grin. The decline of the Akatsuki began with the capture of Gaara. During Naruto and his companions' rescue of Gaara, they lost the formidable Sasori. Subsequently, during the attempt to capture Killer Bee, they suffered the loss of Kisame. Not to mention the tragic fate of Itachi himself, who was ultimately slain by his own brother, marking him as the most tragic devotee of sibling affection in the entire Naruto saga. Thus, even if Xing-Lu did not actively dismantle the Akatsuki, it would inevitably wane into a mere shadow of its former self as the narrative unfolded. However, Xing-Lu was determined to keep the details of the Akatsuki's decline from Itachi, for if the plot were to deviate in a direction unknown to him, he, the one holding the script, would have to rely solely on his strength. Therefore, he merely conveyed to Itachi the tasks he was to undertake, ensuring the storyline remained aligned with the original narrative while adeptly steering its progression. As long as the events unfolded smoothly, Xing-Lu, the man with the script in hand, would be able to transform the Akatsuki into a subsidiary of his own design, wherein all but a select few would serve as undercover agents. Returning to the moment when Xing-Lu apprehended Deidara and Sasori, based on the intelligence they had just relayed, it was initially Pain, Nagato, who intended to dispatch another team to capture Shikaku. However, it remains a mystery why they were suddenly dispatched as a pair of artists. The reason the Akatsuki organization chose to send these two individuals was due to the machinations of Xing-Lu. Before departing, Xing-Lu had earnestly instructed Uchiha Itachi to ensure that this duo was properly arranged. Without such arrangements, his strategic operation would not have proceeded smoothly, and capturing the adversary would have been an unattainable feat. Chapter 50. The compromise of those two. Speaking of undercover agents, I seem to have neglected to inquire whether the two individuals before me are willing to assist me in fulfilling a modest wish. Ahem, Deidara and Sasori. If I were to present you with a means by which you could both survive simultaneously, free from the fear of retribution from your organization, would you accept? Xing-Lu addressed the two members of the Akatsuki present in the room. Had they heard this proposition at the outset, they might have contemplated it. However, after their recent encounter with Xing-Lu, their faith in this man had significantly waned. How could they ascertain the authenticity of his current suggestion? Should they remain blissfully unaware and be caught off guard, they would prefer to meet their demise at this very moment. Oh, do not be so fearful. I assure you, I speak the truth. Observing their dubious expressions, Xing-Lu felt compelled to appeal to their emotions with sincerity. 30 minutes later, Deidara and Sasori lay shamefully on the ground, rolling about incessantly. Heh, you wouldn't want these scrolls to fall into the hands of others, would you? Just kill us. The two, writhing on the ground, recalled the various poses they had been coerced into by Xing-Lu. Their desire for death had never been as fervent as it was now, not even during their earlier encounters. So what do you say? Surely now you are willing to acquiesce to my request? With his Sharingan activated, Xing-Lu raised the scrolls in his hand and smiled at the two on the ground. What choice did Deidara and Sasori have? They could not allow the scrolls in Xing-Lu's possession to be disseminated. Setting aside the fact that they were no match for him, they were currently ensnared and vulnerable. If the scrolls were to be exposed to others, they would face a different kind of demise, one characterized by social death. Thus, under Xing-Lu's earnest invitation, the two reluctantly agreed to his terms. Little did they know, their mortifying antics had not only been orchestrated by Xing-Lu, but three onlookers also bore witness to their humiliation. Had they remembered this detail, they would surely have been far more hesitant to comply with Xing-Lu's request. As for the trio on the other side, they initially could not comprehend why Xing-Liu had suddenly activated the Sharingan to hypnotize those two individuals. However, with the subsequent commands issued by the latter, they gradually understood the rationale behind Xing-Liu's actions. They observed as Deidara and his companion, under Xing-Liu's orders, executed a series of actions they would ordinarily never undertake, with their movements taking on an exceedingly suggestive nature, some even bordering on inappropriate for younger audiences. What a predicament! My dear brother, I find myself inexplicably believing that the sight of those two men engaging in such intimate proximity was rather delightful. Moreover, I sensed that the moment they pressed their faces together was surprisingly pleasing to the eye. Undoubtedly, the one most affected by this scene among the siblings was Shoji. Although Deidara and his companion had been freed from hypnosis not long ago, witnessing Shoji rolling on the ground while watching the two men still prompted her to concoct an imaginative narrative not less than 40 scenarios in her mind. Indeed, it seems that such material finds a market wherever one goes. Xingliu, observing Shoji, who was barely able to contain her drool, wondered whether this enlightening experience would influence her future married life with Shikamaru. Well then, since the matter has been resolved, it is time for me to return home. After surveying the surroundings, which had previously been marred by the fierce conflict between artists but were now restored by her own hand, Xingliu informed the trio of her intention to depart. Are you leaving so soon, teacher Xingliu? Whether for formal or personal reasons, Gaara felt compelled to persuade her to stay. For she had not only spared the village from any losses, but had also saved his life. However, whether she would remain was not a concern for them. They were merely obliged to perform this superficial courtesy. Upon hearing Gaara's plea, Xingliu simply shook her head. The thought of lingering in such a desolate place for a few more days was already quite uncomfortable for her. Staying longer would only compel her to return home. After all, the midday and evening climates in the desert are worlds apart. The sun blazes fiercely, rendering one nearly incapacitated, and once it sets, the chill is so intense that one can see their breath. Such a relentless cycle of summer and winter should be endured by the local residents. She, a seasoned wanderer, would prefer to return home and enjoy the company of her soft, beloved partner. Xingliu-sama, could you possibly share a copy of that scroll for my appreciation? At that moment, the usually shy Shoju finally spoke up as Xingliu opened a portal to another space. She immediately sought to obtain the illustrated volume Xingliu had just presented to Deidara and his companion. No way. Absolutely not. Before Xingliu could respond to Shoju, Deidara and Sasori quickly intervened to halt this yet-to-be-formed transaction. What nonsense is this? Originally, the sight of their embarrassing moment being witnessed by a few individuals was already sufficient to induce social death. If the other party were to acquire those scrolls, their situation would become utterly hopeless. Observing such a profound reaction from Deidara and his companion, it became evident that any further concessions would lead to insurrection. Hence, he could only feign an expression of contrition towards the opponent, promising that if new volumes were to emerge in the future, they would be prioritized for her, thus resolving the matter. However, if they did not depart soon, they would miss the opportunity to dine at home. After waving goodbye to those before him, Xinglu stepped into the alternate space and vanished. The sudden disappearance of such a substantial figure was no longer a novelty for Gaara and the others. During these past few days, aside from assisting Gaara in arranging the village's defenses and idling in the conference room, Xinglu primarily spent his time with his beloved wife. Therefore, it could be said that he truly regarded the unexpected arrival of these Akatsuki members with indifference. Chapter 51. 3 Women, One Stage Upon Returning Home. Xinglu immediately transformed from the lethargy experienced in Sunagakure to one filled with vigor. However, just as he intended to surprise his dear wife, he overheard the delightful laughter of several young women emanating from within the house. Say, Saki-chan, when do you think Big Brother will return? I'm not quite sure when he'll be back, but he should arrive in a few minutes, right? After all, he has been punctual for meals these past few days. Saki-chan replied sweetly. Exactly. I have been married to Minato for so many years, yet I have never encountered a ninja who treats international missions so frivolously, remarked a voice tinged with maturity. Sister-in-law, actually Big Brother. All right, I know that rascal Xing Lu would never act irresponsibly, so there is no need for you to worry. Saki-chan. Kushina gazed at the utterly adorable girl before her, pondering what it was that attracted Saki-chan to Xing Lu, compelling her to disregard familial opposition in her desire to marry him. Xing Lu is truly fortunate to have a girl like you. Sister-in-law, that is not it. Big Brother really treats me well, the girl exclaimed, suddenly filled with happiness, her previous anxiety dissipating. I initially wished to marry Big Brother too, but you got to him first. Xiao Zhao had indeed considered marrying Xing Lu and had hinted at her willingness to share him with Saki-chan, only to be firmly rejected by him. It was not that Xiao Zhao lacked charm compared to Saki-chan. Rather, Xing Lu believed that such an arrangement would be inherently unfair to both of these lovely girls. Moreover, he is not one of those stallions who simply collects lovers. There is no need for him to embrace one at a time. Sister, why do you still recall this matter? Immersed in her memories, Saki-chan felt a twinge of anxiety upon hearing her sister mention it again. Even though she had married Hashiryu, deep down, she believed that the elder brother's wife should rightfully be her sister, and that she, with her propensity to shy away, was hardly deserving of his affection. I must say, sister, it is quite unbecoming of you to persistently cling to your brother-in-law like this. At the sudden intrusion of this voice, the three individuals in the room reacted in varying degrees. Elder brother, how could this connection be brought up at such a moment? Hashiryu entered through the front door, first greeting the seated Kushina in the middle of the sofa before turning to the girl, who looked at him with surprise. I'm back. Hashiryu stepped forward, enveloping the girl in a tight embrace, as though wishing to meld her into his very being. Hiki, welcome back, elder brother. Saki-chan smiled, inhaling the familiar scent while nuzzling against his firm chest. Oh, you two are truly shameless, daring to behave like this before us, your elders. Although Shuko's words dripped with disdain, her expression conveyed a sense of comfort. What? Is it unacceptable for us to express our longing for one another in our own home? Once recharged, Hashiryu gently released Saki-chan from his embrace and began to engage in banter with his sister-in-law. I'm not saying it's wrong, but have you not noticed that we two elders are still present? As she spoke, Shuko cast a reproachful glance at the man before her. Furthermore, you haven't spared me a single glance since you walked in. This statement indeed left Hashiryu momentarily speechless. It was evident to all that he had been deliberately avoiding her gaze. Come now, Shuko, do not be too harsh on little Hashiryu. Just as Hashiryu pondered how to respond to Shuko's remark, Kushina finally interjected, bringing their playful exchange to a halt. I had hoped to enjoy watching this heartless man squirm a bit longer, but since you, Sister Kushina, have spoken, I shall let him off the hook. With that, Shuko's expression brightened as she gazed at the two before her. By the way, I believe I should discuss the reason for my visit with you, Saki-chan. Indeed, there is nothing specific, is there? Did you come here for some reason? After hearing her sister's words, Saki-chan tightened her grip on Hashiryu's clothing once more. Shuko, noticing Saki-chan's unease, decided not to keep them in suspense any longer and directly revealed the purpose of her visit. The reason I have come here today is to share the news that I will be getting married in a few days. Everyone present, except for the ever-informed Kushina, gazed at Xiao in astonishment, especially Hashiryu, who had recently believed that the other party still held affections for her. After all, it had only been a few days since she last saw her. How could a potential spouse suddenly emerge? I understand that this news may come as a surprise to you all. In truth, the other person was equally taken aback when I made this decision. Xiao recalled the moment when that person unexpectedly proposed to her. In the midst of an ordinary day, a commonplace individual had asked a simple girl for her hand in marriage, and she had nodded in agreement. Everything unfolded so seamlessly that it felt as though she were in a dream. What kind of person is this brother-in-law whom I have yet to meet? In her memory, she had not seen her sister interact with anyone other than her elder brother. How could she suddenly have a brother-in-law after merely a few days of absence? He is just an ordinary villager, lacking the remarkable abilities of her elder brother and not possessing his striking appearance. Simply a commonplace individual. So unremarkable that one might overlook him in a crowd. Yet, he is someone with whom I can entrust my life. Xiao smiled at her sister. Does sister-in-law know about this? Hashiryu turned to Kushina, who was engrossed in her snack, hoping to glean some insight from her expression. Of course, I am aware of this matter. After all, that person came to see me before proposing. Chapter 52. Meeting you is my fortune. Upon hearing Kushina's words, Hashiryu was filled with a profound question. Why would he seek you out before proposing, especially with me, his brother-in-law, and Saki here? Yet, Kushina, upon noticing the puzzled expressions on Hashiryu and the others, refrained from immediately revealing the reason. Instead, she posed a curious question to Hashiryu. Do you know how the villagers refer to you? Huh? What does the villagers' nomenclature have to do with this? However, Hashiryu, intrigued by how the villagers perceive him, turned to Saki behind him, only to find her shaking her head with a smile, indicating she was unaware. Seeing that Saki also did not know the answer only heightened his curiosity about how he was regarded. Thus, he found himself turning back to the woman before him, who wore a mischievous grin, seeking her insight. So, how do the villagers truly perceive me? What relevance does this matter have with Xiao's fiancé choosing to seek out you, an unrelated party, instead of the two of us, who are more closely connected? In truth, this situation holds little significance. I merely happened to know that individual and offered some unsolicited advice under serendipitous circumstances. Moreover, you and Saki rarely step beyond the threshold of your home. Where could that person possibly find you both? Indeed, what Jio and Nai said holds truth. Saki's family typically does not permit the sisters to venture out into the world. Their encounter with Xing Lu at the casino was merely a chance occurrence on their first outing. The reason they could not find Xing Lu is quite straightforward. She resides in an apartment surrounded by various ninja guarding the high-ranking residences of Konoha, and that person is merely an ordinary individual, utterly incapable of gaining entry. However, it is uncertain whether this person's fortune leans towards the favorable or the unfavorable. While they could not meet Xing Lu, they fortuitously encountered Jio Nai, who was out shopping in the market. Initially, that individual had no inkling of Jio Nai's connection to Xing Lu and Saki, treating her merely as a friend to confide in regarding personal troubles. At that moment, Jio Nai did not realize that the protagonist mentioned was Saki's sister, yet she quietly offered solace to this person's worries. Thus, through their exchanges, a marriage born of chance was forged. After Jio Nai recounted this tale, Xing Lu found himself at a loss for words. If his first meeting with Saki at the gambling house was already a remarkable coincidence, what then could this destined union signify? He had never fathomed that someone could embody randomness so profoundly. Setting aside the sheer luck of finding someone connected to the heroine of his story amidst a sea of faces, how is it that such a series of fortunate coincidences could lead to winning the heart of a beautiful maiden? Shouldn't some of that luck be shared with others? Yet, this matter seemed to conclude here. Nevertheless, he sensed that Jio Nai had yet to disclose a crucial piece of information. Just as this thought crossed Xing Lu's mind, Jio Nai unexpectedly broached the subject. Little Xing Lu, do you not wish to know how the villagers currently perceive you? Tomorrow morning, a stroll through the market will reveal all. To be candid, when Minato received such intelligence, he felt a sense of satisfaction after years of idleness. This slacker had finally accomplished something befitting his abilities. As she spoke, Jio Nai suddenly wore a profoundly meaningful expression while gazing at Xing Lu. It was getting late. As elders, we should refrain from lingering here as your unwelcome guests. Indeed, one could not help but notice the remarkable transformation in the big brother's expression upon his return. I have never witnessed anyone master the art of instantaneous facial change with such finesse. At that moment, his visage conveyed sheer brilliance. Upon hearing the playful banter from his two elders, even with Star Lu's thick skin, a faint blush crept upon his cheeks. Thus, in the fleeting moment he raised his hand, the two elders, who had been teasing him incessantly, were all but whisked away to their homes. Finally, the atmosphere at home fell into tranquility, and Star Lu exhaled deeply, pondering how those two could engage in such endless topics. It made conversing quite a challenge for someone like me, grappling with social anxiety. If you consider yourself socially anxious, what should I be called? Upon hearing Star Lu's lament, Saki cast a playful eye roll, encouraging him to reflect on his own situation. Big brother, have you eaten? We still have the hot pot we prepared earlier. Would you care for some? Before Star Lu could respond, his stomach audibly protested on his behalf. I already anticipate your answer, Saki remarked, rising to gather the necessary items for the hot pot. You might as well take a shower while I prepare. Dinner will be ready shortly. Speaking of showers, an immature thought unexpectedly surfaced in Star Lu's mind. He stealthily approached Saki from behind and embraced her tightly, proposing, what if we shower together first, and then prepare dinner? Upon hearing Star Lu's audacious suggestion, even Saki, with her innocent demeanor, grasped his implication. Thus, reluctantly acquiescing to Star Lu's earnest invitation, Saki allowed him to lead her into the bathroom for a quick cleanup. This little one's stamina remains consistently lacking. Starting tomorrow, I must ensure she engages in some rigorous training. Otherwise, the future may prove quite arduous. Star Lu glanced at Saki, who had already succumbed to slumber on the bed, before quietly retreating to the bathroom for a cold shower. After some time had passed, when he returned to the room, he could not suppress a chuckle upon seeing Saki in his arms. To encounter you during the most beautiful phase of my life is my utmost fortune. Chapter 53. Is leisurely indulgence not a normal activity? The following morning, Star Lu and his companions were roused by hunger. It is only natural to feel famished after a night devoid of food and prolonged activity. Thus, they rose early for the first time in ages, selecting the lighter ingredients from the hot pot intended for the previous evening to prepare a breakfast, while deliberating whether to indulge in a nap or pursue other endeavors. Moments later, 2 steaming bowls of noodles were swiftly devoured. After indulging in a modest meal, the once somewhat flat stomachs of the 2 individuals began to exhibit a slight expansion. "Big brother, what shall we do next?" inquired Saki-chan, as she tidied up the bowls and chopsticks on the table, wiping her hands with a dry cloth while addressing Hashiryu, who languidly slouched on the sofa. "I'm not quite certain what to do either. Is there something you wish to engage in, Saki-chan? Whatever you propose, I shall assist you in accomplishing it," Hashiryu replied, his words resonating with sincerity. Were it not for pressing matters, he would not have risen so early, especially not on the day following the completion of a task. In the past, he would have undoubtedly enjoyed a full day's slumber, only reluctantly rousing himself. However, as a married man now, it was inconceivable to spend an entire day in bed without a plan. Thus, the current scene unfolded with Hashiryu inquiring about Saki-chan's potential plans. After all, if she had any specific intentions, he could simply accompany her without overthinking. Saki-chan, under Hashiryu's gentle pull, settled onto his lap, pondering with her finger resting on her chin. I wonder if this counts as a plan. Didn't Sister Kushina mention we should visit the marketplace last night? Since we've risen early today, why not try our luck there? We might uncover some unexpected information. The more she contemplated, the more she deemed the idea feasible, prompting her to hastily drag the still-sitting Hashiryu back to the room to change clothes in preparation for their outing. However, she seemed to have slightly underestimated Hashiryu's shamelessness. As they lingered in the room for quite a while before emerging together, Saki-chan's cheeks flushed. "It feels like we've never held hands while walking down the street like this before," Saki-chan remarked. Perhaps it was a trait inherent to every woman to enjoy shopping. She was undeniably more vivacious on the streets than at home. Hashiryu reflected on his previous outings with Saki-chan, where her sister, Sho, was always by their side. This hand-in-hand experience felt like a delightful first. With this thought, Hashiryu resolved firmly, "All right. Today we shall explore every nook and cranny of Konoha's streets without missing a beat." With that declaration, he took Saki-chan's hand and led the way. As they strolled, should they encounter anything intriguing, he would ensure Saki-chan experienced it fully. "Oh, finally alive," Hashiryu exclaimed after downing a large jug of cold tea. Feeling the fiery heat in his throat finally subside. "Why is it so hot today? It just rained yesterday." Saki first wiped the sweat from Hashiryu's forehead before delicately taking small sips from the warm tea on the table. "You see, I was initially intending to join you in conquering the streets of Konoha, but now that the weather has suddenly turned hot, let us retreat indoors and engage in something more meaningful," she suggested. After voicing her thoughts, Hashiryu took a moment to appraise Saki, subtly noting that she appeared far more beautiful than she had a month prior. "Please, big brother, we have only just begun our outing, and we have yet to accomplish our purpose for being here." Upon hearing Hashiryu's mention of returning home, Saki hastily grabbed his hand, playfully shaking it in a display of affection. She was not keen on indulging in those activities during the bright daylight, for once they were completed, she would find herself confined to bed, sleeping until the following morning. The mere thought of this caused her cheeks, already flushed from the sun, to redden even further. "Saki, why is your face so flushed? Is it the heat?" Hashiryu inquired, gently placing his hand on her forehead, discovering only a slight warmth, nothing alarming. Nevertheless, for precaution's sake, he took her hand and led her into a nearby tavern to escape the sweltering heat. However, despite the sign outside proclaiming it to be a tavern, the interior's layout appeared quite different. "Welcome." As soon as they entered, a waitress approached them with a warm greeting. "Please, feel free to choose any available seat." Yet, in reality, the options for seating were quite limited, due to the excessive heat. The majority of people on the streets had sought refuge in establishments like this one that offered food and drink. Moreover, it seemed this tavern's unique decor attracted a far greater number of patrons than other establishments, with the crowd considerably surpassing that of its competitors. "Here's our menu. If you wish to order, simply call for me," the waitress said, placing the menu and complimentary drinks on their table before attending to another group of customers. As Saki surveyed the bustling tavern, she marveled, "Wow, big brother, this tavern is truly impressive. I have never seen a place gather so many people outside of a gambling den. Isn't it natural?" As a tavern encompassing 2 of the 4 major forms of entertainment, food and drink, it serves as an essential venue for leisure. With the outside heat being so intense, it is only to be expected that passers-by would come in to cool off with a drink, Hashiryu replied. This delightful way of unwinding was merely a commonplace occurrence in the world where Hashiryu had lived. After all, One could hardly expect to survive on meager wages while juggling multiple jobs, could they? If such a person truly exists, you ought to cherish them wholeheartedly. For such naturally devoted souls are indeed rare. Chapter 54, The Shadow Lord. As Xing Lu and her companion reflected upon this, they selected 2 beverages and 2 meals, summoning the attentive waitress to take their order, before once again immersing themselves in the mundane conversations that surrounded them. Topics ranged from the recent litters of puppies born to the neighbor's little black dog to the village belle's latest indiscretions. However, what piqued Xing Lu's interest most was the sudden emergence of yet another Shadow Lord in their hidden leaf village. What could this be? How had this information eluded them while they had been frequenting the Hokage building? Rumor has it that aside from the illustrious 4th Hokage, there exists another Shadow Lord operating in the shadows. Really? Where did you hear such news? This matter hardly required investigation within the Hidden Leaf Village. One could easily find someone who had heard similar tales. So, tell me, what kind of person is the Shadow Lord? What warrants such a title akin to that of the Hokage? In truth, this title was not self-proclaimed by the Shadow Lord. It is unclear when it began circulating throughout the village. I suspect that even the Shadow Lord himself is unaware of this newfound reputation. Upon hearing this, I recalled someone mentioning that the Shadow Lord might be the Hokage's brother. Yet, the accuracy of this information remains uncertain. Oh, who cares whether it is true or not? Isn't it beneficial to have another esteemed figure like the Hokage safeguarding our village? Moreover, I recently heard that our neighboring village has come under attack. With both a visible and a hidden protector, we are in good hands, aren't we? Ah, I may have been overthinking it. Indeed, as you say, having an additional Shadow Lord to watch over us should be a delightful prospect. In stark contrast to the cheerful Sakuchin, Xing Lu, upon concluding this exchange, felt an overwhelming urge to shout internally, "Watergate, you've ensnared me once more." Setting aside the burdensome title of the aforementioned Shadow Lord, regarding the current Hokage's brother, aside from myself, who else could it be? Given the magnitude of the situation, if Watergate hadn't sanctioned the information, the news would not have spread so swiftly throughout the village. The fact that a second individual was privy to such details indicated a failure on the part of the information gatherers. He had sensed the suspicious demeanor of Kushina the previous night, yet he never anticipated that this couple would orchestrate such a grand trap for him to fall into. "Big brother, why has your face suddenly turned so red? Are you feeling a bit warm?" As she spoke, Saki-chan produced a fan crafted by Hashiryu and began to wave it in front of him. My cheeks flushed, not due to the heat, but it would be rather embarrassing to admit that it was the result of being duped by that unscrupulous couple. If Saki-chan were to discover this, she would surely find it amusing. "Dear guests, your orders have arrived." While Hashiryu and Saki-chan engaged in conversation, the waitress had already brought over their selections. "What did you order, big brother?" Saki-chan inquired, glancing at the skewers in Hashiryu's hands. "Oh, Saki-chan, you've never had barbecue before? These delicacies are among the quintessential pairings of summer, alongside beer," Hashiryu remarked, lifting a glass brimming with beer and taking a hearty gulp. "Ah, the combination of these two is truly divine," Hashiryu exclaimed, savoring a skewer alongside another sip of beer as Saki-chan looked on in astonishment. "Why are you drinking during the day, big brother? Aren't we supposed to explore later?" Observing Hashiryu's carefree indulgence, Saki-chan was left somewhat speechless. "Oh, a little beer won't get me drunk. We will still reign over the streets of Konoha." Half an hour later, the table was cluttered with an array of cups and bamboo skewers, while Hashiryu, who had previously boasted about his resilience, lay unconscious on the table. "What happened to our plan to conquer the streets of Konoha? How did you end up like this?" Saki-chan sighed, exasperated, as she held her forehead and called a few staff members to assist in transporting the inebriated Hashiryu back to their home. "Ugh, why does my head hurt so much?" Hashiryu groaned, awakening in bed. "Where am I? Wasn't I just drinking with Saki-chan in the tavern? How did I end up here?" He glanced around the vaguely familiar surroundings and realized he seemed to be waking up in bed. Wait, waking up in bed? Cautiously lifting the covers, he discovered that his clothing had mysteriously vanished. Could it be that I was taken? That seems unlikely. This isn't my original world, after all. And Saki-chan should be here with me. Where is Saki-chan? How could she just disappear? Just as Hashiryu pondered these thoughts, the door to the room was suddenly flung open. As it was now evening, the harsh light from the hallway forced Hashiryu, who had been shrouded in darkness, to shield his eyes with his hand. "Ah, our little drunken cat has finally awakened." Because Hashiryu was shielding his eyes, he could not discern the identity of the person who had entered. However, one thing is certain, that person was not there to seek trouble with me. Otherwise, I would have sensed their hostility. Excuse me, may I inquire about the whereabouts of the girl beside me? Since I feel no animosity from her, it seems reasonable to pose a simple question, does it not? What? Upon hearing Xing Lu's inquiry, the individual standing at the door appeared taken aback. After a moment of surprise, they chuckled and teased Xing Lu in a mocking tone. Do you have some business with that girl? She is rather preoccupied at the moment. Chapter 55. The raucous woman, upon realizing that Xing Lu was searching for Xiaochan, a rather immature thought suddenly crossed the mind of the person at the door. With a smirk, they regarded Xing Lu, though he remained unaware. What do you need with that girl? She is currently unavailable to entertain you. Xing Lu inexplicably felt that this scenario bore an uncanny resemblance to certain plot lines he had encountered. However, given his understanding of this village, no one would dare to touch his woman. Enough of your antics. I lost interest in such games at the age of 5. So, kindly summon that girl in here. Otherwise, I would prefer not to discover an unknown corpse by the riverside tomorrow. In response to Xing Lu's blatant threat, the person at the door not only remained unperturbed, but seemed to be stirred with excitement. Really? If I could indeed receive guidance from the legendary Shadow Lord, that would be an honor, they remarked, and in an instant, their figure vanished from Xing Lu's line of sight, only to reappear behind him, wielding a shuriken. Wait, you're really going to do this? At this moment, Xing Lu disregarded any concerns about clothing and rolled off the bed to the floor before the next move could be executed. Have you no sense of martial ethics? How could you ambush a young man in his 20s? And to do so while I am without attire? In the brief moment of their hesitation, Xing Lu hastily donned the undergarments lying nearby. Do not be bashful. Your physique is hardly something to shy away from, the individual remarked, scrutinizing Xing Lu, who was now clad only in undergarments. I did not expect you to have such a fine figure after shedding your clothes. You always seem so inactive. Feeling the unabashed scrutiny upon his body, Xing Lu quickly dressed in the remaining articles of clothing. Is it possible that such preferences exist in this world? Enough with the small talk. If this continues, I shall not shy away from a confrontation. Initially, the fact that he had been arbitrarily labeled with such a juvenile title had already vexed him greatly. Now, an uninvited man fixated on his appearance had unexpectedly appeared in his room. No matter how good-natured Xing Lu might be, he was bound to feel a surge of indignation. Thus, the figure before him male? A fortuitous opportunity for release presented itself today. It was either you atop or I in control. Prepare yourself, Spiral. What commotion are you two causing? Just as Xing Lu was poised to unleash the advanced ninjutsu, the Spiral Sphere, an unexpected voice from the doorway distracted him. Ah, such a splendid opportunity. If not skillfully executed, one may lack the courage to seize a similar chance in the future. In that fleeting moment of distraction, an individual materialized behind Xing Lu, rendering him unconscious with a swift strike. Who are you? As Xing Lu began to collapse to the floor, he finally discerned the identity of the person he had been confronting, only to succumb to unconsciousness. When Xing Lu regained consciousness 30 minutes later, he found himself alone in the room, with only Saki-chan's presence remaining. Unlike his previous awakening, this time, Xing Lu simply opened his eyes quietly, without a sound. Big brother, you are finally awake. I've reheated dinner several times. Saki-chan's voice rang from outside the room. Huh, is that my dear Saki-chan's voice? Upon hearing the longed-for sound, Xing Lu snapped back to reality. He threw aside the covers and hurried to her side, burying his head in her nurturing embrace. Saki-chan, I have lost my purity. Initially perplexed by Xing Lu's sudden advance, Saki-chan was taken aback by his subsequent words, which soon elicited a melodious, bell-like laughter from her. Ha, big brother. Are you truly saddened over such a trivial matter? What do you mean trivial? That woman brazenly scrutinized me from head to toe. Moreover, she did so while I was entirely unclothed, exposing my body in full view. Oh dear, why must I have such a sister-in-law? The more Xing Lu pondered, the more he felt wronged, even contemplating the need to return the favor by gazing upon her in turn. Come now. It was merely a matter of being seen by Sister Kushina. It's hardly a catastrophe, and you can't very well reciprocate by viewing her in return, can you? At this juncture, Xing Lu sensed a strange aura emanating from Saki-chan, a sensation that struck fear into him, a man typically emboldened by his enhancements. How could this be? Is it not normal for elders to observe the bodies of their juniors? For the sake of his own well-being, Xing Lu resolved to distance himself, albeit considering alternative means of retribution. Well then, before Sister Kushina departed, She expressed concern about your potential retaliation upon awakening. However, since you've chosen not to pursue vengeance, she should feel at ease now. As she spoke, a woman with dark red hair emerged from behind the door of the room. Haha, Xiao Xingliu, you have finally awakened. The woman, with her flowing crimson locks, was none other than Xingliu's sister-in-law, Kushina Uzumaki, the wife of the fourth Hokage of Konohagakure. Indeed, I owe my ample rest to you, dear sister-in-law, Xingliu remarked sarcastically, gazing at the woman at the doorway. Had it not been for her subsequent actions, he would have been indulging in dinner at the table, playfully flirting with Sakura-chan. Moreover, it was this very woman who had not only scrutinized his physique from head to toe, but had also knocked herself unconscious in the process. Oh, come now, Xiao Xingliu. I merely wished to ensure your physical development was progressing normally. This is for the sake of my sister-in-law's future happiness. Upon hearing Xingliu's blunt tone, Kushina not only refrained from reprimanding him, but even jested about their mutual happiness. Chapter 56. Heroes should not be overlooked. Xingliu stared in disbelief at the woman before him, utterly astonished by her audacious remarks. Could such words truly escape a woman's lips? What, then, was the adorable creature nestled shyly against his chest? Sakura-chan? Do not allow these discussions to embarrass you, Kushina continued, unfazed by her own words. As someone who has walked this path before, I am merely imparting some sage advice to you both. Stop, Xingliu interjected before Kushina could utter any more shocking statements, fearing that the sweet creature in his arms might be overwhelmed by such revelations. Dear sister-in-law, could you not exhibit a touch of decorum? I truly cannot fathom why my elder brother was enamored with such a fiery spirit as yourself. It seems that once a woman assumes the role of a driver, the vehicle cannot be halted. Despite believing himself to be a model student, excelling in theory if not in practice, it was only upon encountering Kushina that he realized even flawless theoretical knowledge could not rival the prowess of a seasoned veteran. Ah, your words are misguided, Kushina retorted, taken aback by Xingliu's unexpected attack on her character. Your brother is precisely drawn to my spirited nature. Otherwise, do you reckon that with his rather dull demeanor, little Naruto would have arrived so swiftly? In truth, Kushina's assertion held merit, although she had initially come to Konohagakure to serve as a vessel for the tailed beast. The indomitable little firecracker encountered the legendary Yellow Flash. An earnest mortal met a diligent genius. If life were a coming-of-age drama, this would indeed be a tale for the ages. It was precisely because of Minato's repeated acts of heroism that a beautiful love story unfolded. Very well. Let us set aside the tales of love between you and your elder brother for the moment. I have long harbored a question that I wish to pose to you, and your forthcoming answer will determine whether or not I shall impose any penalties upon you. The you I refer to, aside from Kushina, undeniably includes the illustrious Minato, who is diligently working within the Hokage building. Should Hashiryu fail to clarify this matter, he may find himself deprived of sleep tonight. The very reason Kushina lingered earlier was due to her anticipation that Hashiryu would inevitably inquire about this issue after their excursion to the market. I am aware of your curiosity regarding our intention to cast you as a clandestine hero. However, in this tumultuous world of ninjas, a deified protector often serves to stabilize the restless hearts of the villagers, does it not? Furthermore, we have not uttered falsehoods, have we? Subduing the Nine Tails, repelling the Akatsuki, vanquishing Orochimaru, and recently aiding the Sand Shinobi village. These are all feats attributed to your commendable efforts. Thus, you should refrain from questioning why Minato and I have chosen to portray you as a hero. It is a recognition you rightfully deserve. After all, a hero who has accomplished so much ought not to be overlooked. As I concluded this thought, Kushina, who had been wearing a serious expression, instantly reverted to her usual playful demeanor. Of course, this is merely the public narrative. The truth is that Minato has been preoccupied to the point of being unable to return home, while you have the luxury of lounging at home with your lovely wife, which hardly seems equitable. Therefore, after some consideration, Minato and I decided that rather than allowing you to continue idling away at home, it would be more beneficial to actively engage you in some tasks. This approach would not only alleviate Minato's burdens, but also provide you, an idler, with an opportunity for self-improvement. See, your brother and sister-in-law care for you, do they not? After a moment of venting his frustrations, Hashiryu finally sighed in resignation. Encountering such a couple was the sole miscalculation of my life. When I first traversed into this world and met Minato, I believed I could simply cling to him and lead a life of carefree idleness. However, it turns out that while I have indeed found a sturdy leg to lean on, the question remains, who is truly supporting whom? Setting aside the fact that I saved Minato and Kushina during Uchiha Obito's assault on Konoha, the series of strategic maneuvers I orchestrated against the Akatsuki cannot simply be attributed to clinging to Minato's leg. Oh, do not say such things. Kushina exclaimed with a laugh as she playfully patted Hashiryu's shoulder. Are you not sworn brothers with Minato? It is only natural for brothers to assist one another. Moreover, have we not played a part in helping you secure such a charming and delightful wife? I cannot deny that you have contributed to this endeavor. Yet would it have been too much to ask for you to inform me prior to making such arrangements? Also, who exactly conceived of this title of Shadow? Before marrying Saki, I unexpectedly encountered opposition from her father. At that time, Hashirita had little to boast of beyond the singular merit of having once saved the fourth Hokage. Moreover, in recent years, Hashiryu had been idly wandering the village, acquiring a reputation more akin to a vagabond than a hero. Consequently, the villagers had largely overshadowed his heroic image with that of a mere slacker. Thus, one must ponder, which father would willingly bestow his cherished daughter upon a loafing street urchin? If such a father existed, he would surely harbor a grudge against his own daughter. The matter concerning Saki demanded considerable effort to persuade that obstinate elder. Upon hearing Hashirita mention this, Kushina gradually recalled the incident from months prior when she and Minato visited the other party's residence. Had it not been for Minato's esteemed position as Hokage, I am convinced they would have been unceremoniously ejected during their initial visit. Reflecting on this, Kushina felt a twinge of grievance. Being turned away from a doorstep was an experience she had only encountered in her youth. As an adult, no one dared to dismiss her so. If not for the marriage of that rascal Hashiryu, she would never have found herself in such a predicament. Speaking of which, little Hashiryu, you still owe Minato and me a favor, do you not? Chapter 57. True to one's character, little Hashiryu. I recall you once mentioned that we could make an unconditional request of you. Had I not reminisced about those past occurrences, I might have forgotten that we possessed a leverage that could compel Hashiryu to heed our commands. Is that truly the case? I seem to have no recollection of this. Oh no. It appears I might have genuinely made such a promise to this couple, seeing that they had not invoked this request for so long. I had assumed they would forget it entirely. Yet now, unexpectedly, they have recalled it. No, I must adamantly deny the existence of such an agreement, for I shudder to think of the ghastly demands they might impose upon me. Heh, I knew you would feign ignorance. It seems my foresight in securing a written promise from you was not in vain. With that, Kushina produced a scroll from her bosom, clearly inscribed with Hashirya's unconditional promise to Minato and Kushina on a certain date. What do you say? You would not wish to appear untrustworthy before your beloved Saki, would you? Kushina teased while waving the scroll. Damn, I wish I could slap my past self. Why did I leave such incriminating evidence with Kushina and Minato? Without this scroll, my silver tongue could have easily extricated me from this unnecessary obligation. Now, what is it that you wish for me to undertake? Upon witnessing that this matter had crystallized into a decision, Xing Lu could only accept it with a resigned sigh. For he did not wish to appear untrustworthy in front of Xiaochan. What exactly should I have you do? As Xing Lu became increasingly compliant, Goxin Nai found herself somewhat unaccustomed to this shift, and her desire for him to undertake a task had emerged rather impulsively. However, when it came time to earnestly request that he perform a specific action, she felt at a loss. Surely, she could not expect him to directly assume her husband's position as Hokage and then embark on a leisurely journey around the world, could she? This notion might actually hold some merit. Yet, she remained uncertain about how many individuals would rise in opposition should this slacker take on the mantle of Hokage. Xing Lu gazed at Goxin Nai, whose smile gradually morphed into something unsettling. He even contemplated that it might be preferable to appear untrustworthy in front of Xiaochan than to adhere to this so-called promise. Hey, while I did indeed pledge to unconditionally assist you with the task, you wouldn't want me to undertake something beyond my capabilities, would you? In that case, I reserve the right to decline your request. Of course, even if he were to refuse the task, he would still consider it as having been completed. This method of evasion was something he had learned from his previous world. Although such an approach might be deemed somewhat shameless, one cannot be expected to fulfill every demand made by another, can they? If the request involved actions contrary to societal morals, would one still comply? There are such methods of evasion. Initially immersed in thoughts about what task to assign to Xing Lu, Goxin Nai quickly retracted her immature ideas upon hearing his subsequent remarks. Otherwise, if Xing Lu merely stated his reluctance, she would have squandered an opportunity to command him. I shall consult with Minato and then inform you. Rather than racking her brain for a prank to play on Xinglu, it would be more prudent to brainstorm with Minato when he returned home. That sounds reasonable, but do ensure a decision is made within this week, she cautioned. Otherwise, the opportunity will expire. Cunningly, Xinglu imposed a time constraint on the condition, with only 2 days remaining until the week concluded. Logically, they should not be able to devise a prank to ensnare him in such a short span of time. Zhou Xi and Nai had long since come to terms with Xinglu's utter lack of scruples. Thus, even with the addition of a time limit to this unconditional request, her heart remained undisturbed. However, before departing, she felt compelled to voice a parting quip. Little Xinglu, has anyone ever told you that you truly are insufferable? After uttering this, Zhou Xi and Nai left his apartment without a backward glance, returning to her own home. Sometimes, did you think I wanted to be insufferable? It was the exasperating state of the world that compelled me to behave like a dog, sighed Hashiryu as he closed the door to his home and proceeded to the kitchen to assist Saki in setting the dinner on the table. After they finished their meal, Hashiryu and his companions ventured out for a walk, as his earlier inebriation had thwarted their ambition to dominate the streets of Konoha. Nonetheless, their evening promenade held its own unique charm. Hey, big brother, do you have any thoughts on mature and extroverted women like Kushina? Saki suddenly inquired, turning to Hashiryu. Huh? Why do you ask me that all of a sudden? Hashiryu was well aware of the reason behind Saki's question, likely stemming from her astonishment at Kushina's fiery words earlier that evening. If your question is prompted by what Kushina said tonight, there is no need to worry. Everyone has a personality that aligns with their own nature. Just like me and Minato, if my personality resembled his, would you still like me? Hashiryu's words plunged Saki into contemplation. If the fourth Hokage's demeanor were to be adopted by her older brother, would he not become a rigid and wooden figure? She certainly did not desire that. Hee. It seems you've already envisioned how Minato's character would translate into my persona, Hashiryu remarked upon noticing Saki's face pale at the thought. So, what would happen if Kushina's personality were infused into my character? Imagining herself as Kushina was too delightful a thought to fully entertain. It appears you have already deduced the answer, haven't you? Well, I shall simply remain true to myself. If I were to adopt Kushina's traits, I am certain I would struggle to cope, Saki resolutely declared to Hashiryu. Haha. Thus, I cherish your earnest and adorable demeanor, Hashiryu exclaimed, unable to resist embracing the rare gem that was Saki. Chapter 58. Do you really think I'm just a corporate drone? The following morning, Hashiryu was roused by a cacophony of banging on the door. The force was such that it sent the door and its lock crashing to the ground. Why does this scene feel so dissonant? Hashiryu mused as he gazed at the door, now lying on the floor. Hadn't Team Minato recently arranged for it to be repaired? How was it now reduced to this state? And to his surprise, the culprits were none other than... My apologies, little Hashiryu. I momentarily lost control of my strength. Kushina chuckled awkwardly, rubbing the back of her head. Indeed, it was the very couple from next door who had previously aided in repairing his door. Is it true that the renovations you assisted me with earlier were merely a pretext for demolishing the door once again today? I was blissfully nestled in bed, embracing the soft form of Saki, when, to my astonishment, an intruder breached my sanctuary. Ironically, it was the very individual who had previously aided in my home repairs. Oh, it is merely a dilapidated door. Were it not for my desire to avoid inconveniencing you, I could easily summon someone to replace it daily with a fresh one. And without any duplicates at that. Seeing that the conversation had strayed further and further from the point, and that it threatened to become an endless exchange, I felt compelled to intervene swiftly to reclaim the opportunity for a brief slumber before the heat of the day set in. I trust your visit was not solely motivated by a distaste for my front door, leading you to wish to topple it once more. If that were indeed the case, feel free to do as you please with it. I must return to my slumber. Wait, are you genuinely intending to return to your nap? Upon witnessing my intent to retreat, Kushina grew somewhat anxious, for she had been instructed by her husband to ensure that the man before her made his way to the Hokage building. Why else would one forsake the embrace of a soft and loving wife to engage in trivial banter with you? Noticing the self-satisfied expression on Kushina's face, I couldn't help but roll my eyes in response. All right, enough with your verbal sparring. The reason I sought you out is that Minato has tasked me with escorting you to the Hokage building. Though my previous remarks had irked her, I acknowledged the validity of my own statement. Why would I abandon my delightful wife in favor of spending time with someone I could only observe and not enjoy? Were it not for Minato's explicit instructions, I would much prefer to luxuriate in my room. relishing the comfort provided by the rectangular box of air conditioning that I had invented. Oh, what scheme does that troublesome brother of mine have in store for me now? I have yet to settle the score for being dispatched to that cursed Suna village on the day following my wedding. And now, barely a day into my return, he expects me to undertake another mission? My tone grew increasingly agitated as I lamented my aspirations of becoming a lazy king. The recent bestowal of the ridiculous title of Shadow Lord was already burdensome enough. Now, I found myself deprived of even a few days of respite. Does he truly regard me as some sort of overworked corporate drone? Observing my rising frustration, Kushina realized that Minato had undoubtedly stirred up trouble this time. Minato, wasn't it you who was speaking just now? Why is it suddenly my fault? With the necessary words conveyed, Kushina promptly made her escape from the scene. She certainly did not wish to be unwittingly embroiled in the conflict between those two men. After a while, the once flustered Xing Lu gradually regained his composure. However, upon regaining his senses, he could only gaze at his door, now lying obediently on the ground, while the instigator of this predicament had vanished without a trace. You may have departed rather swiftly, but did you ever consider assisting me in reinstalling this door? Xing Lu stared in silence for a considerable time at the damaged object, which included the door itself, and with a sigh, he resigned himself to the task of repair. Had he still been unmarried to Saki-chan, it would not have mattered much. There was nothing of significance in his home that warranted his attention. If stolen, so be it, as it was not particularly valuable. However, the situation had changed. His home now contained something far more precious than his own life, and thus, he had to ensure its security. After diligently modifying the original door, a groundbreaking aluminum alloy door was installed in his residence. Could such an object truly be brought into this world? As Xing Lu gazed at the familiar faade of his apartment, he momentarily felt as if he had traversed back to his original world. Although this item was merely a replica, it was certainly an improvement over those wooden doors that so easily succumbed to being knocked down. Observing the incongruity of the aluminum alloy door amidst the surrounding wooden ones, Xing Lu shrugged it off. After all, these items were solely for his use. Even if that self-proclaimed deity wished to lecture him, it was unlikely to be severe. With this thought, his earlier anxiety dissipated. Yet, he had forgotten about the revolutionary appliances he had installed in the Watergate house. Should that divine elder choose to pursue the matter, he might find himself metaphorically drowned in a deluge of words. Just as Xing Lu contemplated how to deflect the old man's inquiries, the door to his room swung open from the inside. A drowsy, rosy-cheeked girl emerged, rubbing her eyes. "Big brother, what are you mumbling about in here? Did I just hear Sister Kushina's voice?" came her languid inquiry. Seeing the adorable figure before him, still rubbing her eyes, Xing Lu momentarily cast aside any thoughts of the Watergate's orders or the elder's admonishments. He hurriedly embraced his soft and lovely wife. "I'm sorry. Did I wake you?" he asked, relishing the softness in his arms while gently running his fingers through her lustrous hair. Chapter 59. The doubts of Xing Lu as Saki-chan squinted her eyes in delight at the grooming service provided by Xing Lu. She playfully nudged her fluffy head against his sturdy chest. "Are you still sleepy? If you're still feeling drowsy, shall we indulge in a little more sleep?" Xing Liu murmured to the adorable creature nestled in her arms. "Well, I'm not overly tired, but if you insist on having me accompany you for a nap, I wouldn't mind," Sakuchin replied with a playful giggle. "Then what are we waiting for? Given that I didn't sleep well due to that door incident earlier, this is the perfect opportunity for a proper rest," Xing Liu declared, leading Sakuchin back to the room for a cozy slumber. As for the matter concerning Kushina's request for him to visit the Hokage building, he would attend to that after he caught up on his sleep. In the Hokage office at the Leaf Village, Minato was perusing the intelligence reports returned by his subordinates. He was taken aback to discover that the members of the Akatsuki were still relentless. Initially, Minato had believed that merely obstructing their efforts to collect the tailed beast would dissuade them, but they had only intensified their pursuits. After rubbing the corners of his eyes, a thought struck him, and he turned to his assistant beside him, inquiring, "By the way, has Xing Liu arrived?" Upon hearing his superior's question, the assistant could only respond with a weary expression. "Lord Minato, you know his temperament all too well. If he wished to come, there would be no need for anyone to summon him, would there? Moreover, are you truly unaware of whether he would be inclined to come or not?" Regarding Lord Minato's younger brother, she had never witnessed anyone living so freely, even to the extent of dismissing tasks requested by Minato himself. Initially, she had thought he was a remarkably kind individual. She murmured under her breath. In truth, Minato was well aware that Xingliu would not appear before him at that early hour. Only those like them, the diligent workers, would be found in the office. How could his languid brother possibly show up now? Why is it that some individuals, despite possessing extraordinary capabilities, choose to be so lackadaisical? Minato mused, feeling a mix of affection and exasperation for his brother. He cherished how Xingliu often illuminated the right path for him during moments of confusion. Yet, after pointing him in the right direction, his brother would promptly revert to his idle ways, leaving Minato to handle all subsequent arrangements alone. Well, I'm not entirely sure what that gentleman is thinking. Perhaps you should inquire directly with him? The assistant glanced awkwardly at the young man standing at the doorway, considering how uncomfortable it was to speak ill of someone only to have them appear with a cheerful demeanor. If I had the opportunity to ask him, I certainly wouldn't choose to ask you, Minato retorted. Besides, when I left home, I asked Kushina to summon him, yet he still hasn't arrived. How am I supposed to question him now? Minato remained oblivious to the assistant's desperate attempts to signal him, continuing to lament about his languid brother. Oh, in your eyes, is this the kind of person I am? Suddenly, a voice that felt eerily familiar reached Mizuki's ears, prompting him to reconsider. For it was implausible that the individual in question could possibly be here. Xingliu, did I just hear that little brat's voice? Mizuki turned to his assistant. Yet he was acutely aware that this individual should not be present. The assistant glanced at the young man standing in the doorway, and then at her boss, who was mumbling to himself, feeling an overwhelming fatigue. Why must the daily antics of these two illustrious figures involve me, a mere employee? The other party had been standing at the entrance for quite some time, yet her boss refused to raise his gaze. Sighing, she thought to herself that perhaps the world should just come to an end. Since you've said that, I suppose I shall return home to continue my slumber. Xingliu remarked nonchalantly. If it weren't for Sakura's persistent encouragement to come here, he would have never returned. Moreover, after arriving, he found himself being disparaged by his elder brother. Thus, he resolved to return home, cradling Sakura and indulging in a deeper sleep. Wait. Even if Mizuki could hardly believe that Xingliu stood before him, it was undeniable that in the Hidden Leaf Village, the only person audacious enough to speak to him in such a manner, aside from his wife, was this troublesome brat. Why wait? I'm done with this. As he spoke, a distorted space suddenly appeared before Xingliu, who turned to glance at Mizuki seated at his desk. You can handle your own affairs, after all. I'm merely a lethargic fish. Farewell. As Xingliu prepared to step into the warped space, Mizuki disregarded all semblance of dignity and leapt up, executing a sliding maneuver towards him. I told you to wait a moment. To his astonishment, Xingliu had not anticipated such a response from Mizuki, and by the time he registered the sound, it was too late to react. With a loud thud, they found themselves in an unexpected entanglement, with Xingliu sprawled atop Mizuki. Wow, I had no idea that Lord Mizuki and Lord Xingliu shared such a relationship, the assistant exclaimed. Realizing why Mizuki lamented about Xingliu with the tone of a scorned lover, he was indeed expressing grievances over Xingliu's apparent indifference. At that moment, the assistant, witnessing this delightful scene, dismissed any previous grievances between the two that had caused her distress. After all, she had now beheld enough to compensate for her fragile heart. Dwelling on past grievances would surely invite misfortune. Returning to Xingliu and Mizuki, the two remained in their stunned positions for several minutes before finally regaining their composure. Starliu first detached himself from Watergate and retreated to a corner, contemplating the intricacies of life. He found himself astride a man, his own foster brother, no less. How absurd. He had not traversed into a world of romantic fiction, so why was the old man orchestrating such a fate for him? Chapter 60. The clever assistant. Unlike Starliu, Watergate remained unfazed by this unexpected incident. Upon witnessing Starliu rise from his position, he calmly stood up from the ground and brushed off the dust from his attire. You must have had your fill of this little farce. It is time to address more serious matters, he remarked, casting a resigned glance at Starliu, who was crouched on the ground, drawing circles. Was it truly necessary for their moods to shift so drastically over the mere tumble of two men? In their world, such physical contact was not considered unusual. Please refrain from speaking. I need a moment to myself, Starliu replied, seemingly recalling the scene they had just shared. He felt compelled to return home and seek solace with his wife. He intended to glance back at Watergate, but found himself unable to meet his gaze after the earlier incident. Instead, he turned away and uttered words that made him wish to shatter his brother's skull. I understand you have matters to discuss, but you must hold your tongue. I do not wish to see you right now. Farewell, my foolish elder brother." With that, Star Lu activated his spatial powers and vanished from Watergate's office. Who am I? Where am I? What am I to do now? As he watched Star Lu abruptly disappear, Watergate could not help but ponder the existential questions of life. Just moments ago, a once inanimate figure had been before him. Yet now this figure had declared his departure and vanished entirely. "Do you know what that fellow came here for?" Watergate asked, turning to his assistant in confusion. It seemed he had not acted inappropriately towards Star Lu. He had merely vented to his assistant, a common occurrence for anyone. So why had Star Lu chosen to leave so abruptly? Noticing her boss's troubled expression, the assistant realized that if she did not provide an explanation soon, he would continue to dwell on the issue. Thus, she steeled herself and began to elucidate the reasons behind Star Lu's sudden departure. "Lord Minato, I am indeed aware of why Lord Hashiryu abruptly departed from here." The sudden utterance from the assistant, who had been quietly observing, instantly ignited a flicker of hope within Minato, pulling him from his contemplative reverie. He swiftly approached the assistant, placing his hands on the young one's shoulders, and exclaimed with fervor, "Pray, elucidate why that insufferable lad chose to leave so suddenly. Could it be that my recent disparagement of him has so profoundly wounded his heart?" Observing the fervent grip of his superior, the assistant silently prayed that Lady Kushina would not witness this scene, for it would surely spell the end of their day. I had presumed your urgency in summoning Hashiryu was due to some pressing matter," the assistant continued, a hint of playful sarcasm in his tone. "Yet, I find it astonishing you still possess the leisure to jest with your assistant. Indeed, it seems that in the realm of prayer, the only certainty is the emergence of unwelcome occurrences." Just as the assistant finished his silent plea for Lady Kushina to refrain from appearing at this moment, she materialized at the office door. "What is this? Did I fail to satisfy you last night? I am surprised you still have the energy to tease your assistant." Kushina approached Minato's desk, her gaze fixed upon her husband, realizing that she had long been withholding her true feelings. Otherwise, he would not have the capacity to engage in such banter with his assistant. As the situation spiraled beyond his mental grasp, Minato could merely maintain his stance, eyes wide in astonishment at the sudden appearance of his wife. "Lord Hokage, you truly are bold to flirt with your assistant in my presence," Kushina remarked with a bemused expression, surveying the unfolding drama between the two. Perceiving that the situation was veering out of control, the assistant recognized the necessity for action. Thus, in a bid to clear her name, she forcefully shrugged off Minato's hands resting on her shoulders. With composure, she stepped forward to explain to Kushina why her husband had placed his hands upon her. "So, the reason Minato has become this way is due to that rascal Hashiryu?" Kushina cast a skeptical glance at the still immobile Minato. If what the assistant claimed were indeed true, she was inclined to believe it, for in all of Konoha, only she and that troublesome lad had the power to unsettle Minato. Anyone else would find it impossible to breach his defenses, let alone provoke such a reaction. Do you think his son Naruto could elicit such a response? Surely no parent would be swayed by their own child in such a manner. If that were the case, one might as well deliver a sound thrashing. If one round is insufficient, then two will suffice. After all, one must pursue their own satisfaction in any way possible. Certainly, when it comes to disciplining children, moderation is key. Otherwise, the subsequent task of winning them back can prove to be infinitely more troublesome than the initial reprimand. Upon witnessing her employer's ire subside, the assistant breathed a sigh of relief, contemplating that perhaps the grim prospect of retrieving a body from the river the next day might be averted. But what of the instigator of this commotion? The young Xing Lu? Why could I not catch a glimpse of him? Upon hearing the assistant mention that Xing Lu had arrived at the office, Kushina had been diligently searching for his presence. Yet, despite her exhaustive efforts throughout the entire office, she found no trace of that troublesome boy. "If you seek Lord Xing Lu, you ought to visit his residence," the assistant suggested, for he departed not long ago due to a trivial matter. She then recounted to Kushina the incident involving Xing Lu and Minato tumbling to the ground, nearly sharing an unintended kiss. However, instead of chastising her husband for the incident, Kushina approached him with a serious expression, stating, "If such a visually captivating scene were to occur again, you must be sure to inform me, lest I miss an opportunity to witness such a spectacle." Chapter 61. All Hands on Deck, 8 Tails. Kushina's playful banter was merely for amusement. Had Minato truly found himself in such a predicament, it was anyone's guess as to which planet the unfortunate individual responsible would be sent flying to. Did Xing Lu mention when he would arrive? After all, I had just damaged their front door. If he were to come over shortly, I could conveniently arrange for someone to assist in repairing it. At this juncture, one might wonder why Kushina herself did not undertake the task of mending the door. Please, when have you ever seen a delicate woman like her proficient in such repairs? Her talents lay more in opening doors than in fixing them, specifically the kind that opens one's mind. I am uncertain when Lord Xing Lu will arrive. He simply left with a remark about returning home to tend to his wife. The assistant replied. It was hardly her fault that she relayed a somewhat ambiguous answer to Kushina. She was merely conveying Xing Lu's previous words. It seemed they would require ample time for a grand confrontation before they made their way here. As someone with experience, Kushina was well aware of the implications behind Xing Lu's words. It merely suggested a spirited game of chess between the sexes. With this thought in mind, Kushina settled herself on the sofa designated for receiving guests, passing the time. During this interval, various pieces of intelligence flowed in from around the globe to Minato, who, after a period of processing the information in his mind, had returned to a state of normalcy. However, once he regained his composure, he was once again thrust into the never-ending cycle of unresolved matters. Eventually, upon observing the two individuals at the desk frantically handling the recently received intelligence, Kushina could no longer indulge in her engrossing novel and decided to lend them a hand. Thus, within the Watergate office, the trio spent the entire morning attending to various matters until just after noon, when Xing Lu emerged from the distorted space with his wife. Wow, have you stumbled upon an intelligence hub? How is it that within merely one morning, the office has accumulated an overwhelming number of scrolls that cannot be contained? Initially, Xing Lu intended to accompany Sakura to the Hokage building to enjoy some leisure time with Kushina and the others, but given the circumstances, it was evident that the other party lacked the time to indulge in such activities. Hey, you arrived just in time. These items are all the result of your meddling, Watergate exclaimed, tossing a scroll he had been holding directly at Xing Lu. Ouch, what are you doing? Xing Lu deftly sidestepped the projectile, retrieving the scroll that had been thrown. Do you know how perilous it is to hurl objects carelessly? However, Watergate, too busy to respond with even a glance, barked back at Xing Lu. Enough with the chatter. You should first examine the scroll in your hand, as I have genuinely never encountered such a situation before. What? Since you claim it's your first encounter, why are you asking me? Although Xing Lu retorted, he nevertheless opened the scroll he held. Oh, it merely states that all members of the Akatsuki are mobilizing to attack the Lightning Village. How is this a significant issue? All members mobilizing. Initially, upon seeing the intelligence regarding the Akatsuki's assault on the Lightning Village, Xing Lu assumed it pertained only to Sasuke's small team. Yet, he was taken aback to discover that the entire organization was launching an offensive against a mere Lightning Village. Brother, is it possible that our intelligence department has made an error? Although the Eight Tails and Reikage are present in the Lightning Village, surely the Akatsuki cannot dispatch their entire organization to confront them? Based on Xing Lu's understanding of the Akatsuki, they would typically send out no more than a two-man team. So why, then, were they now deploying their entire force? Initially, I too suspected a mistake from our intelligence department. However, after receiving reports from our infiltrator within the Akatsuki, I found that the information was consistent with previous reports. Watergate opened the drawer of the desk and handed Xing Lu the topmost note. All members, Eight Tails. Goodness. What on earth is Nagato thinking? They haven't even reclaimed Shikaku from the Sand Village, so why the sudden assault on the Lightning Village? Watergate then turned to Xing Lu, having set aside some less critical scrolls, and earnestly regarded him, hopeful that he might offer a general insight. As he had in the past, to speak candidly, I never anticipated the sudden actions of the Akatsuki organization. After all, their modus operandi has consistently involved deploying individuals in pairs for missions. This time, however, the Akatsuki's all-out offensive has truly caught Xingliu off guard for the very first time. For years, he had believed that as the orchestrator of this narrative, he could manipulate everyone in this world at will. Yet, now, with the Akatsuki's full-scale emergence, he finds himself grappling with the notion that events have strayed from the original script. Gazing at Saki beside him, Xingliu regained his composure. Since circumstances have veered away from the established narrative, it is imperative that he reclaims control over the unfolding events rather than languishing in despair. Unlike the earlier facade of playful nonchalance, Xingliu now bore a rare and earnest expression as he looked at Minato. Has there been any intelligence indicating that the Akatsuki has commenced their operations? Not as of now, Minato replied. But based on my extensive understanding of the Akatsuki over the years, they are likely to initiate action within the coming days. This was the second time Minato observed such a serious demeanor from Xingliu. The first was that fateful night when he proposed infiltrating the Akatsuki. It seems that young man is finally taking things seriously. Minato regarded Xingliu, who was intently studying the intelligence on the Akatsuki laid out on the table. Realizing that this time, the emergence of the Akatsuki had indeed instilled a sense of urgency in him. So, we have a few days to devise a plan, correct? Xingliu's sudden inquiry caught Minato off guard, still lost in contemplation. I mean, we have a few days to strategize, right? Yes, that is correct. Very well then. I shall return in a couple of days. It is already time for dinner. Chapter 62, The Tsundere Manhei. Minato watched as Xingliu, who had only been there for less than 30 minutes, departed. He initially thought that the stubborn lad had finally turned over a new leaf, but it appeared that he remained as laid back as ever. Darling, let us place our faith in that rascal. After all, his contradictory nature is not a recent development. I dare say he has already begun formulating a plan, said Kushina, one of the few who had witnessed Xingliu's rare display of vulnerability. Xingliu was the quintessential tsundere character. After all, it's quite possible that he had merely mentioned heading home for dinner before swiftly embarking on an investigation. Upon hearing Kushina's words, Minato could no longer maintain his previously stern expression. The moment he turned to face her, a smile broke across his face as he embraced her. Hee. I was merely considering what expression I should have shown when Xingliu left. Moreover, I have indeed witnessed his fragile demeanor. After so many years spent in the company of that insufferable brat, how could I be unaware of what kind of person he truly is? Kushina gazed at the man before her, at a loss for words, unsure whether to label him as childish or something else entirely. It is indeed a stroke of fortune for Hashiryu to have an elder brother like you. I understand that encountering a younger brother like Hashiryu is one of the greatest blessings of my life as well. As she spoke, Minato looked at Kushina in his arms with a bemused smile, as if inviting her to inquire about why it was merely one of the blessings. However, being a mature woman, Kushina would not grant Minato the opportunity to feign innocence. After casting him a flirtatious sidelong glance, she extricated herself from his embrace and returned to her scrolls. Truly, she is a vexingly charming little kitten, Minato chuckled, shaking his head before resuming his seat to continue perusing the scroll he had yet to finish. The small episode in the office remained unbeknownst to Hashiryu. However, even if he were to discover it, he would only sigh at the cunning nature of this couple. Hashiryu and Saki strolled through the bustling market, filled with lively cries, selecting their dinner for the evening. After a prolonged silence, Saki could no longer contain herself and finally spoke. Big brother, do you truly intend to disregard this matter? Upon hearing Saki's inquiry, Hashiryu was momentarily taken aback before turning to the girl beside him with a smile. Do you believe I should intervene in this situation? Well, the truth is, I am quite reluctant to have you away from me for such an extended period. Yet, if your involvement could save more villagers from the Lightning Village, I hope you will take action. However, I am also fearful that you might be injured during this endeavor. It is indeed somewhat troubling, Saki admitted, displaying a genuinely distressed expression as she lowered her head. Then, if I can assure you that I will remain unscathed during this operation, would you allow me to participate? Hashiryu gazed intently at the girl, whose head was bowed in worry. Such an expression was unfamiliar to Saki. His eyes bore a warmth that seemed capable of melting hearts. A look she had never seen before, not even on the day he proposed to her. Big brother, you are truly unfair. If you gaze at me with such a look, how could I possibly have the heart to refuse you? Saki sighed, adopting an expression of resignation as she regarded Hashiryu. Hurry back, for I know that if I do not acquiesce, you will stealthily slip away without my knowledge, won't you? Hiki, you truly are my most beloved girl. I did not expect you to see through my plan. In truth, Hashiryu had contemplated sneaking out in the dead of night. But upon realizing that such an action would surely cause her distress, he promptly dismissed the thought. A plan unfulfilled, yet another arises. Xinglu suddenly recalled that in the future, Naruto, upon becoming Hokage, employed shadow clones to assist him with tasks that he could not attend to personally. Naturally, Xinglu was referring to dispatching clones to investigate the reasons behind the Akatsuki's sudden exodus, while he himself intended to remain here, accompanying the one he cherished. However, since Saki had agreed to allow him to pursue this investigation, his current objective was to ensure a swift and safe return without incurring any harm. Enough of your antics. You know I can hardly bear that melancholic gaze of yours. If you insist on keeping me by your side, you might later resent me for it. Saki playfully remarked with one eye mischievously squinted. Higi, you know I am the type to settle scores immediately, so I harbor no grievances in my heart. The most I would do is ensure you struggle to rise the following morning, Xing Lu replied, casting a meaningful glance up and down at her. How dreadful. If you truly treat me that way, you can forget about ever touching me again, Saki exclaimed, her face flushed as she playfully swatted Xing Lu. Yet to him, her gentle swat felt merely like a tickle. However, the cunning Xing Lu would not relinquish such a splendid opportunity to strengthen their bond. He theatrically clutched the spot where Saki had struck him, wailing, ouch. Your blow has left me internally injured. Seeing his exaggerated performance, Saki was both amused and exasperated. She approached him, teasingly tugging at his calf, and said, if you truly want to perform, could you please take it seriously? I distinctly smacked the other side. Yet you're clutching the wrong spot. Did I cover the wrong place? Xing Lu feigned surprise, looking at Saki, then, amidst her incredulous gaze, he switched positions and resumed his lamentations. Ouch, my hand. Saki found herself at a loss for words regarding this man before her. He had been perfectly fine just moments ago. How had he so swiftly transformed into this comical figure? Moreover, she noticed a couple nearby engrossed in playful antics. Mom, that brother seems to be crying. One child exclaimed. Shoo, don't look at them. That brother and sister are just playing, Saki advised. She resolved that she should refrain from accompanying that man in the future. No amount of dignity would suffice to cover his antics. Chapter 63. The masked man strikes again. Well then, I shall set off now. After a hearty meal, Xing Lu stepped out of the house, ready to embark on his journey. Off you go, but make it quick, Saki said, somewhat exasperated with the man before her. At that moment, Saki donned an outfit entirely unsuitable for the season, her originally fair complexion inexplicably flushed, and her bright eyes, unusually, glistened with moisture. However, what should I do if I suddenly do not wish to go? Xing Lu gazed at his petite wife, who stood by the doorway bidding him farewell. He was uncertain whether it was due to his earlier lack of sustenance or her overwhelming charm, but he found himself reluctant to part from her. No, you cannot wish for that. Upon hearing Xing Lu's sudden declaration of disinterest in leaving, Saki began to feel a twinge of panic. Heaven knows what she had just experienced. They were enjoying a pleasant meal at the dining table, yet somehow, they had ended up in the bedroom without explanation. When they finally emerged, the sky had darkened entirely. But you must go? You are our shadow master of Konoha. It is your duty to save our village, Saki implored with a tone laden with urgency. Xing Lu, adopting a pitiful demeanor, looked at Saki and said, but the night has already fallen. Why not postpone our outing until tomorrow? Does it truly matter whether it is day or night for you? Saki saw right through Xing Lu's cunning plan to remain and indulge in mischief. For a ninja like him, adept in space-time ninjutsu, the distinction between light and dark held little significance, especially since he was heading to the Sand Village, a place he had recently returned from. The journey would take but a few fleeting seconds, and with a stroke of luck, he might even return home that very night. Thus, Saki's initial anxiety had dissipated. Instead, she urged Xing Lu to leave promptly. Fine, fine. Some women can be so forgetful once they are well fed. Sighing, she lamented, men can be so difficult. As Xing Lu hummed a peculiar tune, he opened a rift in space behind him, stealing a glance at Saki, whose cheeks were flushed with embarrassment. Noticing her clenched fists brimming with indignation, he smiled and said, I shall return to continue our earlier activities. With that, he stepped into the rift without looking back, having noticed Saki preparing to hurl her shoes at him in a fit of frustration. What a brother one loves and loathes. Saki chuckled and shook her head in resigned amusement as she turned to head back inside to rest. After all, she had ensured that Xing Lu was thoroughly satisfied, both materially and spiritually. If he were to return as he promised, she might very well find herself unable to rise from bed the next day. Shortly after Saki entered the room, Kushina quietly descended from the roof. Those two youngsters are rather frequent in their activities, aren't they? At this rate, my little nephew will be born before long. Kushina mused to herself at the doorway. But perhaps having a child would encourage that insufferable boy, Xing Lu, to mature a little. Otherwise, what dignity does he possess as a master of the Leaf Village? If all he does day in and day out is lays around like a salted fish? Speaking thus, Kushina cast her gaze upon the aluminum alloy door before her. I wonder what Minato meant by asking me to protect Sakura. No matter how formidable the Akatsuki organization may be, it is improbable that they would invade the village and forcibly abduct someone. Is it? This question bore no answer from anyone nearby. Only the gentle rustle of leaves stirred by the breeze accompanied her thoughts. I sincerely hope that such an event does not transpire. Otherwise, I cannot fathom the extent of mischief that insufferable brat might concoct. Having spoken, Kushina took one last glance at the aluminum door, and with a swift motion, she vanished from sight. In the very spot where Kushina had just stood, a masked man emerged from seemingly nowhere. Has he already formed connections? The masked figure surveyed the mysterious door before him. If I were to abduct someone dear to you, perhaps you would then understand the anguish of losing a beloved one. With that, the masked man strode through the aluminum door, and upon his reemergence, he cradled a sleeping girl in his arms. Feel the fury. Feel the regret. Anyone who dares to obstruct my creation of a world with Rin shall be eliminated by any means necessary, the masked man proclaimed, as if caught in a fit of youthful exuberance, shouting down at those below. In the midst of relishing this imperial sensation, an unexpected rotten egg soared from a nearby residence, hurling itself at him and bellowing, "Are you out of your mind? What time is it? Don't you have work tomorrow?" Gazing at the approaching rotten egg, the masked man found himself pondering an unusual question. Has he truly been pelted with a rotten egg? And by a mere civilian devoid of any chakra? Foolish humans. Do you even realize whom you have just assaulted? In an instant, as the egg neared, the masked man conjured a distorted space, redirecting the egg's trajectory toward the one who had just shouted. My goodness. That individual wiped the egg remnants from his face and unleashed a torrent of invectives at the masked man, cursing everything he could conceive of, both known and unknown. Is this the impotent howl of a foolish human? I never anticipated that upon returning to the Leaf Village, I would be met not by my mentor or the man obstructing my path, but rather by this incompetent simpleton. The masked man scoffed at the person within the house. It seems that for the world I am about to create, it is high time to cleanse this realm of such beings. Otherwise, when Rin returns, she may blame me for this very situation. With that, a void-like black hole materialized above the house, and in the blink of an eye, the entire structure vanished without a trace. Foolish humans do not deserve to remain in this world, do they not? Chapter 64. How do you wish to perish? What the masked man did not realize was that not far behind him, a man donning sunglasses was observing him in a peculiar manner. Could this be the man who nearly caused the demise of Lord Hokage and his wife years ago? He seemed, aside from a hint of youthful folly, to be no different at all. The man in sunglasses scoffed, reflecting on the information relayed by the insects. Oh, it appears you hold a different opinion of me. Suddenly, a voice, both familiar and foreign, resonated from behind the man in sunglasses. The masked man. Due to the insects encircling him, the man in sunglasses was forewarned of the identity of the voice that had called out. He turned to see the masked man, cradling a girl in his arms, silently observing him from behind. The title of masked man. How long has it been since I last heard it? The masked man seemed to be lost in reverie, gazing up at the pitch-black sky. Yet, I believe it would be more fitting to revert to my original name. Would it not, my dear teacher? With a swift motion, Minato leaped down from the rooftop, holding Kushina's hand. Obito, why do you remain so obstinate? No matter how much you harm others, you cannot resurrect Rin. Minato gazed at his former pupil, bewildered by the extent of his misguided obsession, which had wrought such calamities merely to revive one person. So, teacher, you think the same? Obito retorted, turning his gaze toward another inconspicuous corner. And what of you, Kakashi? You witnessed Rin's death firsthand. Do you share the same belief as your teacher that I should not attempt to bring her back? Just then, a silver-haired man emerged from the shadows. Obito, it has been a long time. Indeed, it had been quite a while. Their last encounter was at the Canopy Bridge. Obito regarded the man who once held his beloved's trust, realizing with sorrow that the girl they both sought to protect had vanished. Kakashi, I shall ask you once more. Will you stand before me to obstruct my path, or by my side to help forge a world where Rin exists? Obito looked earnestly at his former friend, reluctant to become adversaries. Yet, for the future of the ninja world, he felt compelled to make such a choice. Is that so? It seems you two have chosen to stand against me. Obito's tone grew tinged with melancholy. If Rin were to know that her former companions had turned into foes, she would surely be furious. Nevertheless, such a journey was perhaps an inevitable part of pursuing my dream. As he spoke, Uchiha Obito cast a glance at the girl cradled in his arms before turning his gaze back to Minato and the others. He warned the man that if he did not wish to suffer the loss of his most cherished woman as he had, he should bring Shikaku and the Nine Tails to the Lightning Village to find him. With that, Obito strode towards the distorted space behind him without a backward glance. Oh, Since you have expressed your intent to seek me, why not linger a while longer? Just as Obito was about to enter the warped dimension, another distorted space suddenly appeared behind him. However, I shall not allow myself to be as defenseless as you were with your beloved. At that moment, the girl who had been in Obito's grasp inexplicably found herself in Hashiryu's hands. See, only the inept would rage helplessly in this manner. Obito shifted his attention to the woman he had previously held, only to discover that she had indeed returned to the other's custody. Universal pull. I trust you've seen this technique employed by Pain? After uttering those words, Hashiryu disregarded the incompetent figure before him and lowered his head, gently grasping the girl's face. You truly cause me no end of worry. You had advised me to be cautious earlier, yet here you are, nearly abducted by that delusional individual. Perhaps it was due to Hashiryu's murmuring that the girl, after a moment of dazed contemplation, slowly opened her eyes. She glanced around and, upon realizing she was in an unfamiliar place, panic surged within her. Wasn't I just asleep in my room? How did I end up in this strange locale? You silly girl, it's quite remarkable that you opened your eyes without noticing me at all. Hashiryu found himself both amused and vexed by her bewildered demeanor. She had subconsciously avoided meeting his gaze despite his presence being right before her. He wondered whether to commend her for her instinctive caution or simply shake his head at her navet. Upon hearing the familiar voice, the girl finally directed her attention back to him. As she focused on the figure before her, she realized she had somehow been embraced by her older brother. Hey, big brother, didn't you just leave? Why are you suddenly back? And what are you doing bringing me to this unfamiliar place? It seemed that this little fool in his arms still did not grasp the situation. Yet, he could not help but feel affection for her innocent demeanor. After all, she was a small fool he had nurtured, and a little foolishness was tolerable as long as he kept an eye on her. I shall discuss this matter with you later. For now, you and your sister Kushina can go play. As the Minato couple approached, Hashiryu decided to let others take care of the little fool in his embrace. Once he gently set her down, she scampered over to Kushina, linking her arm with hers. Upon witnessing that Saki-chan was momentarily safe, Hashiryu redirected his attention to Uchiha Obito, who wore an expression of sheer fury. Ah, my dear friend afflicted with Jinibyu. I had initially intended to pay you a personal visit, yet here you are, conveniently presenting yourself before me, Hashiryu remarked, a cold demeanor gradually overtaking his countenance. I had hoped to engage you in a game of wits, but it seems you have stirred a hornet's nest beyond your capacity to handle. Pray tell, how do you wish to meet your demise? Chapter 65. An unusual request. Upon uttering these words, a chilling aura, unprecedented in Hashiryu's presence, enveloped the vicinity, leaving Minato and others nearby grappling with an overwhelming sense of suffocation. However, the man now deemed insane, Uchiha Obito, was far from deterred by Hashiryu's menacing tone. Marvelous. Truly marvelous. The murderous intent emanating from you ignites a fervor within me. Obito exclaimed, his voice tinged with a twisted delight as he beheld Hashiryu's increasingly disdainful expression. It seems you are beginning to grasp the anguish of losing Rin, are you not? Are all members of your Akatsuki organization such thrill-seekers? Let us not even begin with Deidara, who is perpetually planting explosives, or Sasori, who transforms corpses into puppets. And then there's you, reveling in the anger of others. Regret began to seep into Hashiryu's thoughts as he pondered why he had involved himself with such a cadre of pleasure-seeking criminals. He turned to Minato, who wore a bewildered expression, likely grappling with the transformation of his former disciple. Hashiryu then glanced towards Kakashi, who was discreetly observing from a distance. As Hashiryu's gaze fell upon him, Kakashi vanished from sight, perhaps feigning ignorance and hastily retreating. It was understandable. One would surely wish to evade encountering a long-lost friend who had morphed into such a figure. Well then, I shall leave the matter of your disciple in your capable hands, my friend. I have no desire to remain in the presence of that thrill-seeker for even a moment longer, Hashiryu remarked, nudging Minato. What nonsense. Clearly, he orchestrated this chaos to draw you out. Moreover, he nearly abducted your most cherished companion. Do you truly intend to let him off the hook so easily? Minato responded, exuding righteousness, as though failing to deliver a firm lesson to Obito would be a personal affront to his integrity. However, there shall be no buts today. It is imperative that we confront him and address this matter decisively. As Watergate leaned closer to Hashiryu's ear, he discreetly gestured towards the direction of Saki-chan, who was cheerfully engaged in whispering with Kushina. The vibrant energy radiating from Saki-chan rendered any remnants of her earlier abduction utterly inconsequential. Had the assailants truly succeeded, one could only imagine the sorrow of never again witnessing the smiling visage of that girl. After absorbing Watergate's unsolicited counsel, Hashiria's heart swelled with indignation. Yet, as time passed and emotions cooled, he regarded Watergate, who had so fervently urged him to retaliate, with a perplexed expression. What a peculiar dynamic this was. A disciple who had nearly led his mentor and mentor's wife to ruin years prior, and a teacher who persistently incited others to discipline his own pupils. Should such anecdotes be passed down through generations, they would undoubtedly become the stuff of legend. What do you think, dear brother? Do you not feel an overwhelming urge to deliver a sound thrashing to our adversary? Watergate encouraged, ever the provocateur. If that is indeed the case, feel free to act upon it. As your teacher, I must confess that witnessing my student being chastised by another pains me greatly. Yet it was your opponent who first provoked you. Thus, I cannot show favoritism, regardless of my sentiments. Watergate's portrayal of righteous indignation nearly elicited a laugh from Hashiryu. Should anyone dare claim that the fourth Hokage, Watergate, lacked humor, he would vehemently disagree. Just observe the way his words were taken out of context, accompanied by that unmistakably reluctant gaze. Without Watergate's participation, the award for Best Actor in Hollywood would have been utterly unwatchable. After all, should it be awarded to anyone else? It would surely be a travesty. His performance, reminiscent of a green tea persona yet devoid of its essence, could only be mastered by seasoned actors who had spent decades in the industry. How could Hashiryu, the Silver Horse Best Actor, allow his elder brother to shine in solitude? Enough, brother. I am acutely aware of your distress, and I recognize that your remarks come after considerable reflection, Hashiryu stated, donning an expression of profound understanding as he patted Watergate's shoulder. This time, I shall grant your student a reprieve. He has journeyed a great distance from his home. Should his colleagues learn that he returned empty-handed and was soundly chastised by his teacher, he would be utterly humiliated. Having spent ample time with Hashiryu, Watergate was well aware of the thoughts swirling in his mind. His intention was merely to ensure that the insolent young man received a proper education, a task far lighter than the life-threatening situation they had once faced. Yet, his younger brother continued to prattle on, fully aware of Watergate's intentions but refusing to act. If it weren't for his own constraints, would he truly rely on this insufferable brat? However, Watergate's inability to intervene was only temporary, for soon enough, Uchiha Obito would present a proposition that would be difficult to refuse. I never anticipated that my once formidable teacher, Minato Namikaze, would age so. Initially, I had designed a scheme to ensnare both you and Kushina Uzumaki. Yet, to my astonishment, you maintained such composure when confronting a student who once sought to end your lives. I cannot discern whether you are merely adept at navigating this situation or if you have lost your edge. Were I in your position, I would have unleashed a Rasengan the moment our paths crossed. Just as Obito Uchiha finished speaking, he sensed a sudden surge of violent wind chakra emanating from behind him. Perhaps you were correct. Indeed, after delivering a Rasengan, I felt a certain relief within. Minato gazed down at Obito, who was firmly embedded in the ground, astonished that anyone would dare to make such a request. As a teacher, it is only natural to fulfill the unique whims of one's students. No way, brother. Just moments ago, you insisted I teach him a lesson, yet now you choose to enter the fray yourself? Chapter 66. What is your choice? Upon hearing Xing Lu's words, Minato glanced at Obito, whom he had just been firmly pressing into the ground. After a moment of shock, he quickly withdrew his foot and stepped back before addressing his younger brother. You didn't see anything just now, did you? Xing Lu was at a loss for words at Minato's blatant denial. You have already committed the act, and yet you dare utter such words? Indeed. Such individuals do exist. However, Obito truly deserves a beating. I have never heard of someone requesting to be struck. What do you mean you didn't see anything? Did you not just engage in that behavior? Witnessing Xing Lu speak such nonsense with his eyes wide open, the two women behind him covered their eyes in disbelief. It said that like attracts like. The shamelessness of these two brothers could rival that of any shinobi. How could such a large man claim he saw nothing while lying on the ground? Just as the brothers were engaged in their banter, Obito, having momentarily succumbed to dizziness, regained his senses. As he rose from the ground, he spotted Minato attempting to feign innocence not far behind him, and he was at a loss for words. You could dismiss his actions as mere violence, yet given his formidable combat prowess, How could he resort to such underhanded tactics and attempt a sneak attack? Coughing, Obito remarked disdainfully, I never thought that after just a few years apart, my teacher would stoop to such base methods. Base methods? If what he did could be deemed base, then his earlier abduction of a virtuous woman must be considered entirely acceptable. Watergate truly wished to unlock the mind of his former student, allowing him a glimpse into the depths of his thoughts, perhaps to discover that they were merely filled with rulers. How could one exhibit such hypocrisy? Thus, upon witnessing the blatant double standards of Uchiha Obito, Xing Lu promptly delivered a powerful reprimand. It is said that the Sharingan of your Uchiha clan can see through all illusions. However, I find that hard to believe. How about this? If you can penetrate the illusion I have set, I shall permit you to leave unscathed. What say you to that? Xing Lu's right eye had ceased to be the Rinnegan. It now bore the inscription of the number 1 and emanated a violet flame. Do you truly believe you can hinder my departure if I desire to leave? As he spoke, the familiar distortion of space reappeared behind Uchiha Obito. It was merely my oversight that allowed you to rescue that woman. Next time, fortune may not favor you so kindly. Farewell, foolish one, who seeks to impede the advent of a new world. Just as Uchiha Obito attempted to step into the distorted space to depart, he suddenly found himself unable to move. Did I ever state that I would allow you to leave? You have unjustly inflicted mental anguish upon my beloved, and I have yet to settle that score. Yet you dare to think of escaping? The characters in Xing Lu's right eye had transformed into the number 6, and the violet flames within burned fiercely. A seasoned warrior. Uchiha Obito sensed something amiss. He quickly activated his Sharingan to assess his condition, discovering no physical anomalies, which led him to realize that this man before him had employed some trickery. What have you done to me? Why can I not move? Despite there being no apparent issue within my body? Uchiha Obito bellowed towards Xing Lu. What could be the reason? Xing Lu gradually approached Obito, removing the mask that concealed his face. Indeed, you appear more handsome this way, he said, tenderly caressing the hollow of his left eye. You must find my appearance repulsive. I am a man who should have perished long ago, yet here I stand before you. Uchiha Obito spoke with a hint of despair. Not quite. For all of this is merely a plot orchestrated by Uchiha Madara, including the reasons behind your rescue and the design that forced you to witness the death of your beloved. Everything is the machination of that man. Thus, Xing Lu succinctly elucidated the conspiracy of Uchiha Madara, who was once on par with Senju Hashirama, to the wretched man before him, revealing even the long-buried details of history. At the outset, Uchiha Obito presumed that everything was merely unfounded speculation from a man named Xingliu. However, as he meticulously unraveled the entire affair, he began to detect numerous dissonances. In other words, all of Uchiha Madara's actions were aimed at ultimately dominating the world of ninjas. The reason for their past exposure was orchestrated by this man from behind the scenes. Uchiha Obito gazed incredulously at the man before him, who was evidently much younger than himself. How could he possess such detailed knowledge, surpassing even that of the principal party involved? Had he somehow gained an advantage? Were Xingliu to discern Obito's thoughts, he would undoubtedly eliminate him without hesitation. After all, he was aware that he was the type of individual wielding an unfair advantage. Allowing him to remain would surely result in insurmountable future troubles. Of course, this was merely jest in this world. Whether one possessed an advantage or not was of no concern to others. His principle was simple. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. However, should one provoke me, they would surely meet their demise. Moreover, when has one ever seen a lethargic fish constantly in motion? Unless, as in this instance, the adversary directly barged in. Otherwise, even if they dominated the entire ninja world, he would merely sit back and applaud. While not an absolute certainty, a solid 70% of this ambition to dominate the ninja world was undoubtedly instigated by this old man. Xingliu spread his arms in resignation. Hiss. Upon hearing Xingliu's words, everyone present inhaled sharply. Even Minato was hearing about this for the first time. He had always believed their only foe was the Akatsuki organization. Yet it turned out that the mastermind was Uchiha Madara, who had co-founded the Hidden Leaf Village alongside the first Hokage. After discussing this matter, Xingliu turned his attention back to the Uchiha Obito he had under his control. Would you rather assist an indirect enemy in unifying the ninja world, or choose to return to a safe shore? Chapter 67. Obito's inner monologue. Indeed, Obito now comprehended the entire sequence of events. Should he aid the very person who nearly caused his demise, yet feigned concern for his past? Or should he choose to retreat to safety? Not long ago, he would have unhesitatingly opted to assist, for that individual had granted him a chance to resurrect Rin. However, upon discovering that Rin's demise had been orchestrated by him, his trust began to wane. After all, he now understood that this was a person who would resort to any means to achieve his ends. Why should he continue to assist such a figure? Furthermore, this individual had indirectly caused the death of his most beloved woman, only to then approach him with promises of resurrecting her. Even a fool would recognize that such claims were utterly untrustworthy. Though he may possess a touch of foolishness, it is unlikely that he would persist in his path of darkness after receiving a warning from others. Thus, when Xingliu inquired whether he would continue down this treacherous road or turn back to safety, his heart yearned without hesitation for the latter, especially since his very life now rested in the hands of another. Death held no terror for him. Rather, it was the thought of dying without avenging Lin that troubled him. Observing the wavering resolve of Uchiha Obito, Xingliu sensed that the Akatsuki's endeavor was advancing toward success. Yet, do not presume that this was the conclusion. Such a notion is utterly implausible. Here, Xingliu once again presented Obito with an irresistible bargaining chip. What if I could bring Lin back to your side? How would you respond? As he spoke, his left eye gradually transformed into the visage of the Rinnegan. I trust you have heard the elder Uchiha Madara mention the Rinnegan, have you not? Obito merely nodded, captivated by the allure of the Rinnegan as the eye that governs life and death. Initially, his involvement with the Akatsuki was solely to acquire the Rinnegan possessed by pain. However, upon learning that resurrecting someone demanded immense chakra, he devised a plan to assist them in capturing tailed beasts. I can offer you what he can provide. Will you choose to trust an enemy or a mentor who once guided you? Step by step, Xingliu seduced the Uchiha before him, confident that soon enough, Obito's heart would yield entirely. In truth, Xingliu, endowed with the talent of replication, possessed no fewer than 100 methods to resurrect the woman known as Lin. However, to maintain the order of this world, he resolved to adhere to its established ways. Moreover, it is worth mentioning that his current method of controlling Uchiha Obito was inspired by the unique abilities of a certain guardian of the mist, specifically a power known as the Six Paths of Reincarnation. After an indeterminate period, aside from Kushina, who could no longer suppress her fatigue and took the drowsy Sakura home, both Xingliu and Minato remained observant of the choices this man would make. Of course, lurking in the shadows of a corner was a man with silvery white hair, awaiting the outcome. Indeed, this man was the returning Kakashi. It remained uncertain whether he had genuinely slipped away or had merely feigned retreat. Yet the opportunity to witness whether his former friend would choose to embrace the light was a rare one. I have made my decision, a sudden voice erupted, rousing the slumbering Xingliu from his languor. Oh, how will you choose? Should you decide to continue opposing us, I shall leave you here for eternity. Xingliu inquired with keen interest. You wish to abandon the darkness for the light. Moreover, there was no need for you to assist me in resurrecting Rin. Upon uttering those few words, Uchiha Obito felt as if a vast emptiness had suddenly opened within his heart. For so many years, this desire had morphed into an obsession. And now, having finally chosen to release this burden, the colossal weight that had long oppressed him had vanished. This truly was an unexpected revelation. Hashiryu had contemplated myriad responses that Uchiha Obito might utter, yet the one he articulated now was beyond anything Hashiryu had ever imagined. For a man who had clung to something for over a decade or two, to relinquish his past attachments is undoubtedly more challenging than bringing about the death of another. Yet, the man before him had chosen to abandon that enduring fixation, a decision that commanded admiration. In truth, I am equally astonished to have arrived at such a conclusion. Obito remarked, lifting his gaze to the sky, where apart from the moon, only a few wisps of clouds were visible. Reviving Rin had always been my heartfelt aspiration. And to speak bluntly, it had grown into an obsession. That fateful day when I witnessed Rin being slain by the hands of others from rival villages. I often pondered, had I been present then, might the outcome have been different? Or could it be that Rin would not have perished for that very reason? Regrettably, the answer is negative, for life does not entertain such hypotheticals. Moreover, this was a predetermined reality altered by the interference of others, making any change even more improbable. Others operate in the shadows while you remain in the light. Even the most cautious cannot outmaneuver those who have meticulously plotted their schemes. At this juncture, Uchiha Obito cast a glance back at Minato. A few years prior, during my assault on Konoha, I had similarly foreseen that the sealing of the Jinchuriki would weaken during its birth, which is why I chose that day to strike. Furthermore, at that time, I had indeed wagered correctly. Had there not been your unexpected intervention, Konoha might have suffered the loss of 2 elite shinobi. He might have refrained from mentioning this. But upon doing so, Minato's earlier frustration flared anew. Yet, upon hearing Obito's subsequent words, Minato finally revealed the first genuine smile of the night. Fortunately, you were there, otherwise I would have become the murderer of my own teacher and mentor, he concluded, bowing deeply to Hashiryu. I am truly grateful to you, Naruto. So, you choose not to mention the matter that almost prevented my birth, do you? Chapter 68. It is truly wonderful to be able to be a slacker. Witnessing Uchiha Obito express such earnest gratitude made Hashiryu, who was accustomed to a carefree demeanor, feel somewhat uneasy. Nevertheless, he was, after all, a man who could rightfully be considered a formidable figure. Thus, such a modest expression of gratitude is still bearable. One can see Xingliu's hands awkwardly flailing about. First, she scratches her face, then she rubs the back of her head. It appears that Xingliu is not as composed as one might have imagined. You look far more charming in your current state than before, remarked Minato, who approached and gently patted her shoulder. Had Kushina and Saki not departed yet, they would witness a side of Xingliu that starkly contrasts with her usual demeanor. However, only the likes of Uchiha Obito and the hidden Kakashi, who is stifling his laughter in the corner, are privy to her adorableness at this moment. Xingliu, noticing the peculiar smiles on the faces of the two before her, felt her cheeks flush even more. You're so noisy. In such a situation, anyone slightly younger would behave like I do, all right? What? Is this kid insinuating that we are old? The pair, former teacher and student, exchanged glances, realizing that in the realm of shinobi, they were indeed quite youthful. However, compared to the vibrant 22 or 23-year-old Xingliu, they appeared considerably older. One is the Hokage of the village, while the other is a busy wanderer. They certainly seem much more aged than their peers. Thus, both sighed in unison, how wonderful it is to be a slacker. The following day, the group convened at Minato's residence to deliberate on how to recruit the remaining individuals into their ranks, excluding the werewolf. The only members of the Akatsuki organization yet to be approached were Pain and Kisame. Therefore, he planned to take advantage of Minato's invitation to Uchiha Obito to solidify this matter. The mere thought of the entire Akatsuki morphing into undercover operatives akin to those in Shinigami Elementary School was delightfully exhilarating. Ding dong. The doorbell rang, prompting Minato to hastily open the door. There stood Uchiha Obito, now clad in a non-Akatsuki cloak, alongside Kakashi, sporting the distinctive green jacket of Konoha. Haha. It's great that you've come, Minato said, stepping aside to let them in, and cheerfully inquired, did you have a pleasant evening? Upon hearing their teacher's question, both Obito and Kakashi exchanged awkward glances and nodded in unison. It should be considered quite good, they thought, having spent the night discussing past events, which alleviated the initial awkwardness of their reunion. It's a relief to have resolved matters. Otherwise, such estrangement among comrades would be rather unfortunate. Last night, when Xingliu unearthed Kakashi, who had been lurking in the corner, he was met with great astonishment. Previously, he had witnessed Kakashi departing from the scene. Yet he was taken aback to discover that Kakashi had been concealed in the shadows. Had it not been for Xingliu's intervention, he would have remained oblivious to the presence of a living soul in that corner. Both Obito and Kakashi nodded solemnly, surveying the layout of the house. Aside from some unfamiliar furniture, the entire arrangement exuded warmth and coziness, not to mention the family photographs adorning the walls. The height markers engraved on the pillars served as a testament to the love shared by the Namikaze family. Reflecting on this, Obito, who had felt a tinge of guilt, lowered his head, realizing that he had nearly shattered this harmonious family. Hey Obito, aren't you tired of frowning all the time? A sudden voice interrupted him, as he was enveloped in a soft embrace. I know you've had a difficult time over the years, almost living in a hellish existence, Kushina gently said, stroking Obito's hair. So, we no longer harbor any hatred towards you for what transpired back then. Of course, this was a falsehood, after all. He had nearly brought about their demise. Initially, when Kushina expressed that they bore no ill will, Obito felt a surge of joy. However, upon hearing her subsequent remarks, he deemed it a natural response. Don't overthink it. Although the journey has been tumultuous, the outcome is positive. As she spoke, Kushina glanced around, noting the absence of the pivotal figure, before turning to Minato. Is that rascal still not awake? Minato, without needing to ponder, knew precisely whom his wife referred to. He simply shrugged. Do you really think that Brat would appear so soon? At this hour, he is likely still asleep. Upon realizing that the person she intended to mention was not present, Kushina awkwardly cleared her throat and remarked, "Let us not speak of that rascal. It's baffling how he remains so lackadaisical despite being married." Are you all badmouthing me?" came Xingliu's teasing voice from the doorway. As Xingliu entered with Sakura, Kushina instinctively swallowed her earlier retorts. It was one thing to privately jest, but to do so in front of him felt rather joyous. "Indeed. We were just lamenting how lazy and lackluster you've become," Kushina quipped, casting a sidelong glance at him. "Despite possessing strength that far surpasses Minato's, even rivaling that of the legendary first Hokage, you squander your talents in idleness. Shouldn't I have the right to critique you?" In the face of Kushina's incessant banter, Xinglu merely shrugged his shoulders and turned his gaze towards the kitchen. "What shall we have to eat? We haven't even had breakfast before coming here." Chapter 69. The incessantly chatty Xinglu. "Are you genuinely unable to comprehend, or are you merely pretending?" he exclaimed. "Moreover, when we decide to be lazy, must we do so thoroughly? Your demeanor suggests they were quite dull just now, especially since they had been relentlessly criticizing each other for their lack of motivation. Yet here you are, abandoning all pretense and outright embracing laziness. What does that signify? Why are you all looking at me like that? I am simply inquiring about what we shall eat. If there are substantial dishes, it would be best to expedite the process. Otherwise, our stomachs will surely be growling." Xinglu felt no shame in his actions, for he was merely a carefree idler, having come here solely for the sake of a meal. As for discussions of national affairs, he preferred to engage in them only after he had satiated his hunger, as he had no desire to partake in such intricate schemes. Perhaps this was the first time Obito had witnessed such a side of Xinglu. He had always imagined that individuals of such prowess were enigmatic and elusive. But to his surprise, Xinglu was anything but the cold, distant figure of legend. Rather, he was quite the amusing character. "Hey, is Kakashi always like this?" Obito tugged at Kakashi's sleeve in inquiry. "Indeed, since I have known him, he has always been so carefree. At times, he even curses openly in front of the villagers like a street punk. Nevertheless, ever since he joined the village, he has consistently contributed to Konoha," Kakashi remarked, observing Xinglu continuing his debate with Kushina and the others. "I see. Now I have a clearer understanding of the kind of person he is," Obito nodded in acknowledgement. In stark contrast to Obito and Kakashi, various voices emanated from the kitchen. "Brother Minato, please help me reason this out. Is it truly excessive for my wife and me to come here for a meal without having had breakfast? It is hardly unreasonable, is it? Yet this lady has been nitpicking since we stepped through the door. I can overlook that, but is it too much to simply want to share a meal?" Xinglu lamented, grasping Minato's arm. "Is it merely about sharing a meal? I have never encountered someone making so many demands while mooching," Kushina retorted. Her arms crossed as she cast a cold gaze upon the slacker before her. "Sakura, I trust you won't be as unreasonable as that man. It was not yet mealtime, and had he approached me with a gentle tone to express his hunger for breakfast, I might have offered him something to satisfy his appetite while I commenced cooking. However, the moment that man entered, he carried himself with an air of entitlement, demanding to know what was for dinner and lamenting his lack of breakfast. Insisting on a swift meal. Was it that I had lost my resolve, or was he simply being presumptuous? Even if his prowess surpassed mine, bringing me down would certainly come at a cost." As I spoke, crimson chakra energy spiraled around me, as if I genuinely intended to engage in a fierce battle with him. Seeing the flames of competition ignite between us, the only two rational individuals in the kitchen felt compelled to intervene. After all, both were dear family members, and should a confrontation ensue, they would be at a loss as to whom to support. "Hey, aren't you the one who claimed to be hungry? I'll whip up some noodles for you in a moment. So please, let's keep the peace," Watergate urged, gripping Starry's arm firmly. "Gyo-Xi, please don't be upset with my big brother. He's merely the type to talk big. He's likely just experiencing a moment of brain malfunction due to hunger. Otherwise, why would he utter such words?" Saki chimed in, wrapping her arms around Gyo-Xi's shoulders. After some time and the persistent efforts of Watergate and Saki, they managed to restore reason to the brink of conflict between Starry and Gyo-Xi. At last, they were able to indulge in the breakfast they had longed for. With the atmosphere finally calming, Watergate found a moment to settle onto the sofa and attend to his former disciples. "I apologize for the commotion. Who would have thought that scoundrel and Gyo-Xi would nearly come to blows over such trivial matters?" Watergate wiped the sweat from his brow. Have they always been like this? In their minds, their master's wife was meant to be a figure of gentle disposition. Yet they had witnessed a different side of her. Not quite often. It was only after Saki married into the family that such occurrences began to wane. Watergate pondered, realizing that this had not happened in quite some time. However, before that rascal brought Saki home, such disputes occurred at least once a week. Though Gyo Xin Nai consistently emerged victorious, it wasn't that Gyo Xin Nai triumphed in physical contests, but rather in the playful games Starry devised, such as card games and chess. Yet, since Starry had taught Gyo Xin Nai, she had never lost to him again. You two share a remarkable bond, Obito observed, gazing at the table where the two continued their animated chatter with envy. Oh dear, are you envious of them? I advise you not to perceive matters so simplistically. As soon as the words left Watergate's lips, the quarrel between the two individuals at the dining table reignited. These noodles are utterly tasteless, and they are vegetarian. Is it a lack of funds for salt or meat at home? Even a rabbit would refuse to eat such bland noodles, Xingyu remarked, holding a bowl that had been drained of its last drop of soup. You've already devoured the noodles that even a rabbit would disdain. Yet you still have so many demands? Do you wish for me to ensure you go without food entirely? Kushina retorted, casting a sidelong glance at Xingyu. Humph. The meal you prepared doesn't even reach half the standard of my dear Saki's cooking. Do you think I desire to eat at your home? What? If you are so unwilling to eat, you need not. I am not forcing you. Watergate observed the situation and turned back to Daitu and Kakashi. Do you still envy them? Chapter 70. After eating my food, do you still wish to depart? As Watergate approached to mediate, Daitu and Kakashi merely shook their heads. If their amicable relationship were to be maintained through arguments, they would prefer to preserve it as it stood. After all, the thought of enduring constant bickering, with major disputes every 3 days and minor ones daily, was quite terrifying, not to mention actually engaging in conflict. Thus, time passed, and aside from the brief interlude at the beginning, the remainder of the gathering was filled with harmonious camaraderie. Excluding the skirmish between two young children vying for a chicken leg, the meal was quite enjoyable. Now that the purpose of their visit had been fulfilled, it was time for the two of us to return home for an afternoon nap. Once the table was cleared, Xingyu prepared to take Saki back to their adjacent home. Wait a moment. As Xingyu was about to step out the door, Watergate hurriedly grasped them firmly. Did you truly think I invited you solely for a meal? Huh, wasn't that the case? Xingyu tilted their head in surprise. Did I not manage to persuade even your most adorable student to return last night? Surely, you all have not found a solution for the remaining misfits within the Akatsuki organization? The Akatsuki can now be considered a true shadow of its former self. From the inception of Itachi Uchiha infiltrating the ranks to Xingliu's unilateral decision to introduce Sasuke Uchiha into the organization, and more recently, the two artistic individuals from the Sand Village, the only remaining forces within the Akatsuki are Pain and the enigmatic Kisame. As for the so-called Akatsuki Xuanwu, it is merely a pawn in someone's quest for resurrection. Upon hearing Xingliu's words, Watergate felt an urge to strike the back of their head to uncover their thoughts. Surely, there must be more to discuss than just the Akatsuki, and was it not mentioned last night that there was also the matter of Uchiha Madara? I am indeed grateful for your efforts in persuading Obito to return, yet might you not engage that nearly rusted brain of yours a tad more? Minato, with a hint of exasperation, remarked to Hashiryu. Just last night, you revealed that the mastermind behind this matter is Uchiha Madara. We ought to thoroughly analyze how to thwart his plans, don't you think? I knew that this old chap's sudden invitation for a meal was a harbinger of misfortune. But little did I anticipate that they would barely finish dining before he would enlist my assistance. Truly, even the enterprises of the 7th Hokage would weep in regret upon hearing this. You all may conduct your research. My presence adds neither weight nor absence. Instead of relying on me, a mere idle bystander, wouldn't it be more prudent for you esteemed leaf ninjas to delve into this matter? Hashiryu spread his hands in resignation. What say you? After dining at my home, do you wish to depart? Minato, with a smirk, glanced at the charming Sakura, who had already been captivated by his wife, Kushina. You may leave, but your wife shall remain here to repay her debt. Hashiryu looked at Sakura, who was engrossed in conversation with Kushina. Rather than being ensnared by Kushina, it seemed more accurate to say she had willingly approached to be taken captive. I'll do as I please. Hashiryu sighed, casting a forlorn look at Sakura, who had yet to acknowledge his presence. However, I must assert that I can only offer sporadic suggestions. Should the matter exceed my cognitive capacity, I reserve the right to remain silent. Observing the lazy fellow finally resigning, Minato turned to the two women, giving him a thumbs up, reciprocating with a gesture that indicated their collaboration was commendable. Hashiryu had yet to recognize that the one who betrayed him was his own beloved wife. Prior to his arrival, they had agreed that their outing was merely for a meal. Should the occasion arise where she wished for him to do something, they could simply leave. Alas, Hashiryu's plan was splendid, yet it was marred by the presence of a traitor. Sakura, you ought to prepare for a night where you may find it difficult to rise from bed tomorrow, Hashiryu said with a playful smirk, eyeing the petite figure hiding behind Kushina. Since you have chosen betrayal, I trust you are ready for the consequences. I understand, regardless of who is on top tonight. Just wait and see. Uncharacteristically, Sakura, upon hearing Hashiryu's teasing threat, no longer blushed shyly, suggesting that the woman beside her had imparted quite a bit of wisdom. Is this the realm of married couples? How does it differ so greatly from what they read in books? Obito and Kakashi exchanged astonished glances as they overheard the intimate exchanges from Hashiryu's direction. Are these words truly meant for single individuals? They certainly sound akin to flirtation between a couple, don't they? Heh, are you not envious of that pair? In an unexpected moment, Minato found himself back on the sofa, engaging in conversation with his students, while their gazes towards Hashiryu and Saki were tinged with a hint of envy. Envy, indeed, was palpable, yet not all couples could embody the perfection of Lord Hashiryu and his wife. Kakashi, momentarily roused from his thoughts, remarked. For Kakashi, who had lost his parents at a tender age, his understanding of romantic relationships was primarily gleaned from books. Thus, when he compared the literary depictions of love to the reality of Hashiryu and his partner, he could only feel a wistful admiration for their bond. Have you two contemplated the future? Minato inquired, his expression transforming into one of seriousness for the first time that day as he surveyed his students. If that rascal Hashiryu truly resolves the matters concerning the Akatsuki and Uchiha Obito, the ninja world would essentially be left with mere disputes between villages. He hoped for his students, who had endured such profound suffering in their youth, to find enduring companions to share their lives with. If that matter is truly resolved, I might spend my days seeking redemption across the world. Obito candidly expressed his thoughts about the future. I have committed far too many transgressions over the years. Although the impetus behind my actions was subtly influenced by Uchiha Obito, the burden of execution rested solely upon me. Minato had intended to counsel his devoted student, but Obito's words preempted him. Teacher, please refrain from trying to dissuade me. This is the consequence of the seeds I have sown. I must bear the fruit that arises from them. Chapter 71. The Six-Tailed Beast given Obito's sentiments. They could only hope he would find closure soon and ultimately discover a worthy partner. And what of you, Kakashi? You surely do not plan to atone while journeying like Obito? Minato gazed at his disciple, who had seldom required supervision. I often hear others discussing you and Might Guy. You do not genuinely intend to walk through life alongside him, do you? While Minato held a relatively open-minded view regarding relationships, he nonetheless wished for his beloved disciple's orientation to align with societal norms. Upon hearing Minato's words, both Obito and Kakashi widened their eyes in astonishment. Teacher, from whom did you hear such rumors? Guy and I are merely eternal rivals. As for the orientation you mentioned, I am a heterosexual male. Thank you very much. Is that so? Minato and the others regarded Kakashi with a mix of skepticism and curiosity. Not only did they find it hard to believe him, but even the higher-ups in Konoha had assumed he shared an ambiguous relationship with Might Guy. After all, they spent nearly every day together. And although there were dozens of female ninjas around their age, Kakashi seemed disinterested, consistently retreating with Jiraiya's Ika paradise to a corner. Moreover, apart from Might Guy, most of those close to Kakashi are male ninjas. Consequently, others have begun to harbor doubts regarding Kakashi's orientation. Indeed, it must be true. Kakashi hastily nodded in response. Then why, despite your striking good looks, have you never been embroiled in rumors with any female ninjas? Upon hearing the gossip, Hashiryu, eager to shift the focus from his flirtation with Saki, hastened to another sofa to pose a question he had long wished to ask. This inquiry had been on Hashiryu's mind for quite some time. In the original narrative, numerous female ninjas were associated with Kakashi, yet from the Shippuden to Boruto, Kakashi had consistently maintained a closer bond with Might Guy. Thus, many fan artists from his previous world had depicted the two in various works. The notion made Kakashi feel as though his mind was being tainted. If I were to say that I have no feelings regarding such matters of love, would you believe me? Honestly, he felt quite content being single. Should he ever seek a companion, it would not merely entail the absence of constraints and activities. It would simply mean acquiring an additional vulnerability, which extinguished any desire he might have had. There is no need to elaborate. we are certainly inclined to believe you. Noticing Kakashi's continued efforts to justify himself, the group swiftly decided to refrain from further questioning, as such matters pertained to his privacy and were inappropriate to pry into. Ahem. Having discussed enough gossip, it seems time to delve into the main topic. Watergate awkwardly coughed and promptly redirected the conversation. Very well, you all continue your discussion. Should you require anything from me, do not hesitate to ask. Hashiryu, lacking any semblance of decorum, sprawled on the nearby sofa, observing their animated discourse. The others, having grown weary of commenting on Hashiryu's sudden demeanor, accepted that his mere participation sufficed, for in the event of a confrontation, his prowess would undoubtedly surpass theirs combined by several folds. Well then, let us first discuss the members of the Akatsuki organization. Watergate inquired, gazing at Uchiha Obito. How many are there currently in the Akatsuki besides yourself? As of now, the Akatsuki comprises 11 members, including the leader Pain, as well as Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kasame. Among others. They are all defectors from various villages, some possessing strength rivaling that of certain village kages. Subsequently, Uchiha Obito began to elucidate the distribution of power within the Akatsuki. Missions within the organization are typically executed in pairs, primarily for mutual surveillance to ensure neither party is an infiltrator sent by a rival ninja village, and to maintain a balance of power between them. I trust Hashiryu has already conveyed this situation to you. Though Obito was unaware of how many undercover agents had infiltrated the Akatsuki organization, it was evident that such intelligence must have reached the enemy as well. Upon hearing Obito's words, Minato nodded earnestly. The information he provided was strikingly similar to what Starflow had previously conveyed. Were it not for Starflow's perpetual lethargy, Minato might have suspected that the latter was an undercover agent planted in his village by the Akatsuki. Since you are already privy to such intelligence, allow me to share some information you are not aware of, Obito declared, his gaze suddenly turning grave, causing Minato and Kakashi, who were seated on the sofa, to swallow nervously. As for the tailed beasts, the Akatsuki had successfully gathered all but the Shikaku, the Ox Demon, and the Nine Tails. What? This revelation from Obito left the two men unable to maintain their composure. If his assertions were correct, it meant that the Akatsuki had collected 6 out of the 9-tailed beasts. You heard correctly. When they dispatched Deidara and the others to Sunagakure, they divided their forces to gather the tailed beasts, Obito explained. Among these, the duo of Pain and Konan had essentially completed the bulk of the task, capturing 3 tailed beasts. This makes no sense. We have also sent people to warn the villages housing the tailed beasts. They have no reason to allow the Akatsuki to act with impunity, Minato argued. After Starflow's warning, he had indeed sent messengers to each village, reasoning that the strength of a village must surpass that of 2 Akatsuki members. Sensei, if you perceive the Akatsuki in such a manner, you truly fail to grasp their combat capabilities, Obito replied, exasperated by his teacher's underestimation of the organization's strength. Each member was virtually on par with the Kaga-level ninjas of the various hidden villages. In this ninja world, how many individuals possess such formidable power? Not to mention, they would be contending with 2 members of the Akatsuki. Even Konoha, during my assault, had many shinobi engaged in missions who did not return, correct? Chapter 72. A request for Starflow? If that is indeed the case, it could very well be possible. Faced with a village that is poorly defended, even the mightiest forces would merely serve as fodder. Now that you have a general understanding of the Akatsuki's strength, you should realize that their team dynamics are nearly flawless, which is precisely why Pain insisted on pairing 2 individuals who were at odds with one another. After taking a sip of tea from the table, Obito continued, however, I trust you have already ensnared several of that top-tier strength. Haven to you? Certainly, but all contact has been through that insufferable brat, Starflow. In response to the inquiry posed by Obito, Minato merely chuckled in a nonchalant manner. Although he asserted that his student had reformed, he remained cautious. Given Obito's previous affiliation with the Akatsuki organization, Minato's wariness did not escape Obito's notice, yet he shrugged it off, unperturbed by the matter. Well then, it seems the time has come for us to deliberate on how to diminish their combat capabilities. Kakashi decided to intervene, sensing the awkwardness between the two. After all, could one truly rely on the lethargic figure sprawled on the couch? Kakashi's suggestion was met with approval from both Minato and Obito. Thus, Minato made his way to the study, retrieving a blank sheet of paper, upon which he began inscribing the names of those previously discussed. First on the list were the duo of artists, Deidara and Sasori, who had recently visited Sunagakure. They could be deemed as posing no significant threat, having reportedly received a thorough reprimand from Xing during their time there. Minato pinned the names of those unfortunate souls who had encountered Xing, drawing a line beneath them. Within the Akatsuki, Deidara and Sasori were hardly formidable, had it not been for Pain's insistence on retaining them. They would never have been granted membership. Observing the line beneath their names, Obito regarded them with indifference, setting aside Deidara, who had fled from conflict, notably suffering at the hands of Itachi Uchiha, and shamelessly joining the Akatsuki afterward. Sasori possessed some measure of skill, albeit his penchant for transforming corpses into puppets was a point of contention for him. Next on the list was the formidable pairing of Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hashigaki, who had also recently graced Konoha with their presence. During their invasion, they had been driven away by the combined efforts of Xing and Jiraiya. Yet they had inflicted considerable damage upon Minato's subordinates. As he recounted this, Minato's gaze inadvertently drifted towards Kakashi, whose face bore the marks of embarrassment. At that time, I foolishly believed that the only ones capable of countering the wielder of the Sharingan were other Sharingan users. Who could have anticipated that his was the Manjiki Sharingan? Had it not been for Xing summoning Lady Tsunade, he would have remained in the hospital for an extended period, I suppose, he mused. Is that so? Kakashi interjected incredulously. It was rare for the typically cautious Kakashi to suffer such a significant setback. Obito, hearing this for the first time, felt a sense of satisfaction within the Akatsuki. Members rarely exchanged such stories, and the downfall of his former friend brought him a measure of joy. Oh, come now. I wonder who was the one lamenting last night? Kakashi remarked, casting a sidelong glance at the person beside him. Seeing his two students bickering once more, Minato, as their teacher, felt compelled to intervene promptly. All right, you two. Enough of this. Being young means making mistakes. What's the harm in that? Behold the slumbering figure of that lazy fish upon the sofa, perpetually erring each day. Therefore, your minor missteps are of little consequence, are they not? However, witnessing my two students bickering once more evokes a sense of nostalgia for the class I once guided. How delightful it would be if Rin were here. It seems we are all thinking of the same thing. If that young lady named Rin were present, the atmosphere would surely be far more vibrant. With a clap of his hands, Minato roused them from their reverie. Let us refrain from dwelling on the past. We cannot continuously reside in bygone days. Instead, let us shift our focus to the formidable duo of Uchiha Itachi and Kisame Hashigaki. When contemplating their partnership, one phrase comes to mind: seamless perfection. Both Itachi, a master of illusionary techniques, and Kisame, an expert in physical combat, embody the pinnacle of their respective fields. Thus, should we encounter them, it is prudent to adopt a strategy of targeted assaults. As one of the parties involved, Kakashi possesses the most liberty to speak on this matter. Among their group, only Might Guy could stand toe-to-toe with Kisame, while the remaining trio had no recourse against Uchiha Itachi. Indeed, this pair consistently ranks among the elite within the Akatsuki organization. Obito pondered for a moment before elucidating, this Uchiha Itachi is truly a genius in illusion. Should we confront him directly, I would find myself at a disadvantage in that domain. Hearing that even the masked man, Uchiha Obito, could not prevail in illusions left them all pondering how they might contend with such adversaries. I personally suggest that this formidable man be left to that lazy fish over there, Minato interjected unexpectedly. Upon hearing Minato's words, Kakashi and Obito turned their gazes toward that man. If it is him, then he might indeed be capable of overcoming the challenge. They agreed with Minato's suggestion. Very well. Since Uchiha Itachi shall be entrusted to that brat, then Kisame shall be assigned to Guy, Minato noted on a sheet of paper. We have no objections. They readily accepted Minato's arrangement, as they knew they would be unable to contend with such foes regardless. With this group set, they proceeded to arrange the next. That day, the three of them deliberated throughout the afternoon, concluding their discussions just as dinner was nearing completion. Isn't this arrangement somewhat unfair to that brat, Shinryu? Minato mused, observing the paper filled with assignments that placed Shinryu against nearly 80% of the Akatsuki members. Ah, is this not a case of the capable bearing the burdens? He brought this upon himself by choosing to sleep rather than engage in discussion. Minato added with a smirk. Chapter 73, Kakashi's speculation thus, Xingliu, who merely served as an ornament throughout the ordeal, found himself assigned a myriad of tasks by these three unscrupulous adults. Upon later realization, he only muttered a few complaints before dutifully attending to his responsibilities. That evening, After enduring a series of playful tumbles, Xingliu and Saki embraced in bed, whispering sweet nothings to one another. Big brother, I heard from Sister Kushina that last night I was nearly captured by that man sitting on the sofa today. And it was you who saved me, wasn't it? Saki, resting her head on Xingliu's arm, said teasingly. Indeed, that is the case. What? Do you wish to express your gratitude? Xingliu playfully touched an indecorous part of Saki, prompting her to let out a soft gasp. Big brother, you are truly naughty. Saki shot him a playful glare, filled with charm, which almost incited Xingliu to engage in another round of playful wrestling. Hee. Isn't it normal to be mischievous with my obedient wife? Had I not left a contingency on you, that fellow might have succeeded this time. Reflecting on the events of the previous night, Xingliu felt a twinge of fear that Guy Abito, unable to defeat him, had still attempted to invade. Fortunately, he had established a safeguard with Saki not long ago. Otherwise, he would have to eliminate the Akatsuki organization to keep this little one by his side. Hee. That's why I say my big brother is the strongest. Saki nuzzled her fluffy head against Xingliu's chest. However, it was this very nuzzle that ignited the next round of their playful skirmish. The following morning, Xingliu was once again rudely awakened by the incessant ringing of the doorbell. The only difference this time was that he had specifically installed the doorbell, sparing the newly fitted aluminum alloy door from damage. Ding dong, ding dong. Upon hearing the urgent ringing, Xingliu immediately recognized it was that irritable redhead furiously pressing his doorbell. All right. No matter how fast you ring, I will come out. When Xingliu finally opened his aluminum door, he found Kushina, indeed, the one impatiently ringing the bell. I recall your room is not far from the front door. How is it that from the moment I pressed the doorbell, you made me wait 10 minutes? Kushina spoke to Xingliu with an unusually stern tone. Sensing the shift in her demeanor, Xingliu refrained from teasing her and quickly inquired about the matter at hand. Let us discuss the trivialities later. Surely, you wouldn't be so bored as to ring my doorbell at this early hour? Has the village received some troubling news? Lately, the only matter of concern for Xingliu was the Akatsuki's collective assault on the Lightning Village, and perhaps Kushina's agitation stemmed from this very issue. The Akatsuki is preparing for a full-scale attack tonight. Upon hearing Xingliu's inquiry about the recent events, Kushina refrained from any pretense and promptly divulged the intelligence she had received not long ago. In comparison to her previous expectations, she realized with astonishment that their adversaries had launched an offensive ahead of schedule. Has our embedded agent relayed any messages back? Perhaps regarding the sudden initiation of their attack? Xingliu pondered aloud. Kushina responded, the information we received indeed originated from our infiltrated agent. However, the correspondence did not elucidate the precise reasons for their abrupt advance. Nevertheless, Minato and the others speculate that the sudden disappearance of Uchiha Obito may have prompted this hasty offensive. If you seek a more comprehensive understanding, you must visit the Hokage Tower to confer with them, she added. Well then, it seems today shall not be a day for idleness. Nonetheless, I must make that trip, Xingliu remarked. In the meantime, could you please look after Saki in my room? She'll likely be confined to her bed today. With that, Xingliu left Kushina, who wore a bewildered expression, and hurried towards the Hokage Tower. After a while, Kushina, muttering under her breath about the already vanished Xingliu, grumbled about the plan before heading back to her own house to gather provisions for the bedridden girl. Within the confines of the Hokage Tower, Minato sat contemplatively at his desk, sifting through the intelligence that had been returned. He was taken aback by Paine's audacious maneuver. Initially, the Akatsuki organization had been hesitant about such a bold approach. After all, when had they ever attempted a full-scale exodus? The most recent instance was merely a strategic dispersal to gather tailed beasts, which hardly qualified as a collective action. At best, it was a synchronized operation. Yet now, they were rallying all members to one location. Did they truly possess the means to manage such a large-scale collective endeavor? Isn't it true that the Akatsuki has always operated in pairs for their missions? How is it that they have now begun to conduct collective operations? Minato voiced his concerns. I suspect they are aware of Obito's defection to our side, Kakashi interjected suddenly. Their leader, Pain, understands that if they continue to dispatch only one or two groups for missions, they risk being compromised like Obito or taken down one by one. Thus, he has orchestrated a full-scale assault to gauge our true strength, perhaps to determine if their entire organization can obliterate a major nation in one fell swoop. At that moment, a distorted space abruptly materialized in an otherwise empty environment, and Xingliu emerged, clapping his hands together. This must be the most insightful speculation I have ever encountered. With that, Xing Lu turned her gaze towards Minato, who was seated at his desk. While your students can conceive such ideas, it is rather disheartening to see you, as their teacher, depend on them. Do you not feel any embarrassment? Upon hearing Xing Lu's playful jibe, Minato, instead of becoming irate, looked at her with an expression of anticipation. Indeed. If my mind is not as sharp, why don't you take the lead yourself? This position has been waiting for you to take the reins. Chapter 74. A grand illusion. Noticing that Minato seemed inclined to relinquish his duties, Xing Lu merely tilted her head, pretending not to hear. Is this truly what a Hokage should be doing? Sleeping later than a dog and rising earlier than a rooster, tirelessly managing an unending stream of trivial matters. If he had such time, it would be more prudent to contribute to the population planning of Konoha. Observing Xing Lu turn her head away, Minato understood that this matter would not be resolved swiftly. Thus, he merely conveyed his desire to step down. Otherwise, when the time came for him to truly resign, they would undoubtedly seek to thwart him at every turn. By the way, why did you arrive so early? I recall you usually rise around 8 or 9. What prompts this sudden visit to the Hokage building? Minato's words were clearly a jest, especially since he had sent Kushina to knock on her door. It was hard to believe he was unaware of her reasons for coming so early. Xing Lu, feigning ignorance of Minato's teasing, promptly shifted the blame back to him. It was your wife who rang my doorbell incessantly at dawn. Otherwise, I would not find myself in this building reeking of male odor. Wouldn't it be more delightful to spend this time snuggled up with my soft wife? Minato, taken aback by such a retort, coughed awkwardly before hastily redirecting the conversation back to business. Now that you're here, let us swiftly discuss how to address this matter. After all, if the Akatsuki were to capture the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, their next target would undoubtedly be Konoha. Xing Lu clearly recognized the validity of Minato's assertion, thus refraining from further banter and obediently took a seat on the vacant sofa to deliberate on countermeasures. However, after hours of discussion, they had yet to devise a foolproof plan. Brother, may I request a favor from you? Minato began to recall the rather immature idea they had discussed the previous day. If Xing Lu could indeed neutralize the majority of the Akatsuki's combat power, their chances of victory would be certain. Rejected. Seeing Minato's expression, Xing Lu promptly declined without a second thought. When my older brother displayed such an expression, it was evident that he would ultimately exert the most effort. Thus, Xing Liu promptly interrupted his incantation. I haven't even spoken yet. Why do you reject me so hastily? Watergate felt a tinge of helplessness towards his younger brother, as he had yet to articulate his somewhat immature thoughts before being interrupted. All right then, once you finish your speech, I shall refuse you again. Xing Liu appeared to grant him sufficient courtesy, indicating, I have afforded you another opportunity to persuade me. If I decline again, it cannot be said that I lacked consideration. Witnessing this side of Xing Liu, Watergate felt a sense of despair. However, what could he do when that young man possessed such formidable strength? At most, they could only confront 15 members of the Akatsuki organization. Oh brother, please do not rely on me for everything, Xing Liu said with a hint of exasperation. If my strength were merely average, how would you intend to thwart those adversaries? This sudden reminder jolted Watergate back to reality. Indeed, if from the outset they lacked Xing Liu's extraordinary power, how would they contend with the Akatsuki? This question was akin to providing a direct answer, and one should not feign ignorance. As Watergate's gaze gradually rekindled its former determination, Xing Liu resumed speaking. I comprehend what you wish to convey. With that, Watergate summoned his assistant and issued a series of orders, including the formation of a ninja alliance composed of various hidden villages to collectively oppose the Akatsuki. Wow, brother. You have finally undertaken a task that a reasonable person would, Xing Liu exclaimed, relieved that he no longer had to act as a mere tool. However, his expression shifted when Watergate retrieved several letters from his drawer. Since you spend your days either sleeping or eating, could you deliver these letters to the leaders of the 5 great nations? It would take you only a matter of minutes. Watergate smiled at the increasingly despondent Xing Liu. Surely, you wouldn't have me send other ninjas for this task? I could dispatch them, but I fear that by the time they deliver the letters, the battle may already be over. With a smirk, Watergate regarded Xing Liu. If you are willing to shoulder the brunt of this conflict, the involvement of the other nations could be unnecessary. Given Watergate's confident demeanor, Xing Liu had no choice but to accept the task of delivering the letters. After all, when the fighting commenced, delivering messages would be infinitely less arduous than engaging in battle. Realizing this, even a fool would know the wiser choice. All right, I understand. I'll go. Xingliu reluctantly acquiesced to this errand. However, how could he, who has never suffered a loss, obediently heed the commands of his elder brother? If I am to traverse so many countries, it is only fair that I receive adequate funding, Star Lu remarked, extending his palm with a smile towards Watergate. Of course, it is merely an event fund, Watergate responded, pulling a crisp 500 yuan bill from his drawer. This should suffice for your lunch, right? After all, your layover won't be very long, so you won't spend all that much money. Star Lu couldn't help but retort against the miserly Watergate. Have you ever seen a boss send an employee on a business trip with such a meager allowance? Moreover, this amount seems barely enough to cover a bowl of ramen. Doesn't it? Watergate shook his head, exuding an air of authority. Do you not realize that when other villages welcome foreign envoys, they surely host a banquet? So, this 500 yuan I am giving you is already quite generous, understand? Typically, we do not provide any allowance for business trips. Chapter 75. The first destination. Seeing Watergate speak with such conviction nearly convinced Star Lu of his fabrications. After a prolonged negotiation, Star Lu successfully extracted nearly 4 units of funding from the stingy Watergate. Well, I suppose I shall prepare to depart, Star Lu declared, having secured his allowance. Not wishing to linger, he bid farewell to Watergate and prepared to step into the distorted space to return home. Hey, you little rascal, wait a moment. Watergate called out to Star Lu, who had just given him a good thrashing. Is there something else you need to hand over? Star Lu approached Watergate's desk, extending his hand in a gesture that demanded expedience, nearly provoking Watergate to unleash a spiral pill upon him. Go away. You just extracted a hefty sum from me, and now you dare to seek more? Watergate shot Star Lu a disdainful glance before slowly articulating the reason for summoning him. I understand you might feel dissatisfied with us placing all responsibilities on your shoulders, but within the village, you and Obito are the only ones capable of dispatching messages swiftly. If you are unwilling to go, I will have no choice but to send Obito instead. However, he was just a member of the Akatsuki not long ago, and has been wreaking havoc around the world for years. All right, I get it. Star Lu interjected, forcefully interrupting Watergate's lamentations. Even if you do not mention this matter, I shall diligently fulfill my duties, shall I not? After saying this, Xingliu walked into the distorted space without a backward glance. However, this time, Minato refrained from interrupting. Instead, he solemnly bowed towards the direction in which Xingliu had departed, expressing his gratitude for the burden he was about to bear. Having returned home ahead of schedule, Xingliu initially intended to check on Saki-chan in her room. However, upon hearing the raucous voices of several women from within, he was too frightened to enter. Could it be that Saki-chan did not remember the things I taught her at noon? Today, the one lying in bed is not her, but you? Such a display is truly embarrassing for me as her mentor. A voice belonging to Kushina emerged from inside. I used the methods that Sister Kushina taught me, and my husband was practically leaning against the wall when he walked out of the room the morning after our wedding, chimed in a voice slightly younger than Kushina's. But, Big Brother is extraordinarily impressive. Even after employing the techniques taught by Sister Kushina, he still appears so energetic, Saki-chan weakly explained. Oh dear. If this brat is indeed that remarkable, I shall teach you a few more tricks. Just hold on, hissed a voice from within. I should not have eavesdropped on the intimate conversation of these 3 women. It only corroborates the age-old adage that 3 women form a play. I suppose I should leave a note on the table instead. Not only would entering now cause those 3 women to suffer social embarrassment, but such conversations among friends could also enhance one's future happiness. I wouldn't mind if Kushina imparted a bit more wisdom. After placing the note in a conspicuous spot, Xingliu quietly closed the door and left his home. He claimed to be delivering messages to several great nations, yet aside from Garo of Sunagakure, he was unfamiliar with the leaders of other countries. Having recently arrived in Sunagakure through the distorted space, he abruptly realized that he did not know any other high-ranking officials. During his previous visits to various ninja villages alongside Minato, he had spent most of his time savoring local delicacies, and the shadow clones accompanying Minato were mere illusions. Perhaps I should not dwell on this for now. I will drag Gaara along with me when I visit him later. After all, that lad is one of the leaders among the 5 nations. If I can take him along, at least I won't be unable to meet the other leaders. Knock. Knock. Gaara, are you there? Xingliu knocked on the door of Gaara's office. Do not question why no one else accompanied Xingliu into the office. He had simply opened the distorted space right in front of the office door. Had he not been concerned about what private matters Gaara might be attending to inside, he would have pushed the door open long ago. Who is it? Did I not say not to let anyone disturb me at this hour? Indeed. It was prudent of Xingliu to knock before entering. Had he barged in unannounced, the esteemed Kazekage, Gaara, would undoubtedly have lost his composure. Thus, as a considerate elder brother, Xingliu lowered his voice, taking on the role of a herald. Lord Kazekage, the esteemed visitor from Konoha has matters to discuss with you. Whether it was due to Xingliu's considerable reputation or Gaara's reserved demeanor towards envoys from friendly nations, a series of rustling sounds emanated from the office before Gaara's breathless voice called out, "Quickly, invite the teacher in." Ah. It seems that the youth still harbor a keen interest in such matters, Xingliu mused, shaking his head before stepping into Gaara's office. The first sight that greeted him was several windows thrown open to air out the room. A few grains of sand lay scattered on the windowsill, their origin unknown. Seated in the center, Gaara, his face slightly flushed, was attempting to maintain his composure while subtly regulating his breathing. Upon noticing Xingliu's entrance, Gaara forced himself to remain calm and greeted him with a smile, saying, "Xingliu-sensei, I did not expect such a sudden visit. What brings you here? Are you displeased with me? If that is the case, I shall take my leave." Though Xingliu jested in response, his actions led him to the water cooler, where he poured himself a glass of water and savored the refreshing drink. No, Xingliu-sensei, your presence here brings me great joy. How could I ever be displeased with you? Gaara replied, retrieving a jar of tea leaves from his desk and preparing to brew tea for Xingliu. I am merely curious how someone of your inactivity would venture all the way to this humble abode. Chapter 76. Do these old men scheme against me again? Xingliu regarded Gaara, who was diligently preparing tea for him, with a hint of amusement. Truly, the Kazekage was perceptive enough to recognize his own lethargy. Ah, Gaara, you understand me well, Xingliu remarked, shaking his head as if he had encountered a kindred spirit. I wonder what has compelled our leader to summon me forth to deliver this message. With that, he produced a letter from his robe and handed it to Gaara. You shall understand upon reading this. Intrigued by Xingliu's words, Gaara's interest peaked as he examined the letter resting on the desk. What could possibly warrant such a lethargic individual as himself to traverse distances to deliver a message on behalf of the Konoha leader? Moments later, having lost the inclination to tease Xingliu, Gaara summoned the higher-ups of his village to his office in a most unusual manner. I am uncertain whether their sudden visit was due to specific matters or some other reason. Nonetheless, within half an hour, all the senior leaders of the Sand Village had gathered in my office. Most of those prominent figures, known as Xingliu, were familiar to me, with the exception of Temari and Kankuro. The others present were largely part of the original team formed to counter Deidara and Sasori. Upon seeing Xingliu, Temari and the others were somewhat taken aback, but realizing that this was not the moment for pleasantries, they merely nodded before reporting to me, the Kazekage. Lord Kazekage, why have you summoned us in such a manner? I recall that this protocol is typically reserved for serious matters and is not employed under ordinary circumstances. Temari, mindful of decorum in the presence of outsiders, addressed her brother with the formal title. I distinctly remember that when those Akatsuki members attacked our village last time, you did not resort to such urgent summons. Why is it that today, we find ourselves in this situation? However, I did not respond to their inquiries but instead regarded the assembled individuals with a solemn expression. I understand your surprise at this sudden emergency gathering, but if I were to reveal the matter at hand, you might reconsider the validity of my actions. Subsequently, I passed the letter that Xingliu had just delivered to Temari and the others. Please read the contents of this letter amongst yourselves, and I shall elucidate our village's forthcoming actions. Initially, Temari thought the situation was being exaggerated, believing that with this man present, no challenge could possibly be insurmountable. Yet, upon receiving the letter, she realized how naive her assumptions were. Even the most formidable individual cannot withstand an entire organization. Kazekage, is the matter mentioned in this letter true? Temari, having read the contents, momentarily disregarded all formalities, recognizing that if the letter's claims were accurate, no amount of etiquette would save their village. If the Hokage possessed a demeanor akin to Master Xingliu, I would find it hard to believe this. Alas, it is regrettable that the Hokage of Konoha is not Xingliu. Consequently, it became evident that every assertion within the letter was indeed true. What riddle are you two siblings playing at? Let me see the letter. The other senior figures, noticing the sudden shift in Temari's demeanor after reading the letter, were filled with curiosity about its contents. Is everything written in this letter genuine? The remaining leaders, after perusing the letter's contents, could no longer maintain their previous expressions, their faces reflecting disbelief. If the events described in the letter are indeed true, then the world of ninjas has reached a critical juncture of life and death. After all, the Akatsuki organization is composed of rogue ninjas expelled from various ninja villages, which implies that they possess an intimate understanding of the military capabilities of those villages. Although I wish I could tell you that the contents of this letter are fabricated, I regret to inform you that it was penned by none other than the current Hokage of Konoha, Minato Namikaze. Gaara shrugged his shoulders and remarked, "What shall we do? Previously, we only faced 2 members of the Akatsuki, and we had to rely on the support of allied villages. If we are to confront the entire Akatsuki organization, we might as well surrender outright." It is no wonder that this high-ranking member feels so despondent. The Akatsuki truly looms over them like a colossal mountain. Were it not for a few promising young talents in their village, they might have considered aligning themselves with nearby villages entirely. Let us not be so disheartened. One of them interjected, "Have you not seen Master Hashiryu seated on the couch? I firmly believe that the Hokage must have compelling reasons for dispatching him. Otherwise, given his disposition, he would rather remain at home than undertake any missions. Indeed, we still have Master Hashiryu." Another chimed in. "After all, he single-handedly drove away the Akatsuki once before. Surely he can do so again." The high-ranking officials, upon seeing Hashiryu, clung to him as if he were their last lifeline, nearly prostrating themselves in reverence. "Wait, do not presume I am invincible," Hashiryu exclaimed, spraying a mouthful of tea as he coughed. He then explained to the gathered officials, "Even if I am formidable, I cannot single-handedly withstand an entire organization. If I were truly that powerful, they would not so brazenly launch attacks against our villages. What absurdity! Having narrowly escaped the schemes of his elder brother, now these elders wish to ensnare him further? Did they truly believe him to be a protagonist from a video game, ready to shoulder all responsibilities every time calamity struck? He had only agreed to undertake this delivery mission because his brother was genuinely overwhelmed. Otherwise, he would have preferred to decline. While the activity fund was indeed substantial, it was not as if he lacked resources. Chapter 77, 50% initially. The elder officials assumed Hashiryu would take it upon himself to shoulder this burden, but to their surprise, he outright refused. "Master Hashiryu, you cannot simply abandon our village," the elders implored, grasping his leg in desperation. "After all, our Suna village is an ally of your Konoha. You would not forsake us, would you? What exactly do these elderly gentlemen intend to achieve? Is it so difficult to communicate politely? Must they cling to my leg in such an undignified manner? And that one over there, while embracing, why must he also indiscriminately caress the other's thigh? Moreover, his advances seem to grow bolder." Just as Xing Lu was on the verge of losing her temper, Shoju, standing nearby, found it imperative to put an end to the embarrassment these old men were causing. "You all, get up." When Shoju realized that her voice alone was insufficient to restore decorum, she resorted to more unconventional methods. Wind release, scythe technique. With a swift motion, she brandished the large fan from behind her, sending the shameful old men soaring out of the window, one after another. Finally, a semblance of peace returned. After witnessing those bothersome senior officials being expelled, Shoju wiped away the non-existent sweat from her forehead and remarked, although Xing Lu also found those old men exceedingly noisy, "Was it truly necessary to throw them out of the window? Is this really the proper course of action? After all, they are quite advanced in years. What if something were to happen to them?" Initially, Shoju thought Xing Lu might harbor some grievances against her. But upon hearing that she was actually concerned for the old men's safety, she was taken aback, and laughter erupted from the trio of Kazekage's siblings in the office. "Huh, Lord Xing Lu, are you genuinely worried about the safety of those old men? If that's the case, you needn't expend so much energy." After laughing for a while, Shoju covered her mouth and explained to Xing Lu, "If you don't believe me, you may look out the window to see if they are indeed unharmed." Upon hearing Shoju's words, Xing Lu remained somewhat skeptical. However, when she approached the window and gazed down, all that remained on the ground were several distinct craters. There was no sign of the elderly gentleman whatsoever. Where have they disappeared to? If not for the large pits on the ground, Xing Lu might have thought the entire episode of Shoju expelling them was merely an illusion. It's only natural they are gone. They must have sneaked back home to play cards, Gaara remarked, as if anticipating such an outcome, reclaiming the letter from Shoju's hands. "Teacher Xing Lu, if you have time to worry about those old men, it would be far more productive for us to discuss how to address the conundrum posed by the Akatsuki organization. Is it a flaw in his understanding? Or do these individuals possess an extraordinary psychological resilience? How is it possible for them to maintain their composure and continue with their affairs as if nothing had transpired after being expelled? Enough already, Lord Xinglu. The fact that these old men hold positions of authority within the hidden village indicates that they are not merely ordinary seniors, they have simply retired after a long career. In their youth, they participated in both the First and Second Shinobi Wars. If I say this, you should grasp the extent of their combat prowess, correct? Upon witnessing Xingliu's unwavering determination, Shoju felt compelled to elucidate matters. Otherwise, the latter's fixation on a singular issue would lead to an interminable cycle of inquiry. Oh, then there is no problem, he remarked. After all, having participated in wars of such magnitude, it was evident that those akin to him were resilient survivors. Now that your doubts have been dispelled, might you assist me in resolving the queries that weigh upon my mind? For instance, why was it that your leader chose to send you here, and what are their true intentions? Surely, you would be able to provide answers to these questions, Gar stated, gazing intently at the man before him. Ah, the situation unfolds thusly, Xingliu began. Observing Gar's palpable impatience, he unreservedly shared the intelligence they had gathered, including the news that Uchiha Abido had rejoined Konohagakure. As for the reason the leader dispatched him, Xingliu quipped, it is simply because I find myself rather unoccupied. The previously serious atmosphere was abruptly shattered by this unexpected revelation. The sudden influx of information left Gar's mind racing. The rapid acceleration of the Akatsuki's offensive, driven by Xingliu's team's actions, was perplexing. Moreover, the reacceptance of a defected member from their ranks raised significant concerns about the trustworthiness of someone who had previously betrayed their village, regardless of the circumstances that had influenced that defection. Noticing Gar's lingering anxiety regarding Uchiha Abido, Xingliu understood the source of his distress. However, matters concerning one's own village ought not to be meddled with by outsiders, so he allowed Gar to wrestle with his thoughts in solitude. Oh, do not overthink it. Whatever challenges arise, my leader will bear the burden. Instead, focus on whether your sand village is willing to form a ninja alliance, Xingliu suggested, playfully patting Gar on the shoulder. Do you truly believe that we, the sand village, have a choice? If your forces cannot withstand the Akatsuki's onslaught, we will undoubtedly become their next target, being the weakest among the nations, Gara replied with a wry smile. That is precisely why we propose such a plan. To avert such a scenario, Xingliu responded with a grin. Surely, your village is the first stop for the message I carry. How confident are you in persuading the subsequent villages to join the alliance? As Gara broached this topic, Xingliu, no longer holding back, extended his hand and raised 5 fingers. I estimate my chances of convincing the leaders of several villages to be 50%. 50%. Upon hearing Xingliu's assertion, Gara and his companions gasped in astonishment. Chapter 78. I am not him. You heard correctly. I possess merely a 50% chance of persuading the leaders of those villages, remarked Xingliu with a slight shrug of his shoulders. Master Xingliu, you must be jesting. With the renown of Konoha, how could you possibly have only a 50% chance? Temari responded incredulously. Sometimes, great fame can be a burden, Xingliu continued. After all, you know that each ninja war has typically concluded with Konoha emerging victorious, which has led these villages to adopt a rather temperamental stance towards us. It seems implausible, does it not? This is a matter of life and death for the ninja world. Surely they would not still harbor grievances from the past? Although Gara had only recently ascended to the position of Kazekage, he had heard tales of the first and second great ninja wars from the elders in his village. Most of them believed that bygone grievances should remain in the past, which is why he had refrained from suggesting that Xingliu leave upon his arrival from Konoha. Gara. Xingliu shook his head. Though you have become the leader of Sunagakure, you still have much to learn compared to the cunning veterans of other ninja villages. Even my own leader, when he assumed the role of Hokage, was often outmaneuvered by the old-timers beneath him. What? Are the internal affairs of other villages that chaotic? Gara had assumed that his subordinates were supportive of their leader in private. Had Xingliu been privy to Gara's innermost thoughts, he would have undoubtedly rolled his eyes in exasperation. For not all villages were as compliant as Sunagakure, where everyone willingly followed the lead of the elder. However, I do have a method to potentially increase that probability by about 15%. With the atmosphere having been sufficiently set, Xingliu began to execute his covert plan of persuasion. He first presented an astonishingly low probability, then suggested that he had a means to enhance it. This is the art of negotiation, after all. Indeed, Upon hearing that Xingliu had a way to improve the chances, Gaara and his companions felt as though the world had suddenly brightened. Master Xingliu, could you please convey your thoughts in their entirety? Speaking in fragments is quite unkind to one's heart, Gaara said with a look of mild reproach. Indeed, I nearly believed I would have to entrust the fate of my village to that 50% chance. Yet, it appears that Master Xingliu possesses additional strategies. Tamari chimed in with agreement. Be cautious not to speak too soon. I merely suggested that there might be a possibility of a 15% increase. But that still leaves a 25% chance of failure, does it not? The second negotiation tactic, dousing with cold water. Upon hearing that there were options available, one might douse the other with a bucket of cold water, thus increasing the likelihood of persuading them to undertake a task by 20% later on. However, I remain uncertain whether the other party would consent to this matter, which leaves me with only a 50% chance of success. What? Upon their hearing this, they indeed became flustered. It is impossible to elevate the probability of an unactualized matter. Yet, who was the individual referred to by Xingliu? If you were in their position, would you be inclined to agree to such a request? Observing the situation as it unfolded, Xingliu began to cautiously gauge the other party's stance. After all, in matters of jest, only one can play the trickster, while the respondent cannot easily evade the question. This is the final phase of negotiation, where the line between reality and pretense blurs. Ultimately, only the one posing the question knows whether they are sincere or jesting. Thus, the rhythm of the conversation remains firmly in one's grasp. Xingliu proceeded to test the waters with this light-hearted inquiry. Should the other party acquiesce, he would straightforwardly reveal the entire situation. Conversely, if they declined, he would suffer no loss. If that individual were you, would you agree to this matter? Xingliu inquired with a smile. If it were me, I would certainly agree. After all, this matter could determine the fate of the ninja world. If my involvement could enhance the success rate, how could I possibly refuse? Kankuro was the first to voice his opinion, being akin to a main character. Xingliu was not surprised by his response. And you, Temari? Would you be willing to agree to this matter? Xingliu decided to save the big fish for last. Based on a psychology book he had perused prior to his crossing, humans tend to subconsciously agree to matters when everyone else consents. Therefore, he doubted that Gaara would refuse something already agreed upon by his elder siblings. You ask me? I am not that individual. How can I know what choice he would make? Temari unexpectedly interjected, maintaining her composure and interrupting Xingliu's subsequent plan. Did I not just say? If that individual were you, what choice would you make? Even if you cannot represent them, you could still express your own stance on the matter, Xingliu remarked, wiping non-existent sweat from his brow. Oh, I see. Temari seemed to comprehend Xingliu's intent. After nodding, she articulated an unexpected response. If it were me, I would choose not to assist with this task. Why? That could threaten the very existence of the ninja world. The first to voice a question was Kanjuro, who stood beside Temari. He believed that in a world where one could be of assistance, one should never refuse such opportunities. After all, what is more gratifying than helping others? Why should one decline such mutually beneficial exchanges? Why would I refuse this matter? Had I not already made my stance clear from the very beginning? I am not him. Why should I aid him in answering? Moreover, Lord Xingliu had taken such a convoluted route merely to inquire whether I would accompany him to deliver a message, correct? Am I right in my assumption, Lord Xingliu? Tamari regarded the flustered Xingliu with an enigmatic smile. Chapter 79. Journey to the Land of Earth. But why has this infuriating woman suddenly become so astute? In his recollection, she had never been the type to charge ahead heedlessly, oblivious to the consequences. Could he be mistaken? Nevertheless, regardless of how perceptive she might be, what difference does it make? As he had previously asserted, in such a jocular exchange, the advantage would invariably lie with him. As long as he firmly maintained that this matter was not true, he would remain in an invulnerable position. Xingliu, somewhat flustered, addressed Tamari. That is not the case at all. I was merely asking you all casually. There is no need to take it so seriously, is there? Really? Tamari replied, her smile tinged with mischief. Indeed, it is absolutely true. Otherwise, how could a man as brazen as I venture such a lengthy detour just to inquire? Though Xingliu wore a cheerful facade, internally he was berating the woman before him. Why is she so perceptive? Indeed, it is rather surprising. I have never seen you display such humility in all the time I have known you. Tamari concurred, nodding. Is it possible that I have always been humble? Perhaps my usual carefree demeanor is merely a performance for others, Xingliu insisted, not quite ready to concede defeat. Haha, Do you really think anyone would believe your fanciful claims? The Sand Ninja sisters exchanged varying degrees of disdainful glances at Xingliu. Very well, very well. You've bested me. I came to find Gaara not only to deliver a message, but also to request his company on a journey to several other nations. Faced with no possibility of turning the tide, Xingliu could only raise his hands and surrender. Oh, how curious that just moments ago, someone was so self-assured. Claiming it was merely idle chatter, Tamari echoed Xingliu's earlier words with a smirk. Have I not already apologized to you all? So, will you join me or not? If not, I shall set off immediately. Oh, then by all means, do go ahead. I shall kindly preemptively decline for Gaara. Tamari shrugged nonchalantly. Wait, I was only jesting. And on what grounds do you refuse on Gaara's behalf? After all, I am your benefactor from the Sand Village. For me, you need not speak. I had already forgotten. Tamari feigned a light tap on her forehead before turning to me. Are you truly going to accompany him? If you genuinely intend to venture out, make sure to arrange the affairs of the Ninja Alliance in advance. It is merely a matter of accompanying Teacher Sarayu to deliver a message. It shouldn't take much time at all. Iroh, shook my head and glanced at the poised Sarayu. I have faith that even in my absence, Teacher Sarayu can competently fulfill the task. Wait, it's precisely because I am uncertain whether those individuals will bar me at the threshold that I invited you along. After all, the visit of a village leader should warrant at least a glance from their counterpart, should it not? Sarayu articulated his calculations to us, yet we, upon hearing his words, exchanged looks of exasperation. Is it possible that Teacher Sarayu harbors a misunderstanding of his own capabilities? In this world of ninjas, no village dares to treat him in such a manner. Perhaps feeling the weight of our gazes, Sarayu hurriedly urged me, Iroh, to depart. Time is of the essence. We must make haste to ensure we do not fall behind schedule. With that, Sarayu conjured a distorted space, the destination being the Land of Earth, not far from the Sand Ninja village. I recall that the elder from the Land of Earth is rather amiable. Why do you assume they would not even allow you entry? Iroh questioned as I stepped into the distorted space beside him. I have no desire to deal with that old man, and that Suchikage is likely the greatest hindrance on this message delivery journey. Sarayu recalled the elders he had encountered in Konoha, none of whom were easy to engage with. Their focus was solely on their family's influence, and uttering even a single word could lead one into their traps. Therefore, Sarayu grasped my shoulders firmly, declaring, This negotiation in the Land of Earth rests entirely on your shoulders, Lord Wind Shadow. I shall merely provide a show of force if necessary. Seeing Sarayu's serious demeanor, I couldn't help but wonder if he was being overly cautious. However, since the matter had been entrusted entirely to me, I resolved to give it my utmost effort. Rest assured, I shall handle it with diligence. The Land of Earth, as its name suggests, is a village founded upon earth-based chakra. Its terrain is not only remarkably defensible but is also encircled by towering rocks and mountains. Regardless of how many times one visits, it feels as though one has entered a fortress. Sarayu surveyed the village, ensconced amid various mountains and rocks, pondering that without some form of map-altering tool, breaching the stronghold with mere ninjutsu would be implausible. Has Teacher Sarayu visited here many times? Iroh inquired with curiosity. No. Apart from the one time I came here with my elder, I haven't visited this place again, Xinglu replied with a shake of his head. I see. When I saw your earlier comment, I thought you had been here numerous times. My scant knowledge is insufficient for charming anyone. I merely expressed a fleeting admiration. After all, such formidable terrain, both defensible and difficult to conquer, is coveted by nations across every dynasty, Xinglu elaborated. Oh, it seems our esteemed Xinglu possesses a commendable understanding of history, remarked a diminutive elder who suddenly emerged from the stronghold, landing gracefully before Xinglu and his companions. Hands clasped behind his back. Lord Third Suchikage, I humbly seek your forgiveness for my audacity in visiting Iwagakure, Xinglu stated, bowing respectfully to the elder. I never expected to receive a bow from the illustrious Xinglu. If word of this gets out, many will be envious, the elder chuckled. Though the elder appeared to be in his 70s, he emanated an aura of invincibility. I cannot accept such praise, esteemed elder. To you venerable predecessors, I am merely a fledgling who has just entered the world of ninjas. I earnestly request your guidance for us younger generations. Xinglu smiled at the third Suchikage. I like your spirit, young man. The third Suchikage laughed as he soared into the air, playfully patting Xinglu on the shoulder before adopting a mysterious expression. What say you? Would you consider leaving Konoha to join us here? Is this how the elders conduct themselves nowadays? How could he suggest such a thing so soon after our meeting? Elder, you jest, do you not? I am the sworn brother of the fourth Hokage. Are you not concerned that I might feign allegiance to a Wagakure and then relay information back to Konoha? Xinglu inquired, perplexed. Haha. What does it matter if you are sworn brothers? If you desire such a title, I can readily acknowledge you as my brother right here, though you may not agree. Lord Noki, the third Tsuchikage, shrugged nonchalantly. No, such a title holds no value for me. Besides, I have a wife who was recently married. No matter how reckless I may be, I could never abandon my wife to align with you, even if I wished to ally with you. I cannot imagine you would condone such betrayal, Xinglu jested, albeit with a hint of seriousness. Yet, the elder nodded gravely. Your concerns are valid. Allow me to arrange a place in the village for your wife. With that, I trust your worries will be alleviated. He knew he should not have uttered such words. He was merely jesting. Yet, why did Lord Inoki take it so seriously? Indeed, the generational gap between people cannot be bridged so swiftly. At that moment, Hashiryu recalled Gaara, who had accompanied him. Since his words had proven ineffective, it was time to let someone more capable take the stage. However, this capable individual was merely hiding behind him. Stifling laughter. Sigh, perhaps it would have been better to have brought along my dear Sakura for this journey instead. The very person he needed was of no use to him now. Why had he brought this burden along in the first place? What is it? Are my conditions still unsatisfactory? Shall I offer my granddaughter in marriage to you as well? That way, you would become a candidate for the next Tsuchikage, surely. That would entice you. Initially, Lord Inoki believed his propositions were insufficient to sway Hashiryu. Hence he offered both the position of Tsuchikage and the hand of his granddaughter. Surely, that would be tempting enough, right? What? This old man, in his bid to win me over, not only offers me the position of Tsuchikage, but also wishes to wed his granddaughter to me. I doubt I possess the charm to elicit such offers from a nation's leader. If the two leaders present were to hear Hashiryu's inner musings, they could only shake their heads in resignation. Did this lazy fellow not comprehend the significance of the title of a ninja world strongman? If Hashiryu were not already married, he would be trampled at the doorstep of Konoha by others. However, Lord Inoki's conditions could never entice Hashiryu to abandon Konoha. He had the position of Hokage awaiting his acceptance back home. Why then would he venture to such a remote place to become a son-in-law? Old man, I appreciate your sincerity, but I cannot simply abandon my brother, Hashiryu remarked with a touch of emotion as he gazed at Lord Inoki. It was his brother Minato who had taken him in when he was homeless. Thus he could not leave Konoha for another village. After expressing such sentiments, Hashiryu braced himself for Lord Inoki's disdain, yet he waited long without hearing the anticipated rebuke. What is it? You do not believe I am the type to throw a tantrum when my invitation is declined, do you? Lord Inoki regarded Hashiryu with a peculiar expression. Such loyalty and sentimentality are rare, even in my long life. Rest assured, I would not lose my temper over something so trivial, he said, a bemused smile playing on his lips as he looked at Hashiryu. Or do you perceive me as a miserly old man? Upon hearing Lord Inoki's words, Hashiryu felt compelled to deny such an impression, vigorously shaking his head. Humph, I doubt you would dare to think that. The venerable Noki huffed with a hint of pride, then turned his gaze towards Gaara, who stood behind Xinglu. The individual behind you must be the newly appointed Kazekage of Sunagakure, correct? Why do you persist in hiding behind this brat? Is it that I, an old man, am unworthy of your presence, or is there another reason? As a leader of a great nation, if you cannot muster the courage to face me, then perhaps the Land of Wind should reconsider its status among the 5 great countries. I always said that these old men are quite formidable, having recently employed various tempting tactics to entice me, only to now disdain the youth. If that rascal Minato insists on making me deal with such stubborn elders again, I might as well retire with Sakura in a peaceful corner of the world. Of course, that is a matter for the future. Their immediate challenge lies in navigating the temperament of this old man. However, this situation marks Gaara's first foray into diplomacy as Kazekage, and it is of no concern to his otherwise lackadaisical disposition. After a long absence, I greeted the third Tsuchikage, introducing myself. I am Gaara, the newly appointed 5th Kazekage of the Land of Wind. Gaara stepped forward confidently from behind Xinglu, refraining from bowing as both he and Noki were leaders of great nations. Oh, has the Land of Wind fallen so far as to appoint a mere youth like you as its leader? Chapter 81. The Land of Water. The tension between the two leaders was palpable, a surprise to Xinglu, who had not anticipated such animosity upon their initial meeting. Nonetheless, The clash between Gaara, representing the new generation, and Noki, embodying the old, was indeed intriguing. Yet, it was not the appropriate moment for such confrontations, compelling Xingliu to intervene and prevent a potential altercation. Stop! Stop! Xingliu interjected, stepping between the two. As leaders of your respective great nations, can't you consider the welfare of the villages you represent? Upon hearing Xingliu's words, both men huffed in unison and turned their heads away. Moreover, we have yet to inform you of our purpose for coming here, old man. Our visit to Awagakure pertains to matters concerning the Akatsuki. With that, Xingliu produced a letter penned by Minato and handed it to Noki. Oh, what trouble have those Akatsuki brats stirred up this time? Noki remarked nonchalantly as he accepted the letter, adding a jest. Speaking of which, 2 of the tailed beasts from my village were quietly taken away by them. Once you peruse this letter, you will understand the situation at hand. A significant portion of my visit is due to the contents within, Xingliu said mysteriously. Very well. I shall now peruse the letter from the Hokage of Konoha, specially delivered to you, remarked the elder Inoki, leisurely removing the envelope and extracting the correspondence within. Initially, his expression was rather relaxed. However, as he delved deeper into the contents, the wrinkles on his forehead, already pronounced, deepened further. Is the information contained within this letter truly authentic? The elder Inoki inquired, furrowing his brow. Regrettably, the contents of this letter are indeed genuine. To ascertain its veracity, we even consulted our operatives stationed near the Akatsuki, yet their reports have only added to our lamentation, replied Xingliu with a shrug. So, your purpose in coming here is to unite the leaders of several major nations to collectively resist those children from the Akatsuki? Elder Inoki queried with skepticism. Precisely. Or do you think I brought this burden along for no reason? Xingliu responded, casting a glance at Gaara, who stood behind him. Aha. With that statement alone, I can assure you that our Awagakure will agree to this so-called ninja alliance, chuckled Elder Inoki. Oh, is that true? Are your people genuinely willing to acquiesce to this matter? Xingliu asked, somewhat incredulous. Why? Are you dissatisfied with my prompt agreement? Do you expect me to refuse this proposition? Elder Inoki shot a glance at Xingliu. No. It's just that your readiness to agree is so swift that it momentarily leaves me in disbelief. It's understandable that you find it hard to believe. In truth, I too am surprised by my own swift compliance. Elder Inoki chuckled while shaking his head. However, since Konoha has taken the initiative, we must resolutely agree. Could it be that his influence is indeed so formidable? Setting aside the aid he previously rendered to Sunagakure, this elder, whom I believed would be difficult to persuade, has readily consented. It seems I have once again fallen prey to my cunning elder brother's schemes. Otherwise, why would he send me among so many others? Clearly, I am still quite naive. Xingliu sighed. All right, I understand you harbor some discontent towards that child from Konoha. But isn't it also a testament to his responsibilities as the leader of Konoha? Therefore, as his brother, you should strive to comprehend his position. Elder Inoki remarked with a smile. I understand. I merely wish to voice my grievances here. In reality, am I not also shouldering this burden on his behalf? Xingliu pouted. Very well, I know you are quite busy, so I shall not keep you. However, when you have the time, do come and chat with this old man. Elder Inoki concluded, turning away with his hands clasped behind him as he returned to his office. Once Elder Inoki's figure had vanished from sight, Xingliu stood there, bewildered. Is this how the matter concludes? Those comics often suggest that the older generation of leaders enjoys testing others to ascertain their qualifications. Yet, why is it that when it comes to him, the encounter merely concludes after a few casual exchanges? Could this be the fabled luck of the Dragon Overlord? Conquering others with sheer charisma? Of course, the thoughts swirling in Xingliu's mind remain unseen by Gaara. From Gaara's perspective, he merely perceives a fool, alternating between seriousness and silly laughter. As nearly 5 minutes elapsed, lost in his own world, Xingliu finally regained his senses. However, the first thing he did upon returning to reality was to drag Gaara toward the next nation, the Land of Water, nestled within deep mountains. The Land of Water is perpetually shrouded in thick mist, completely isolated from other countries. Despite being surrounded by the sea on all sides, it is adorned with numerous geographically advantageous peaks. Suddenly, a distorted space materialized directly in front of the hidden mist village, from which Xingliu and Gaara emerged. Oh, we have finally arrived at the fourth nation, Xingliu exclaimed as he stretched his stiff body, weary from the prolonged journey. Indeed, at this pace, we might truly return before dinner, Gaara echoed. I hope the Mizukage is as reasonable as the old man, Xingliu murmured to himself. After a while, Xingliu stepped into the nation known as the Land of Mist. Is anyone here? He and Gara shouted as they searched for signs of life within the hidden mist village. However, no matter how thoroughly they scoured every corner, they failed to find a single soul. Where could everyone have gone? Xingliu pondered, gazing at the mist-enshrouded land. I don't know. Logically, there should have been guards to inquire before we entered the city. Yet now, both the city guards and the residents seemed to have vanished without a trace. Initially, Xingliu thought that the dense fog might have kept the villagers indoors. But after their brief exploration, they discovered that even inside the houses, not a single person could be found. What should we do? Should we check over there for signs of life? Xingliu suggested, pointing toward a building reminiscent of Konoha's Hokage Tower. The books do mention that when searching for people, it's best to start from local landmarks or the tallest structures. Thus, Xingliu opted for the Mizukage office building, a place he had visited before with Minato. If this location proves deserted, they might as well forego their trip to the Village of Lightning and return to Konoha to discuss strategies against the Akatsuki with Minato. Since no one was found in the Hidden Mist Village, it is certain that they have all been taken to the Hidden Rain Village by the Akatsuki organization. Otherwise, it would be impossible for a village representing a nation to be devoid of inhabitants. I have no objections. After all, I am merely here as an accessory. While you are the one truly in command. I shrugged lightly. All right. Let us venture forth and ascertain whether anyone is indeed present. Given that Gara has expressed his intent, it would be overly pretentious for Hashiryu to linger any longer. Hashiryu opened a distorted space leading to the building before guiding Gara into it. The entrance of the structure remained unguarded, allowing Hashiryu and Gara to enter with ease. Wait for me a moment. I shall use my Byakugan to explore whether anyone resides within, Hashiryu said, halting Gara who was about to ascend the staircase. He activated his Byakugan to scrutinize the surroundings meticulously. The first floor was devoid of any presence. The second floor, however, was different. It seemed to harbor a formidable creature protecting several entities resembling children. The third floor exhibited no signs of life. It appeared that only those individuals on the second floor could elucidate the current circumstances. Did you find anything? Gara inquired upon noticing Hashiryu reverting to his original eyes. Indeed. I detected signs of life on the second floor, while the other areas were vacant, Hashiryu affirmed with a nod. Then let us proceed there, Gara declared, attempting to head towards the staircase, only to be restrained by Hashiryu. Hold on. Do not be so hasty. To them, we are outsiders. And it is only logical to assume they have set a trap at this solitary exit, Hashiryu cautioned. I nearly overlooked that aspect, Gara replied, acknowledging Hashiryu's wisdom in guiding students through trials. How about after this mission concludes, we from the Sand Village collaborate with you from the Leaf Village for a joint trial? I have yet to experience your teachings, and this would present a splendid opportunity for a ninja trial spanning 2 villages. What is this? Why does it seem that every leader of a major nation wishes to exploit his resources? He aspires to be the king of laziness. What does it mean to roam aimlessly across the map? If not for his confidence in his own abilities, Hashiryu, who spends all his time away from home, might fear that his wife could fall into some domestic drama akin to that of a certain island's narrative. Without a second thought, once this job is complete, I shall retire from this life entirely. If that fellow dares to compel me into labor again, I shall have no choice but to obliterate the entire ninja world and whisk my wife away to another realm. The concept had not been birthed for the first time in Xingliu's mind, for the god of space, which he had copied from Obito, theoretically allowed for interdimensional travel. But could this skill truly connect him to the world he had previously inhabited? Ai Luo, somewhat disheartened, expressed his disappointment at Xingliu's evident reluctance to share survival knowledge, which he had initially hoped to learn more about. Ai Luo had originally contemplated collaborating with the Hokage of Konoha to apply pressure on Xingliu for additional assistance. Yet the latter's words extinguished this rather immature notion. After all, he had no intention of allowing their world to be obliterated for the sake of a godly power. Such survival knowledge was commonplace among the instructors at the Ninja Academy, and considering that he had already become the leader of a village, what further need was there to learn trivialities? Time would be better spent learning from experienced individuals in other nations about managing subordinates or honing his sand manipulation abilities. The versatility of sand was vast. Should he one day confront an opponent without sand at his disposal, how would he resolve such a predicament? Rather than allowing this naive youth to pester him further, it would be wiser to assign him a task to ponder. Although Xingliu had merely intended to deter Ai Luo from bothering him by assigning homework, in Ai Luo's eyes, Xingliu was imparting wisdom on how to expand the potential of his jutsu. This topic could wait for a more opportune moment, as they were currently engaged in a mission. After all, the more alliances they could forge, the better. Otherwise, he would be forced to exert additional effort, which would be rather disadvantageous. Though Xingliu's words were somewhat blunt, they held a kernel of truth. In battles where strength was paramount, every fraction of power contributed to the odds of victory. How should we ascend now? We can't just fly up there, can we? Ai Luo had barely finished his sentence when he noticed Xingliu had already taken to the skies. You are correct. We can indeed fly up there. The flying ability Xingliu was now employing was one he had recently copied from the elder Inoki. Though the principle behind his flight remained a mystery, it did not hinder Xingliu from integrating it into his jutsu. Upon witnessing Xingliu's sudden ascent, Ai Luo was only slightly taken aback. After all, this was an individual capable of wielding the three great ocular techniques. Such a flying ability was likely a simple feat for him. Xingliu-sensei, while you can soar through the air, what am I to do? I can't just wait here for your return, Ai Luo remarked, glancing at his own long legs that could not fly. Fear not, you shall accompany me aloft. Naturally, we shall ascend together, Xingliu replied, indicating that they would indeed take to the skies. Chapter 83. The journey with Xingliu. As I travel from the first tier to the second, Gaara sits despondently upon a whimsical aircraft crafted by Xingliu's unique talents. Dear teacher Xingliu, he inquires, while you possess the ability to make this peculiar contraption soar, why must I be confined within it? Would it not be more straightforward to elevate me in a more conventional manner? Upon reaching the second tier, Gaara suddenly recognizes an oversight. If Xingliu can indeed command this odd device to ascend, why not apply that ability directly to himself, rather than relegating him to this rather embarrassing apparatus? Would you believe me if I said this power requires a vessel to manifest? Xingliu gazes at Gaara with utmost sincerity. Despite having journeyed together for merely a few hours, Gaara has already discerned the depths of this man's shamelessness. It is not only during their travels that he employs unknown objects to tease, but in this unique journey requiring assistance, he resorts to various embarrassing antics as pretexts for mischief. Realizing Gaara is no longer fooled, Xingliu feels that this excursion has lost all semblance of enjoyment. TSK, it seems that the passage of time has rendered my tricks ineffective, he mutters. Leaving Gaara momentarily behind as he strides toward their destination, Gaara shakes his head in resignation. How could a man, already settled in life, still possess such a playful spirit? He hastens to catch up with the forward-moving Xingliu. Teacher Xingliu, how much longer until we reach their location? Logically, this building is not vast. Yet we have been walking for nearly 10 minutes without arriving at our destination. Soon, Xingliu reassures him. Within this group, there exists a rather skilled illusionist. The path we traversed was prearranged with illusions. With his Sharingan activated, he observes the chakra movements while explaining to Gaara. However, rather than being ensnared by the illusions set by their adversaries, it would be more accurate to say Xingliu has willingly entered into their realm, guided by an instinct that following the path of illusion would be swifter than the direct route. Where did these two fools come from? A young boy queries a mature woman nearby. We are right before them, yet they remain oblivious. The woman chuckles softly, covering her mouth. Oh, they are formidable figures from distant lands. That somewhat handsome man is, in fact, the strongest individual in the world of ninjas. Really? The seemingly Navi man is so powerful? The strongest in the ninja world? How formidable must he be? Upon encountering him, I had little awareness of his formidable prowess. However, not long ago, I received news that he effortlessly defeated 2 members of the Akatsuki, revealing that this man was indeed far more complex than he appeared. The mature woman, observing the distant Xingliu, remarked with a smile. Yet, teacher Terumi-mei, this man has been ensnared in my illusion for quite some time. Is he truly as powerful as you assert? The young boy inquired, lifting his gaze. Haha, perhaps that fellow has simply begun to lose his wits again. Otherwise, with your level of illusion, he could easily break free with a mere wave of his hand, Terumi-mei replied with a chuckle. Within the confines of the illusion, Xingliu was genuinely deceived by what he called his sixth sense. Can you believe that a mere few meters took them several hours to traverse? Enough of this, Xingliu exclaimed. Akin to a gamer who, after being trapped in a labyrinth, resorts to consulting a guide. Yet, no such guide existed here. The only means to counter the illusion lay in those mesmerizing eyes, the legendary Sharingan. However, after utilizing the Sharingan, He ultimately uncovered a truth that nearly made him choke on his own blood. It turned out that Xingliu could only entrust the task of breaking the illusion to Gaara, as he required a moment to soothe his wounded spirit. "Teacher Xingliu, what troubles you?" Gaara asked with concern, glancing at Xingliu, who was huddled in a corner, drawing circles. Yet, he was met with a dismissive gesture, indicating that nothing was amiss. "Ugh, they are merely a few meters away, and my pitiful sixth sense is utterly useless," Xingliu muttered from his corner. After several minutes of Gaara's relentless efforts to dismantle the illusion, the childish illusionary array was finally breached. Clap, clap, clap. Who would have thought that the renowned ninja prodigy could be ensnared by an illusion crafted by a mere child? Terumi Mei observed, noting that this occurred even while utilizing the Sharingan. Once the array was finally broken, Terumi Mei, accompanied by the children behind her, turned her attention to Xingliu. Initially, Gaara was curious about the sudden appearance of an unfamiliar figure, only to realize it was the fifth Mizukage, Terumi Mei. "You are the newly appointed Kazekage of the Land of Wind, are you not?" Upon completing her engagement with Xingliu, Terumi Mei shifted her focus to the distinctly different Gaara. "Hello, I am Gaara," he nodded in acknowledgement. "Hello," Terumi Mei replied. After exchanging pleasantries, she once again turned her gaze to the man still drawing circles. "Xingliu, you did not travel all the way from Konoha merely to draw circles, did you?" Terumi Mei approached and playfully tapped Xingliu on the head. "Ouch! You hit my head again," Xingliu exclaimed. The last time he accompanied Minato here, he had received a similar treatment. To his surprise, even upon visiting alone this time, he still faced the same mischievous hand upon his head. Upon witnessing the sudden change in expression of Koyomi Mei, Xingliu felt no fear. Rather, she found the other quite endearing. "What will you do if I strike you? If you dare, strike me back." Mei boldly thrust her impressive form closer to Xingliu. "How dare you think you can act with impunity just because I refrain from striking women? When I unleash my fury, even I am taken aback." Although Xingliu's words were filled with bravado, his actions revealed a persistent retreat. Chapter 84. The Madwoman Within a Prominent Edifice of the Hidden Mist Village. Xingliu languidly reclined in the embrace of the fifth Mizukage, Koyomi Mei. "Let go of me. I am a man with a family." Despite the comfort of her embrace, he was acutely aware of his marital obligations, and such intimacy with a woman in this context felt decidedly inappropriate. "What does your familial status have to do with our embrace?" Upon hearing Xingliu's complaint, Mei tightened her hold, as if intent on merging him with her very being. Yet, just as he prepared to retort, he was suddenly aware of a damp sensation behind him, causing him to swallow back his words. "Is she crying?" Xingliu remained motionless, while the woman behind him continued to weep silently, her body shaking. They maintained this unspoken connection for an indeterminate time until a choked voice broke the silence. "Do you think I am utterly useless?" At this, Xingliu felt the softness behind him pull away slightly, yet the embrace remained steadfast. The fifth Mizukage of the Land of Water, unable to protect her own villagers, and her life saved only by the desperate efforts of her subordinates, Mei spoke with a cold, self-deprecating tone. Xingliu refrained from interrupting, listening intently as she recounted the dire circumstances. They had arrived with only 6 individuals, each bearing striking similarities in appearance. Apart from the 6 pain, Xingliu could not conceive of anyone from the Akatsuki capable of single-handedly annihilating an entire village of a major nation. These 6 men moved with eerie synchrony, as if sharing a singular consciousness. No matter from which direction we attacked, they effortlessly countered our advances, Mei recalled, as if trapped in a dream. A single strike had vanquished all the elite of her village. They were orchestrated by someone behind the scenes, which accounts for their coordinated actions. Moreover, the puppeteer of those 6 is the leader of the Akatsuki, so it is only natural that you could not overcome them, Xingliu consoled her. What do you mean it is natural that we could not defeat them? You should elaborate on that. Upon hearing such blunt remarks from Xingliu, Zhao Meiming merely bestowed him with a beautiful eye roll, choosing not to engage further in conversation. She feared that she might succumb to the temptation of delivering a sound thrashing to this unyielding man. Let us set that matter aside for the moment. Surely your presence here is related to the Akatsuki organization, is it not? Zhao Meiming swiftly opted to bypass the earlier topic and inquired about the reason for Xingliu's visit. Indeed, our purpose for coming here is indeed connected to the Akatsuki, but it seems we have arrived a step too late. Subsequently, Xingliu relayed the details of their visit and the situation regarding the Ninja Alliance to Zhao Meiming, who remained silent, her expression unchanging after listening to his words. Finally, Just as Xing Lu was on the verge of dozing off, Zhao Mei Ming finally spoke. I comprehend the situation now. While we in the land of water also yearn to contribute to this coalition. Zhao Mei Ming glanced at the children who were playing nearby with Gara. Our military strength has dwindled to but a handful, aside from the scouts we have dispatched. These few children are all that remains of our combat capabilities. Faced with Zhao Mei Ming's sudden solemnity, Xing Lu found himself at a loss for how to console her, resorting to silently offering his shoulder for her to lean upon. After a while, he sensed that the person behind him had released her hold and stood up. How was that? My sturdy shoulder felt rather comfortable, did it not? Xing Lu stood as well, addressing Zhao Mei Ming. Let us not discuss it. Isn't it customary for people to lend their chests for others to lean on? What does merely offering a shoulder signify? Zhao Mei Ming retorted with another beautiful eye roll. TSK, your argument is rather weak. Xing Lu shook his head while raising a finger. If I were still unmarried, I would certainly be willing to offer my chest to you, but alas, I am already a husband to another woman. To lend you my chest would be crossing a line. Seeing Xing Lu's smug demeanor, Zhao Mei Ming's mind brimmed with thoughts of how to teach this infuriating man a stern lesson. Was she being mocked for being nearly 30 and still unmarried? Was that truly the case? As her expression gradually darkened, a rope of water suddenly ensnared Xing Lu's hands. Hey, what on earth is going on? Did we not get along well just moments ago? Why have you suddenly bound me? Xing Lu shouted at the woman who had transformed before him. Yet, Zhao Mei Ming appeared oblivious to his words, continuously giggling. He, eradicate all married men. It seems I have inadvertently stepped into a minefield. Upon witnessing the transformation of Terumi Mei into a deranged state, Xing Liu could not help but realize that his previous words had indeed struck a sensitive chord. However, a woman nearing 30 who remains unmarried is quite a rarity in their current ninja world. Moreover, the individual in question is the leader of a nation. How is it that such a powerful and affluent woman remains unwed? Is it that the men of the land of water are blind? Or are Terumi Mei's standards simply too lofty? Were it not for his commitment to Sakura, marrying a woman who could sustain him for a lifetime would have been a long-held dream. As Xing Liu momentarily lost his focus, a wave of water, still steaming, surged towards him. How could anyone desire to marry this older woman? To bring such a madwoman home would only invite domestic turmoil. In an instant, Xing Liu evaded Terumi Mei's assault, smirking at her. Chapter 85. The Tool Man Plan. Xing Liu gazed at Terumi Mei, her hair cascading down her shoulders, and could hardly discern the dignified presence of the fifth Mizukage. She now resembled a madwoman. A madwoman. Upon hearing this term, Terumi Mei briefly regained her composure, only to revert to her deranged state almost immediately. With a laugh, she unleashed the water release, water dragon bullet technique, conjuring a water dragon that surged towards Xing Liu. Oh no, you're attacking again. Faced with the incoming water dragon, Xing Liu had no choice but to counter with the same technique. The water dragon he summoned was evidently slightly more formidable than Terumi Mei's, leading to a clash where remnants of the weaker water flow splashed onto her face. The residual wave struck Terumi Mei directly, but due to its diminished power, it merely splashed her lightly. However, it was sufficient to restore the consciousness of a woman lost in madness. Xing Liu, what on earth are you doing? As expected, upon being hit by the water dragon, Terumi Mei regained her senses. Ah, thank the heavens. This madwoman has finally come to her senses. Witnessing the spark return to her eyes nearly brought Xing Liu to his knees in celebration. If the other ninjas from the land of water were to discover that the Mizukage they had fought to protect was driven to madness by a man, not only would his brother, Minato, be unable to shield him, but even his beloved Sakura would surely look down upon him. You were sent out to seek cooperation, yet you've driven the leader of an allied nation to madness. This joke is hardly amusing, unlike the almost tearful Xing Liu. Upon regaining her consciousness, the bewildered Mei Ming gazed at him with a peculiar expression. Why does this lad appear as if he has lost his mind? And why are his hands bound? Yet, to her, these were mere trifles. What truly mattered was, hey, what has to deal with the water on my face? Is this rascal responsible for this mischief? Mei Ming marched over to Xing Liu, demanding an explanation. In this situation, it was just the two of them. If it weren't for Xing Liu, who else could it be? It was hardly plausible that she would douse herself with water for no reason. The moment she mentioned the incident, Xing Liu was overwhelmed with grievances. Who told you to splash boiling water on me without cause in the first place? I managed to evade it then, so I won't hold it against you. However, you resorted to ninjutsu afterward, leaving me no choice but to counter with the same technique. Alas, while employing the same technique, I miscalculated the force, resulting in some water splashing onto your face. What on earth? In her recollection, there was no scene of her attacking Xing Lu. Moreover, that scoundrel was even more adept with the technique than she was. Contemplating this, Mei Ming regarded Xing Lu with the same incredulous gaze one might reserve for a monster. Why not just take on the Akatsuki organization by yourself? You need not enlist the aid of our 5 nations to combat them. Initially, Mei Ming intended her words as mere banter, yet to her surprise, he solemnly shook his head. If I were to confront the Akatsuki alone, it would exceed my daily exercise quota. Thus, rather than exhausting myself, it is wiser to gather a few allies. No, not tools, but allies, to collectively oppose the Akatsuki. Although Xing Lu believed he was masking his intentions well, the occasional slip of unspoken words left Mei Ming utterly exasperated, referring to himself as a mere cog in the machine. It became evident that this slacker was simply seeking to recruit more tools to ease his burdens. Who else, besides me, knows this thought of yours? Mei Ming sighed, covering her forehead in resignation. Logically, the individual from Konoha would never allow such a ready-made force to go to waste. If her village possessed someone of Xing Lu's caliber, they would undoubtedly exhaust every effort to siphon his powers completely. Were Xing Lu aware of this woman's intentions, he would exclaim how ruthless she was. Though his brother Minato occasionally set traps for him, he would at least refrain from imposing unimportant tasks. Yet, this merciless woman aimed to drain him dry. If those unscrupulous factories knew of this, they would surely applaud her professionalism. What thoughts are you expressing? I am utterly oblivious. After breaking free from the restraints that bound him, Xing Lu hurriedly turned to escape through a nearby door, only to be intercepted by Komi-Aime, who blocked his path. You know, the very Tolman plan you just mentioned. Aside from me, who else is privy to this matter? Komi-Aime stated emphatically, her serious demeanor nearly compelling Xing Lu to divulge his concealed intentions. Indeed, other than devising a brewery strategy for the Akatsuki organization with Minato, Xing Lu harbored another hidden scheme within his heart, one that he had inadvertently let slip to Komi-Aime. The Toolman plan, as its name suggests, aims to transform everyone, except oneself, into mere instruments. To lead a carefree life in the future, possessing a few competent toolmen is essential, for one can never predict when troubles may arise. These toolmen exist to assist in resolving such predicaments. However, acquiring a few obedient toolmen proves exceedingly challenging. Thus, Xing Lu resolved to seize the opportunity presented by the Akatsuki's assault on the Rain Village to recruit a few laborers to serve as toolmen. What is this toolman plan? I cannot comprehend what you are saying. Fortunately, only this woman before him had heard it. Otherwise, his plan would be utterly doomed. Oh, are you certain you wish to continue feigning ignorance? Are you not afraid I might reveal your words to other nations? Komi-Aime remarked with a smile that was both teasing and enigmatic. Although Komi-Aime's gaze unsettled him somewhat, she was indeed correct. If she were to disclose this matter to others, when would his toolman plan ever come to fruition? Feeling a twinge of guilt, Xing Lu turned his head, realizing that having a few supervisors to manage the toolmen would indeed be quite advantageous, allowing him to indulge in greater idleness. With this thought, his earlier irritation vanished completely. Ahem, you will keep this secret from me, won't you? What is this? Suddenly turning compliant? Initially, Komi-Aime merely intended to provoke him, without tangible evidence in her possession. It was unlikely anyone would believe her claims. Yet, Xing Lu's unexpected sincerity suggested either deception or a desire for her assistance. To successfully navigate this interaction, one must learn to listen to what the other party conveys. No one dislikes having someone attentively listen to their words and respond. After all, if the other person is willing to speak openly, they surely expect a reaction in return. Otherwise, why would the other party waste so much breath engaging in trivial conversations with you? What can one do if they are insincere? If my brother were to learn about this matter, I can only imagine what tasks the proprietor of this dark workshop might assign me. Xing Lu shrugged his shoulders and spoke. Zhao Meiyin eyed the man before her with suspicion. So, this man is merely compromising to avoid unnecessary work? Given the authenticity of his demeanor, which is so strikingly genuine that it is difficult to find a flaw, Zhao Meiyin began to entertain the possibility that Xing Lu's words might indeed hold truth. Could you elaborate on what this so-called tool person plan entails? She inquired. If you obediently heed my words, I shall promise to safeguard this secret. Zhao Meiyin smiled at Xing Lu. I understand, alas. I truly do not know why I let this slip, allowing you to overhear it. Otherwise, I could have concealed this matter for a while longer. With a resigned sigh, Xing Lu began to elucidate his tool-person plan to Zhao Meiyin. However, aside from the addition of several supervisors atop a few tool-persons, he refrained from revealing that detail, disclosing only the broader aspects. So, this so-called tool-person plan was devised to minimize or even directly substitute the opportunities for you to execute tasks. Zhao Meiyin gazed at the man before her in disbelief. Before ascending to her current position, she had encountered numerous individuals who were lackadaisical, yet she had never before seen someone so utterly complacent as Xing Lu. Setting aside the absurdity of the plan he concocted to avoid exertion, it was perplexing that he complicated matters which could have been easily resolved with shadow clones. Should one label him as clever or foolish? On one hand, he ingeniously devised a means to avoid performing tasks by creating a substitute. On the other hand, it was rather foolish to complicate what could have been effortlessly managed through shadow clones, thus forcing himself into a situation he wished to evade. Is there truly such a contradictory individual in this world? When Zhao Meiyin looked back at Xing Lu, the teasing expression had vanished, replaced by one of pity as she regarded him. After all, how could someone who lacked understanding of such simple logic possibly scheme against her? Hee. Has this already succeeded in lowering her guard? Xing Lu, upon witnessing Zhao Meiyin's expression, realized he had successfully deceived her. The second step of the plan is to make the other party perceive him as a simpleton lacking in cunning. With his own mind that calculates 3 steps for every one, how could he be unaware that such matters could be resolved with shadow clones? Moreover, those who truly comprehend the nuances of shadow clones are well aware that they cannot replace oneself in executing tasks. Let us not even mention that the consumption of chakra for the shadow clone technique is several times greater than that of ordinary ninjutsu. The mere fact that these clones dissipate into smoke with a single blow renders them incapable of executing tasks on one's behalf. Now that I have divulged this plan to you, I trust that you will refrain from sharing it with others. Xingliu gazed expectantly at Terumi Mei, as if she genuinely valued this scheme. Naturally, I am your most sincere companion. Terumi Mei, reluctant to dampen Xingliu's spirits, gently patted her own ample chest in affirmation. Upon witnessing the sudden movement, Xingliu understood that the other had indeed agreed to keep her secret. And now she needed to ponder how to persuade this woman to assist her in managing those subordinates. A knock echoed from outside, heralding Gaara's arrival. Although I apologize for the interruption, I believe it is imperative that I share this matter with you, provided that you are available. What is Gaara concocting in his mind now? Xingliu internally scoffed, reassured of her and Terumi Mei's innocence. She then stepped out with Terumi Mei. Ah, Qing and Ch Jur. You have returned. Terumi Mei exclaimed as she rushed forward to inspect the 2 familiar figures at the door. It was truly a relief that they had returned unscathed. Water Shadow, we have returned. The pair first bowed respectfully to Terumi Mei before proceeding to report the intelligence they had gathered. The assailants who attacked our village have already left our borders, however. It is peculiar that they did not head towards the land of lightning, but rather towards the land of fire. The middle-aged man, adorned with an eye patch, relayed the findings of his investigation to Terumi Mei. The information I collected is largely consistent with what Uncle Qing has gathered. Those men who acted separately are also heading towards the land of fire, a young man in glasses added as he reported his findings. What is your perspective on this matter? Rather than responding to her subordinates, Terumi Mei posed the question to Xingliu, as he had the most contact with the Akatsuki organization among them and might possess insights unknown to others. What else could it be? The Pains are undoubtedly heading to the land of fire to capture the Nine Tails. This was the only possibility Xingliu could conceive, otherwise. The Pains' visit to Konoha could not merely be for leisure. Moreover, upon reflection, it made sense. The Akatsuki had already captured all the tailed beasts except for the 1 tail, 8 tails, and 9 tails. If they were to attack the lightning village with the intent to capture the 8 tails, then an assault on Konoha by the Pains would certainly follow. Why do I feel that you are not surprised by this at all? Have you perhaps anticipated this scenario all along? Upon witnessing the composed demeanor of Xing Lu in light of the situation, Terumi Mei speculated whether this man had foreseen the current predicament. After all, she thought, she had never encountered anyone so unfazed by the news of an attack on their village. How could this be? I am no deity. It is impossible to possess such omniscience. In response to Terumi Mei's inquiry, Xing Lu merely shrugged his shoulders. The reason for my lack of urgency is that the combat prowess within the village is sufficiently formidable to confront the 6 paths of pain without necessitating my intervention. They shall be vanquished by others. Sufficient combat strength? From my understanding of your Konoha, There seems to be a scarcity of genuinely powerful individuals. Apart from the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya, only Kakashi Hitaki and that fellow with the prominent eyebrows remain. It is no wonder that Terumi Mae is only familiar with these names. Most of Konoha's ninjas are mere shadows of their former glory, with only these few capable of contending against the Akatsuki. Ah, the intelligence you possess is outdated, Xing Lu chuckled, revealing a grin. Just yesterday, we Konoha managed to persuade a ninja of comparable strength to the 5 Kage to defect. If we entrust the village to those few, even summoning the entirety of the Akatsuki could lead to a confrontation. Moreover, should any misfortune befall the village, I could swiftly return to my beloved's side. In the land of fire, at the outskirts of the Konoha forest, one could only wonder if Xing Lu had indeed delivered the message to the leaders of those nations. A man with thick eyebrows turned to the silver-haired youth beside him. If that individual maintains his pace, he ought to be in either the land of earth or the land of water by now, he surmised. Though this conclusion hinged on the assumption that the man had not grown complacent along the way. Otherwise, he might still be idling near Gaara. The only visible eye of the punk youth remained glued to the book in his hands. Regarding the man they had just mentioned, his safety was of no concern. Given the man's prowess, he had undoubtedly transcended the limits of this ninja world. His sole apprehension lay in whether that individual would indeed deliver the message to the leaders of those nations. Beyond that, he was reluctant to concern himself with much else. Have you noticed how eerily quiet the forest has become? The man with thick eyebrows remarked, maintaining vigilance over their surroundings. No need to speculate. The enemy has already made their appearance. No sooner had the punk youth spoken than 6 ninjas, remarkably similar in appearance, encircled them, all adorned in the Akatsuki's distinctive black cloaks. Kakashi, do you possess the confidence to hold off 3 of them? Might Guy inquired of Kakashi, who stood behind him. Do not be foolish. I am not a pervert like Xingliu. How could I possibly handle them? Kakashi said, keeping a wary eye on the 3 adversaries before him while casting a glance at the burly figure behind him. That is a valid point. However, with our combined strength, we should be able to hold out until reinforcements arrive, don't you think? Might Guy chuckled awkwardly, contemplating a plan with the premise of sacrificing themselves. Having known Might Guy for many years, Kakashi could easily discern the thoughts swirling in his mind. So he smiled reassuringly and said, let us not be so pessimistic. I believe our luck won't be that dire. As if granting Kakashi and Might Guy ample time to deliver their last words, a figure suddenly stepped forward from the crowd just as they finished speaking. Copy Ninja Kakashi. And the Azure Beast Might Guy, are you too? Both of you are among the finest ninjas in Konoha, the man remarked, his expression unchanged. Kakashi politely responded, to receive praise from the leader of the Akatsuki is indeed an honor. Oh, it seems you are already familiar with my appearance? Kakashi continued, certainly. The founder of the Akatsuki, the wielder of the Rinnegan, Pain, or should I call you Nagato? Though Kakashi's gaze appeared fixed on the man before him, he was actually aiming to communicate with the individual behind him. The man, upon hearing Kakashi's words, expressionlessly clapped his hands and replied with words that belied his stoic demeanor. You are the first to see through my identity. Let me ponder who provided you with this intelligence. Was it the masked man who recently went missing? Or the one who has consistently obstructed our efforts to collect tailed beasts? Despite the teasing tone in Pain's voice, his face remained as impassive as ever. Well, think what you will, Kakashi shrugged nonchalantly. Ah, that is truly unfortunate, Pain observed, glancing around at their surroundings. It seems we have delayed long enough. Where are your reinforcements? Did you truly believe that merely the 2 of you could hold us at bay outside the village? Your confidence in us is rather flattering. We are quite self-aware. Kakashi replied, spreading his hands in a gesture of resignation. I would be sincerely grateful if you could wait for our reinforcements to arrive before engaging. Regrettably, I cannot accommodate that request. For the sake of our plans tomorrow, it is already a mercy to have kept you here this long. Once you reach the underworld, you will have no one but your comrades to blame for not arriving sooner. Indeed, that is quite unfortunate. Chapter 88. The Konoha Exploration Team in the Hokage building of the village hidden in the leaves. Minato was calmly orchestrating the plans for the mission to rescue in the Land of Lightning. Tomorrow, Xing Lu will lead the expedition, accompanied by Kakashi, Might Guy, and 10 other elite jonin. While the remaining personnel shall remain in the village under my command, Watergate instructed his aide. Understood, I shall promptly notify those on the list. The assistant acknowledged before departing the office with the documents in hand. Watergate, slumped in his chair, mused to himself, I wonder if that impudent boy, Xing Lu, will manage to recruit the combat prowess of those villages. A gentle knock interrupted his thoughts. Come in. Watergate, initially intending to take a brief respite, forced himself to sit up. Teacher, I sense that something may have gone awry in the forest, Uchiha Obito announced as he entered. In the forest? I recall having dispatched Kakashi and Might Guy there for vigilance, Watergate replied, reflecting on the arrangements he had made after Xing Lu's departure. To thwart any plans the Akatsuki might have of striking from the shadows, he had deliberately sent these two to the village's perimeter. With their combined abilities, they should be able to contend with any formation of Akatsuki members, and even if they were outmatched, retreat should not pose a challenge for them. Watergate had faith in both Kakashi and Might Guy, which was why he had specifically assigned them to that location. However, if the Akatsuki were to deploy members of Pain's caliber, Obito's expression suddenly turned grave, causing Watergate to swallow hard. Are you certain? Has Pain truly arrived? Watergate questioned, incredulity creeping into his voice. Did they not just announce their intention to attack the Lightning Village tomorrow? Yet now they send an elite member to Konoha. Are they serious? Though this is merely my conjecture, it would be prudent for us to investigate, Obito advised cautiously. Very well, I shall summon Asuma and the others, Watergate resolved, immediately dispatching orders to gather Konoha's finest. Given the gravity of the situation, it was not long before the elite forces of Konoha had assembled outside the Hokage building, awaiting Watergate's emergence. Have all Jonin been gathered? Watergate inquired shortly after making his appearance from the Hokage's office, reporting, aside from those on missions, all Jonin-level shinobi have been successfully assembled. One of the coordinators stepped forward to report. Good, Watergate replied, shifting his focus to the assembled crowd. Everyone, according to our scouts, the Land of Water has recently been attacked by members of the Akatsuki. Aside from the 5th Mizukage, Terumi Mei, and a few incapacitated individuals, the remaining shinobi were ruthlessly slaughtered by the Akatsuki. Indeed, the elite ninjas, upon hearing of the brutal slaying of their comrades from the Land of Water by members of the Akatsuki organization, erupted into a cacophony of disbelief, as if struggling to accept the veracity of such alarming intelligence. I understand that some of you may find it hard to believe this information. Truth be told, I too was initially skeptical when I first received the report. However, it became evident that this intelligence was not merely relayed by the Border Patrol ninjas, but also corroborated by the words of Xing Lu, who is currently in the Land of Water. His exact words were, "Damn it, brothers. Though I have now arrived in the Land of Water, I fear I am too late. I worry that the 6 Pain who threatened to annihilate the Land of Water may turn their sights on Konoha. So I must ask you to hold the fort for now. While it is possible that other ninjas might fabricate reports, my sworn brother would not resort to such elaborate tricks to deceive us. After all, he is rather lackadaisical in nature." After this remark from Minato, the group of ninjas before him erupted into laughter, and even he could not suppress a smile. For it was inconceivable that such a troublesome ruse would be employed against them. Yet, after sharing a moment of levity, Minato's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. To thwart the impending arrival of Pain, or perhaps the very presence of Pain already within Konoha, I implore you to lend me your strength to safeguard our cherished village. However, I do not wish to coerce every one of you into this battle, as the confrontation may claim the lives of several, if not dozens. After Minato's impassioned plea, every individual present fixed their resolute gazes upon their leader. Can one truly claim to be unafraid of death? Fear. Of course, fear exists. Yet, a greater dread looms, the terror of witnessing the defenseless villagers behind them being mercilessly slaughtered. Thus, confronted with these two forms of fear, they decisively chose the former. Seeing that none of his assembled comrades faltered or wavered, Minato felt a surge of exhilaration within. His companions stood steadfastly courageous. Excellent. Now, we shall split into 2 teams and head towards the Land of Water. If anyone encounters members of the Akatsuki, retreat immediately. The farther you flee, the better. With that, Minato suddenly broke into a grin. As the saying goes, while the Green Mountains remain, one need not worry about firewood. As long as we bring back intelligence, we can drown them in sheer numbers. Do you not agree? Indeed, the ninjas echoed, raising their fists in agreement. Thus, after determining the teams, preparations for departure commenced. However, remember this, when exploring, form groups of 45. If necessary, groups of 67 will suffice. The essential point is to act collectively. No sooner had Minato spoken than they began to form their respective teams. After all, they were from the same village, and whether great or small, They had all established fixed groups or had previously battled alongside one another, allowing them to quickly find their comrades for the forthcoming conflict. Since the team has been assembled, let us embark on our journey. I shall lead the group, accompanied by this masked man. Watergate and Uchiha Obito will position themselves in opposite directions to determine our search path. Chapter 89. Upholding Martial Virtue on the Battlefield. In the southeastern forest of Konoha, fierce battles are underway. However, rather than a fair fight, it resembles a one-sided affair. Aside from the man with the pot-lid hairstyle, the individual sporting a unique look can only fend off the adversary while retreating, but is soon drawn back by a man with striking orange hair. Kakashi, are you managing to hold on? My guy has already opened the third gate of the 8 gates, barely coping with the 3 pain before him. Yet he is nearing his limit. Coughing up a mist of blood after being pulled in by the Deva Path's universal pull, and then sent flying against the stone wall by the Azura Path, Kakashi awkwardly addresses Might Guy. It's no longer a matter of whether we can endure, but rather how much longer we can hold out. After kicking away the summoned creature from the animal path, Might Guy flashed his trademark white smile. Huh, is there not a possibility that we could directly overcome them? Hearing Might Guy's laughter, Kakashi rolled his eyes. Although it was daytime, could we not indulge in such daydreams? They are being utterly overwhelmed. And yet someone dares to utter such impractical jest? Let us think positively. Perhaps a turn of events may yet occur. Just then, a hellhound summoned by the animal path lunged at Might Guy while he was conversing with Kakashi, prompting him to execute a powerful kick. Upon sending the hellhound flying, Might Guy finally exhaled in relief and directed his remarks towards his opponent. Is there no martial virtue among you? Is it not enough to surround us? Must you also resort to ambush while I converse with this 30-something young man? Has it been so long since they've interacted with others that they struggle to comprehend the words exchanged? Who would speak of martial virtue in the face of life and death combat? It has always been about doing whatever it takes to eliminate the opponent, has it not? Perhaps Might Guy realized his previous statement was somewhat absurd, as he cleared his throat awkwardly and assumed a combat stance, challenging them to come forth. Come, let us together unleash our dazzling youth. Observing Might Guy's incessant chatter, the Pains began to grow apprehensive about their journey to Konoha. Has that individual always been this way? The Deva Path, with an expression of cold indifference, expressed the most helpless sentiment to Kakashi. Apologies, apologies. He merely spoke a tad too much, but in truth, he harbored no malice. Kakashi regretted bringing that fellow, Might Guy, along, who engages in battle with such incessant chatter. The protagonist of verbal sparring? Oh dear, Kakashi, why are you apologizing to the opponent? It is clearly the fault of those Pain individuals. Might Guy intended to express his displeasure to Kakashi, yet was abruptly silenced by a commanding shout. Be quiet. Were it not for the inopportune timing, Kakashi would have relished the opportunity to give his comrade a sound thrashing. Alas, he could only vent his frustrations on the Pain before him. The 8th gate of the 8 gates technique opened. Suddenly, Kakashi's aura surged to a new level, while still not quite matching Might Guy, who had unlocked 3 gates. He was undeniably stronger than he had been moments prior. When did you learn this from me, Kakashi? Might Guy marveled, witnessing the similar intensity emanating from Kakashi. Truly. How many of his techniques had Kakashi appropriated? The 8 gates technique was supposed to be his ultimate move, yet it seemed Kakashi had mastered it as well. Fear not. In the realm of the 8 gates, you remain the expert. I can only unlock one at best. With that, Kakashi swiftly appeared behind the realm of humanity, delivering a swift strike. Upon seeing a familiar technique utilized by Kakashi, Might Guy found himself at a loss for words. Kakashi, the god of the flag trees. What difference is there between copying someone else's technique and battling oneself? After employing the technique on the realm of humanity, Kakashi discovered that the opponent still had the strength to rise again. TSK. The damage fell short, didn't it? However, he realized he could not continue opening the 8 gates. Shortly after, a dark stain unexpectedly marred his mask. Hey? Why are you suddenly spitting blood in the midst of combat? Might Guy, who had maintained the state of 3 gates from the outset, glanced back in surprise to see Kakashi bleeding. I told you, in this regard, you are the expert. I have yet to grasp the nuances of that last move. Without the state of the 8 gates, Kakashi could only rely on the Meijiki Sharingan to engage in a fierce struggle, though his chakra was nearly depleted. Has reinforcement not yet arrived? It shouldn't take long for them to come from Konoha, right? Kakashi, having narrowly evaded a punch from the realm of Azura, began to lament the efficiency of Konoha. They had been fighting for nearly half an hour, and yet assistance had yet to arrive. However, His musings went unanswered, as he was once again drawn in by the divine realm's universal pull. Is this the end of everything? Kakashi gazed at the approaching figure of the Azura Path, realizing that with the combined technique of the Deva Path and the Azura Path, a single blow would likely spell his doom. Just as he braced himself to endure the impending strike, the formidable Might Guy, who had already unlocked the fourth gate, dashed forward and sent Kakashi flying. Initially prepared to confront the fist of the Azura Path, Kakashi found himself surprisingly unscathed, save for an imprint of a foot upon his body. Hadn't he just been drawn into the grasp of the Deva Path? Why did he feel no pain at all? However, upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of the stout, thick-browed Kappa head soaring backward. Chapter 90, Spicy Heaven S Block. When Kakashi reopened his eyes, he witnessed Might Guy being struck and propelled backward. Thud. Guy's body collided with a large tree before sliding down its trunk, coughing up a spray of blood. He could only gasp for breath as he leaned against the tree. Kakashi, the rest is up to you. With a thumbs up to Kakashi, Might Guy succumbed to unconsciousness. You truly hold me in high regard, Kakashi remarked, observing the remaining figures of the Deva Path and the human path. It appeared that Guy had managed to swap places with the Azura Path before being hurled away. The situation was beyond Kakashi's expectations. He had never anticipated that someone could dismantle his Shinra Tensei solely through taijutsu. The Deva Path, brushing his hand against the footprint on his body, declared, "But this is merely the beginning. Soon, you shall experience the profound disparity between us." As he spoke, the Deva Path ascended into the air, surveying the surrounding jungle and villages from above. With arms outstretched, he began to chant, "A sack of rice bears several floors, feel the agony. A sack of rice ascends to the second floor, contemplate the suffering. A sack of rice is plentiful, embrace the torment. A sack of rice demands my labor, understand the pain. Each morsel is muddied. From this moment forth, who grants you a sack of rice? Let the world taste suffering." Spicy Heaven S Block. Shinra Tensei. As the Deva Path recited his incantation, a violent surge of chakra began to erupt from his vicinity. This is bad. Kakashi and his companions, closest to the Deva Path, were the first to feel the overwhelming power of the chakra, as the earth beneath them began to churn and tear apart. Why is that person not here? Moreover, the reinforcements from Konoha had yet to arrive. Kakashi, despairing, gazed at the forest that was gradually being leveled by the Deva Path's energy wave. As the force drew ever nearer, Kakashi closed his eyes in resignation. Is this truly the end? Your presence truly causes concern. I merely stepped away for a few hours and have been subjected to such torment? Kakashi suddenly sensed an individual before him, and it was none other than Xingliu. Upon recognizing that familiar chakra fluctuation, Kakashi's eyes widened in surprise. The esteemed elite J-Nin has transformed into quite the sight for sore eyes after just a few hours apart. Upon hearing the commotion behind him, Xingliu turned momentarily to smile at Kakashi. However, this is hardly the time for reminiscing. With that said, Xingliu casually waved his hand in the air, and an invisible barrier swiftly enveloped their surrounding forest area. I believe this technique is called absolute absorption. Reflecting on a technique he had previously observed from the realm of hungry ghosts, Xingliu surmised that it should be capable of absorbing all the chakra from Shinra Tensei. With a swift motion, Xingliu gradually reduced the barrier's radius to a 50-meter circle centered around himself. Once he confirmed that the rampant power on the ground had been entirely absorbed, he realized that the pain before him could finally evade imprisonment. I have resolved your grand technique. The ensuing battle is now in your hands. With that, Xingliu opened a distorted space and departed. However, shortly after his departure, the Leaf S support forces finally arrived. Did I just hear that brat Xingliu's voice? Has he returned? The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, upon witnessing the severely injured duo, first called for the medical ninjas in the crowd to assist Kakashi and the others, then turned his gaze to the Deva Path descending from the sky. Are you one of the 6 paths of pain? Minato's inquiry went unanswered by the Deva Path, who remained motionless upon landing. After a moment, Minato observed that this particular pain still stood there, unmoving. Had it not been for the chakra he sensed emanating from the figure, he might have mistaken it for a corpse. Is this your refusal to respond? Then we shall detain you for further questioning. With that, Minato hurled a kunai forward, and as the weapon soared toward the Deva Path, he found himself positioned behind it in an instant. Rasengan. The moment Minato's Rasengan made contact with the Deva Path, he began to notice something amiss about the figure before him. No, it should be referred to as a corpse. A chakra receiver? Minato retrieved a black rod from the Deva path, discovering a continuous flow of chakra being channeled into it. This implies that all 6 panes are being manipulated by someone else. However, that rascal must have been aware of this long ago. Otherwise, he wouldn't have entrusted the cleanup to us while he pursued the mastermind. Minato mused to himself. The words of Watergate are both accurate and misleading. Xingliu's quest to uncover the mastermind was merely a secondary objective. His true intention was to persuade one of the fated children who possesses the Eye of Rebirth to join his ranks. Do you believe that the other party would never ally with us? Please, there exists no one in this world who cannot be swayed. If such a person were to exist, it would simply mean that our bargaining chips were insufficient. Whether my own leverage could truly influence them is something I have yet to contemplate. Within a cave nestled in the Konoha forest, a young man with crimson hair was pierced by numerous chakra conduits, having entered a machine of indeterminate purpose. After a series of coughs, blood trickled from his lips. Nagato, you cannot continue like this. With that person in Konoha, we stand no chance against him. A girl with sky blue hair, adorned with a paper rose atop her head, gazed anxiously at the man before her. Enough, Conan. I have no intention of returning this time, Nagato replied, casting a look back at the blue-haired girl. What I cannot fathom is why such a formidable individual has suddenly appeared in Konoha, one so powerful that he could even assist in manifesting my Eye of Rebirth. Oh, were you searching for me? Suddenly, a man with a signature lazy smile entered the cave. If Minato were present, he would undoubtedly recognize this man as the recently vanished Xingliu. Were you discussing me? Upon noticing the two before him staring in silence, Xingliu wore his characteristic lazy grin and addressed them. After his second utterance, Nagato, still ensconced within the apparatus, finally snapped back to reality, urging Conan to flee. Conan, this is my responsibility now. You must leave at once. It was unexpected that the adversary had appeared before him without him sensing their presence. The only plausible explanation seemed to be that the intruder was merely an ordinary individual who had stumbled upon this hidden cave by chance. However, such a notion was highly implausible. Who would wander into such a secretive location without reason? Thus, there remained but one possibility. This individual was indeed the formidable person who had inexplicably emerged in Konoha, capable of replicating his Eye of Rebirth. No, I will not leave. I will fight alongside you until the end. With that declaration, Conan conjured several paper shurikens and assumed a combat stance to the left of Nagato, her gaze fixed intently on Xingliu. The aggressive demeanor of the two momentarily bewildered Xingliu. What had he done wrong to incite such vigilance from them? Merely intending to engage in conversation with the two of them, why did the situation suddenly ignite? The most outrageous part was that they seemed even more fervent than Bo, to the point where Xingliu began to feel like the antagonist. Ahem, you two should calm down. I have come here solely to speak with you. To prove his innocence, Xingliu raised his hands above his head, adopting an innocuous expression as he slowly approached them. However, his seemingly harmless demeanor had no effect on the two, whose expressions grew increasingly stern. Stop. Do not come any closer. As the only one among their ranks capable of moving freely, she needed to remain vigilant against this man before her. Otherwise, Nagato behind her would be in danger. This is unjust. Did I misremember the gesture of surrender, or do I simply look too menacing? How is it that even the universally acknowledged act of raising one's hands above one's head has lost its efficacy? Stand down, Xiaonan. They genuinely seem to want to converse with us. Given our combined strength, we wouldn't be enough to serve as mere exercise for them after a meal. Nagato's profound understanding nearly compelled Xingliu to bow in gratitude. It was worth noting that the girl beside him had consistently displayed a fierce demeanor, wasting her beauty on such a fierce countenance. But Nagato, that individual is among the most formidable in Konoha. Even that masked man failed before him. Otherwise, we wouldn't have found ourselves in this situation, Xiaonan retorted, turning to Nagato. Xiaonan. At Nagato's admonishing shout, the courage Xiaonan had mustered dissipated. I understand. I will heed your words. Pouting, she returned to stand behind Nagato, though she did not refrain from baring her teeth at Xingliu. Having grown accustomed to such encounters, Xingliu was hardly intimidated by her endearing display. After all, he had a little girl at home who was even cuter than she. Your friend is indeed quite adorable, he remarked. Cute as she may be, one must not forego the opportunity for light-hearted teasing. Otherwise, it would be a disservice to such a charming girl to waste her delightful grimaces. Upon hearing Xingliu's playful banter, Nagato was momentarily taken aback before breaking into laughter. Ha ha ha. I have never encountered a man as amusing as you. I am beginning to believe that you genuinely come with the intent to communicate. After his laughter subsided, Nagato's expression was no longer marked by the initial resistance. However, Xiaonan behind him grew increasingly annoyed with Xing Lu. How dare you mock me? You had better not fall into my grasp. Though her glare was somewhat intimidating to Xing Lu, it paled in comparison to the disdainful looks he often received from Minato and Kushina. In life, if one cannot seize the moment to revel in joy, would it not be a tragic waste of the beautiful time life has to offer? Xing Lu seemed to respond to Nagato's earlier query, as if justifying her own demeanor. She shrugged her shoulders and remarked, "Is life not meant for seizing joy in the present? It appears that you reside in a realm devoid of any troubles." Nagato does not mock Hashiryu's way of life. Rather, she envies it from the depths of her being. If the three of us could also live in such a carefree and worry-free land like yours, perhaps today as scene would never have unfolded. Nagato began to reminisce about another friend whose life was lost due to betrayal by his own countrymen. The kind of existence that Xingliu spoke of was merely an unattainable dream in their eyes. Since the moment Yahiko perished, they had ceased to trust anyone. Well, Your Excellency, your visit to us surely does not revolve around such matters, does it? If that is indeed the case, then Your Excellency may take your leave. For the imagery you have conjured merely represents a distant aspiration for us, just as we struggle to comprehend the scene you have just illustrated. You too may find it challenging to grasp the hell we have endured. Thus, in matters we have yet to experience, why should we engage in such extensive discourse? Nagato spoke these words with an unsettling calmness, as if they bore no relation to her at all. At that moment, she appeared to exude an air of indifference, as though they had exhausted any shared topics of conversation. Yet, how could it be that there were truly no common threads to connect them? I am aware that you may not fully believe me. However, would you still utter such words if I were to claim that I am acquainted with your teacher? Xingliu smiled and said to Nagato and the others, "Our teacher?" At first, Nagato and the others could not recall who the teacher Hashiryu had mentioned. However, as time passed, they vividly remembered the man with silver hair who had taught the three of them ninjutsu all those years ago. Are you referring to Master Jiraiya? Both Nagato and Konan spoke in unison. In Chapter 92, my target has always been you. They were taken aback to discover that the other was acquainted with Jiraiya, a revelation that surprised them upon hearing his name from Hashiryu. If there were no other person by the name of Jiraiya in this world, it must be the one they both knew. Based on their understanding, in this ninja realm, the only Jiraiya known to both of them was indeed that one. Initially, they were astonished that Hashiryu knew Jiraiya, but considering that he was also a member of Konoha, their surprise diminished. After all, being from the same village, it would be rather absurd to claim ignorance of one another. So what does this imply? During this period, when you mention your acquaintance with Master Jiraiya, it cannot merely be a simple desire to converse with us about the esteemed figure, can it? Nagato continued to maintain an air of aloofness, gazing at Xingliu as if to ward off any intruders. If merely mentioning an acquaintance could cause him to lower his guard, then the Akatsuki organization would surely not have endured for so long. TSK, it seems that things are not so easily accomplished, are they? Originally, Xingliu intended to leverage Jiraiya's reputation to gradually familiarize himself with Nagato and his associates, subsequently employing his eloquence to persuade them. However, he did not anticipate their utter resistance to such tactics. If I were to pursue this course of action, what would your thoughts be? Xing Lu maintained that enigmatic smile as she addressed Nagato and the others. Sighing deeply, Nagato once again channeled his chakra into the machine. Considering your acquaintance with Master Jiraiya, I can grant you an opportunity to depart from this place. Wait. Although Xing Lu was uncertain whether his elder brothers had removed the transmission rods from those pained figures, it was prudent for him to delay as much as possible. Otherwise, in his absence, if the heavenly deity were to unleash another devastating attack, such as the planetary devastation, it would be utterly impossible for anyone, save for a few exceptional ninjas, to withstand such a formidable technique. What more is there to say? For a man who has yet to speak the truth, Nagato harbors no desire to engage in conversation with him any longer. Were it not for their mutual uncertainty about eliminating one another, they would have expelled each other long ago. As mature adults, must they continue to act so impulsively? Can we not engage in a sincere and open discussion? In order to prevent rejection, Xing Lu deliberately invoked the esteemed name of Jiraiya to persuade them. Surely, you do not wish for our beloved teacher Jiraiya to know that you would deny him even this small favor, do you? If that is the case, I find it truly disheartening that he has devoted so many years teaching you ninjutsu in the land of rain. I never anticipated that the students, whom I have poured my heart and soul into, would disregard him to such an extent. How heartbroken he would be if he were to learn of this matter. After expressing these sentiments, Xing Lu, still with his back turned to Nagato and Conan, tilted his head at a 45-degree angle and sighed. Initially, Nagato and Conan were taken aback by Xing Lu's words, but as they continued to listen, their expressions transformed into one of utter bewilderment. Have they truly become as pitiful as that man claimed? Why not grant the other party even a moment of time? Yet, the more one contemplates the future, the first to awaken is Xiao Nan. It appears that from the very beginning until now, they have neither explicitly declined nor accepted anything, have they? Why has this man, standing before us, resolutely declared that they have already declined? Nagato, shall we expel this man from our midst? From the moment this man entered the cave, he has uttered not a single truthful word. It remains a mystery what his true intentions are. Xiaonan has always harbored a disdain for men like Xingliu, who incessantly engage in empty talk. If given the opportunity to expel him, she would undoubtedly lend her full support without hesitation. You make a valid point. It is indeed foolish of us to have been delayed by him for such an extended period. As she spoke, Nagato gazed at Hashiryu with the eye not obscured by her flowing locks. If I am not mistaken, his incessant chatter serves merely as a means of stalling for time. The objective is to allow those present at the 6 paths of pain site the opportunity to remove the receivers affixed to them. Earlier, while speaking, she had attempted to manipulate the other side of the 6 paths of pain, yet she could no longer sense the flow of chakra. Alas, I did not anticipate that you had already uncovered this, did I? Realizing that her plans had been thoroughly discerned by the opposing party, Xing Lu decided to abandon her pretense. Indeed, all the verbiage I just expounded upon was merely a ruse to afford those individuals on the other side sufficient time to detach the long, dark rods from the bodies of the pain. However, I genuinely wish to engage in a serious discussion regarding this matter. Nagato, shall we impart a lesson to our adversaries? Upon witnessing the infuriating expression on Xing Lu's face, Xiao Nan, who had initially embodied the demeanor of an icy beauty, found her composure shattered. In a sudden flourish, dozens of paper shuriken materialized in her hands. Should Nagato acquiesce to her request, those deadly projectiles would swiftly transform the loathsome man before her into a veritable porcupine. Cease your actions, Xiao Nan, Nagato implored, as he discerned their current covert position. Our incursion is fated to meet with failure. With that, he redirected his gaze towards the man before them. What, pray tell, do you wish to discuss with us? If you wish to persuade the members of the Akatsuki not to launch an assault on the Lightning Shinobi village tomorrow, you are gravely mistaken. Even as the founder and leader of the Akatsuki, I find myself unable to dictate the thoughts within the organization. In truth, the Akatsuki is far less united than you might presume. Even if you were to eliminate both of us as leaders, they would still proceed with their assault on the Lightning Shinobi village without hesitation. After all, to them, the title of leader is merely a label. The absence of one leader simply necessitates the emergence of another. Nagato had initially believed that uttering such words would extinguish Hashiryu's interest, yet after expressing so much, he was met only with an expressionless gaze. Oh, have you finished speaking? After gently cleaning her ear, Xingliu slowly approached Nagato, who remained within the device. However, she halted her steps at a distance when Conan grew wary of her approach. Of course I'm aware of everything you've said, she remarked. That's precisely why my objective was never the Akatsuki you founded. It has always been you, Nagato. Chapter 93. The reunion of former mentor and student. So from the very beginning, we were your true target? This notion presented by Xing Lu is indeed the first time that both Nagato and the other individual have encountered it. Truly, my purpose for coming here from the very beginning has always been you, said Xing Lu with a nod. In truth, Xing Lu's sole objective was Nagato. As for Conan, who was merely an auxiliary force, she was simply a matter of convenience. Moreover, that ragtag bunch of misfits in the Akatsuki organization hardly warranted the expenditure of his considerable efforts to manage them. His sole objective now lay in securing these two invaluable sources of labor before him. Why us? If the sole purpose was to eradicate the Akatsuki organization, there would have been no necessity to seek our assistance at all, given how effortlessly the opposing force had previously absorbed his almighty push ability. Dealing with their Akatsuki organization would be a trivial matter indeed. Were I to claim this was all to save you, would you even believe such words? Xingliu regarded Nagato and the others with what he believed to be a genuinely sincere gaze. However, they merely responded with expressionless stares. Ha. I just sensed that the atmosphere is rather heavy right now and thought to lighten it with a jest, Xingliu awkwardly remarked, scratching the back of his head. If you still refuse to speak the truth, then I shall have no choice but to forcibly remove you from this place. As Xingliu continued to toy with himself, Nagato's patience had all but evaporated. Should Xingliu remain unwilling to disclose the truth, it seemed that a confrontation was inevitable. Alas, it appears I lack the qualities of a protagonist, Xingliu mused, unable to comprehend why, in the novels and comics he had read, so many individuals could effortlessly amass followers merely through the art of persuasion. Realizing that only one opportunity remained, Xingliu chose to abandon all pretense and allow the professionals to handle the negotiations. Oh, esteemed sage of worldly pleasures, how much longer do you intend to linger outside? When I was on the verge of collapsing the negotiations entirely, you were still idling about without a care. Xingliu addressed the silver-haired elder outside the cave. As her voice echoed, the old man with silver locks, wearing a forehead protector and carrying a backpack, stepped inside in his wooden clogs. Humph. Who was it that insisted on handling everything alone before? Now you're blaming this old man again. The silver-haired old man curled his lips disdainfully. I can attest to this. When Uncle Xingliu first sought us out, he merely instructed us to observe from the sidelines as he executed his plan. Little did we anticipate his scheme would backfire so spectacularly, he remarked. A flaxen-haired youth trailing behind him chimed in with agreement. Enough of this. When did the discourse of elders become a space for a mere child to interject? Dare you invite the chastisement your parents would rightfully administer? Xingliu glared at the golden-haired youth with visible irritation. Even if she were to thrash his backside to a pulp, his parents would scarcely hold her accountable. After all, she'd be doing them the favor of disciplining their delinquent son who hadn't returned home for an entire year. Given the circumstances, they might even reward her for it. Stop. I'll keep quiet then. The blonde youth was truly terrified of the man before him. Never in his life had he gained any advantage over this opponent. If he were to be beaten now, it would likely be a futile and unavenged suffering. Naruto, after nearly 2 years of training with me outside, you're still this useless? The white-haired old man looked at Naruto with an utterly hopeless expression. As his disciple, one must possess the unwavering resolve to stand up against overwhelming power, even if it ultimately leads to defeat. Otherwise, wouldn't that be a rather pitiful existence? Though one may eventually be met with retaliation after delivering a sound thrashing. At the very least, one has vented their frustrations, has one not? Oh, you lascivious sage, have you no shame? Is this truly how you instruct your disciples? Xingliu cast a sidelong glance at Jiraiya and remarked, when you already have one disciple who has strayed from the righteous path, how dare you even consider leading young Naruto astray as well? Upon hearing Xingliu's words, I finally recalled the long-lost second disciple standing before me. Ah, it's Nagato and Konan, isn't it? I never imagined after all this time apart, you'd be involved in something so perilous, Jiraiya remarked with a grin, his teeth flashing. Gazing upon that familiar smile from their memories, Nagato and Konan were transported back to their days of relentless training under Jiraiya and Amigakure. Though their mentor still taught others the ways of ninjutsu, the students trailing behind him were no longer the 3 of them. And now, of those 3, only 2 remained. Soon, Konan would be the sole survivor. Master Jiraiya, it truly has been far too long, Nagato said. Even in this somewhat awkward reunion, the bond between teacher and students remained unbroken. Indeed, not since that day in Amigakure. Over a decade has passed, Jiraiya replied with a nostalgic chuckle. Master, do you know what happened in Amigakure back then? To know, yet not to know, such was my understanding. I only learned of Danzo's deeds much later. Jiraiya spoke the truth. Even he was unaware of Danzo's collusion with Hanzo until the 3rd Hokage revealed it. For this, he once lamented why he hadn't heeded Orochimaru's counsel to teach those 3 the art of ninjutsu. I see, Nagato murmured before falling into silence. For the bond between mentor and disciple had shattered irrevocably the moment Yahiko perished. Sensing the atmosphere growing even more strained than before, Xingliu began to regret inviting this lecherous old man inside. Is that boy behind you our youngest junior brother? Just as Xingliu thought all hope was lost, she suddenly heard Nagato's words. To think you'd personally deliver the 9 tails right to us, sensei. Does this not resemble a lamb willingly walking into the lion's den? Despite having sent Naruto beyond the borders of Konoha for an entire year, he now personally escorts the boy before Nagato? Do you truly believe you can take Naruto from me? Hearing that his former disciple still stubbornly sought to take Naruto away, the smile on Jiraiya's face instantly froze into icy severity. Heh, so after all these years, we were merely discarded pawns you casually picked up back then. Had you been by our side, Yahiko would never have perished in the treacherous schemes of Hanzo and Danzo. Upon witnessing Jiraiya's unwavering protectiveness, Nagato has begun to relinquish any expectations he once held for his former mentor. Observing the palpable tension in the air, even Hashiryu found himself at a loss for words. Chapter 94, Jiraiya's Exposition. Why do you all appear as if you are on the brink of conflict? Naruto inquired curiously. According to the introduction provided by his rather unrefined uncle, the two individuals across from him appeared to be disciples of the lecherous sage. Why then? Had the atmosphere between the sage and these two suddenly become so peculiar? Is it not true that he truly embodies the essence of the protagonist from the original Naruto series? This sense of sluggishness is undeniably palpable. It is evident that both parties have resorted to such measures in their fervent competition for him. Yet, this foolish youth dares to assert his presence, seemingly unafraid of the possibility that his adversaries might suddenly abduct him. Indeed, upon hearing Naruto's voice, Nagato immediately directed his attention towards him. My little junior is truly intriguing, Nagato remarked with a meaningful glance. As for whether this intrigue leans towards the positive or negative, any ordinary person would have discerned it. However, the only one oblivious to this was the eternally Navi Naruto. Huh? Do you, dear elder brother, find me amusing as well? Yet, I am often deemed foolish by others. As I speak, Naruto glances at the starry companion beside him. Hey, you little rascal, are you toxic or what? When did I ever say that you were foolish? Upon catching Naruto's fleeting glance, Xingliu, unable to contain himself any longer, swiftly directed his hand towards the other's rounded form. Slap. What a huge mosquito. After vanquishing his opponent, Xingliu nonchalantly blew on his palm, as if dismissing a mere mosquito. Naruto cast a slightly aggrieved glance at his teacher, only to find that the latter was far too preoccupied to attend to him. He then turned his gaze towards his newly acquainted senior, his eyes reflecting a sense of helplessness that seemed to plead, Look, this is my daily routine. However, to Nagato and his companions, Naruto's expressive demeanor appeared merely as a provocation. Was it possible that the life they yearned for so desperately was viewed with such disdain by others? Would you two care to depart from this place first? As the tension between the two parties reached an unbearable peak, Xingliu finally suggested that Naruto and the perverted sage take their leave, fearing an imminent clash. No need. You and Naruto should step outside for a moment. Allow me to have a proper conversation with them. Jiraiya sighed deeply, ultimately deciding to handle the matter himself. The animosity that Nagato and the others harbored would rest solely on his shoulders as their mentor. This was a consequence of his own actions, and he would have to bear the fruit of his own sowing. The perverted sage and Naruto finally sensed that something was amiss. But just as Naruto was about to speak, Xingliu swiftly ushered him out of the cave. What a joke. If that insufferable brat utters any further inflammatory remarks, won't his workers simply vanish? Although Naruto can serve as his own laborer, as a youth of the 21st century, it is utterly unacceptable to employ child labor. Even if one were to consider hiring him, it would be necessary to wait a few more years at the very least. As Jiraiya and his companions observed the two figures emerging from the cave, the previously suppressed atmosphere reached a critical breaking point. The first to take action was Nagato, however. It was Konan, standing slightly ahead of him, who assumed a combat stance. The moment both parties reached a decisive moment in their confrontation, she would swiftly launch the shuriken she held towards Jiraiya. Reflecting on his role as a mentor, Jiraiya lamented, I must admit, I have not excelled in my duties as a teacher. He continued, seemingly oblivious to the tense situation unfolding before him. Throughout my life, I have taught only 3 groups of students. Minato, who is now the 4th Hokage of Konohagakure, though he has achieved the most success among my pupils. It is worth noting that he and his wife recently faced a near-fatal incident. Nagato, well aware of the current 4th Hokage, understood the gravity of the situation. Recalling the previous attack on Konoha led by Uchiha Obito, he was surprised that the man he thought had perished had somehow avoided that fate and become his subordinate. With a hint of irony, Nagato couldn't resist teasing, honestly, I never imagined that the Hokage of Konoha would accept just anyone into their ranks. Even the traitorous ninja who nearly caused his own demise has been welcomed back under his command. Should one commend your ability to recognize and utilize talents, or rather deem you a fool with an overly generous heart? Nagato gazed at Jiraiya with an enigmatic smile. Little did he know that Jiraiya had no intention of addressing his inquiry. Instead, he continued, as usual, to recount tales of his students. The previous one was a student thrust upon me not long ago by that insufferable brat. I had resolved to cease my teaching endeavors. Yet I could not evade the audacious request of that impudent youth. The mere mention of Sarayu elicited a fierce desire in Jiraiya to deliver a sound thrashing. And do you know what? Naruto is indeed the son of my first student. If we were to discuss hierarchy based on lineage, one must ponder to what extreme this would lead. My father is my senior, and it is tragic to think of the Watergate in this light. Nagato is utterly unable to absorb Jiraiya's words, as the students Jiraiya referenced earlier did not include them. Could it be that the other party never regarded them as students at all? However, upon reflection, had I been aware that my pupils would exert such a profound influence on the ninja world, I would have refrained from imparting the art of ninjutsu to them. Nevertheless, this is precisely what Jiraiya wishes to convey to them in the near future. Ultimately, you are the only ones remaining among the students I have taught. As he spoke, Jiraiya gazed at them with a benevolent expression. At that time, my companions who journeyed alongside me once harbored intentions of dealing you a lethal blow. Yet, I stubbornly ensured your survival. Not only that, I even taught you ninjutsu. Jiraiya seemed to reminisce about the past, as he often lifted his gaze. Nagato, Konan, and Yahiko, I believe when you first founded the Akatsuki, it wasn't for hunting tailed beasts or anything of the sort. Rather, you created this organization simply to protect your own homeland. But Jiraiya's expression suddenly turned grave. You shouldn't have heeded the slander of others. Nor should you have spread your own misfortune to the rest of the world. I believe if Yahiko were still alive today, he would have wanted you to take this path.